Chapter 1. I am a fortune teller. In the scorching July heat, Quan City was engulfed in deep water and blazing fire. Even the air was thick with restlessness. A young man dressed in a white t-shirt and black sportswear appeared at the entrance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Tall and straight, with clear eyes and a defined face carrying a faint smile, he exuded a crisp and refreshing aura, as if he came from a different world than the sweat-drenched crowds around him. His name was Chun Yi, a feng shui master who had made quite a name for himself in the fortune-telling district. Though young at just 20 years old, no one in the business dared look down on him. He'd already earned himself a resounding nickname, Big Bluff. Today, for some inexplicable reason, this kid had wandered into the Lion's Den, the Quanqing Public Security Bureau, to do business, aiming to make a killing in the process. This was tantamount to a mouse offering to be a cat's escort, putting money before life. Inside the Public Security Bureau's conference room, 4 jewelry stores robbed in less than a month, 3 dead, 9 injured to varying degrees, and you still have no leads? What the hell have you all been doing? Chief Lu Siming pressed hard on his temples and said to the solemnly seated officers in the meeting room, "It's not that the criminals are too cunning, it's that we're too incompetent." The spacious meeting room fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone instinctively clenched their jaws, not daring to make a sound, terrified of attracting Chief Lu's wrath. Reporting. Just then, the meeting room door swung open as a young officer stepped in, calling out in formal declaration. "Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" Lu Siming's barely smoothed brow furrowed again as he snapped with evident displeasure. "What is it?" "Yes, someone reported it," the junior officer stammered, knowing full well Chief Lu's temper. But this matter had to be brought up regardless. "What's gone wrong now?" Lu Siming was at his wit's end. This case alone was keeping him busy enough, yet troubles just kept piling up one after another. "Someone knows the hideout of the masked robbers." All right, got it. You can go now." Lu Siming waved his hand weakly, trying to dismiss the junior officer. But then something suddenly caught his attention. "Wait, what did you say? Someone knows where the criminals are hiding?" "Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Siming glared fiercely at the junior officer, making him flinch. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and invite him in." The young officer walked out with a disgruntled expression, quickly returning with a youth in tow, none other than Chun Yi, who had come fully prepared for action. "Young man, you know where the suspects are hiding?" Lu Siming looked up at Chun Yi, his eyes visibly lighting up. At first glance, Chun Yi was deceptively credible. His upright posture, earnest gaze, and air of sincerity set him completely apart from those fortune-telling street charlatans who desperately posture as profound mystics. All the senior leaders in the meeting room fixed their gazes on him. To them, he was nothing short of a godsend. Quancheng, being the capital of Huadong Province, meant even the smallest incidents would reach the ears of the higher-ups in no time, let alone this string of consecutive robberies. If the case remained unsolved much longer, disciplinary actions would likely be handed down within days, and no one present would escape unscathed. Just when they felt they'd hit rock bottom, out of nowhere came a tip-off. If that wasn't a lifesaver, what was? In that moment, Chun Yi became the golden goose. Everyone wanted a piece of him. "I know," Chun Yi replied crisply and decisively, showing no trace of stage fright despite becoming the center of attention. "Where?" Lu Siming immediately asked, disregarding protocol in his urgency. "Southwest Suburban Demolition Zone, Wangda's Wang neighborhood, next to the public restroom." "Good." "Luo Yin, take your team there immediately and make sure these criminals are brought to justice." Chun Yi's voice had barely faded when Lu Siming issued his orders without the slightest hesitation. "Yes," answered a female officer seated beside Lu Siming, who stood up, saluted, and strode briskly out of the meeting room, efficient, experienced, and radiating an air of heroic vigor. Chun Yi couldn't help but take a second glance at this female officer. She stood around 1.7 meters tall, with striking features, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a high-nose bridge, and an oval face that was exceptionally beautiful. Her skin wasn't the artificially maintained pale complexion common among most women, but rather a healthy wheat-like tone that exuded an unconventional, sensual charm. Even though Chun Yi had seen plenty of beauties, he couldn't help stealing a few more glances, especially at those long legs of hers. Though wrapped in loose police uniform trousers, they still managed to catch his eye effortlessly. "Don't be nervous, young man. Take a seat," Section Chief Lu Siming said after the female officer named Luo Yin left the room. Without standing on ceremony, Chun Yi found a seat at the lower end of the round meeting table. "What's your name?" "Chun Yi." "Good name. Seems like you're destined for great things," Chief Lu asked with a hearty chuckle. Chun Yi gave a shy smile and said, "My name, Yi, is from the Book of Changes, just one character different from the founding marshal's name." Lu Siming looked at the young man and found him quite favorable, composed and dignified, neither servile nor overbearing. Under the gaze of so many Public Security Bureau leaders, he could still speak fluently. Though his words were few, they carried not a trace of timidity, a rare quality indeed. At this moment, Lu Siming no longer wore the anxious expression he had earlier, and his tightly furrowed brow relaxed. "How did you know we're the suspect for hiding?" "Well," Chun Yi hesitated slightly. "Don't worry, everyone here is leadership. Your identity information won't be disclosed. Speak freely, and if you have any concerns, you can voice them too," Lu Siming said. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yi asked, "If the perpetrators are caught, is there still a 100,000 yuan reward?" "Huh?" Lu Siming was taken aback. Chun Yi's sudden shift caught him off guard, but he quickly gathered himself. After all, most civilian tip-offs nowadays were motivated by money. "That's correct. If the information proves accurate, you'll receive the full 100,000 yuan reward without a penny less." "That's good." Chun Yi glanced at Lu Siming's shoulder insignia, 2 bars and 3 small flowers, which seemed to indicate a first-class security officer, combined with his central, elevated seating position, like the moon surrounded by stars. He reckoned Lu must be a high-ranking official, and his mind eased a little. Lu Siming paused, realizing his earlier words might have been too blunt. He quickly added, "Young man, money is a good thing, but it shouldn't be the only goal. The key is to eliminate lawbreakers and maintain social stability. The reward is just a way to bridge the gap between us and ensure you don't work for nothing." The leader speaks wisely. "My ideological awareness is lacking. I got my priorities wrong." Chun Yi meekly accepted the reprimand and offered a solemn self-criticism. Either way, the core message was the same. As long as the money ended up in his hands, the goal was achieved. There was no need to split hairs over semantics. They know their way of speaking is like an old monk's Zen riddles, always taking a detour, as if failing to do so would make them appear utterly uncultured. Ideological awareness still needs improvement," said the leader, who valued obedience most in subordinates. Chun Yi was not only obedient, but his remark was also brilliantly crafted, free from any trace of flattery, while subtly elevating the leader. It's just a shame this kid wasn't part of the Public Security Bureau. Still, as long as he agreed, they could always make him an auxiliary officer or something similar. Lu Siming unconsciously began sizing up talent like Bo Lu judging horses, asking, "Chun Yi, what do you do for a living?" "For a living," Chun Yi responded somewhat sheepishly, "telling fortunes for people, reading feng shui. I set up a stall on Fortune-telling Street, and I'm often chased away by you folks." "Ha!" The other distinguished figures present were amused by Chun Yi's words. Fortune-tellers and feng shui masters did indeed fall within the scope of their crackdowns. Every year around the Spring Festival, there would be a wave of anti-counterfeiting campaigns that would incidentally sweep up these feudal, superstitious practices as well. "Do you live in the southwest suburban demolition zone?" someone asked. "No, I live way out east in Shuanglong Village," Chun Yi replied, somewhat puzzled. Shuanglong Village. The officer who had just spoken looked puzzled. "You usually work at Fortune-telling Street and live in Shuanglong Village. So how did you manage to see the suspects at Dawang Village in the southwest suburbs?" The officer voiced what everyone was thinking. They had long wanted to ask Chun Yi how he knew the suspect's location. Don't celebrate too soon. You might end up catching nothing but empty air. Truth is, they've already combed through the area around Dawang Village, but found nothing. Just because they weren't found back then doesn't mean they aren't there now. Today's criminals are extremely cunning. They frequently change hideouts, and it's entirely possible they might have fled there from another location. I didn't see them at Dawang Village. Chun, he was utterly confused. Who told you I'd seen the suspects? You didn't see them? Then why come report them? The officer who'd spoken earlier slammed the table as he stood up. Was this kid nuts? Filing a false report at the police station? And during such tense times too. Can't I report them without seeing them? What if I just know they're hiding there? Your job is to catch them, not police whether I saw them or not. If you catch them, does it really matter if I say I smell them out with my nose? Chun Yi scoffed, looking at the security officer with an expression as if he were gazing at an idiot. Hey kid, are you looking for a beating? The officer's face turned green, then pale with fury after being mocked by Chun Yi, especially in front of his superior, and from a mere fortune teller, no less. His pride couldn't stomach the humiliation. All right. Lu Siming intervened between the two. He too wanted to know how Chun Yi had pinpointed the criminals' whereabouts. After all, they'd been working around the clock for over 20 days without making any progress. Chun Yi explained, how did you know? Don't tell me you actually smelled them out. Lu Siming chuckled cheerfully, genuinely taking a liking to this kid. Being bold enough to speak like this here wasn't something just anyone could do. Hehe, you yist, chief. There's no way I could have smelled it out. Chun Yi replied humbly, at least maintaining deference before Lu Siming, which greatly pleased the older man. I calculated it. Calculated? How exactly? Lu Siming rubbed his forehead, sensing trouble ahead, and cautiously probed further. I'm a fortune teller. Of course, I divined it through mystical arts. Chun Yi dropped this bombshell without batting an eye. You're a fortune teller? You figured this out through divination? Lu Siming nearly bit his own tongue in astonishment. Dumbstruck wasn't just Lu Siming. Everyone present turned to stone the moment they heard his startlingly candid words, mouths agape, and eyes bulging like dead fish. Damn brat needs to be taught a lesson. The security officer mocked by Chun Yi was the first to snap out of it, jabbing a finger at Chun Yi's nose while cursing violently. Chapter 2. Raising Hell at the Security Bureau, Wangda's Wang Village, southwestern suburbs of Quanchen. 18 security officers formed a perimeter as Team Captain Luo Yin urgently briefed them on the arrest operation. Headquarters calling Unit 1. Headquarters calling Unit 1. Please respond. Over. The wireless radio clipped to her waist emitted the call from home. Unit 1 copies. Unit 1 copies. Go ahead, over. Luo Yan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. They were about to make the arrest. Could something be wrong? Regardless, she had to respond to the command center's call. Situation changed. Intel from informant is unreliable. Proceed with caution. Avoid civilian casualties. Mind public perception. Over. All the officers were baffled. They were about to launch the raid, and now there were issues. Wasn't this just toying with them? They had just gathered intel on the surrounding area. People were indeed inside, but there was no way to confirm if they were actually the robbers. The robbers had worn masks during the crime, making it impossible to recognize their faces. All they could rely on were rough height estimates. How could they be sure? Luo Yin was clearly irritated. Gripping the walkie-talkie, she snapped, "Explain the situation clearly. Over." Well, the voice on the walkie-talkie hesitated. The tip came from a fortune teller. He claimed he divined the suspect's whereabouts through his calculations. Over. What, a fortune teller? And he calculated it? What kind of international joke is this? What if they're not the criminals? If shots accidentally go off and innocent people get hurt, how will we explain that? But if they really are the gangsters, and we're either underprepared or overly cautious, what if they wound us instead? Besides, after spending so much time failing to catch them, if they slip away now, where would we even begin looking again? Should I go find that fortune teller and have him cast another divination? That's fucking ridiculous. Luo Yin felt the command center had handed her a real conundrum. She couldn't advance or retreat. Those idle bastards just kept dumping their problems on her. But compared to the officers at the command center, she hated that swindling charlatan even more. If it weren't for him, would there be so much trouble? Damn it, these con artists are even scamming the police station now. Are they that desperate for money? One officer fumed. Morally bankrupt, with no bottom line, is 100,000 yuan bounty really worth it? Who's going to take responsibility if something goes wrong? The security team members were momentarily caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Captain, do we make the arrest? One officer asked. Everyone turned their gaze to Luo Yin, waiting for her to make the final decision. After a long moment of contemplation, Luo Yin finally made up her mind and said, "Proceed as planned." Huh? We're still going through with it? What if we arrest the wrong person? Someone protested. Yeah, we know it's a scam. Are we really going to walk right into the trap? This is no joking matter. Quite a few officers still opposed taking action, and it wasn't their fault. The whole thing sounded utterly absurd. How would we know if the tip was real without acting? And how are we going to deal with that damn con artist when we get back? Luo Yin was seething with anger. In her 3 years on the force handling dozens of cases, she'd never encountered anything like this. Fine. Let's just say we've been duped this once. When we get back, we're going to make that scammer wish he were dead. Yeah, make him wish he were dead. The desire to skin that charlatan alive wasn't limited to just these officers. The meeting room at the Municipal Security Bureau had also erupted into an uproar. A crowd was verbally attacking Chun, almost coming to physical blows. The officer, "Kid, don't you know where this place is?" "Chun, I do. It's Kwancheng Public Security Bureau." The officer, "And yet you dare come here to scam people?" "Chunny, I'm not scamming anyone. I came to report criminals. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility." The officer, "What qualifies you to fight crime? You didn't see or hear anything. Are you saying shaking some copper coins tells you where criminals are? Can you curse them to death with a chant?" "Chun, the means aren't important. Only the result matters. As Deng Gong once said, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice." "Officer, I think you're just after that 100,000 yuan bounty, aren't you? Eradicating criminals and maintaining social stability are what truly matter. The bounty is merely to foster mutual cooperation. Can't expect us to work for free, right?" Chun Yi said expressionlessly, then added, "That's what the higher-ups say." Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Never before had someone been so brazen as to come swindling right into the police station, let alone engage in verbal sparring with these big-shot officials. Lu Siming's forehead was covered in black lines. As someone who had weathered all sorts of storms, how could he have been fooled by this kid? If he'd known from the start that this kid was a fortune-telling charlatan, he would never have believed a word he said. He would have thrown him straight into the detention cell and let him starve for 2 days. Empiricism is the death of men, and judging by appearances is unacceptable. How could a veteran security officer with decades of experience make such a rookie mistake? When Chun Yi first walked through the door, his calm and composed demeanor had genuinely impressed him. And after exchanging a few more words, his neither haughty nor humble attitude made Lu view him in an even better light, thinking how rarely one encountered young people like this nowadays. He even felt reluctant to waste such talent and considered transferring the young man into the Public Security Bureau. But to everyone's surprise, things took an unforeseen turn when this kid turned out to be a complete fraud. Lu Siming truly couldn't fathom whether this guy was an idiot or just hiding his true colors. How dare he set his sights on the City Public Security Bureau? Utterly bizarre. Unheard of. No wonder he performed like that. Must have swindled people left and right before, probably a habitual offender, Lu Siming thought to himself. He absolutely couldn't let him off easy. Otherwise, if word got out, he might as well resign from his position immediately. The humiliation would be unbearable, downright disgraceful beyond measure. In contrast, Chun Yi remained calm and composed. His words were well measured, his counter-arguments powerful yet logical. Facing the siege of over a dozen people, he didn't lose ground in the slightest, resembling Zhuge Liang's legendary debate against the scholars during the Three Kingdoms period. Yet precisely because of this, he couldn't be let off lightly. This brat was utterly audacious. If they didn't teach him a proper lesson today, who knew what trouble he might stir up in the future? Enough! Lu Siming slammed the table and roared, instantly silencing the conference room. Everyone waited for the leader's final decision. Lock him up first. Wait for Luo Yan's update. If there's none, treat him as a fraudster. As expected of a leader, one word seals the deal. Kid, you're done for this time. Scamming 100,000 is worth several years in prison. Tease Fonghua, a public security officer. Fraud is considered a serious crime in criminal cases, and an amount of 100,000 is no small figure. This kid's actions can indeed be called fraud without exaggeration. As for how many years exactly, that depends on the court's final verdict, but it won't be light. On what grounds are you arresting me? Everything I said was true. Chun Yi remained unperturbed, unfazed by Feng Hua's threats, as if it weren't him facing imprisonment, but someone else. Master Chun, didn't you read your own fortune? Next time you pull something like this, better divine your fate a few more times. Otherwise, your master title won't live up to its name. Chun Yi naturally wanted to divine for himself, but the art of divination is akin to medicine. The old saying goes that doctors can't treat themselves, and fortune tellers can hardly see clearly into their own fates. What's the matter, Master Chun? Did you really never try to divine for yourself? Feng Hua continued to tease. Still, you've got guts, kid. Too bad you're wasting them. If you become one of those motivational speakers or something, you might have actually managed to con quite a few people. Con? What do you mean by con? I make an honest living with real skills. How can you call it conning? Chun Yi snapped, feeling insulted. The moment these words were spoken, the noisy meeting room fell abruptly silent, and everyone stared at Chun Yi as if he were an idiot. It's simply divine logic. Being brainwashed by others isn't scary. What's terrifying is brainwashing yourself. Why don't you mention that robbery is physically demanding work too? At least ladies earn their money with their bodies. Immediately afterward, the conference room erupted in a booming wave of laughter. Is he out his mind? Probably escaped from some mental hospital. Looks like it to me. This kid keeps getting more astonishing, or should I say terrifying, with how righteously and grandiosely he justifies fraud. This isn't psychological resilience or professional excellence. It's sheer idiocy, pure and simple idiocy. Lu Siming was fuming inside. To think he'd been fooled by some clueless idiot. From the outside, his position as chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau might seem glamorous, but only he knew the bitterness that came with it. Both in the city and at the provincial level, countless eyes were fixed on this department of real power, eagerly waiting for him to slip up so they could drag him down and put someone else in his place. And these subordinates could very well be the trusted confidants of some big shot, flattering and fussing over you in ordinary times. But when it comes to the critical moment, they wouldn't hesitate to stab you in the back without a second thought. Right now, it felt like he'd already fallen into a pit dug by that brain-dead, moronic con artist of a fortune teller. It's not that the enemy is too cunning, but that our side is too stupid. He couldn't help but recall this catchphrase. There might still be room for salvaging the situation as long as Luo Yin hasn't made any moves yet. Lu Siming picked up the phone and dialed Luo Yan's number, only to hear the automated voice from the mobile company. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Luo Yin had already sprung into action. He was boiling with the urge to curse out loud, even more so to smash Chun Yi's head, the root cause of all this, just to see what the hell was inside. Notify headquarters immediately. Tell Luo Yin to abort the operation at once. Lock this kid up and give him some special attention. Lu Siming gritted his teeth and said, yes. Immediately, another brawny, broad-shouldered security officer lunged at Chun Yi. Director Lu. Bang. The meeting room door was shoved open with such force as a young officer rushed in like his pants were on fire. Lu Siming felt a buzzing in his head. Something went wrong. He couldn't help but ask, his voice so quiet even he couldn't hear it. Captain Luo Yin just reported that all suspects have been shot dead and all the stolen goods have been recovered. Caught. Did this kid not lie? The meeting room fell silent again, everyone like ducks with their necks wrung, collectively speechless. Chun Yi stood up and smugly scanned the room, saying, esteemed leaders, I have always convinced people with reason. As you can see, I'm skilled in all matters. Prediction of fortunes, romance and marriage, feng shui for graves, feng shui for homes, naming based on the I Ching. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here's my business card. The officers, Chapter 3, the fierce policewoman. So you're that charlatan? As soon as Luo Yin returned, she tossed aside her gear and stormed into the office building in a rage, seeking out Chun Yi, who had just collected the bounty. Chun Yi had a strong impression of Luo Yin. Among a room full of men, she was the only woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. It was impossible not to notice her. No, just one look at her furious, hair standing on end demeanor told Chun Yi this woman meant trouble. Without a shred of conscience, he flatly denied it and turned to leave. Luo Yin was taken aback, wondering if she had misjudged the situation. However, when her eyes landed on the canvas bag in Chun Yi's hand, a mocking smile played at the corners of her lips. "What's that in your hand?" Luo Yin swiftly blocked Chun Yi's path. "None of your business." Chun Yi feigned impatience. "Money, I suppose? Did you really think you could just walk away after claiming the reward?" Seeing no way to deny it, Chun Yi shrugged with shameless candor. "Why stick around? You offering free meals here or something? Who said we wouldn't take care of it?" Luo Yin barked, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the wall the moment the words left her mouth. Chun Yi was caught off guard, and the money bag slipped from his hand onto the floor. Had they not been inside a police station, Chun Yi would have surely mistaken her for a female bandit hell-bent on robbing both wealth and virtue. Damn, she's so fierce and sharp-tongued. How could any woman like that ever get married? You want to thank me, but this isn't the way to do it, right? Look how many people are watching. So embarrassing. How about I treat you to drinks after work? Chun Yi said with feigned bashfulness. Chun Yi's talent for playing the fool and twisting black into white had reached its peak. With just a few words, he instantly turned the furious atmosphere ambiguous. He leaned against the wall. Luo Yin leaned on him, their faces so close together they could hear each other's breathing, looking every bit like impatient lovers in the throes of passion. Yet Luo Yin remained utterly unmoved, increasing the pressure with her hand as she pressed against Chun Yi's face and gritted her teeth, saying, "Thank you? Beating you up would be letting you off easy. Hey, lady, be reasonable, will you? I help you crack the case, and this is how you treat me? Is this really how cops act?" Seeing that he couldn't talk his way out of trouble, Chun Yi could only resign himself to the futile exercise of stating facts and reasoning with her. "Yes, you did help solve the case, but you almost got me and my brothers killed." Luo Yan's voice carried a chilly edge. It was true that she had located the robbers, eliminated them, recovered all the stolen goods intact, solved the case, and suddenly relieved the heavy public pressure on the city bureau. But that didn't stop Luo Yin from wanting to punch him. Do you have any idea how dangerous the situation was? All three criminals were armed. Just because you said you'd calculated the location, we let our guard down and nearly got shot. Luo Yin still shivered at the memory. A mere centimeter could have meant the end of her head. No one had expected the criminals to actually be hiding there. Luckily, they had good fortune on their side. Otherwise, who knows how many brothers they might have lost. The passing officers spotted the two, but didn't intervene. Instead, they quickened their pace and swiftly avoided the scene. Setting aside Chun Yi, that detestable charlatan who played with people's fates, Luo Yin alone was enough to make them steer clear. Everyone knew this woman had a temper. When she flew into a rage, even the police chief would tread lightly around her. There's a saying circulating through the police station: when women rage, men retreat. But when Luo Yin rages, even ghosts and gods flee in fright. Seeing these ungrateful wretches were no help, Chun Yi had no choice but to grit his teeth and shoulder the burden alone. "Listen, lady, be reasonable. Was I the one who made you drop your guard? I clearly told you the criminals were hiding right there. If you didn't listen, whose fault is that? You're burning bridges after crossing the river. Oh, you dare lecture me now?" Luo Yin let out an exasperated laugh. It was her first time seeing someone lie through their teeth with such audacity. "Yeah, I'm burning bridges. What are you going to do about it?" Clearly, reasoning with her was completely pointless. Her mock smile vanished as she raised her hand to slap Chun Yi square across the face. Shit, she's actually doing it. Chun Yi was startled. He hadn't expected this crazy woman to attack without warning. He hastily grabbed her wrist. "Not bad, kid," Luo Yin remarked coolly as her hand was caught, showing no panic. Swiftly, she raised her knee for a strike, aiming straight for Chun Yi's vulnerable spot. How vile, how shameless, a woman like you resorting to such cheap tricks at the drop of a hat. Where's your martial ethics? Where's your decency? Though cursing inwardly, his hands dared not slow down, knowing that any delay would mean suffering for his precious family jewels, and that was no joking matter. Chun Yi abruptly exerted force with both hands, delivering a fierce push to her chest that sent her stumbling back. His body twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding that sinister strike by a hair's breadth. Neither moved afterward, both standing like statues locked in a silent staring contest. Chun-Yi was deeply embarrassed. He had touched where he shouldn't have. Luo Yin was absolutely livid. Her sensitive area told her she had been violated. Everyone knew that when Luo Yin got angry, the consequences were severe, so everyone had already steered clear, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire, yet secretly hoping Luo Yin would teach this charlatan a harsh lesson. Assault. Sure enough, Luo Yin suddenly raised her voice and yelled assault at the top of her lungs. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Molesting a policewoman inside the police station. Did anyone think he'd get away with it unscathed? Chun-Yi, without knowing where he found the courage, quickly stepped forward and clamped his hand over her mouth. Terrified, she might shout it out. This woman is simply invincible. Chun-Yi had never been one to take losses lying down since childhood. Even the top brass at the police station couldn't handle him. Yet unexpectedly, he'd stumbled and fallen into this woman's hands. He couldn't care less about the consequences now. Clutching his hostage, he swiftly made his way to the corner of the hallway. Chun-Yi glanced around guiltily. Thankfully, no one had witnessed it. "You crazy woman, I was just defending myself, all right?" he hissed. Luo Yin, whose mouth was still covered by Chun-Yi's hand, arched her eyes in clear amusement, a smug, triumphant grin. Chun-Yi felt his head was about to explode. What should he do now? If he let go, the woman would surely scream. But if he didn't, they'd soon be discovered, and then it would be like mud dropping into his pants. Even if it wasn't shit, others would think it was. After an intense internal struggle, Chun-Yi finally decided to negotiate with the enemy. "First, I didn't assault you. Second, you attacked me first." Luo Yin didn't speak. She couldn't, as her mouth was tightly covered by Chun-Yi's hand. Her wide eyes stared unblinkingly at him, making his hair stand on end. "Third, I apologize. I was wrong, dear lady. Please let me go." Chun-Yi felt his face burn with shame, begging for mercy from a woman. How utterly unmanly. "If you agree, just blink 3 times in a row." "Damn, what does blinking twice mean?" "I said 3 times if you agree." "Can't you count? I told you to blink 3 times, and you only blinked twice." Chun-Yi felt so frustrated he wanted to bang his head against the wall, except that smashing himself to death would still leave him branded as a failed rapist. "All right, I admit you won. I'll let you go. Do whatever you want." In the end, Chun-Yi surrendered voluntarily. Once freed, Luo Yin, for some reason, didn't shout anymore. Could it be this woman really can't count? Chun-Yi looked at Luo Yin suspiciously, wondering what trick she'd pull next. Haha, unexpectedly, Luo Yin actually laughed. "You're pretty good. You'd probably rank top 3 in our police station. Just so, I wouldn't dare to show off before experts at the police station," Chun-Yi modestly replied. "All right, stop playing dumb. You may look simple-minded, but you're actually full of cunning. Let's make a deal," Luo Yin said. "What's your condition?" Chun-Yi cautiously inquired. "You've done us a great favor, so we should be thanking you." Chun-Yi's brow twitched as a sense of foreboding washed over him. "But you had to act smart, claiming you calculated it all, nearly putting us in danger. That's unforgivable. The police should be reasonable, shouldn't they? I've already told you where the criminals are, and I never said I was lying. What can I do if you don't believe me?" Chun-Yi couldn't help but argue. These officers were too quick to judge by appearances. "You make a fair point." Luo Yan's words eased Chun-Yi's mind for a moment, but what came next made him tense up again. "Still, the matter of you harassing me is a separate issue." "Harassing you? You're really spinning tales now. You were the one who started it." Chun-Yi was furious. This woman was utterly unreasonable. "I started it? Where's your proof?" Luo Yin retorted slyly. "Then what proof do you have that I harassed you?" Chun-Yi retorted defiantly, refusing to back down. Luo Yin curled her lips slightly, as if she'd anticipated Chun-Yi's response, and said, "Of course I have evidence. Your fingerprints are all over my hands, face, chest, well, my body." Chun-Yi felt he had fallen into this woman's trap from the very beginning. Furious, he snapped, "Just what do you want?" "Nothing much. I just don't want to be taken advantage of. There's a saying, a woman should treat herself well." "Chun-Yi, I originally wanted to beat you up, but I realized you're surprisingly skilled. I'm no match for you." Luo Yin sounded helpless, though Chunyi didn't buy it. This woman was terrifyingly shrewd. She definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. Since I can't beat you, why don't you slap yourself a few times? You can stop when I'm satisfied, Luo Yin said nonchalantly. Slap himself? What kind of twisted idea was that? If word got out, Chunyi might as well quit the Feng Shui street scene altogether and slink off to some no-name place where nobody knew him. She didn't act like a cop at all, more like some street gang's queen bee. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Was it really necessary to go this far over an accidental touch? A flicker of anger rose in his heart as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Officer, isn't this asking too much of me? Luo Yin flashed a radiant smile, breathtakingly beautiful. But in Chunyi's eyes, it was no different than a venomous snake baring its fangs, deceptively gorgeous, yet lethally dangerous. What's wrong? Can't do it. I can't. The two locked gazes for a long moment, neither willing to yield. Suddenly Luo Yin burst into soft laughter. Kid, you're too funny. Did you really think I wanted you to slap yourself? Chunyi was furious, cursing in his heart. You damned witch, you devil. Why the hell didn't you say earlier it was just a joke? Let's change the terms. What terms? It's simple. Just tell me how you discovered the robbers, and I'll forgive you. Luo Yin proposed a straightforward condition. And don't give me any nonsense about heaven's secrets mustn't be revealed. We both know all that divination and feng shui of yours is just a bunch of scams. Luo Yin's expression carried a warning. Big sis, I really did calculate it. You all searched for so long and couldn't find them. Do you think I'm some reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, effortlessly cracking cases? Chunyi replied bitterly. Sometimes, the truth is harder to believe than lies. You stubborn charlatan, don't blame me if I start shouting again. Luo Yin clearly didn't believe Chunyi. What are you shouting about? Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out behind Chunyi, startling him. Chief Lu was approaching from not far away and had overheard their conversation. Nothing at all, Chunyi replied guiltily. If he couldn't even handle one female officer, how was he supposed to deal with this old fox too? This was asking for trouble. Fortunately, Chunyi's professional instincts kicked in. With a quick turn of his mind, he came up with a lie on the spot. I was just asking this officer to escort me home. Carrying 100,000 yuan in cash makes me nervous, and this officer here has some urgent matters to attend to. I was about to ask for someone else to help. Haha, Luo Yin, this is your fault. Chief Lu laughed. Chunyi helped us crack the case, so it's only right we help him once too. Whatever you're working on can wait. See Chunyi home first. Yes, Chief Lu. Luo Yin saluted. I really have a big mouth. Chunyi wished he could slap himself twice. Now he'd fallen right into the clutches of this she-devil. Chapter 4. A different kind of charlatan. With no other options left, Chunyi could only obediently board Luo Yin's pirate ship. Really planning to stay stubborn till the end? Once we're out of the police station, this will carry even more weight. Luo Yin continued with persuasive reasoning. Chunyi said, What's in it for you? Aren't you afraid of what people might say? This woman must either be a pervert or mentally ill. Who in their right mind would willingly throw mud at themselves and take such delight in it? Luo Yin, who was driving, burst into loud laughter, her voice piercingly clear and utterly unrestrained. If you have to bother about what everyone else thinks, what's the point of being alive? Chunyi offered no comment, pretending he hadn't heard her. She was practically a demon. Only someone with an incredibly strong psyche could pull off something like this. The police car stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. The mottled walls were overgrown with clumps of weeds, standing in stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of Quansheng, the provincial capital, as if they belonged to two separate worlds. Luo Yin asked curiously, Sunrise home? This is where you live? No, this is where I grew up. I haven't lived here for a long time. Chunyi replied impatiently. All right, Officer Luo, thanks for bringing me back. If there's nothing else, I'll head off now. Did you forget you still owe me an answer? Luo Yin's persistence was truly remarkable. Chunyi had spent the entire journey matching wits with her, yet he still hadn't managed to shake her determination. This woman was terrifyingly stubborn. No matter how much he talked himself hoarse, she remained unmoved, adamant that he hadn't come clean yet. In his 3 years of professional practice, he had never encountered someone so relentlessly single-minded. He was beginning to doubt whether this high-profile trip had been a mistake. Big sister, I swear I calculated it. I'm not lying to you. Chun, he was nearly in tears. Fine then, I'll go in with you. Without waiting for a response, Luo Yin got out of the car, pushed open the doors of Sunrise Home, and marched inside. Hey, Chun, he didn't have time to stop her and could only follow her back in. Sunrise Home was an orphanage, the place that had raised Chun Yi until he was 16. Though the name sounded pleasant, in reality, it was just a dilapidated slum comprised of a few tiled houses. It was a private orphanage established by the couple Li Haoran and Lu Aijiao, receiving almost no government subsidies. They've always struggled with shortages of clothing and food, barely managing to support 20 children on meager resources. Chun Yi's childhood dream was to build a beautiful new building for the orphanage, but many years had passed, and it remained the same few tiled roof houses, only more dilapidated now. Gao Shengzi, you came at just the right time. I was just about to make dumplings. As soon as Chun Yi and Luo Yin entered, they saw a man and a woman, both around 50 years old, leading 7 or 8 children in wrapping dumplings. The man was Li Haoran, the orphanage director. The woman was the caretaker, whom Chun Yi usually called Aunt Wang. Gao Shengzi was Chun Yi's childhood nickname, and even now that he'd grown up, Li Haoran still couldn't break the habit of calling him that. Chun, he didn't mind. He never found the name particularly vulgar, but instead felt a certain fondness for it. No wonder I could smell something delicious from far away. You're making dumplings, Chun Yi laughed. Lu Haoran chuckled and teased. What kind of nose do you have, kid, to smell the dumpling filling from that far? Since Uncle Lu named me dog's leftovers, of course I've got a good nose, Chun Yi replied without taking offense. Who's this? Aunt Wang's sharp eyes noticed Chun Yi hadn't come alone this time, bringing along a pretty young woman. Her name's Luo Yin, just a friend who happened to come along, Chun Yi answered evasively. A friend? Aunt Wang gave Chun Yi a skeptical look. She'd never seen him bring any friends before, let alone female ones. Could she be Chun Yi's girlfriend? Aunt Wang's mind raced with wild guesses, but seeing Luo Yin dressed in full police uniform and so strikingly beautiful, it still seemed highly unlikely. It's hard enough for an orphanage kid to find a partner, let alone land such a pretty policewoman. Perfect timing. Join us for dinner. We were just saying we made too much filling. Looks like someone arrived right on cue, Annie Wang said cheerfully, determined to treat the guest properly regardless of whether she was Chun Yi's girlfriend. If Chun Yi actually had the skills to sweet-talk this girl into being with him, Annie Wang would be delighted. Like the Li Haoran couple, she'd grown very fond of Chun Yi, this polite, grateful, warm-hearted young man. In many ways, they'd all come to treat him like family. Who doesn't wish for their child to succeed? This success includes both a thriving career and a happy love life. As the saying goes, 3 years reveals the man. Chun Yi grew up under Aunt Wang's care, and she understood his character and temperament best. She knew that no matter who became Chun Yi's wife, she would never have to endure hardship for a lifetime. He may have his flaws and bad habits. His background isn't great. He's an orphan without a steady job. But he has a heart full of gratitude. Among all the children who left the orphanage, how many would come back regularly to visit and bring toys for the kids? How many people would hand over the bulk of their earnings to an orphanage, keeping just a few $100 for themselves? If he treats the orphanage like this, would he treat his wife any worse? Annie Wang, there's no need. We still have some matters to attend to. We just need to discuss a few things, and we'll be leaving soon. Chun Yi had no idea what Annie Wang was thinking. If he had known, he probably would have run even faster. One should never judge a woman by her appearance, especially a beautiful woman. More often than not, behind a face that could topple cities lies a heart of mischief. It's fine, nothing urgent anyway. We could talk about it tomorrow. Actually, I haven't had dumplings in ages. Perfect timing to join you. Luo Yin demonstratively shot Chun Yi a glare, then walked to the water faucet without ceremony, as if this were her own home, washed her hands, and joined the dumpling-making battalion. Chun Yi sighed inwardly. This woman was downright fiendish, gorgeous, incredibly skilled, and worst of all, capable of shamelessness at the drop of a hat. Whoever married her someday had better not fool around behind her back, unless they wanted to discover firsthand what hell looked like. How's business lately, Gao Shengzi? Huh? Oh, not bad. Just made a decent profit. Li Haoran's voice interrupted Chun Yi's gloomy musings. At least part of little Nan Nan's medical bills are covered now. Damn, nearly forgot the real reason he was here. Sigh. Li Haoran exhaled heavily. Chun Yi, you need to start planning for yourself too. You're at the age to settle down. Don't just funnel all your money to us. Keep some for yourself. Uncle Li, I know about this, but aren't we facing difficulties right now? Little Nan Nan is still in the hospital waiting for a kidney transplant. I can't just keep the money and ignore her, can I? Li Haoran had said these words countless times. In his eyes, Chun Yi and the other orphans were all his children, no different from his own. He couldn't bear to see any of them suffer. But when will this ever end? Yesterday, I went to the city government again, hoping they could allocate some funds, but the result was, oh. Though Li Haoran didn't finish his sentence, Chun Yi knew exactly how it went. The usual excuses about the city's financial hardships, having no spare funds to support the orphanage, and asking them to wait a little longer. Ha ha, Uncle Li, you'd never guess. Nanan's medical bills are half paid for now. Chun Yi hadn't expected much help from the city government anyway. After struggling through 20-odd years like this, he knew ultimately he could only rely on himself. Half. The kidney transplant costs 200,000 yuan. Are you saying you earned 100,000? Li Haoran stared at Chun Yi in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief and suspicion. Chun Yi had seen that look far too often today, from the police station to Luo Yin and now Li Haoran, as if he were truly some unreliable good-for-nothing. Look, Chun Yi didn't waste words, directly pulling out the police reward notice from a canvas bag. 10 crisp bundles of 100 yuan bills, brand new. This. Li Haoran held the money with trembling hands. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Even though he knew Chun Yi wouldn't do such a thing, this was simply too shocking. He was well aware of Chun Yi's circumstances, just setting up a street stall, telling fortunes, and reading feng shui. How could he possibly come up with 100,000 yuan all at once? Uncle Li, this money was earned through legitimate means. Chun Yi helped the police crack a case and receive the reward. Luo Yin rarely found herself standing on the same side as Chun Yi. She had heard their entire conversation clearly and never expected this charlatan would donate the entire 100,000 yuan bounty to the orphanage without keeping a single cent. Even though he grew up here, this wasn't something just anyone would do. Without realizing it, Luo Yan's gaze toward Chun Yi now held something new. Really? Of course it's true. I personally apprehended the criminal, Luo Yin assured. Clearly, Luo Yin in full police uniform was far more convincing than Chun Yi. Chun Yi, you've really done the orphanage a huge favor. The kidney arrived 2 days ago, but we couldn't come up with a surgery fee and had to delay it. Li Haoran's eyes grew slightly moist. He looked at Chun Yi, his face filled with heartfelt relief. Don't wait for me later. I'll rush the money to the hospital first. Aunt Lu will be over the moon when she finds out. Aunt Lu Aijiao hadn't gone mad with joy yet, but Li Haoran was already ecstatic. The surgery fees for little Nan Nan had been weighing on them for over a year. Now, half the burden was finally lifted. He planned to organize another charity drive in a couple of days. Combined with what they already had set aside, they should be able to scrape together the full amount. Li Haoran refused to waste even a minute, darting out like the wind. He mounted his rattling old bicycle and sped straight toward the hospital. Old Li, at his age, still has that impatient temperament. Some things never change. Aunt Wang watched Li Haoran's retreating figure riding off on his rickety bicycle with amusement, though a trace of concern quickly crossed her face. Is it safe for him to be carrying 100,000 yuan all alone? Chun Yi thought for a moment and said, it should be fine. Who'd ever suspect penniless Uncle Li would be carrying 100,000 yuan in cash? That made sense. Everyone in the neighborhood knew how poorly the orphanage was doing. Li Haoran barely had 2 coins to rub together. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be riding that 20-year-old Phoenix brand bicycle. Yeah, you're right. Listen to you. Goxing's grown up and thinks things through better than we do. Aunt Wang eyed Chun Yi's upright posture with a smile. Who's this little Nan Nan? Another child from the orphanage. Even with Luo Yan's exceptionally high IQ and EQ, she now found herself bewildered, feeling everything was unreal. You don't know yet? Aunt Wang glanced at Chun Yi, her gaze questioning. Though she didn't believe there was anything special between this policewoman and Chun Yi, one could never be too sure about these things. Chun-Yi naturally understood what she meant. She must have mistaken his relationship with Luo Yin and was worried he was secretly bringing money behind her back. Little Nanan is an abandoned child with congenital kidney failure. She was left at the orphanage doorstep last year, and we adopted her. So you took the reward money just to pay for her treatment? Yeah, what else did you think? Who'd go to the police station looking for trouble without a reason? So you were advertising yourself at the police station just to earn more money for Nanan's treatment? Despite how plainly obvious the situation was, Luo Yin still found it hard to believe. This fortune-telling scumbag had so many untold stories behind him, and he wasn't as despicable as she'd imagined. Never thought I'd be this great, huh? Chun-Yi struck a pose that he thought was cool, but actually looked quite foolish. Yes, very great. Surprisingly, Luo Yin didn't argue with Chun-Yi this time, which made him feel quite unsettled. All right, let's hurry up and make the dumplings. After we eat, Chun-Yi, you could take some to the hospital for them. Aunt Wong said cheerfully, pleased to see the two not quarreling. Many hands make light work. Although there were over 20 mouths to feed at the orphanage, there were also plenty of children who could help. With 7 or 8 people working together, everything was ready in less than an hour, waiting for the dumplings to be cooked. I didn't know you could make dumplings, and decent ones at that, Luo Yin said with a laugh as she and Chun-Yi helped Aunt Wong with the preparations. Of course, humility seemed incompatible with Chun-Yi. Whenever someone praised him, whether sincerely or not, he'd take all the compliments without question. I'm the little oracle of Quan Sheng, versed in everything from astronomy to geography, mastering yin-yang philosophy and the 8 trigrams. There's nothing great or small that escapes my expertise. Luo Yin rolled her eyes at Chun-Yi's bragging. Give him an inch, and he'd take a mile. Clang, clang, clang. Chun-Yi's classic battered old Nokia rang out. Chun-Yi, come to the hospital quick. The money. Someone stole the money. Li Haoran's tearful voice came through the phone. Chapter 5, Uncertain Fortune. The money was stolen? Not only was Chun-Yi dumbfounded, but Aunt Wong and Luo Yin were equally stunned. The hard-earned money had actually been stolen. Who could be so vile as to steal money meant for life-saving treatment right at the hospital? Uncle Li, don't panic yet. Tell me exactly what happened. He didn't even stop to greet them as he ran while speaking. I was about to hand over the money when I suddenly realized the cash in the bag was gone. Someone had switched it with a brick. What were you doing right before that? I didn't do anything. Just went to the restroom. Those damned thieves must have stolen it there. Those godforsaken bandits. The normally refined Li Haoran kept cursing furiously. Get in the car. Luo Yin was quicker than Chun-Yi, starting up the security vehicle and blaring the siren as he sped towards Central Hospital with Chun-Yi in tow. Though he knew the pickpocket must have already fled and wouldn't linger waiting for officers, the faster they arrived, the greater the chance of recovering the stolen items. Chun-Yi remained expressionless throughout the ride, eyes closed in contemplation, his fingers ceaselessly tracing calculations. Great strength hexagram, body trigram Zhen, action trigram Qian, second Yao in motion, changing to Li trigram, with mutual hexagrams Qian and Dui. Chun-Yi casually cast a hexagram, obtaining the great strength hexagram, and couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows. The interaction between substance and function indicates opposition, suggesting lost items are easily found. But the changing hexagram becomes Li, representing fire, while the original Zhen signifies wood. Fire drains wood's energy, ominous. The mutual hexagrams show both Qian and Dui, both metal elements that further restrain wood, making the hexagram's meaning even more elusive. Qian represents elders or leaders, though the robber is only 3 years older and not elderly. As the leader of a criminal gang, he fits this changing hexagram's Qian symbolism. But what does the changing hexagram Dui signify? Chun-Yi couldn't puzzle it out at the moment. Not only that, but the entire hexagram also revealed another layer of meaning. The body trigram Zhen also signifies the eldest son, which in this context precisely corresponded to Chun-Yi, yet was fiercely restrained by the application hexagram and the mutual hexagram, an extremely ominous sign. A classic case of a single hexagram conveying dual meanings, utterly elusive. What are you muttering about? Luo Yin, who was driving, asked in confusion upon hearing this. I just cast a hexagram and am interpreting its implications. Master, can the money be recovered? Why didn't you divine this earlier? Then the money wouldn't have been lost. Though Luo Yin knew now wasn't the time for teasing, she couldn't resist mocking Chun Yi for his charlatan tendencies. Chun Yi rolled his eyes. There's a saying in divination: consult only when troubled, never trifle with fate. You can only cast hexagrams for extraordinary matters. Otherwise, it's utterly pointless. Did you think divination is like cabbages in a marketplace, something you can pick and choose at will? Fine. Then tell me, can the lost money be recovered? Luo Yin knew wrangling with this kid was a waste of breath. He made his living with smooth talk. Beating him at his own game would be nothing short of a miracle. According to the hexagram, the money should be recoverable, but there are too many variables. The heavens' designs are hard to predict. There's a high likelihood of unexpected twists. Whether the outcome is good or bad is still up in the air. Vague and non-committal. You might as well have said nothing at all. Typical hustler's trick, Luo Yin snapped irritably. Chun Yi didn't argue, as no words could be as convincing as results. Though the divination signs were elusive, he still felt somewhat confident in his heart. He wasn't merely a fortune teller. He was even more proficient in feng shui. Divination predicts fortune and misfortune, while feng shui can shape the very universe. Fortunes revealed through divination can, to some extent, be mitigated through feng shui interventions, especially when performed by a master practitioner, with even more pronounced effects. The two remained silent throughout the journey as the patrol car raced toward Quanqing City Hospital at breakneck speed. How could I be so careless? How could I be so careless? When Chun Yi and Luo Yin rushed to the hospital, Li Haoran was crouching miserably by the entrance, relentlessly blaming himself. Uncle Li, don't worry. We'll get the money back. Chun Yi walked over and grasped Li Haoran's hands reassuringly. Really, it can really be recovered? The simple, honestly, Haoran had completely lost his composure. Hearing Chun Yi's words was like clutching at a life-saving straw. Of course it's true. I just consulted the divination. The hexagrams clearly show the money will be recovered. That's good. That's really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face little Nan-Nan, a trembling Li Haoran said in a panic, as if the money had truly been recovered. Enough of this. If we delay any longer, the pickpocket might flee beyond Quancheng. Luo Yin, unmoved by Chun Yi's charismatic persuasion, immediately cut short their conversation. Yes, Officer Luo is right. We mustn't waste any more time. Li Haoran quickly agreed, nodding emphatically. Without further delay, Luo Yin went straight to the hospital surveillance room, showed her badge, and began reviewing the footage captured by the cameras. They concluded the money had been stolen in the restroom. But since there were no cameras in the restroom, this made the task considerably more difficult. Luo Yin sat in the surveillance room, her expression serious and attentive as she carefully observed the monitor facing the restroom. Have you seen this man before? Luo Yin paused the footage, pointing to a figure in the frame, a man with a backpack, wearing a baseball cap that revealed only half his face. Him. Li Haoran furrowed his brows with suspicion, then clenched his teeth and said, he was right next to me the whole time, even talked to me for a while. No mistake here. Luo Yin's face remained tense as she said, this guy is called Thief 3. He's the leader of a pickpocket ring. We've had our eyes on him for a while, but lack the evidence to arrest him. Plus, his hideout is a mystery, only that it's somewhere in the southern suburbs. Southern suburbs? South corresponds to Li. Fits perfectly with the divination. Chun Yi muttered something no one else understood. Take me to the southern suburbs. Let me see if I can find it. If Thief 3 lived in the southern suburbs, then Feng Shui might just reveal some clues about his hideout. Luo Yin was puzzled. We've urgently deployed for 3 operations, only catching small fry, never managing to apprehend Thief San. What exactly can you do? Have you forgotten? The robbers who hit the jewelry store. You couldn't catch them for the longest time either. Luo Yin frowned. She didn't truly believe Chun Yi's divination could predict the robbers' hideout. So where was this confidence of his coming from now? Never mind all that. Chun Yi sensed her skepticism. I can't guarantee they'll be caught, but it's better than doing nothing at all. All right, I'll trust you this once, Luo Yin said decisively, striding ahead toward the parking lot. She was intensely curious about how Chun Yi planned to locate those robbers, so much so that she'd even sacrificed her dignity framed Chun-Yi and stubbornly stuck with him. Now, she finally had the chance to witness his magic, and it made her pulse race. Chun-Yi's expression was unreadable. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely confident about finding Zhe-san. Without ever having met the man or knowing his birth details, locating him in the vast sea of humanity was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was worth noting that when Chun-Yi had searched for those robbers before, it had taken him a solid week, employing divination, geomancy, and other techniques along the way. Head to the southern suburbs, the area you've pinpointed, Chun-Yi said as he got into the car. The largest clothing wholesale market in Quancheng was located in the southern suburbs, where the foot traffic was immense, with all sorts of people coming and going. It was indeed a clever move for Thief 3 to hide here. Luo Yin had already notified the constables from the Public Safety Bureau to gather at the southern suburbs while on the way. Are you really sure about this? My colleagues don't have a good impression of you. If things go south, they definitely won't go easy on you. Arriving at the southern suburbs, Luo Yin looked at the bustling crowd and said, "Hard to say." Chun-Yi answered very honestly. Indeed, he had some confidence, but not much. Finding the thief in such a short time frame would be extremely difficult. Not sure. Luo Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, suppressing her anger with effort. You're not going to make us come all this way for nothing, are you? I never asked you to call for backup, Chun-Yi said irresponsibly. Luo Yin clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and barely restrained the urge to beat him up. Where are we going now? She asked. Don't know. Then why did you ask me to come? How else are we supposed to find him? Then tell me where exactly to look. If we knew where to look, it wouldn't be called searching. It'd be called catching. 2 hours later, Luo Yin had driven through nearly every street, alley, and remote corner of the southern suburbs, while Chun-Yi hadn't stepped out of the car once. Luo Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. Was this a manhunt or a sightseeing tour? All right, we've covered the southern suburbs. Did you spot anything? Luo Yin asked. No, nothing at all. If you can tell just by looking from the car, aren't you basically a deity? Luo Yin said irritably. Otherwise, why would they call me Chun, the half-immortal? Further south, shouldn't be far now. Still further south? We're almost leaving Quancheng City at this point. Got a better idea? Luo Yin gave orders to the 3 trailing minivans and dozen-plus officers behind them to keep following at a distance without closing in. Right now, we're not arresting people. We're locating them. If we mobilize en masse, we might spook the pickpockets and let them prepare defenses. Continuing south along the southern suburbs, we arrived at a village beneath a small hill. The village nestled against the mountain, with a small lake to the east. The tidy, picturesque environment made it hard to imagine it bordered the noisy, crowded Spring City. If one had a nitpick, it would be the scattered graves dotting the hillside. But there was no helping it. With Spring City's population of millions, not even the smallest resource could go to waste, let alone such a charming little hillock. Captain Luo, is that fortune teller tagging along reliable? This doesn't feel like an arrest operation. Might as well be window shopping. Yeah, Captain Luo, just now we were street patrolling, and now we're out here, hiking in the suburbs. From Luo Yan's walkie-talkie came the continuous grumbling of the security officers. They had just cracked a major case and were about to take a break, but before they could even finish the paperwork, they were dragged out again. If there were actual solid leads, it wouldn't have been a problem. Just part of their duty as security officers. But now, having to chaperone this fortune-telling charlatan on a shopping and hiking trip was more than they could bear. Shut up, all of you. If we crack this case too and report both together, a collective second-class merit should be no problem. Stay sharp. Luo Yan's authority over her subordinates was quite effective. As soon as she spoke, the walkie-talkies instantly fell silent and everyone closed their mouths. Chun-Yi, you see the situation. I don't have much time to wander around with you. We have at most half an hour left, or we'll all have to go back. Luo Yin turned her head to speak to Chun-Yi. She felt deeply disappointed in him now. She had originally planned to secretly learn some skills from him, but the result turned out to be utterly disappointing. Half an hour? Maybe not even that. We're ready now. Chun-Yi stared intently at the cluster of single-story houses ahead. These houses appeared no different from the others in the village, except for their easternmost location. Beyond them stretched only a modest-sized lake with no further dwellings. Northeast of the houses, several small grave mounds disrupted the peaceful scenery, standing out starkly against their surroundings. The DUI trigram symbolizes dwellings near water, and these dozen lakeside houses precisely match the description of residences near marshes. So he could say with certainty that the thief was hiding within these dozen or so residences. Chapter 6. The Unlucky Door Faces Defeat. What do you mean? Luo Yin frowned and asked, "You're planning to go back now?" Chun-Yi got out of the car and pointed at the house in front of them, giving her an unexpected answer. "Go back? Of course not. Unless I'm mistaken, the third thief is right here." "Here?" Luo Yin looked around in bewilderment. Green mountains formed the spine while clear waters created pools, an exceptionally peaceful scene. There were no big character posters or any other notices declaring, "The third thief is here," to be seen anywhere. Percent. I bet this guy is just making things up. Besides, even if the thief is hiding here, there's still a technical issue that's hard to solve. Luo Yin sneered. There are over a dozen households here. Before you could finish searching them one by one, he would have already escaped. Is this your plan, coming up with excuses for not being able to find him? Their several attempts to capture the thief had all ended in failure, and she knew better than anyone just how cunning their leader was. So when she saw Chun-Yi casually locate the thief's hideout with such ease, she simply couldn't believe it, down to her very bones. Chun-Yi gave a wry smile when he heard this. Dealing with government officials truly required so much mental energy. Who would have thought this woman could have so many twists and turns in her mind? There's no need to search them one by one. If I'm not mistaken, the thieves should be hiding right there. Chun-Yi pointed at a house on the very edge of the neighborhood. Reasons? Luo Yin's words were simple. You would understand even if I told you. Chun-Yi also demonstrated remarkable brevity with his response. Chun-Yi's response made Luo Yin so furious that her teeth ached with the urge to slap him twice hard, to teach him some manners and how to speak properly. How could anyone understand if you don't explain? Luo Yin practically spat the words through clenched teeth. Seeing how Luo Yin was about to explode, Chun-Yi realized he'd pushed too far and quickly interpreted the divination's meaning in terms she could understand. There are over a dozen households here. So how did you know the robber was definitely hiding in that particular house? Luo Yin's anger subsided slightly as she voiced her biggest question. See that graveyard over there? It's positioned right at the Cho Gate in the northeast of this house. Chun-Yi pointed at those conspicuous graves. In feng shui, the Cho Gate is connected to imprisonment and criminals. If a house has issues at its Cho Gate, the homeowner is bound to commit violent theft and face imprisonment. Graves are considered yin dwellings, inherently in conflict with yang dwellings, a major taboo. And since they're located precisely at its Cho Gate, there's absolutely something wrong with that family. How confident are you? What if I told you I'm 100% certain? I don't believe you. Then why ask? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know once you go in and see. Sometimes when people tell the truth, no one believes them. And for Chun-Yi, this phenomenon is especially severe. In modern society, most people regard feng shui and divination as deceitful tricks. As for the minority who do believe, they've mostly been fooled by so-called masters and experts, making the already struggling traditions of feng shui and divination even more marginalized. After a brief consideration, Luo Yin decided not to notify the security officers trailing a few hundred meters behind and instead went straight up to knock on the door. Chun-Yi naturally understood what Luo Yin meant, but he could only watch helplessly. Before long, a young man with dyed blonde hair stepped out, his tone unfriendly. I'm a peace officer. Luo Yin flashed her badge. Security officer? Huang Mao felt a sudden pang in his heart. Master just made a huge fortune, and now lawkeepers knock so soon at the door. Could it be that even this ever-so-shrewd master, who's always had them running in circles, slipped up this time? Thief 3 was Huang Mao's savior. 5 years ago, Huang Mao and his older brother were just small-time street thugs. During a brawl, when they were being chased and beaten, it was Thief 3, who happened to be passing by, who rescued them and later imparted his divine thieving techniques. Over the past few years, Huang Mao had been living the high life alongside his master, indulging in luxuries. Even though they came dangerously close to getting caught several times, they always managed to slip through unscathed, each crisis miraculously resolved by Thief San. A year ago, Big Bro vanished without a trace for some unknown reason, leaving Huang Mao to regard Thief 3 as his only family. Now that the public security officers had come knocking, they were clearly up to no good. As a disciple, it was only natural for him to stand up for his master. Otherwise, if word got out that he betrayed his master for personal gain, his reputation in the trade would be ruined. The panic on Huang Mao's face disappeared in a flash as he steeled himself. Immediately stepping in front of Luo Yin, he shouted loudly, "Think your hot shit just caused your security officers? You're nothing but dogs in uniforms who bite anyone they please." His voice was deliberately loud, partly to bolster his own courage, and partly to give the masters and fellow apprentices inside the house a heads up. The public security officers were here. "Move aside." Luo Yin was furious. No one would feel comfortable being scolded for no reason, let alone enduring insults aimed at their profession and beliefs. But what could be done? Swearing at someone isn't against the law. You think I'll just let you in when you say so? Do you have a search warrant? Otherwise, I'll sue you for law enforcement misconduct. The blonde thug had initially wanted to cite a specific legal term, but due to his limited education, law enforcement misconduct was the best phrase he could dig out from the depths of his mind. Luo Yin found himself in a bind. He'd left in such a hurry that he hadn't brought a search warrant. Without a warrant, protocol strictly prohibited conducting a forced search. Unless there was a special emergency situation that could be addressed later, she had no intention of doing so. They couldn't just forcefully search based solely on Chen Yi's words. Doing so would require follow-up applications, reporting, and written explanations afterward. A real hassle. Though she was furious with the yellow-haired guy, she had already started leaning toward backing off in her heart. What sort of person was Chun Yi? A notorious big bluffer on Feng Shui Street, rubbing shoulders with all sorts of shady characters. He had a sharp eye for reading people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned that bluffer reputation. The moment Huang Mao appeared, he sensed the guy had something to hide. Combined with his earlier Feng Shui analysis, he was about 80 to 90% certain the thieves were hiding inside the house. Likewise, the brief hesitation from Luo Yin told him exactly what was going through her mind. Half measures weren't his style. Since Luo Yin couldn't make up her mind, he'd just have to give her an extra push. "Let's see you try and stop me." Chun Yi stepped out from behind, grabbed the blondie's arm, twisted it forcefully, and pinned him to the ground. "Ouch, ouch. My arm's broken. Please go easy. I admit I was wrong, okay?" The blondie immediately let out a pig-slaughtering screech. "What are you doing?" Only then did Luo Yin snap out of her shock, staring at Chun Yi with a mix of astonishment and anger. "He's blocking us from going in. There must be something fishy inside." Chun Yi acted like an impulsive hothead. But even without evidence, you can't just hit someone, can you? At the Public Security Bureau, didn't you hit me without evidence too? Chun Yi spoke with a tone of grievance, leaving Luo Yin speechless. She could only glare at him resentfully before grabbing her walkie-talkie and signaling the officers backing them up to request immediate reinforcements. Chapter 7. The Divination Comes True, Part 1. "Master, the cops are here. You run first. We'll hold them off for you." Inside the room were 3 people. One of them was the burglar named Thief 3, whom Chun Yi and Luo Yin had seen in the hospital surveillance room. The other 2 were young men in their early 20s, one called Fu Sheng, the other Man Yin, both apprentices taken in by Thief 3. The yellow-haired man's scream drew the attention of those inside the house, and the other 2 apprentices of Thief 3 looked anxious. "Front? Since the officers have come knocking, they must have set up an inescapable net. Who could possibly escape?" Thief 3 took a sip of tea, his brow furrowed. Having dealt with the police for decades, he knew that once they took action, it would be swift and thunderous, leaving no room for escape. As the saying goes, for every foot the law advances, crime rises by 10. Thief 3, who had walked by the river too often, had long prepared for the possibility of getting his feet wet. Taking on these apprentices was precisely for this reason. What should we do? Are we supposed to just surrender? One of Zaisan's disciples, named Fuxing, spoke up. What are you afraid of? Look at your pathetic cowardice. Zaisan scoffed coldly, his eyes flashing with displeasure. I taught you all these skills, and now that your master needs you, you're panicking? When a master faces trouble, naturally it's the disciples who step forward. This was something he'd made clear when he took them on as apprentices. Yes, master's right. The officers might not be here for us. Maybe it's something else, said another disciple named Horseyear. Thief 3 glanced at Horseyear and nodded inwardly, seeing how calm and composed he was, speaking with reason. This apprentice was clearly better than the panicky Fu Sheng. He might even teach him a few more tricks when the chance arose. Old Horse is absolutely right. Thief 3, a seasoned underworld figure, chimed in, recognizing the importance of calming nerves at this critical moment. The cops aren't necessarily here for us. Otherwise, how could Blondie have gotten outside unharmed? Even if they are after us, he continued reassuringly. Little Fu, you just do a 2-year stretch at most, and when you're out, there'll be no shortage of benefits waiting for you. With just a few words, Thief San laid out his plan to pin the crime on Fuxing, instantly draining the color from Fuxing's face and leaving his legs trembling uncontrollably. Who'd willingly go to jail if they had a choice? If possible, Fuxing would rather have Zaisan executed than become the scapegoat himself. But remembering Zaisan's ruthlessness, Fuxing could only bury this thought deep in his heart. A year ago, Huang Mao's elder brother had completely vanished after exchanging just a few words with Zaisan. Though Zaisan claimed the man had left to start his own gang in another city due to disobeying orders, both Fuxing and Manian knew the truth. Zaisan had killed him, and they were the ones who buried the body. Only Huang Mao remained unaware. Let's go out and take a look. The more critical the moment, the calmer we must be. Zaisan was the first to rise and walk out. Luo Yin and Chun, he had just subdued the blonde-haired youth and handcuffed him when 3 men emerged from the house, led by none other than the thief they were looking for, Zaisan. Zaisan appeared to be around 40 years old, tall and broad-shouldered with a wide face and prominent nose. His appearance gave no hint that he was a thief, which had been a key factor in his repeated success. Luo Yin was slightly surprised. Chun Yi called it perfectly. Zaisan was indeed hiding here. She couldn't help but glance at Chun Yi with a meaningful look in her eyes. Might I ask what business brings you two here? The youngster may be a bit reckless, but he hardly seems to have provoked you. Since when do peace officers go around beating people at random? Truly a veteran of the underworld. The moment Thief 3 spoke, he immediately turned the tables against his accusers. Seeing their master remain so composed, the 2 apprentices beside him instantly gained confidence, straightening their backs with renewed arrogance. That's right, master. You gotta stand up for me. I asked these 2 for a search warrant, but not only did they refuse, they beat me up. My arm's broken. The yellow-haired lackey was quick-witted too. Following his master's lead, he immediately recalled their usual extortion tactics and began moaning pitifully, as if his arm were truly shattered. Don't you think your actions are quite overbearing? Or perhaps you simply don't regard us ordinary citizens as worthy of consideration? Zaisan was pleased with Huang Mao's performance. He had already gained the upper hand in the situation. Without a search warrant, it was clear the peace officers weren't specifically targeting him. That meant the odds had shifted in his favor. Given just 10 more minutes, he was confident no evidence would remain, and not a single cent of the 100,000 he'd just pocketed would have to be returned. Zaisan was a seasoned rogue, a cunning old fox of the underworld. Luo Yin was no pushover either. After 3 years as a peace officer, she'd encountered every type of criminal. And by her side was Chun Yi, who liked to play the fool, but was sharper than a monkey at his core. Naturally, they wouldn't be intimidated by Zaisan's empty bluster. How could I possibly disregard the concerns of ordinary citizens? Luo Yin said teasingly. Chun Yi watched her from the side and suddenly recalled that scene at the Public Security Bureau. Her expression now was exactly the same as back then. This woman must be plotting something mischievous again in her heart. However, while we and the common people are one family, we are sworn enemies with criminals. Officer, you can't just throw around accusations like that. What proof do you have to call us criminals? Thief San's expression darkened, realizing these 2 men were specifically targeting him. Yet he wasn't overly concerned. No matter how formidable or arrogant public security officers might be, they still needed evidence to make a case. It's not like they could just pin crimes on whoever they pleased. Besides, with just the two of them, did they really think they could capture him? Evidence? Let me search this place, and I'll naturally produce your evidence for you. From the moment Luo Yin laid eyes on Thief 3, he made up his mind. Forget about search warrants for now. Take the man in first. If he slipped away this time, who knew when they'd get another chance to nab him again? At worst, they could always issue one retroactively. At first, she hesitated to do it, afraid of stirring up trouble for nothing. But now it was different. She'd already seen him. How could she possibly let him off so easily? Luo Yin finished speaking and headed into the house. If you don't have a search warrant, don't even think about taking one step forward. How do I know you're not some thief impersonating an officer? Thief Sin naturally wouldn't let Luo Yin and Chun Yi enter to conduct a search. Wouldn't that just expose everything if they searched? With one step, he blocked Luo Yan's path, while the two disciples behind him positioned themselves squarely in front of Chun Yi. 3 against 2, they held the advantage. Little Ma, Little Fu, those two are obviously robbers disguised as security officers. Let's seize them and hand them over to the authorities. We'll be credited for our service. Thief 3 spoke so convincingly that even the crime of assaulting security officers was twisted into sounding like an act of merit. Man Yin and Fu Sheng stepped forward, poised to strike. Freeze! Hands up! The patrol officers who had been following behind finally caught up. Seeing that things were about to turn violent, they immediately drew their firearms without hesitation. Captain Luo, we've struck gold again. It's really Thief San, chuckled Zhang Fei, the deputy captain of the patrol team. He raised a finger as thick as a rolling pin, pointing at Thief San and his gang, and ordered, handcuff them all. If they dare resist, don't hold back, boys. True to his name, Deputy Captain Zhang Fei embodied the fierce aura of the legendary Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms, towering like a dark pagoda, with a voice like a mighty bell, exuding an intimidating presence. His actions were just as swift and decisive. What right do you have to arrest us? Where's your evidence? Thief Sin thought about making his final stand. Evidence? Just go in and search. We'll always find evidence, Zhang Fei said nonchalantly. Then do you have a search warrant? Search warrant. Zhang Fei shot a glance at Thief San and sneered. Old man, have you lost your mind? We can just issue one retroactively. Right now, what matters most is you. Mark my words, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Just never managed to track down your hideout. Search. Several officers quickly moved past them and entered the house. Ah, Chun Yi, right? You've really done us a huge favor this time. Zhang Fei slapped Chun Yi on the shoulder so hard he nearly sent him to the ground. And it's better than last time. You didn't spout any nonsense that almost got our boys killed. Chun Yi gave an embarrassed smile and said, Big bro, I help you guys find this dude, wondering if there's any reward money. This was what concerned him most. He wasn't angling for some model citizen award. What he really wanted was to pocket as much reward cash as possible. Well, Zhang Fei scratched his head, his dark complexion showing no change in expression. Actually, no. Not every criminal suspect comes with a bounty. So, you're saying this guy's not important enough? Doesn't even qualify for a bounty? Yeah, you could say that. Zhang Fei smacked his lips. It's kind of embarrassing. The conversation between the two was utterly transparent, nearly making the thief spit out blood in frustration. This is fucking outrageous. Is this how you judge someone? Do you have to be wanted with a bounty by the cops to be considered accomplished? Captain, we've found it. Let's go inside and take a look. Luo Yin led the group into the house, bringing along Zai San, Fu Sheng, Man Yin, and Huang Mao. The interior was simply decorated: an 8 immortals table, a few chairs, a television, and a computer. 100,000 yuan was in the TV cabinet. Zayson glared venomously at the sight of the exposed money, especially fixing his gaze on Chun Yi. At this point, even a fool would realize that Chun Yi was the one who had exposed them. Although he had long planned an escape route by pinning the blame on Fu Sheng, even so, he probably couldn't stay in Quanqing anymore. It seemed he'd have to move to another city. After all these years of being a criminal, Thief San had never suffered a loss without retaliation. He secretly vowed in his heart that once the opportunity arose, he would teach Chun Yi a lesson he'd never forget. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you glaring at? Trying to stare us to death. Zhang Fei was thoroughly annoyed by Thief San's arrogance, even after being caught. Congrats, sis. Just wait for your commendation notice. Zhang Fei turned his head to flatter Luo Yin. It seemed this towering iron giant of a man was quite afraid of the woman. Chun Yi wasn't surprised. This woman was practically a fiend. Whoever crossed her path was doomed. There was no way Zhang Fei could stand against her. Zai-san, anything else to say? Where did this 100,000 come from? Luo Yin, who had remained silent until now, put on rubber gloves and walked over to Zai-san with the stack of cash, speaking calmly. What's so strange about this? Is it strange for me to have 100 grand? Don't give me that unidentified huge some nonsense. I want it buying scratch-off lottery tickets. Thief 3 had weathered countless situations big and small, and handled police officers with practiced ease, instantly shutting Luo Yin's mouth. Oh really? Luo Yin looked at Thief 3 with a half-smile that sent chills down his spine. For regular theft cases, you might have actually gotten away with it. But this time, you're out of luck. This 100 grand is the bounty our police department offered to informants. We naturally have the technical means to prove this money isn't yours. A flicker of alarm crossed Thief 3's face. Luckily, he had planned ahead. Otherwise, they'd really have slipped up this time. He shot Fu Sheng a glance that spoke volumes without words. When Thief 3's gaze fell on him, Fu Sheng inwardly protested 100 times over, but cowed by the man's dominance, he could only step forward and hold his nose while admitting guilt. The doer should bear the consequences. I'm the one who did this. Don't take it out on my master. Huang Mao and Man Yin also looked grim. After all, when the rabbit dies, the fox mourns, with shared interests at stake. If it was Fu Sheng today, heaven only knew which of them would be next. You? Do you know how many years you'd get for stealing 100 grand? Zhang Fei nearly jumped out of his seat. Not only him, but Luo Yin and the other officers also looked grim. Their target had been Thief 3, but they never expected him to pull off such a perfect vanishing act. Even Luo Yin had to admit that was impressively well played. The third thief wore a mocking expression, not bothering to conceal it in the slightest. 100,000 yuan, though not a small sum, could buy half a house in the suburbs of Quancheng in the year 2000, but for him, it was far from being a significant financial blow. Chapter 8, The Divination Comes True, Part 2. Officers, my disciple has done wrong, and I hope you can deal with it fairly, without letting personal grudges between us influence your judgment. Thief 3 spoke with sincerity, though his face wore an indifferent expression. This young man is Chun Yi, right? My disciple didn't know the rules and offended you. When I have time, as his master, I'll personally visit to apologize. I hope you won't turn me away at your door. By the end, Zai-san's threatening intent was laid completely bare. Translation: in other words, you just wait, kid. When I come for you, don't be too scared to open the door. Huh. Chun Yi also smiled. Initially, he'd only planned to reclaim that 100,000 yuan without pressing further. After all, one should always leave room for reconciliation in this world. But since this bastard actually intends revenge, then he can't be spared. Are you saying you stole this money? Chun Yi walked up to Fu Sheng, who had confessed his guilt, and asked, So, does that mean you also stole all the other stolen goods in this room? Other stolen goods? What do you mean? Fu Sheng was already overwhelmed with regret and terror, but upon hearing Chun Yi's words, his face turned ashen and cold sweat poured down his back. Luo Yin's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope across his face. Perhaps this guy could really prize something out of him after all. Humph, Fu Sheng, don't fall for this kid's divide and conquer trick. Looking for trouble, are you? Seeing Fu Sheng waver only to then harden his resolve again, like a turtle clinging to an iron weight, Luo Yin couldn't help but fly into a rage. You know full well how I've treated you as your master. Don't listen to outsiders' provocations. When you get out, your master will surely reward you handsomely. Ignoring Luo Yin and the other's murderous stares, the thief San remained as composed as a seasoned villain. Get out? You think you can get out? Chun Yi let out a cold snort, walked to the corner of the room, lightly tapped the ground, then suddenly smashed his fist down upon it. Crack! The floor had actually been smashed into a huge hole by Chun Yi's single punch. Kid, what are you doing? Thief San, who had always been composed, finally showed a change in expression. What am I doing? Looking for your stolen goods, of course. Even with Luo Yan's extensive experience in handling cases, she couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before her. Stacks of Chinese yuan and glimmering gold bars lay conspicuously in the cave. An unexpected windfall. Truly an unexpected windfall. No one could have imagined that the thief San had hidden such a substantial amount of stolen wealth here. Not even his 3 apprentices had suspected it. They took out their money and gold bars one by one, laying them out on the floor. In total, there were 500,000 yuan in cash, 6 gold bars, along with several gold necklaces and a gold watch. All this is worth at least 1 million. 20 years in prison would be letting you off easy, Luo Yan sneered. At this point, the case was essentially concluded. No matter how likable Zhe San might be, there's no way someone would take the fall for him. This is my brother's gold watch. Why do you have it? Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, the blonde suddenly let out a cry of alarm. What did you do to my brother? Answer me. The blonde-haired man's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging in his neck. If not for the police officers holding him back firmly, he would have lunged at Thief 3 to fight to the death. Officers, these are all my master. No, Thief 3's stolen goods. They've got nothing to do with me. Fu Sheng had always resented taking the fall for Thief 3's crimes. Now that he suddenly saw a chance to turn the tables, he betrayed his master without a shred of guilt. Oh, just moments ago you claimed you acted alone, didn't you? Officer, I was wrong. Thief 3 is ruthless. We didn't dare betray him. Yellowhair's brother was murdered by him. Fu Sheng poured out his confession between sniffles and sobs. What? There's another homicide case. That's right. Man Yin and I helped him bury the body. You can ask Man Yin if you don't believe me. In the year of the horse, every word he speaks is true. This, old Ma, what are you hesitating for? Isn't it obvious this money was wrung from us by him? Are you still willing to do his bidding? What benefit do you get taking the fall for him, or ending up like Brother Huang Mao, getting rubbed out by him? Fu Sheng grew anxious and shouted at Man Yin. Yes, officer, all of this was done by Thief 3. No one wants to go to prison, not even Horseyear, whom Thief 3 admires the most. Seeing the situation was beyond salvage, Thief 3 could only let out a long sigh to the heavens. He had prepared in countless ways and made endless plans, yet he never expected to capsize in a tiny ditch and to be brought down by a junior like Chen Yi, still wet behind the ears at that. I can admit to all this, but on one condition. What condition? Luo Yan blurted out. No one had anticipated things would reach this point, but regardless, it posed no disadvantage to her. How did you know I hid the stuff here? Thief San stared at Chen Yi, having already abandoned any thought of turning the tables. The only thing he wanted to know was why he had lost. Simple. The moment you walked in, the first place you looked wasn't at the 100,000 yuan, but here, Chen Yi pointed at the broken hole in the corner of the wall. What does that mean? It means you cared about something more valuable than that money. From the moment you entered until now, your gaze involuntarily drifted there over a dozen times. So, I decided to check what could possibly matter so much to you. Got lucky. Not only did I find the stolen cash, but also the physical evidence of your murder. Thief 3 laughed instead of getting angry upon hearing Chen Yi's analysis. I've lost, and I concede wholeheartedly. You're truly remarkable for someone so young. Just luck, really. For once, Chen Yi was uncharacteristically modest. No, not merely luck. Thief 3 waved his hand dismissively. Some things seem accidental, but they are bound to happen inevitably. Out of all those security officers, why were you the only one so fortunate? Thief 3's words filled the security officers with shame. After all, they were members of the city's prestigious security team, yet they had repeatedly been outshone by a feng shui master. But none of that matters anymore. Everything must end here. Thief 3 let out a long sigh, oddly resembling a man freed from his burdens. What do you mean? Chen Yi frowned in confusion, vaguely sensing something amiss. Suddenly, the hexagram image flashed through his mind. The main trigram was Zhen. The mutual trigrams were Qian and Dui, metal overcoming wood, the mutual trigram overcoming the main. And Qian precisely represented the bandits of the third category, while DUI signified a dwelling by the marsh, this very house. He's in danger here, and the danger comes from Bandit 3. I say it all ends here and now. As Bandit 3 uttered the last word now, his arms twisted like pythons, and his hands actually slid free from the handcuffs. The stunned onlookers gaped at the scene before them. Could this be the legendary bone-shrinking skill? Before anyone could react, Thief 3 had already sprinted several paces away. He bounded into the room like a monkey, snatched up a chair, and with eyes bulging, smashed it down viciously at Chun Yi's head. Stop him! Luo Yin was too far away to intervene and could only shout in warning. Bang! Thief Sin possessed not only extraordinary stealing skills, but also unmatched physical prowess. Before Chun Yi could react, he was already smashed to the ground with a chair. Still seething with rage, Thief Sin raised the chair again, aiming for Chun Yi's head. However, the second blow never landed as the nearby security officer tackled him to the ground. Haha, one life lost is already a death sentence. What difference does two make? The thief burst into mad, frenzied laughter. Chun Yi, wake up, call an ambulance. Luo Yin cradled Chun Yi's bloodied, lifeless face in her arms and screamed. Huh, no need. Calling one would just be a waste. This kid's already waiting for me on the road to the underworld. According to the hexagram reading, the money should be recoverable, but there are too many variables within it. Divine will is difficult to foresee, and unexpected events are highly likely to occur. Whether the final outcome is good or bad remains uncertain. Right then, Luo Yin suddenly recalled Chun Yi's words in the car. Indeed, the money was recovered, and the thieves have been brought to justice. But was this outcome for better or worse? Chapter 9, Spirit and Evil Seen Through Divine Intent. My head hurts so much. What's this thing thrashing around inside my skull? At Wuhan General Hospital in Quancheng City, after being unconscious for a day and a night, Chun Yi finally regained consciousness. The excruciating headache and the strange foreign object in his head made him forget everything that happened before he fell into a coma. He struggled desperately to open his eyes, but to no avail. His body felt foreign. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch, not even to perform the simplest act of lifting his eyelids. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of some unknown machine grew increasingly urgent in his ears, intensifying his panic. Doctor, the ECG readings have changed. A familiar voice spoke up. Chun Yi recognized it as Annie Lu from the orphanage. Lu Aijiao had rushed over immediately upon hearing news of Chun Yi's coma yesterday. She'd kept vigil by his bedside throughout the day and night without a moment's sleep. Although Chun Yi was an orphan, in Lu Aijiao's eyes, there was no difference between him and her own biological child. Chun Yi, can you hear me? The voice belonged to Luo Yin, and it carried a note of urgency. At that time, Chun Yi had been knocked unconscious by the thief San. Luo Yin immediately called an ambulance, arranged for a doctor while en route, and accompanied him all the way until now. Doctor, what's wrong with Chun Yi? Will he wake up? Auntie Lu tightly grasped the doctor's arm, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation, terrified of hearing bad news. It's all right. He's responding to external stimuli and should be waking up soon. Don't disturb him now. Let him wake naturally. We still need to conduct further exams to determine the final size and location of the blood clot in his brain before proceeding with surgery. You can rest assured, since the patient was personally commended by the Municipal Security Bureau leadership, we will spare no effort in his treatment. Doctor, will the patient have any long-term effects? Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. Chun Yi's injury was to the head, and it was severe. If he were to wake up with incurable aftereffects, that would spell trouble. Luo Yin would regret it for the rest of her life. After all, it could be said that her negligence was what led to all this. If Luz and the others had been able to keep a better eye on Thief 3, this wouldn't have happened. Who would have thought Thief 3 had such skills, managing to slip out of handcuffs so effortlessly? It's hard to say. We'll need to observe further after the patient wakes up. The brain is the most neurologically complex area. No one can predict the final outcome right now, but the patient is currently progressing in a positive direction. The doctor's words calmed Lu Aijiao and Luo Yin, lifting half the weight off their hearts. Pain, excruciating pain. Chun-Yi had never experienced such agony before. It felt as if a swarm of tiny snakes were gnawing inside his brain, devouring his marrow, his essence, everything until nothing remained. Comfort, unparalleled comfort. Such conflicting sensations. His head throbbed with unbearable pain, yet his body seemed to float in warm water, an almost unbelievable bliss. Yet, physical comfort could scarcely mask the violent pounding in his head, his entire consciousness engulfed by boundless agony. If there were a knife within reach, he would slice off his own head without hesitation, sparing not even a second's delay. He couldn't endure this unbearable torment for half a second longer. Still not awake? It seemed like an eternity before a man's voice broke the silence. It's all my fault. If I hadn't accidentally lost the money, Gosheng wouldn't be in this state. The man's voice was filled with endless remorse. Chun-Yi immediately recognized the speaker as Li Haoran. He could even hear Li Haoran's heavy, labored breathing. His senses, hearing, touch, smell, and so on, had become far more acute than before, bringing him immense suffering. The excruciating pain in his head amplified countless times at this moment, tormenting him to the point where death would have been preferable. How he longed to faint completely, to escape this hellish torment. Yet against all odds, not only was unconsciousness denied him. What's the reason for this? Could it be that the brain nerves were actually damaged? Chun-Yi could only think in his mind. He couldn't speak at all. Another day and night passed. The pain in Chun-Yi's head gradually subsided, replaced by an itch that made him involuntarily want to moan. It was a warm, tingling itch like the kind you feel when a wound is healing rapidly. When Chun-Yi finally escaped the boundless darkness and managed to open his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Lu Aijiao's weary face, weathered with the traces of time. At that moment, she was sitting there in a daze, lost in thought. "Ah, Chun-Yi, you're awake?" Lu Aijiao, startled upon seeing Chun-Yi wake up, jumping to her feet in excitement. "Auntie Lu, Chun-Yi, you scare me to death. Promise me you won't do such dangerous things again." Lu Aijiao's emotions had reached their breaking point, and she could no longer hold back from exploding. What is this black mist? Chun-Yi's gaze followed Lu Aijiao's movements, and he realized the hospital room was filled with thin wisps of dark mist. The mist was oddly peculiar, moving along an extremely irregular path without being affected by human movement and even passing straight through walls. Black mist? What black mist? The joy on Lu Aijiao's face was instantly replaced with worry. Could Chun-Yi really have left behind after effects? "Auntie, can't you see? This place is filled with dark energy everywhere." Chun-Yi asked hoarsely. "Chun-Yi, don't scare me. There's no dark aura. You must have seen wrong. Quickly tell Auntie you made a mistake." As Lu Aijiao spoke, tears had already begun pouring down her face. Is a sensible and obedient child truly destroyed just like that? "What's wrong? Did something happen?" A tall nurse with delicate features walked in. "The patient's awake? I'll call the doctor." The young nurse, who had just entered, immediately ran back out upon seeing Chun-Yi had regained consciousness. Shortly afterward, a doctor in his 50s entered the room and began examining Chun-Yi alongside the same nurse from earlier. "Pale golden light? What's this about now?" Chun-Yi noticed that the young nurse was enveloped in a faint golden radiance, which stood in stark contrast to the black mist, one exuding warmth and serenity, the other sinister and restless. The nurse had once held a favorable impression of this patient, who was around her own age, handsome, with a robust physique. Though not as dazzling as celebrities on TV, he carried a distinct air of rugged masculinity. But now, she felt not an ounce of goodwill toward Chun-Yi. From the moment she entered the room with the doctor, his eyes had been fixed unwaveringly on her chest. Even though she was used to dealing with such lecherous patients, she couldn't help but blush furiously. If not for her professional composure, she would have slapped him across the face in an instant. In truth, she had misjudged him. Chun-Yi wasn't staring at her chest out of lust. He was transfixed because the golden glow enveloping her seemed to emanate from her chest. "Was that pendant of yours obtained from a temple?" Chun-Yi had a hunch. The peculiar phenomena he witnessed weren't hallucinations, but rather the result of his cultivation of the dragon-taming scripture, reaching a new realm, the realm of divine consciousness. To confirm this suspicion, he couldn't care less about politeness anymore and directly asked the question. Huh, how did you know? My mother got this for me from Chinfo Mountain. The young nurse was startled, momentarily forgetting the disgust in her heart. The day before, she had overheard a few visiting police officers say that this patient was a feng shui master, a highly skilled one at that, who had already helped the police crack several major cases using his feng shui techniques. Upon hearing this, she had even joked with her girlfriends, saying they should ask him to read their romantic fortunes. Indeed, Chunyi's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was in tumult. That wasn't nonsense. It was the truth. At the age of 16, he left the orphanage without education, skills, or strength, let alone a job. His inherently stubborn nature prevented him from swallowing his pride and returning to the orphanage for meals, leaving him with no choice but to scavenge through landfills for scraps to sell. Perhaps heaven never seals off all exits, or perhaps Chunyi's long-forgotten ancestors finally decided to smile upon him because he stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck in that garbage dump. He picked up a worn-out compass from the scrapyard that looked neither like stone nor jade. It was this very compass that launched his journey into the arts of feng shui divination. When he first found it, he didn't pay much attention. It wasn't scrap paper or metal that could be sold for money. He kept it purely for amusement. He returned home, cleaned it thoroughly, and discovered it was actually carved with ancient seal script characters he had never seen before. In that instant, the compass carved with seal script characters seemed to transform into a black hole, firmly gripping Chunyi's gaze. Chunyi felt as though those seal script characters had come alive. Each one possessed vitality, representing mountains and rivers, great waters, or trees, encompassing all things in the world. 3 hours later, Chunyi awoke to find the compass had shattered into fragments, reduced to a pile of stone debris bearing no resemblance to its original form. Yet those seal script characters remained indelibly engraved in his mind. From that moment on, Chunyi inexplicably gained the ability to predict fortunes and assess feng shui. As Chunyi delved deeper into his study of these seal script characters, he gradually discovered that they actually formed a secret manual called the Dragon Taming Scripture. The Dragon Taming Scripture was divided into 5 levels, and Chunyi's current realm was the Divine Intent stage, which enabled him to perceive spiritual energies with divine sight. The so-called spiritual energies refer to both positive spiritual energy, qi, and malignant energy, shachi. The wisps of black mist he had seen upon waking were likely the malignant energy lingering in the hospital, while the faint golden glow around the young nurse represented the distinctive Buddhist spiritual energy. I just guessed randomly when I saw the red string around your neck. Chunyi naturally wouldn't tell the nurse. I have special abilities and can see the spiritual aura emanating from your Buddhist ritual implement. From the very beginning, he had firmly decided that he wouldn't reveal even half a word about the Imperial Dragon Scripture to anyone. In this ruthless society where bloodshed often goes unseen, perhaps this was the only way he could protect himself. If word got out, he might end up being captured and taken to a laboratory, becoming a lab rat for dissection and research. So you were just guessing. Although Chunyi's answer left the young nurse somewhat disappointed, her hands assisting the doctor with the examination never stopped moving. Doctor, is Chunyi all right? He mentioned seeing some black mist. Could it be lingering after effects? Right at that moment, Lu Aijiao's anxious voice rang out from where she stood guard beside them. Black mist? Can you describe it? The doctor frowned and asked with great curiosity. When I first woke up, everything was dark and flickering, but now it's gone. Chunyi lied. The doctor nodded. Prolonged coma can indeed cause hallucinations, especially in patients with head injuries. But as for why everything would appear dark, I can't say for sure. We'll need further tests to determine that. Hearing the doctor's words, Chunyi breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. For now, at least, the doctor didn't seem suspicious of him. Are you experiencing any discomfort now? After completing the basic examination, the doctor's face showed intense puzzlement. Seeing his expression, Chun Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Could he have discovered something? Chapter 10. The Strange Patient. Aside from the headache, there aren't any other discomforts. Chun Yi's statement was half true and half false. Ever since waking up, his head had felt exceptionally clear, better than ever before. Of course, this was a benefit from entering the divine intent state. If he told the truth, it might cause an uproar. Doctor, is Chun Yi all right? Will there be any after effects? Lu Aijiao asked from the side. Something strange is going on here. Strange? How so? Logically speaking, a patient who has suffered such severe external injuries with extensive intracranial hematoma, even if they manage to survive, shouldn't recover to this extent in such a short time. The patient's current condition completely defies my expectations. The doctor pondered for a long moment before finally voicing his thoughts. With nearly 30 years of medical practice, he had never encountered a patient like this. So, does this mean Chun Yi's injuries aren't serious anymore? Lu Aijiao asked with delight. It's hard to say. I'm going to give him a full examination now, and I believe we'll have some answers by then. The doctor finished speaking and gestured to the nurse. The two of them then wheeled Chun Yi's hospital bed out of the ward. Although Chun Yi felt completely recovered and perfectly fine, to avoid arousing the doctor's suspicions, he had no choice but to let them have their way, first undergoing a brain CT scan, followed by an MRI. A miracle. This can truly be called a miracle. The doctor held Chun Yi's test results and exclaimed excitedly. In just 3 days, without any surgery or targeted treatment, the blood clots in Chun Yi's cranial cavity had completely disappeared. This was the most bewildering case he had ever encountered in his medical career, a patient recovering fully before any treatment could begin. Finally, at the doctor's strong insistence, Chun Yi had to undergo another round of tests, which confirmed the earlier results. Let's observe for 2 more days. If there are no other issues, you could be discharged, the doctor announced after conducting examinations twice. Although somewhat reluctant to miss out on surgery fees, witnessing such a miracle made it all worthwhile for the doctor. Chun Yi became a story he would tell for decades to come. Chun Yi was eager to leave the hospital. He knew he was perfectly fine, better than ever. But under the doctor's strong recommendation, he had no choice but to obediently stay for 2 more days. During those 2 days, Luo Yin visited once to inform him that the recovered 100,000 yuan had been transferred to Xiao Nan's hospital. The kidney transplant surgery for Xiao Nan had also been arranged and would begin the following week. As for Chun Yi's own medical expenses, they were fully covered by the Public Security Bureau, leaving him to pay nothing. Director Lu planned to wait until Chun Yi was discharged from the hospital to hold a commendation ceremony, promoting him as a model of collaboration with the media. However, Chun Yi flatly refused the idea. He wasn't eager to cut his own life short. Who knew if any remnants of the criminal gang were still at large? If this became widely known, Chun Yi would be living in constant fear. Seeing how resolute Chun Yi was, Luo Yin couldn't press the matter too hard and had to report back to Director Lu. Director Lu already had no small grievances against Chun Yi. This kid had nearly given him a heart attack before. Pushing him as a collaboration model had been a reluctant move, but what could he do? The kid had luck on his side, helping the city's Public Security Bureau crack 2 cold cases at once, and now even the provincial governor knew about it. Since Chun Yi had no interest in the spotlight, Director Lu was happy to go along with it and dropped the idea. Still, an internal commendation was unavoidable. Luo Yin mentioned that Chun Yi would at least receive a certificate of appreciation in due course. A certificate? The Public Security Bureau is really stingy. I helped them recover over $1 million in stolen money this time, and all they gave me was a lousy certificate? Yeah. While the Bureau's reward isn't much, I can offer some compensation myself. Luo Yin, noticing Chun Yi's displeasure, smiled with her lips pursed. What kind of compensation? Chun Yi wasn't some naive 3-year-old. He certainly didn't trust this woman's words. What, is having a beautiful woman like me treat you to dinner not good enough? Luo Yin said irritably, clearly dissatisfied with Chun Yi's attitude. Oh, just having a meal together is fine. Chun Yi chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was being overly nervous. All right then, I'll pick you up after you're discharged. Don't wait. I feel perfectly fine now, not a single problem with my body. Could you please talk to the doctor for me and see if they can make an exception? Don't even think about it. You're leaving the hospital exactly when the doctor says you can. Before Chun Yi could finish, Luo Yin cut him off sharply. In this situation of being besieged on all sides, Chun Yi didn't want to incur public wrath either, so he could only obediently stay in a hospital and let the doctors and nurses do as they pleased. Fortunately, the female nurses in the hospital had both great figures and lovely faces. Though they couldn't compare to Luo Yan's exceptional beauty, they were at least pleasant to look at, becoming Chun Yi's greatest motivation to keep staying in the hospital. Over these 2 days, Chun Yi's attending physician developed a strong interest in him. The doctor frequently came by to offer kind inquiries and check on his condition, or found various reasons Chun Yi couldn't understand to drag him off for all sorts of examinations. Chun Yi, it's my head that's injured. What are you checking my feet for? Doctor, the head is where the densest concentration of nerves in the human body is located. Once injured, it's highly likely to affect other areas. I'm just being responsible for your well-being. All right, we'll conduct another check on the urinary system later. Chun Yi. Doctor, kid, stop grimacing like that. I'm just looking out for your well-being. After the urinary system exam, we still have the reproductive system to check. Chun Yi. If there weren't so many eyes around, the doctor might have even forcibly tied him up and taken him to the lab for dissection and research, just to see what Chun Yi's body was made of. This kid's physical condition was downright unnatural. Never mind how the blood clot in his brain had mysteriously disappeared. Every other part of his body was just as bizarre. His heart rate was only about 37 beats per minute, half that of a normal person. What did that mean? It meant this kid's heart was stronger than that of a nationally ranked professional athlete. The muscle fibers were also extraordinary, with bones that were exceptionally sturdy and resilient. Chun Yi endured 2 arduous days in the hospital, suffering through inhuman torment, until he defiantly checked out against the strong advice of doctors and nurses. After being discharged, he called Luo Yin, only to hear the automated voice prompt. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. She's probably on a mission. Peacekeepers don't have it easy. No matter what's happening, they have to rush to the scene at a moment's notice, often facing danger along the way. Chun Yi fully understood Luo Yin's professional nature. Now that he had reached the divine sense realm, he could craft simple magical artifacts himself. Perhaps he could gift her one. Although their first encounter had left him at a significant disadvantage, their subsequent interactions had shown him that beneath her tsundere demeanor, she was genuinely a good person. She would make an excellent friend, at the very least. Someone as proud as her would never stab others in the back. Of course, Chun Yi wouldn't mind if their relationship developed further. Having a police officer as a girlfriend would undoubtedly be impressive, but he had realistic expectations. No house, no car, and looks that were decent at best, nowhere near the level of a pretty boy. With his current circumstances, trying to tame this thorny rose from the Public Security Bureau would be nothing short of miraculous. Chun Yi didn't believe for a second that such a stroke of luck, like a toad feasting on swan meat, could possibly land in his lap. Even if Luo Yin truly had some momentary lapse of judgment and took a fancy to him, surely her Public Security Bureau colleagues, those perpetually mission-deprived officers practically developing internal injuries from pent-up energy, would tear him limb from limb. The thought of the Public Security Bureau made Chun Yi feel uncomfortable again. So stingy. After all, he had helped them crack 2 major cases at the risk of his own life, and all he got in return was a lousy certificate, not a single penny as compensation. They were even more tight-fisted than those greedy landlords of the old society. You started it, so don't blame me for finishing it. Since the security office played dirty, Chun Yi wouldn't bother showing them any courtesy either. After all, the stolen money from the thief wasn't just that much. He could consider the rest as his rightful compensation. It had been 5 days since the arrest of Thief San. Luo Yin had told Chun Yi that the case was already closed, and she hadn't mentioned any other property owned by Thief San, which put Chun Yi's mind at ease. Even if he took it, the Public Security Bureau wouldn't know. Chun Yi called Lu Aijiao and Li Haoran again, assuring them he was fine and asking them not to worry. He also inquired about little Nanin's condition before hanging up. Instead of returning to his small rented room, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Thief San's hideout. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone such a sly old thief. Chun-Yi circled the yard twice, found a secluded spot, and with a swift leap over the wall, he was inside. The door to the main room wasn't locked, so Chun-Yi pushed it open and walked straight in. When apprehending Thief 3, Chun-Yi found a stash of stolen money hidden by him through his gaze, but he still showed mercy and didn't completely wipe him out. In fact, there was another spot Chun-Yi had specifically noticed but didn't point out, wanting to leave him some money for his old age. Yet no one could have predicted that this guy would actually keep evidence of murder, and in the end, he nearly killed Chun-Yi. Upon entering the room, Chun-Yi immediately noticed a faint, almost imperceptible black aura, extremely weak and slowly dissipating. The feng shui of this residence was inherently poor, with the ominous gate being suppressed, a sign foretelling the owner would face imprisonment. Now that thieves like Huang Mao and others have been arrested, confirming the prediction, and with no one else moving in yet, the lingering negative energy is slowly dissipating. Yet, what truly caught his attention wasn't this ominous energy, but the faint golden spiritual aura emanating from the wall behind the TV, precisely the spot Thief San had repeatedly glanced at earlier. It went without saying, something else was undoubtedly hidden there. Grabbing a hammer from the room, he struck the wall with force. Bang! The wall cracked open with a sound, revealing a small hole the size of a soup bowl, where several gold bars lay quietly, emitting a faint golden glow. The reason gold is precious and serves as the world's hard currency isn't just due to its scarcity. There's another genuine reason. Gold wards off evil spirits. Buddhist disciples always cast golden statues for the Buddha and Bodhisattvas precisely because gold can avert evil. Since gold can repel malevolent forces, it naturally possesses spiritual properties, and it's only logical for it to emanate spiritual energy. However, these unrefined gold bars exude such feeble energy that their aura doesn't even match 1/10 of what that little nurse in the hospital possessed. Who cares how much spiritual energy it contains? It's still gold. Gold is always valuable, so just treat it as compensation from the Public Security Department. A total of 10 bars, each weighing around 500 grams. At current gold prices, these gold bars are worth approximately 400,000 yuan, enough to buy a fairly nice apartment in downtown Quanqing. Chun-Yi unceremoniously pocketed the gold bar without a shred of guilt. The only pity was not being able to see Thief San again. Otherwise, he'd definitely have pissed the man off so badly he'd cough up buckets of blood and drop dead. 400,000 would be enough to cover the orphanage's expenses for the next year or two. Chun-Yi planned to sell those gold bars, keeping just 30 million for himself and giving the rest to the orphanage. That way, the children could have better food and lodging, and Uncle Lee and Aunt Lu wouldn't have to agonize over funding anymore. They'd finally be able to enjoy a few years of peace. Chun-Yi grabbed a plastic bag, stuffed all the gold bars inside, then climbed over the courtyard wall and swaggered away. Ding-ling! Chun-Yi's phone rang, the caller ID showing Luo Yan's name. Chun-Yi, I had something come up earlier and my phone was off. Where are you now? I'm at the commercial street. Chun-Yi naturally couldn't say he'd just taken gold from the thief's house, so he casually lied. Anyway, he'd be going to the gold shops on the commercial street later to deal with these gold bars. Pedestrian street? Where exactly are you on the commercial street? I'm on the commercial street too. Hearing Luo Yan's excited voice, Chun-Yi felt like dying. How could it be such a coincidence? He should have made up some other location. But I have something else to attend to. Could you wait for me? Let's meet in half an hour, Luo Yan said with an apologetic tone. She had originally promised to pick Chun-Yi up when he was discharged from the hospital. Not only did she break that promise, but now they were on the same street yet couldn't meet. Luo Yan felt as terrible as if she'd done something wrong. Oh, no hurry. You go ahead with your business. I'm just idling around anyway. I'll stroll along the pedestrian street and see you in half an hour. Chun-Yi quickly hung up the phone and immediately took off running. Damn it, those fucking burglars. What kind of shithole is this with no taxis around? Chun-Yi cursed while running. The gold bars in the snakeskin bag behind him clanked noisily, as if protesting his ungrateful whining after hitting the jackpot. Chapter 11. The Innocent Suffer. On the commercial street, Chun-Yi drew incredibly high rates of turning heads as he walked, enough to instantly captivate all the married women, elegant ladies, students, and young girls. Not that he was some dashingly handsome, suave heartthrob. Quite the opposite, actually. His appearance screamed utter destitution and wretchedness. After all, the commercial street was one of Chingching's top-tier shopping centers. Whether they were staff, shoppers, or just window shoppers, everyone was well-dressed, neat and tidy, exuding an elite demeanor. If not for occupational necessities, even the beggars across the street would have gladly suited up in crisp business attire. Yet there was Chun-Yi, covered in dust from head to toe, strands of tangled hair clinging to his face, clutching a burlap sack the color of dirt. Whatever was inside the bag jingled noisily with every step he took. After fleeing the thieves' hideout, he had sprinted 5 or 6 kilometers before finally flagging down a taxi. Even with his ox-like stamina, the sweltering heat left him drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The villages near to Wangzwang were undergoing demolition and reconstruction. Heavy-duty stair trucks loaded with gravel roared past, kicking up clouds of dust that covered everything in their wake. Chun-Yi, walking through the area, naturally couldn't escape the fallout, ending up covered in grime from head to toe. This alone might have been bearable. After all, there were plenty of poor folks around, and in the suburban slums, Chun-Yi's disheveled appearance hardly stood out. But the guy simply lacked the self-awareness of someone down on his luck. Instead, he strode with his head held high, chest puffed out, as proud as a peacock. His demeanor was the polar opposite of his outward appearance, creating such a jarring mismatch that it was downright uncomfortable to look at. Pushing open the glass door of Jinda Jewelry Store, Chun-Yi unsurprisingly drew countless stares. Oblivious, he paused to scan the room before walking straight to the lounge area and taking a seat beside a beautiful woman. The woman wore a police uniform, her tall figure accentuated by a high ponytail. Simple yet sophisticated. Her face was bare of makeup and she wore no visible jewelry. Yet she radiated a natural charisma, like a rose in full bloom, drawing more attention than even the priciest jewels in the store. She sat there, and within just 20 minutes, multiple waves of men approached to strike up a conversation. But Luo Yin didn't even bother to glance their way, leaving these self-assured wolves slinking back defeated. Everyone was waiting to see a joke, hoping the beautiful policewoman would humiliate this country bumpkin or perhaps even throw him out with a shoulder toss. But what happened next was completely unexpected. Far from showing any displeasure, the policewoman instead broke into a smile, causing jaws to drop all around. How did you end up in such a state? Did you fall into a sewer or something, making your big sister wait so long? Luo Yin was 25 this year, a full 5 years older than Chun-Yi, so calling herself Big Sister was perfectly natural. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Big Sister, you've got some nerve saying that. You promised to pick me up from the hospital, but there wasn't even a trace of you. I'm just a poor guy who can't bear to spend money on a taxi. So, I ran over 10 miles here. You call yourself poor? Just acting like a fortune teller and flapping your lips can earn you 100,000 yuan. How many people in Quanchang City dare claim they make more money than you? Piteous runners who just get a meager fixed salary and might even lose our lives anytime, especially when dealing with unreliable informants." Luo Yin still held a grudge against Chun-Yi for his less than decent behavior at the Public Security Bureau. "Big Sister, don't be ungrateful now. I helped you crack 2 major cases and even got honorably wounded in the process." When it comes to resentment, Chun-Yi had even more than Luo Yin. After all, he was the one who contributed. If not for his strong physique and a bit of dumb luck, he could very well be lying in some cemetery right now. The stingy Public Security Bureau didn't give him a single material reward, just a lousy certificate that wasn't even worth wiping your ass with. Who in their right mind would want that thing? It cost 50 cents a sheet at the print shop. If they wanted one, he could churn out a stack in minutes. "Fine, I'll let you off the hook, sis. Let's go eat my treat." Luo Yin also felt that Chun-Yi's injury and hospitalization were undeniably related to the negligence of the security officers, and thus, it was also her responsibility. So she magnanimously offset the merits and demerits of the 2 incidents. Chun Yi was speechless at this woman who turned on him without acknowledging her debt. But what could he do? After all, she was a beauty, and beauties always had privileges. At least, that's what Chun Yi, a genuine and pure-hearted virgin, believed. Just as the two stood up, a man in a white casual shirt with gold-rimmed glasses, arm in arm with a beautiful woman, walked over. Spotting Luo Yan, the man exclaimed in surprise, "Officer Luo, you're out shopping too?" "Who says I can't go shopping?" Luo Yan shot a sidelong glance at the newcomer and retorted sharply, "No, that's not what I meant. It's just rare to see Officer Luo out shopping," the man said, clearly caught off guard by Luo Yan's sharpness, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, his gaze grew fervent as he looked at her. "Are you free for lunch? Let's eat together." "No, I'm with a friend." "Your friend?" It was only at this moment that the man noticed Chun Yi. He quickly sized up Chun Yi from head to toe, noting his simple attire, sweat-streaked face, and particularly the yellow burlap sack he was clutching, the epitome of rustic uncoolness. A well-concealed trace of disdain flashed behind his glasses. After a slight hesitation, he ultimately forced a smile onto his face, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Fang Yishuan." Chun Yi. After shaking hands, Chun Yi introduced himself curtly. However, the woman being embraced by the man showed no pleasant expression, not even bothering with superficial politeness. No woman would feel comfortable watching her man shower another woman with attentions right in front of her. Moreover, between her and Luo Yan, there existed a widely known tale of love and hate within the Public Security Bureau. "Officer Luo, what a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend?" The woman raised her chin arrogantly, her face full of mockery. TSK, quite an interesting taste you have." Her name was Zhao Liping, Luo Yan's colleague. They had joined the Municipal Public Security Bureau in the same year, one as an officer, the other as a secretary. However, because both stood out in appearance, they were jokingly referred to as the two golden flowers within the Bureau. Both women are equally beautiful, but their personalities couldn't be more different. Luo Yan is bold and stubborn, never compromising when things don't go her way. Even leadership finds her unshakable. With colleagues, she's straightforward and direct to a fault. Zhao Liping, on the other hand, is Luo Yan's polar opposite. Tactful and perceptive, she knows exactly how to handle people and situations, navigating social waters without ever making a misstep. By all accounts, Zhao Liping should be the more popular one, but reality tells a different story. While everyone gets along with Zhao Liping, they do so cautiously, always on guard. She gives off an air of being calculating and deeply shrewd. As the boss's secretary, she naturally enjoys the closest proximity to leadership. Since everyone has little secrets they'd rather keep from the boss's eyes, she's unfortunately been quarantined by default. On the contrary, Luo Yan, who is practically the real-life version of a tough girl, had the best popularity. Even if she cursed at someone or kicked them, people wouldn't mind. They treated it as a joke. This unreasonable contrast made Zhao Liping extremely uneasy, even developing into a deep-seated grievance. Her second grievance, and the one hardest to resolve, was her man. Fang Yishuan was the owner of a real estate company, a standard young prodigy, handsome and dashing, young and wealthy, who had once pursued Luo Yan passionately. No matter how hard he tried, Luo Yan never showed him the slightest favor. As time passed, Fang Yishuan finally discovered the reason behind Luo Yan's rejection, and it nearly made him furious. "This old lady has no interest in pretty boys. If you want to chase me, you'd better be able to beat me in a fight. Otherwise, instead of being the delicate one leaning on someone, it'd be someone leaning on a delicate bird. How embarrassing." Reportedly, those were Luo Yan's exact words. After persisting for half a year, Fang Yishuan finally gave up, as if guided by providence, only to end up entangled with Zhao Liping. Women are prone to jealousy, an eternal truth since antiquity. Having already lost ground to Luo Yan at work, Zhao Liping was disgusted as if she'd swallowed a fly when she realized the man she'd worked so hard to please was actually someone else's second-hand goods. At last, Zhao Liping felt she might finally gain the upper hand. Though unsure if this construction worker-like man was Luo Yan's boyfriend, She was certain they shared an intimate connection. She'd never even heard rumors of Luo Yin going shopping with a man before. None of your damn business. It wasn't just Zhao Liping who disliked Luo Yin. The feeling was mutual for Luo Yin towards this scheming colleague. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Liping's face, but quickly subsided. Playing idly with the diamond ring she'd just bought and immediately started wearing, she turned to Chen Yi and said, "Xiao Chun, this ring cost over 100,000 yuan. Can you imagine how many years you'd have to work to afford something like this for our Luo Yin? Why don't you quit your job and come work at Yishuan's company? If you work hard, you'll definitely make several times your current salary. You wouldn't want to embarrass our Luo Yin too much, would you?" A slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. Not a single vulgar word was uttered, yet the remark was acerbic to the extreme. Every consideration was given to Chun Yi's benefit. It was all just mocking Luo Yin for finding herself a penniless nobody. Luo Yan's expression darkened slightly. She hadn't expected the argument to target Chen Yi. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, Chun Yi subtly pulled her back. "Oh, you're saying I could get a job at your brother's company?" Chen Yi's face showed both pleasant surprise and confusion, like someone who'd just won a lottery and couldn't believe it, needing confirmation over and over again. "Yes, if you want to go." Zhao Liping let out a disdainful snort through her nose, casting a glance at Luo Yin with a hint of smugness. "Then how much can I earn in a year at Big Brother's company?" Chun Yi asked innocently, completely guileless in his continued questioning. "That depends on how well you perform. If you do well, making over 100,000 a year wouldn't be a problem." Zhao Liping was somewhat impatient. She had wanted to take Luo Yin down a peg, not actually help Chun Yi find a job, but unexpectedly, Chun Yi had really taken the opportunity to climb up the social ladder. "Over 100,000? Are you joking?" Chun Yi exclaimed in surprise, his voice ringing out loudly and immediately drawing the attention of many. Chun Yi and Luo Yin, already an eye-catching odd couple, now accompanied by a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman, had long since captured the gaze of everyone who entered the shop. "Are you joking? Do I have time to joke around with you? Either take it or leave it," Zhao Liping snapped, treating Chun Yi as if he were a beggar. She was absolutely convinced that Chun Yi would grovel and beg. That was exactly what she wanted to see. "Please don't be angry. That's not what I meant." Just as expected, Chun Yi's reaction unfolded exactly as Zhao Liping had anticipated. Her face already bore the arrogance of a victor. Her chin held high as she cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yin. Luo Yan's eyes turned slightly cold as she let out a scornful snort, her lips curling into a faint smile. In a voice too quiet for anyone to hear, she muttered, "Such reckless fools." Reckless fools? Indeed. Chen Yi's next words caught Zhao Liping completely off guard. "What I meant was, working for a mere 100,000 a year isn't worth my time." "What did you say?" Zhao Liping could hardly believe her ears. "I said I wouldn't do it. What can you buy with 100 grand? A damn diamond ring? The diamond would be the size of a fly. What kind of idiot woman would want that? That's just one day's earnings for me." Chapter 12. The Low-Key Tycoon. What can you buy with 100 grand? A diamond the size of a fly? Just one day's income? It wasn't just Zhao Liping who couldn't believe her ears. Everyone else in the jewelry store was equally stunned. Could this young man dressed like a migrant worker actually be some kind of hidden big shot? But this seems highly unlikely. Even if one prefers to stay low profile, there's no need to go to such extremes and torment oneself like this. Earning 100,000 a day? Good thing bragging doesn't come with a tax bill. Zhao Liping sneered, completely disbelieving Chun Yi's words. In her eyes, this was nothing more than a pathetic display of wounded pride. "Brother Chun, may I ask where you're employed?" "Earning 100,000 a day. I'd truly love to know what industry pays so handsomely. When a man's woman gets played, if he doesn't step up, he's hardly worthy of being called a man, even if the woman brought it upon herself by refusing to leave well enough alone." Fang Yishuan was furious at Zhao Liping for complicating things, and even more furious at Chen Yi, that little brat, for not knowing his place. When offered a job, he should have groveled with gratitude. Suppressing the fury in his heart, he maintained a flawless smile and said, "If such a thing really exists, I'd sell the company and follow you. How about that? Work with me." Chun-Yi exclaimed, sounding utterly incredulous. Everyone present was startled by Chun-Yi's sudden outburst, but it was obvious to all. This kid was just putting on an act. Brother, your mood swings are way too quick. Just now you wanted me to be your underling, and now you're offering to be mine. I haven't quite adjusted yet, so don't mind me. Chun-Yi glanced around, noticing everyone nearby looking in his direction and seeming rather embarrassed. He quickly explained, who wants to be your lackey? Even Fong Yishuan, a seasoned businessman with remarkable self-restraint, couldn't help but explode in anger. This guy looks honest and simple, but he's actually full of bad ideas. I was completely fooled by him just now. You said it yourself. Why don't you want to work with me anymore? It's a daily income of 100,000. Chun-Yi taunted, his face clearly brimming with mockery. At some point, Chun-Yi's entire demeanor had drastically changed, becoming a completely different person from the simple and honest country bumpkin he had seemed moments ago. I'd love to hear what kind of work you're doing that earns you 100,000 a day. Zhao Liping suddenly realized that the two of them had somehow fallen into Chun-Yi's rhythm, being led by the nose by him. Why should I tell you? Chun-Yi gave a slight, disdainful smirk. Tisk, scared now, aren't you? Let's see how you're going to back up all that big talk from earlier. Zhao Liping sneered mockingly. Chun-Yi turned a blind eye. Don't try reverse psychology. It won't work. I just don't feel like telling you, damn it. Luo Yin couldn't help but feel amused as she watched Chun-Yi's stubborn, unyielding demeanor. She realized this guy was truly a wily commoner who wouldn't suffer the slightest disadvantage. Let's go, Chun-Yi. Arguing with him isn't worth it. Seeing Chun-Yi had gained the upper hand, Luo Yin quite unethically chose to quit while ahead, absolutely refusing to give these two any chance to turn the tables. All right, fair enough. If he can't even make a measly 100,000 a day and still want me to follow him, does he really think he's Li Ka-shing? What a waste of time. Dragging the sack behind him, Chun-Yi prepared to leave with Luo Yin. He had never been a generous man, quite the opposite. In fact, his heart was small, and he never let a slight go unanswered. The idea of swallowing one's pride was foreign to him, unless he could take a bite out of his enemy's flesh along with it. If someone slapped his face, he had a slap back right then and there, and the sound of that slap had to echo even louder. An orphan who grew up in an orphanage, now a pivotal figure on Feng Shui Street. If he hadn't been ruthless, he'd have long ended up dead in some stinking ditch. Wait a moment. I've got one more thing to do. Chun-Yi had already reached the door when he suddenly turned back. He walked up to the counter inside the jewelry store and asked the well-groomed saleswoman behind it, "Do you buy gold bars here?" "Gold bars? Yes, we absolutely accept them. How many do you have?" The clerk had been watching the show like everyone else in the jewelry store, thinking this kid was just spinning wild tales since bragging doesn't require paying taxes. So when she heard Chun-Yi's words, she still felt somewhat uncertain. "Let's say 10 pieces. Take a look." Chun-Yi tossed the earthy yellow burlap bag onto the counter. A crisp clattering of metal rang out from inside the bag. Fortunately, the counter glass was specially reinforced, or it might have shattered. 10 bars. The clerk stared at Chun-Yi in disbelief. "What are you staring at? The gold bars are in the bag." "Ah!" The clerk let out a gasp and hurriedly opened the bag. A dazzling golden glow burst before her eyes. The clerk was utterly at a loss for words to describe how she felt in that moment. Carefully, she took out the gold bars one by one, arranging them on the counter in 2 neat rows, 5 in each. Each bar was about the length of a palm, engraved with numbers and letters, with 500G standing out most prominently. Everyone in the jewelry store drew in a sharp breath, even Luo Yin, who had seen her fair share of grand sights. Everyone stared at the pile of gold bars in stunned silence, momentarily unable to believe their own eyes. This shabby young man actually managed to produce 10 gold bars and carried them in a ragged burlap sack. The way these gold bars made their entrance was far too glamorous, so glamorous, it bordered on outrageous. Some found it laughable, others felt shaken, but most burned with greedy eyes, their throats bobbing as they endlessly swallowed saliva. If Luo Yin in her police uniform hadn't been standing guard right there, someone might have lunged to snatch them already. "Take a look. How much are these gold bars worth?" This batch of gold bars is too large in quantity. I don't have the authority to decide. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone call the manager. The clerk exchanged a meaningful glance with a colleague nearby, then quickly packed the gold bars into the bag Chun Yi had brought and handed it back to him. Sir, please follow me. Let's go to the meeting room, she said. She was well aware that one shouldn't flaunt riches openly. Even though this was inside their own shop, there was no telling if someone desperate might act rashly. Hadn't their store just been robbed a few days ago? When Chun Yi and Luo Yin walked into the negotiation room, Zhao Liping felt it was utterly surreal. The moment she realized everyone's gaze was fixed on her, her face burned as if she had been slapped. Go back. Fang Yishuan glared at her fiercely, inwardly blaming the entire embarrassing incident on her. Haven't bought the necklace yet, Zhao Liping blurted out, though she immediately regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. Bye, that's all you think about. Not humiliated enough yet. If you're not leaving, then I will. Fang Yishuan strode away without a second thought for Zhao Liping struggling in her 10-centimeter heels, fleeing the jewelry store as if escaping something. Serves them right. They meant to humiliate others, but ended up humiliated themselves. I think that woman was just jealous. She couldn't compete with our police beauty, so she tried to assert herself elsewhere. And that young guy was truly something, stuffing gold bars into a sack like they were potatoes. Just how little regard does he have for gold? After Zhao Liping and Fang Yishuan left, the jewelry store suddenly erupted in a flurry of chatter, like a swarm of flies buzzing madly over a trash heap. Chun Yi arrived at the meeting room and had barely taken his seat when he noticed a plump man in a checkered shirt approaching. The man's overly exuberant smile squeezed his already small eyes into thin slits. Officer Luo, we meet again. I thought you'd left with your colleagues. You absolutely can't leave this time. You helped recover my stolen goods, and I haven't even thanked you properly yet. The voice of the plump man preceded his arrival, carrying unmistakable sincerity in its tone. Boss Wu, you're too kind. I dare not take credit for this achievement. The true hero who recovered the gold and jewelry is standing right before you. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed at him. Luo Yin pointed to Chun Yi beside him and said, Are you the master? Fatty Wu had previously heard Luo Yin and the others mention some details about solving the case. He knew that an expert had deduced the criminal's whereabouts through calculations, which allowed the Security Bureau to wipe them out in one fell swoop and crack the case. He looked at Chun Yi before him, feeling somewhat incredulous. This master was far too young. Master is too grand a title. Just call me Chun Yi. Chun Yi had seen this kind of situation many times before and didn't take it to heart. Moreover, to be perfectly honest, youth was indeed his greatest disadvantage and shortcoming. It's not that he was inexperienced or lacked sophistication simply because of his youth. It was purely a matter of appearance. Feng Shui and fortune-telling share similarities with many other professions. To outsiders, the older the practitioner, the more skilled they're assumed to be. At Chun Yi's age, whether he'd even completed his apprenticeship was questionable, let alone possessing the ability to accurately read Feng Shui or tell fortunes. Little do people know that many practitioners live to a ripe old age without real skill, relying solely on silver tongues to make a living, and they actually make up the majority. Even some renowned masters or semi-immortals, famous far and wide, fall into this category. Chun Yi. Wu Pengzi's eyes rolled as if he was trying hard to recall something. You're that Master Chun from Fortune-Telling Street. Suddenly, Wu Pengzi slapped his forehead and exclaimed in realization. Why are so many people recognizing me today? Chun Yi grumbled inwardly. I make a living on Fortune Teller Street, but whether I'm the Master Chun you're talking about is another story. Chun Yi replied with rare modesty. Haha, no mistake about it. I'd heard before that there was a young Master Chun on Fortune Teller Street with remarkably accurate readings and real skill in Feng Shui. I've been meaning to visit you, but I was just too busy to find the time. Little did I know that young Master Chun would be the one to help recover my lost items. What a twist of fate. Wu the Fatty was thrilled, talking animatedly with lively expressions. Boss Wu, no need to call me Master. Chun Yi is just fine. Although Chun Yi enjoyed being called Master, the title Little Master Chun didn't sound nearly as impressive. All right then, I'll gladly accept your kindness. And no need to call me Boss Wu. Since I'm a few years older, you could just call me Brother Wu or Old Wu. Wu the fatty agreed without hesitation and immediately started cozying up to Chun Yi. Clearly, this was a man who knew how to navigate social waters with finesse, equally at home in any business situation. That's not bad either. After all, those who can open a gold shop on the commercial street are no ordinary people. Chun Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. Ah, Chun Yi, you're really a nouveau riche, carrying gold bars in a sack. I don't even know what to say. Wu Pengzi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight of the gold bars stuffed in a burlap sack, and his estimation of Chun Yi rose several notches. Seeing one small part reveals the whole picture. He could tell these gold bars meant nothing to Chun Yi. A full 1024K gold bars issued by ICBC, with exceptionally high purity. These could be considered top-tier investment-grade bullion. At current recycling prices, they're worth at least 400,000 yuan. For a young man barely in his 20s to treat 400 grand as utterly insignificant, there are only two possible explanations. Either he's wealthy, so young yet able to regard such a sum as pocket change, which would mean he comes from an extraordinary, moneyed family where luxury is commonplace, or he possesses unshakable confidence in his own abilities, convinced that earning 400,000 is merely a matter of effort, not fortune. Given the circumstances, Chun Yi clearly belongs to the latter category. For businessmen, powerful connections might outweigh sheer talent, but Chun Yi is a feng shui master, a fortune teller. What need has he for aristocratic backing when his craft relies on nothing but his own mystique? In the end, after much deliberation, Fat Wu decided to do Chun Yi a favor and offered a price of 500,000. Chun Yi naturally agreed. Who would refuse free money? Only a fool. The two then chatted for a while about feng shui. It was clear Fat Wu was quite interested in the subject. His shop had recently suffered a major setback and hadn't yet recovered. Business had been dismal these past few days, with hardly any customers and record low transactions, leaving him deeply worried. Chun Yi, too, didn't hold back or act mysteriously. After all, the man had done him a big favor, so he opened up and shared his thoughts freely. However, their conversation failed to pique Luo Yan's interest in the slightest. Instead, it inexplicably made her feel irritated. Seeing this, Chun Yi thought it best not to linger. After exchanging phone numbers with Wu Pengzi, he got up and left. Chapter 13. The Conflict Between Two Worlds. I didn't realize you were quite the schemer. The two found a Western restaurant together. After sitting down, Luo Yan spoke with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Tricks? What tricks? Chun Yi swallowed a bite of steaklet, playing dumb. Don't think I don't know. How dare you claim these gold bars don't belong to Thief San? Luo Yan's voice was ice cold, her gaze like a sharp sword, as if intending to pierce right through Chun Yi's heart. Big sis, were you born the year of the dog? Your moods shift faster than flipping pages, Chun Yi grumbled, acting as though he'd suffered the greatest injustice. I just helped you again. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Truthfully, the moment he'd considered producing the gold bars, he'd already anticipated this outcome. I'm a law enforcement officer. Combating crime is my mission, and right now you're on that list. Luo Yan's words sent a chill down Chun Yi's spine. This woman meant business. Are you saying this as a friend or as an officer? Chun Yi put down his knife and fork, meeting Luo Yan's gaze head-on. He had thought that he and Luo Yan were already friends, and she would turn a blind eye to the source of these gold bars. After all, he had helped her more than once. Besides, he hadn't stolen or robbed anything. It was the security officers who lacked the ability to get the information out of Thief 3. He had acquired these gold bars purely by his own skill. What did it have to do with the officers? But he had underestimated Luo Yan, underestimated this woman who moved with swift determination but held steadfast to her principles at heart. Was she acting as a friend or as a security officer? Luo Yan was momentarily stumped, unsure of what to do. Could she really arrest Chun Yi according to the law? She merely felt that Chun Yi shouldn't have made a mistake, that he should have handed over all of Thief 3's property. But Chun Yi hadn't done so. To vent her anger, he had exposed himself. As for what should be done, however, she hadn't yet made up her mind. According to her principles and the regulations of public security officers, she ought to arrest Chun-Yi immediately. Luo Yin, who had always taken cracking down on crime as her duty, hesitated for the first time. She also knew that Chun-Yi had only done this because she was his friend. Did she really want to stab her friend in the back? At some point, Luo Yin had also come to see Chun-Yi as a friend. This boy 5 years her junior, who was cunning at every turn yet repeatedly helped her. This boy she regarded as a friend. Yes, he had helped her time and again, but what had she ever given him in return? She had reported the hideout of the jewelry store robbers, but afterward, she had wronged him with false accusations of harassment. He tracked down Zhe San, but due to his own carelessness, he ended up hospitalized from his injuries. If not for that shred of luck, perhaps he would never have seen him again. And now, he's standing up for me again. Do I really have to arrest him? Luo Yin stood frozen, unsure of what to do. What should I do? Without realizing it, I've already owed him so much. Must I strictly follow protocol and bring him to justice? Sigh, let him go this time. Consider it the peacekeeping office's compensation to him. Even if they truly brought him back, there's no evidence to prove these gold bars were the same ones Chun-Yi stole from the bandits. In the end, wouldn't they just have to release him? She struggled to justify letting Chun-Yi go, searching desperately for a reason not to arrest him. This is the first time and the last time. Or rather, if anything like this happens again, don't let me find out about it. Luo Yin hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. With that, she left without giving Chun-Yi another glance. It wasn't that she particularly disliked Chun-Yi. Rather, she had finally found an excuse for herself to leave before she could regret it, or perhaps to flee before regret could catch up. Watching Luo Yan's resolute figure retreat, Chun-Yi could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He, a stray dog barely scraping by, might never truly belong in Luo Yan's world. Since ancient times, warriors who flout the law with martial might, those of the Jianghu and the men of justice were sworn enemies by nature, a rivalry determined by their very ways of existence that no one could ever change. The 21st century has arrived, and while the world of the Jianghu has greatly diminished, it still exists. Chun-Yi, inside and out, is a thoroughbred man of the Jianghu. Luo Yin was a public security officer, one whose sworn duty was to fight crime. How could two people with different positions and ways of living ever become friends? Chun-Yi felt he had overlooked this issue from the start. The fact that she hadn't arrested him today was already granting him considerable face. If this happened again, she might really apprehend him without hesitation. He stared at Luo Yan's retreating figure, his brows suddenly knitting tightly together. In Chun-Yi's eyes, a dark mist was slowly rising directly above Luo Yan's head, thick as a black curtain, swaying back and forth with her footsteps. Malignant Qi. The malignant Qi was so intense, 100 times stronger than those faint, wispy strands he'd seen in the hospital. Black represents Kan, water, and public security officers, akin to the armored warriors of ancient times, symbolize fire. Kan above and Li below form the hexagram, water over fire, indicating initial success followed by chaos. The Li hexagram represents the self, the body hexagram, while Kan water is the action hexagram. Water overcomes fire, body overcomes action, portending great misfortune. Chun-Yi's expression turned grave. Since entering the state of divine intent, his sensitivity to interpreting hexagrams had heightened, and his grasp of the interplay between body and action hexagrams had become increasingly effortless. The ominous aura emanating from Luo Yin foretold imminent danger, and now, Chun-Yi could roughly discern the source of that peril. Kan represents the middle-aged man, the harbinger of violence and theft. Kan water overcomes Li fire. Violent thieves overpower public security officers, meaning a middle-aged man would pose a threat to her. Auspicious beginning leads to chaotic ending, meaning things will proceed smoothly at first, but ultimately encounter unforeseen changes. Given her profession, those who could pose a danger would be criminals. According to the divination's interpretation, it's highly likely to be retaliation from a criminal, specifically a middle-aged man. After Luo Yin left, She felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if she'd lost something profoundly important. "He's just a little boy," she scoffed mockingly at herself. "Since when did I become some lovelorn maiden sighing by the window? Ugh, what nonsense about a resentful woman pining away in her boudoir. Even if I were to become one, he wouldn't be that damned heartless rake." Luo Yin aimlessly wandered the streets, her mind filled with thoughts even she couldn't comprehend. When confused, she simply stopped thinking, a principle she'd mastered since childhood. From the moment she gained awareness, her father had been her idol. Even children in kindergarten knew she had a peace officer for a father. Back then, peace officers were heroes in children's eyes, and everyone envied her. Though her father spent little time at home, and even less time with her, he remained the pride of her heart. Until one day, that towering image of her father collapsed completely, and she was no longer the envy of all the children. Her father had taken money from the underworld and became a villain. And naturally, the child of a villain became a bad child too. Before she could react or prepare, she instantly became the bad kid everyone despised. Her father was taken away by the officers, and just days later, they returned, bearing devastating news. He had committed suicide in custody out of guilt. Upon hearing this news, Mother fainted on the spot. In the days that followed, she seemed to have lost her soul, doing nothing but staring blankly at the family portrait. 2 years later, Mother succumbed to depression and passed away from illness. From then on, she could only live with her grandmother. Grandmother was a kind-hearted woman who adored her and constantly told her not to dwell on unhappy things, not to ponder incomprehensible matters, just to live happily. Thus, she became a happy young woman, frivolous and carefree. At 18, she was admitted to the police academy, the same year her grandmother left her forever. That was the last time she cried in her memory. After that, she became the carefree girl again, but unlike before, she no longer formed deep connections or intimate relationships with others. Deep down, she always believed herself to be an unlucky person. Whoever got involved with her would suffer misfortune. After graduating from police academy, Luo Yin fulfilled her aspiration of becoming a public security officer, taking up the same profession her father once did. She could now live the heroic life she had dreamed of as a child. The people closest to her became criminals, and all her misfortune was brought upon those criminals. Until that day when she went to the orphanage with Chun Yi and saw him hand over the entire 100,000 yuan to Li Haoran without keeping a single cent, asking him to use it for the children's medical treatment. In that instant, a crack appeared in the walls around her heart, and she felt that Chun Yi might become a friend indeed. This was also one of the reasons she helped Chun Yi. But the moment she saw Chun Yi take out the gold bars, she sealed her heart shut once more. Her father's mistakes had destroyed her whole family, her entire childhood, even her whole life. From that moment on, she had vowed to become a law enforcement officer who would never make mistakes. He won't make mistakes himself, nor will he tolerate others committing mistakes. What Chun Yi had done might seem harmless to others, but in her eyes, it was unforgivable. She couldn't bear to see another person ruin themselves and those around them by making mistakes. She understood Chun Yi's way of survival and knew he could never fully conform to her standards. The only thing she could do was stay far away, keeping her own misfortune at a distance too. As for why she placed so much importance on Chun Yi, she couldn't quite explain it. Perhaps when she was a child, she too had secretly wished for a big brother like the orphans in the institution. For some reason, that cunning fraud of a fortune teller had once again flooded her thoughts. She suddenly stopped and looked up at the exceptionally blue sky over Quancheng, revealing an innocent, radiant smile. Don't dwell on unhappy things. Lengthening her strides, Luo Yin reverted to her carefree self once more, heading towards the underground parking lot. Inside the parking lot, the lighting was dim. Even at high noon under sunny skies, it resembled twilight or dawn. Perhaps the contrast with the bustling brightness of the commercial district was too stark, as almost no pedestrians could be seen. Luo Yin walked through most of the parking lot and reached her exclusive ride, a retrofitted public security vehicle modified from an ordinary Santana. She didn't notice a man crouching in a corner not far away, his gaze fixed on her like a starving wolf. As she opened the car door and was about to get in, she suddenly caught a flash of brilliant light reflected in the window glass, strikingly bright even in the dim basement. A blade's gleam. Someone was swinging a knife at her from behind. Luo Yin was startled. Her muscles tensed instantly, adrenaline surging through her veins. She sidestepped to evade the slash, and before the assailant could strike again, she swiftly swayed her body, executing a nimble roll that widened the gap between them to about 2 or 3 meters. And not bad moves. My brother didn't lose face falling to you. The speaker was a middle-aged man, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a black tracksuit with disheveled hair that looked like it hadn't been tended to for days. A long scar ran down his left cheek, making his already gloomy countenance appear even more sinister. The man stood casually, holding a watermelon knife about 30 centimeters long, yet made no move to press his advantage. It's not that he missed a golden opportunity, but rather that he had confidence in himself, because the way he looked at Luo Yin was as if he were staring at a dead man. Chapter 14, A Despicable Scoundrel. Luo Yin had been a top performer in combat training at the police academy, even surpassing some of her male classmates. Faced with sudden danger, she didn't panic but instead calmed her mind, focusing intently on how best to confront the situation. "Who are you?" Luo Yin asked. "My name is Wang Wu. You don't know me, but you're very familiar with my brothers. You saw them just 5 days ago, when you led the team that gunned them down on the spot." The man's voice was hoarse and grating, like gravel rubbing together. "You made quite a name for yourself by taking their lives. They committed robbery and murder, resulting in 3 deaths. They got what they deserved." Luo Yin now understood the situation's cause and realized there was no room for compromise, so she stopped wasting effort on futile persuasion. Really? From your perspective, they certainly deserve to die. But from my standpoint, you deserve death just as much. After all, we can't let them feel lonely on the road to the underworld, can we?" Wang Wu let out a sinister laugh, brandishing his dagger as fiercely as a tiger pouncing down the mountain, lunging towards Luo Yin. Though Luo Yin had trained in disarming techniques, Wang Wu's speed was simply too swift, leaving her scarcely any time to react. She could only dodge back and forth to evade. Wang Wu's strikes were rapid, ruthless, and vicious, each blade aimed for vital points, leaving Luo Yin no opportunity to counter. In just a few moves, he had already driven her to the brink. Despite the calm on her face, a chill had already taken root in Luo Yin's heart. Wang Wu's skill was formidable, arguably on par with her own instructors, and with the advantage of a longer blade. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, 1 inch shorter, 1 inch deadlier, not to mention the gap in their abilities. Since the day his brother met misfortune, Wang Wu had begun plotting numerous schemes, determined to make Luo Yin pay with his life. And reality unfolded just as he intended. Luo Yin grew increasingly passive while he became ever more at ease. With a furious roar, he gave Luo Yin no further chance. The long blade, gleaming eerily, sliced toward Luo Yin's swan-white neck of pristine beauty. Watching death bare its fangs, Luo Yin felt an eerie calm settle within her. Her father died in this very position, and now she had sacrificed herself here as well. At last, she could make amends for the mistakes her father had once made. She felt no fear, no remorse, maybe just a hint of regret. "I wonder if Chun-Yi would be sad." Thud. A muffled sound rang out, but Luo Yin didn't feel the excruciating pain she had imagined. She opened her eyes to see a man standing before her like a deity descending from heaven. Though the man's back wasn't particularly broad, it gave her an unshakable sense of security. "Chun-Yi." Luo Yin opened her eyes wide in disbelief. "How did you get here?" He spotted the ominous aura around Luo Yin in the Western restaurant and, after deducing she was in danger, had been following her at a distance ever since. When Luo Yin entered the parking lot, Chun-Yi hesitated. With so few people around, she was bound to notice him. Who knew if this woman, known to flip moods as easily as turning a page, might unleash her inner tigress in fury. After lingering at the parking lot entrance for a while, Chun-Yi ultimately decided to follow her in. Though friendship was out of the question, Chen Yi didn't want to watch her meet an untimely demise. Either way, giving her a warning was the least he could do. He quickly strode inside, hoping to catch Luo Yan before she boarded the vehicle. But upon entering, he coincidentally witnessed the moment when Wang Wu and Luo Yan engaged in fierce combat. Seeing Luo Yan in perilous danger, Chen Yi dared not make a sound, afraid of distracting her and leading to her demise under the blade. So he circled to one side, carefully approached the pair, and ultimately rescued Luo Yan, who had closed her eyes awaiting death. Seeing his prey slip away at the last moment, Wang Wu flew into a humiliated rage. Kid, playing the hero to save beauties has its time and place. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. I advise you not to throw your life away for the sake of one woman. Wang Wu's words sounded resolute and full of momentum, but inwardly, his heart began to pound with unease. He had just been kicked squarely in the ribs by that brat, and the piercing pain made it clear without a second thought. His ribs were definitely injured, at the very least fractured. Moreover, he had clearly checked beforehand. There was no one in the parking lot. Chen Yi actually managed to find this place and rescued the person from his grasp, completely unnoticed by him. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. But then he chuckled wryly, glancing at Chen Yi's somewhat youthful face as he thought to himself, what possible tricks could someone this young have up their sleeve? What a loser I've become. While it's true that youth overcomes skill, a flurry of punches can fell a seasoned master. 20 years old is far from the peak of physical prowess. Besides, youngsters lack experience and simply charge blindly. What does it matter if I take a few punches from him? With his long blade in hand, a single misstep could mean a white blade going in and a red one coming out, completely finishing him off. Chen Yi, hearing his threatening tone, not only didn't shrink back, but instead curled his lips and said, anyone can tell you've never picked up girls. How could I leave in such a once-in-a-century situation? Don't you know the more dangerous it is, the easier it is to win a girl's heart and make her devoted to you? Perhaps Chen Yi's words were too unexpected because Wang Wu actually stood there gaping, unable to speak for a long while. Behind Chen Yi, Luo Yan was also breaking out in cold sweat. A swindler is a swindler. Their brains just aren't wired like normal people's. At a time like this, he still had the nerve to spout nonsense and crack jokes. So, Scarface, I bet you're still single, aren't you? Chen Yi continued to irritate Wang Wu and Luo Yan's nerves. Wang Wu was utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. Was this kid out of his mind? He'd originally thought the guy was someone of consequence, but turned out to be a lunatic. Discarding restraint, he snapped, since you're out of your mind, don't blame me for being ruthless. Reincarnate better next life, damn arg. Before Wang Wu could finish, Chen Yi abruptly struck, landing a lightning-fast punch square on his nose bridge. The bridge of the nose is one of the most vulnerable spots on the human body. A heavy blow there can easily knock someone unconscious. Wang Wu didn't faint, but he wasn't much better off. He let out a piercing scream, tears and snot streaming down his face like they were free. You little bastard, you cheated. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Wang Wu forced his eyes open and swung his knife at Chen Yi. You're the little bastard. Your whole family are little bastards. While trading insults, Chen Yi hadn't stopped attacking, grabbing the knife-wielding wrist and delivering another punch straight to the bridge of the man's nose. His martial skills were decent to begin with, and combined with the advantage of surprise, he immediately caught Wang Wu off guard. Seizing the initiative, Chen Yi pressed his advantage. A chop to the wrist sent the long knife clattering to the ground, followed by a flurry of well-executed combination punches from both fists that left Wang Wu dazed and disoriented. Chen Yi, an orphanage kid, had never learned martial arts, let alone receive guidance from any renowned master. Though he possessed freakish physical strength akin to a beast, no man with an eye for talent had ever discovered him. He never expected such fortune to land on his lap. After all, a living person wouldn't piss themselves to death. If no one would teach him, he'd just teach himself. First, he bought stacks of martial arts manuals from roadside stalls. Books like Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, Shaolin Arhut Fist, and 8 trigrams palm. Then he pestered friends into teaching him military-style boxing, even meticulously studying every available recording of the ear-biting boxing legend Tyson. Without realizing it, Chun-Yi became quite the fighter. At the very least, among the petty thugs he encountered, no one could best him. Because of this, his moves were a complete mishmash. Boxing mixed with taekwondo, switching from 8 trigrams palms to a sudden groin kick in the middle of a fight. Whatever worked, he used it. The gang of petty thugs who often sparred with him had suffered plenty at his hands, so they could only skirt around him when they saw him. As for something like martial virtue, it had never appeared in Chun-Yi's dictionary. In his view, it was just nonsense played by those self-righteous people with too much time on their hands. If your life hangs by a thread, would you still hesitate to strike back? Poke eyes, dig noses, kick nuts, guaranteed to play it slicker than anyone. Wang Wu clearly didn't understand Chun-Yi and tragically fell victim to Chun-Yi's surprise attack, then was thoroughly overpowered the entire way. Pah! Thrown cleanly onto the ground by Chun-Yi's shoulder throw, Wang Wu hastily rolled like a donkey, scrambled back up, spat a mouthful of bloody saliva on the floor, and glared at Chun-Yi with eyes that could practically shoot flames. Not bad. That lazy donkey roll move was executed very skillfully. Chun-Yi nodded in praise. He wasn't being sarcastic, but genuinely thought it was a good move. He even planned to practice it himself when he had time. Should an emergency arise, this lazy donkey rolling over technique could be a lifesaver. But when Wang Wu heard these words, they took on a completely different meaning. Since childhood at martial arts school and throughout his time in society, he'd never neglected his training. Having rarely met his match in life, he'd never suffered such humiliation, let alone being mocked by some inexperienced youngster. Wang Wu was going mad with rage, consumed by the kind of fury that makes one want to tear a person apart limb from limb. "Kid, I'm gonna kill you." Wang Wu lunged at Chun-Yi like a rabid dog, launching himself at him with full force. Though wild, he hadn't lost his reason. From the beating he'd just taken, he'd learned this punk had decent upper body techniques, but mediocre footwork. He hadn't even seen the guy throw a single kick. Attack his legs. His strategy worked. Chun-Yi found himself constrained, forced into continuous retreat. "Kid, time to end this." Wang Wu let out a roar, and a dagger appeared in his hand, as if by magic. Seizing Chun-Yi's unpreparedness, he thrust it toward his chest at an exceptionally sinister and tricky angle. "Chun-Yi, look out!" Luo Yin screamed in alarm, simultaneously lunging forward in an attempt to intercept this treacherous stab for Chun-Yi. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the speed of Wang Wu's strike. No, she could only cry out helplessly in her heart, praying fervently that if possible, she wished she could take that stab wound in Chun-Yi's place. She already owed Chun-Yi so much. How could she possibly owe him her life as well? Yet all efforts were in vain. Wang Wu's dagger flashed like lightning, sworn to claim Chun-Yi's life without relent. Chapter 15. Don't harm yourself. On the edge of life and death, Chun-Yi showed no trace of fear. His gaze was as calm as an ancient deep pool, and the corners of his lips faintly curled into a cold smile, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he expected. The moment he laid eyes on Wang Wu, he saw the dagger hidden on his person. Wang Wu also carried an aura of killing intent, but unlike the pitch-black aura engulfing Luo Yin, his was tinged with a streak of blood red. It was a bloodthirst. Only weapons that had claimed lives could manifest such a sanguinary aura. And the source of this crimson, killing intent lay concealed within his sleeve. How could Chun-Yi not be wary? Not good. Seeing Chun-Yi's unexpected composure, Wang Wu instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the person standing before him wasn't Chun-Yi at all, but a lone wolf watching its prey step unwittingly into a trap. At this moment, try to retract his strength and flee was already too late. He had no choice but to stake everything on a single throw and leave it to fate. Chun-Yi swiftly reached out with his left hand, gripping the man's wrist tightly, then flung up a foot, aiming straight for his crotch. Bang! A powerful, devastating kick landed squarely on his family jewels. "Arg!" Wang Wu let out a scream of anguish that echoed throughout the parking lot, brimming with indignation and utter misery. Struck by Chun Yi's infamous decimation of descendants' kick, Wang Wu completely lost his strength. Like a boiled shrimp, he crumpled forward and collapsed. Chun Yi's usual approach was to strike while the opponent was weak, also known as kicking a man when he's down. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? Swinging his arm in a full arc, he delivered a powerful uppercut straight to the man's jaw. Poor Wang Wu couldn't even let out a cry at this point. With his jaw shattered, he could only lie on the ground whimpering MMPH through the pain. Damn you. Try and play dirty with me? I'll wreck you. Chun Yi shook his fist, wincing from the sharp pain. That last punch had been too fierce even for his own knuckles. Luo Yin stood to the side, clearly still reeling from the earlier shock, staring blankly at Chun Yi with a complicated gaze. Chun Yi was quite satisfied with Luo Yan's reaction, assuming she had been thoroughly stunned by his dashing appearance, and her little heart had fallen for him. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yan's forehead was currently beaded with cold sweat. This guy's invincible already. Highly skilled, lightning-fast reflexes, and most crucially, he had absolutely no shame. Tricks like ambush attacks or low blows that ordinary people would consider disgraceful were routine for him. Not only unashamed, but actually proud of them. Ahem, do you have handcuffs with you? Under Luo Yan's fiery gaze, Chun Yi struck poses for a long while before finally failing to maintain his cool act. Oh yes, I do. As if snapping out a dream, Luo Yan responded casually and tossed Chun Yi the handcuffs from her belt. Wang Wu was still lying there, clutching his groin and moaning pitifully, his face a mess of tears, snot, and drool, a truly wretched sight. Chun Yi took the handcuffs, walked over to restrain Wang Wu, then delivered several hard kicks to his stomach before finally letting his anger subside. Unlike the noble, compassionate protagonist on TV who shows sympathy for the weak and kindness to captives, he saw those people as nothing but sick. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If Chun Yi hadn't arrived in time, Luo Yin might now be lying in a pool of blood. If he hadn't been wary of Wang Wu from the start, he might now have been pierced through by a dagger. Ouch! Luo Yin suddenly let out a pained cry, her body tilting as she was about to collapse. Chun Yi acted swiftly, rushing over to steady Luo Yin, asking, "What's wrong? Were you hurt?" Luo Yin felt a pair of strong arms firmly supporting her body, warm and filled with a sense of security. "My foot, I twisted my foot." Her nerves had been stretched, taut this whole time. Now that she saw Wang Wu captured and relaxed, she finally felt a piercing pain in her ankle. "Don't move. Let me take a look." Chun Yi slowly helped Luo Yin sit on the ground, untied her shoelaces, and took off her shoes. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, Luo Yin was considered quite tall even in Huadong province where tall girls were common. Yet her feet were petite and delicate, with snow-white toes resembling tender lotus root sprouts. Long legs, tender feet, plus she can pull off that uniform temptation with whips and handcuffs. Who knows which bastard will get to enjoy all this later? Chun Yi couldn't help fantasizing when he noticed how beautiful Luo Yan's legs and feet were. Still a virgin himself, it never occurred to him to wonder why he couldn't be that lucky bastard instead. Luo Yin suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout her body as Chun Yi took her small foot in his hand, her face burning as if on fire. Although she worked as a public security officer, mostly surrounded by male officers and male detainees, she had never experienced such physical contact with a man before. Holding Luo Yan's petite foot, Chun Yi slowly rolled up her pant leg to examine her ankle, and all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind. "It's dislocated. I'll set it back in place. Brace yourself," he said. Luo Yin responded softly with a voice so faint even she could barely hear it, like the hum of a mosquito. Chun Yi held her petite foot with one hand while the other continuously rubbed her ankle, sending her heart racing uncontrollably. Click! Just as Luo Yin grew flustered and angry, about to pull away, a light snap sounded followed by sharp pain. Then she distinctly felt her ankle become noticeably more comfortable. "All done. Go get it checked at the hospital later, take some medicine, and rest for a few days. That'll do it." After carefully resetting Luo Yan's ankle, Chani let out a long sigh and plopped down onto the ground. The scuffle with Wang Wu had drained much of his stamina. His thin t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and a wave of exhaustion washed over his limbs. "Chun Yi." Thank you." Luo Yan looked at Chun Yi's drenched back and suddenly spoke. You're welcome. Just don't plan on dragging me back in again." Chun Yi retorted without turning around, his tone sarcastic. "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I saved your life just now. That makes twice you owe me." "I know." Luo Yan's voice was as crisp and melodious as an Oriole's song, extraordinarily pleasant to hear. "You know." Chun Yi turned back to look at Luo Yan's face, somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with this woman? She usually curses and threatens to beat him up, but suddenly acting so gentle makes him utterly uncomfortable. Luo Yan was rarely gentle for once, but the way Chun Yi looked at her was as if he'd seen a ghost, making her feel embarrassed. She gave him a hard kick. "Hey, lady, is this how you repay your benefactor?" Chun Yi complained after taking a kick to his butt. "What, you want me to offer myself to you as repayment? Offer yourself in return? Hey, why didn't I think of that?" Chun Yi slapped his forehead, feigning sudden realization. "Dare you marry if I dare to wed?" Luo Yan retorted without backing down. "If you dare to marry, I dare to wed." Chun Yi felt belittled by the beauty and thumped his chest in assurance. "Little lady, just yield to this lord. Not only am I handsome and wealthy, but I'll also cherish you tenderly." "My lord." Luo Yan raised a delicate orchid hand, her voice sugary and enchanting. "Have you even reached the legal marriage age yet?" "Legal marriage age?" Chun Yi was so enchanted by Luo Yan addressing him as uncle that when those words suddenly struck his ear, he nearly choked to death on his own breath. Furious, he snapped, "Luo Demonis, must you always ruin the mood like this? A brat who hasn't even grown all his feathers daring to tease this lady." Luo Yan sneered, though her eyes betrayed an indescribable emotion. "Fuck, you think I haven't grown feathers? Want me to strip and prove it to you? This is absolutely intolerable. It's a contemptuous assault on a man's dignity. Does it even need saying? Only little boys resort to such childish ways to prove themselves." Chun Yi was on the verge of tears. How could they be so discouraging and ungrateful? Before long, the public security officers arrived, led by Zhang Fei, that burly, dark-skinned giant of a man. He caught sight of Wang Wu, whose face was a bloody mess, still clutching his crotch and groaning in pain. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. "Boss, did you do this? That's downright brutal. Even darker than old Zhang here." Zhang Fei twisted his face into an exaggerated expression, as if he didn't recognize Luo Yan at all. "Get lost. This has nothing to do with me. It was all that kid Chun Yi's handiwork." Luo Yan displayed a severe lack of camaraderie by pushing Chun Yi forward. "Wow, brother, who would have thought you're not just great at conning people, but also pretty handy in a fight?" Zhang Fei immediately changed his expression, staring intently at Chun Yi until the young man felt thoroughly unnerved. "How about we find some time to spar? I haven't met a worthy opponent in ages. My hands have been itching for a good match." Chun Yi broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of people are these, wanting to fight the moment they meet? He caught sight of Luo Yan's stifling laughter with pursed lips, making him grit his teeth in frustrated irritation, yet completely powerless to do anything about it. "Captain Zhang, please don't make fun of me. I just got lucky and used a few castration kicks to take this guy down. How could I compare to you?" Chun Yi said modestly while demonstrating several kicking motions. Upon hearing the term castration kicks and seeing Wang Wu's miserable state, Zhang Fei's face turned green as he immediately abandoned his earlier idea. "I'm still unmarried. Damn kid, you don't know your own strength. What if you'd castrated me accidentally?" "All right, enough nonsense. Take him back for a thorough interrogation. We need to check if he has any accomplices." Luo Yan waved her hand grandly, and Zhang Fei immediately scurried over obediently, grabbing Wang Wu by the scruff of his neck like a chicken and tossing him into the vehicle. Just as Luo Yan was about to leave, she seemed to remember something. She walked up to Chun Yi, leaned close to his ear, and said, consider the gold bar matter settled between us. Remember, don't let me catch you doing it again, or I won't show any mercy." With that, Luo Yin turned and strode away. This woman truly takes principle to another level. He could sense the hesitation and struggle in Luo Yan's heart. This matter was difficult for her to handle. She could let him go now, but afterward, she would certainly sever all ties with him. Now that she's saying this, it means she's already given me a chance. Chun Yi had saved her life. After all, was this all the gratitude they showed? How utterly cheap, truly treating a life-saving favor as worthless. He had always maneuvered with ease on Feng Shui Street, never once suffering a loss, only ever gaining the upper hand against others. But since encountering this bizarre woman, one setback after another came his way. Chun Yi grew angrier the more he thought about it, increasingly convinced he'd been taken advantage of. A surge of malice rose in his heart as he bellowed, "Yinzi, go get yourself checked at the hospital when you get the chance. If there's really something wrong, whatever you do, don't move recklessly. Be careful not to disturb that thing and hurt yourself." No sooner had Chun Yi spoken than he bolted like greased lightning. So fast an Olympic sprinter would have been put to shame. In the blink of an eye, he'd vanished without a trace. Luo Yin halted her steps, nearly stumbling to the ground. She understood what Chun Yi's words implied. If there was an issue with her ankle, she should definitely rest. But her colleagues didn't grasp it at all. What did he mean by real trouble? What did he mean by disturbing that thing? What did he mean by hurting her body? Sure enough, led by the burly Zhang Fei, the group of security officers exchanged wide-eyed glances, staring at Luo Yin in utter astonishment. This guy's seriously impressive. It's only been a few days, and he's already managed to win over Captain Luo. This was the collective thought running through the security officers' minds. Who says men don't enjoy gossip? At the very least, these security officers' eyes were gleaming with the fiery glow of juicy rumors. He did it on purpose. He absolutely must have done it on purpose. Luo Yin gnashed her teeth, thinking precisely so. Chapter 16. The Four Symbols Spirit Convergence Formation. Having claimed back some interest, Chun Yi didn't dare look back as he sprinted all the way out, quickly hailed a taxi, and fled back home. This day had utterly exhausted Chun Yi. The moment he returned to his tiny rented room, he slumped onto the bed, refusing to get up no matter what. The room wasn't large, about 20 square meters, a standard unit in Spring City slums. One bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Though sparrow small, it had all vital organs complete. Imagine how cramped a 20 square meter space must be with all those partitioned areas. Yet remarkably, Chun Yi's dwelling showed no trace of mess or disorder. Instead, it maintained exceptional neatness and organization, creating an atmosphere of crisp clarity that felt worlds apart from the outside. Feng Shui represents something profoundly mysterious, utterly inexplicable by current scientific standards. No advanced instruments can detect those so-called auspicious or ominous energy flows. Yet it exists as undeniable reality, having endured for millennia. No matter how the times change or how many times it's suppressed, the practice of Feng Shui always manages to take root, sprout, and flourish like tenacious grass. To put it in terms of modern philosophy, what exists is reasonable. If it weren't reasonable, if it were just some fraudulent practice, how could it have endured for thousands of years and spread across the entire world? The main reason is that it possesses a mysterious power that modern science can't explain, capable of bringing you soaring success or reducing your family to ruin. A Feng Shui master is someone who utilizes this ability. Chun Yi was not an experienced, but highly skilled Feng Shui master who paid particular attention to Feng Shui. All Feng Shui practices are fundamentally grounded in cleanliness, tidiness, and proper ventilation. Without a clean and orderly environment, even the most auspicious Feng Shui arrangement would be ineffective, like pouring water into a desert. It would instantly seep underground. Of course, Chun Yi's home wasn't just clean and tidy. He had also arranged a few simple Feng Shui formations. Simplicity doesn't equate to being low-level or useless. Everything depends on circumstances. What matters most is appropriateness. Indeed, large-scale Feng Shui arrangements are more effective than small-scale ones. But Chen Yi's house is only the size of a palm, completely unsuitable for a major feng shui setup. Time flows like water, and before one realizes it, the sun has dipped below the mountains, casting the sky into dusk. Chen Yi lay on his bed, replaying the events of the day in his mind, especially that fierce battle with Wang Wu. No matter how decisively Wang Wu had lost to Chen Yi, there was no denying he was a master. Even Luo Yin, the renowned police heroine, had been slightly outmatched by him. That Chen Yi had managed to defeat Wang Wu so effortlessly was something he wouldn't have dared imagine before. Since the day Chen Yi obtained the dragon taming scripture, a faint sense of qi had existed within his body. However, this energy was so exceedingly weak that he had never paid it much attention. Now he could sense that this qi had grown noticeably more robust with his breakthrough into the spiritual realm. Initially as fine as a strand of hair, it had now thickened like a steel needle, expanding 3 to 4 times its original size. Perhaps this was the reason behind the improvement in his physical agility and strength. Yet just how much had he improved? Chen Yi still didn't know. At this thought, disregarding the protesting creaks of his landlord's rickety bed, he executed a carp leap and sprang up from the mattress. The simplest test was push-ups. Chen Yi could normally do about 80 in a minute, but this time he astonishingly completed 203 within 60 seconds and still had energy to spare. He vividly remembered the Guinness World Record for 1-minute push-ups was 199, yet he'd somehow smashed it with 237 repetitions. After regulating his breathing and relaxing his arms, he set the stopwatch on his beat-up second-hand Nokia and began another test, this time setting his challenge at 30 minutes. A minute is too short to reveal much at all. After 30 minutes, even Chen Yi himself could hardly believe it. He had completed an astounding 2,476 repetitions, breaking the world record once again. Even Chen Yi himself was shocked. Breaking a world record in 1 minute shows explosive strength, while breaking another world record in 30 minutes proves his endurance is monstrous as well, simply a being beyond human limits. Chen Yi was in high spirits. He could sense it, not just in his arms, but every part of his body brimmed with strength. In terms of overall physical prowess, he far surpassed even world record holders. He narcissistically tossed his hair aside, wondering if he should switch careers, perhaps join the Olympics, or play basketball or something. Nowadays, with Michael Jordan making his second comeback, but declining in form day by day, maybe it's time for me to take over the legend's mantle, to break every single record he's ever set, leaving him without even a place to cry. Of course, this was just a passing thought in his mind. Leaving aside his complete lack of interest in basketball, even if he did take up the sport, it wouldn't be that simple. Basketball isn't something you can succeed at through brute strength alone. Moreover, he had greater matters to attend to, those concerning feng shui. Feng shui was a monumental undertaking that benefited the nation and its people, bringing prosperity to all of humanity. A powerful feng shui arrangement could drive the development of an entire city, just like in the capital or Wall Street, where masters had laid down feng shui formations. But given Chen Yi's selfish, greedy nature, with a heart narrower than the eye of a needle, he was unlikely to engage in such deeds. Massive feng shui arrangements weren't something one could simply set up at will. They required perfect alignment of the right timing, location, and human harmony. A single misstep could inflict unimaginable harm upon the feng shui master, and the consequences could even extend to haunt 3 generations. In the unseen workings of fate, there existed a ledger that recorded the rights and wrongs, merits and faults of feng shui masters. This was the widely rumored 5 losses and 3 deficiencies. The 5 misfortunes refer to being widowed, widowered, orphaned, solitary, or disabled. That means a feng shui master might never find a partner, ending up either a lifelong bachelor or an old widow. Even if they have descendants, those children may die young. They might also lose limbs and become disabled. The 3 deficiencies are lack of wealth, lack of longevity, and lack of power. Power doesn't matter. Chen Yi never had any desire to be an official. But wealth and longevity? No one dares to take those lightly. Having money but no life, having life but no money, or having neither. None of these are joking matters. Thus, keeping a low profile is the true path, and silently amassing riches is the proper way. It's time to improve the feng shui layout in the house. Chen Yi had long wanted to set up a four symbols spirit gathering formation. The four symbols spirit gathering formation originated from Chen Yi's ancestral lineage, invented by the ancient patriarch Chen Tuan during the Tang dynasty. In an era where the average lifespan barely exceeded 50 years, even emperors seldom lived past 60. This elder remarkably survived to the grand age of 118, earning him the epithet living fossil. Moreover, he enjoyed robust health and a prodigious appetite. Legend claims Chen Tuan's extraordinary longevity was closely tied to his unparalleled alchemy skills, though few knew his residence was actually arranged according to the four symbols spirit gathering formation. This formation could concentrate the surrounding dragon veins' spiritual energy in one place, nourishing its master's body and enhancing their fortune. There's another crucial reason. The four symbols spirit gathering formation can intensify the qi sensation within Chen Yi's body. And the qi sensation inside him is none other than spiritual energy, a type of vital force derived from dragon veins. For a feng shui master, spiritual energy from dragon veins is as essential as water is to ordinary people. Without it, a feng shui master would be completely powerless, whether in crafting talismans, consecrating magical artifacts, or divining fortunes. All these abilities would be utterly lost. The enhancement of dragon vein spiritual energy is also a critical factor in improving a geomancer's abilities. For geomancers, advancement becomes increasingly difficult at higher levels, requiring more spiritual energy. The four symbols spiritual gathering formation serves as his direct pipeline for rapidly obtaining dragon vein spiritual energy. If relying solely on natural accumulation, heaven knows how long it would take to accumulate enough energy for another breakthrough, perhaps even needing to endure a thief's wooden bench strike and only achieving success in moments of life or death crisis. Therefore, if Chen Yi wishes to progress further, the four symbols spiritual gathering formation is an indispensable factor. In the past, Chen Yi simply didn't possess this capability. Setting up such a formidable feng shui arrangement was beyond his ability, which was why he'd never considered this approach before. Now that he'd finally entered the divine intent realm, he experienced comprehensive improvement. His understanding of feng shui divination also reached a new level, and many things he'd wanted to do but couldn't before had finally become possible. However, the four symbols spirit gathering formation not only placed extremely high demands on the feng shui master, but also presented a non-technical challenge that Chen Yi currently lacked. That would be ritual implements. Good magical artifacts rarely appear in the world, and when they occasionally do, they come with sky-high prices, often existing beyond mere monetary value. With Chen Yi's financial means, even selling everything he owned wouldn't be enough to afford one. Although he still had 500,000 yuan in his pocket, just enough to barely purchase the lowest grade set, he could potentially improve it later to achieve some effectiveness. But that money was reserved for the orphanage. He wouldn't touch a single cent of it for himself. A beautiful idea was thus mercilessly shattered by the cruel reality. In short, what Chen Yi lacked most right now was money. The orphanage needed it, and he needed it even more. This made him feel uneasy. Could it be that I'm afflicted with the lack of wealth from the 5 miseries and 3 deficiencies? The money I earn is never enough to get by. In the following days, Chen Yi returned to his usual haunt at Feng Shui Street and resumed his boring stall-setting life. What you desire most, fate seems determined not to let you obtain easily. It must torment you to the point of exhaustion before relenting. Chen Yi's earnings from his stall these past few days were downright pitiful, not even a third of his usual income. For a whole week, he earned less than 1,000 yuan, yet quite a few people still sought him out. There's quantity, but no quality. These people either come to pick auspicious wedding dates or name their babies, charging just $50 per person as a token fee, though I did receive several packs of wedding candy. Today was even worse than the previous days. Apart from one guy from the Public Security Bureau, not a single customer showed up. That day, Chun made a grand display of his skills at the Public Security Bureau, creating quite a publicity stir. Finally, his first customer from the bureau arrived. But the moment the guy spoke, he nearly infuriated Chun. He was here to treat his erectile dysfunction. Chun was a feng shui master, a fortune teller, not some quack peddling snake oil. Where would he have some miraculous cure to slap onto your little brother and instantly make it stand tall and mighty? After being turned down by Chun, the guy still had a whole list of excuses. He said he'd been to all the major hospitals in the city with no results, and heard that impotence could also be caused by bad feng shui. He insisted Chun come to his house to check the feng shui. Chun had to talk him down, exhausting all his persuasive skills, before finally managing to send the guy packing. Master Chun, you must save me. Just as Chun was sitting there looking utterly dejected, a white sphere-like something suddenly shot into view before him. Chapter 17, Ominous Malevolence. Boss Wu, what's the matter with you? Chun recognized this man as the same Mr. Wu who had purchased gold bars from him a few days ago. His complexion appeared sallow, eyes bloodshot, looking as if he hadn't slept properly for days. When Chun had last seen the portly Mr. Wu, the man had been impeccably dressed and full of vigor. How could he have deteriorated so much in just a few days? Looking closely, Chun noticed a sinister aura swirling around the man's forehead. The central forehead area between the Tianzhong and Yintang points, known in physiognomy as the Career Palace, was completely enveloped by this baleful energy. Without doubt, some professional calamity had befallen him. Brother Chun, something's happened. You must help me this time, old buddy. Boss Wu, don't fret. Has your career run into trouble? Chun handed Wu Pengzi a small folding stool, signaling him to sit down and explain calmly. That's right, Wu Pengzi struggled to settle on the stool, his massive beer belly making him distinctly uncomfortable. Upon hearing Chen's words, he froze momentarily before his expression instantly lit up with excitement, as if he'd just spotted a lifeline. Brother Chun, to be honest, something strange has been happening in my shop these past few days. Another person fainted today. Doesn't that seem odd to you? It turned out Wu Pengzi's shop had been plagued by a series of incidents. First, the chandelier in the main hall inexplicably fell and injured a customer. Then employees started fainting one after another, nearly one per day. Oddly enough, these fainting employees would wake up on their own as soon as they were taken to the hospital, without needing any treatment. At first, Wu Pengzi thought it might be the employees' own health issues. But with this being the third case today, all showing identical symptoms, fainting inside the shop only to wake up shortly after leaving, with hospital examinations revealing nothing abnormal, it was clearly something more peculiar. The shop was already in a state of panic, with employees whispering among themselves. Some said it was due to offending some deity, while others speculated that Fatty Wu had done something shady behind the scenes, hence the misfortune befalling his store. He had already received several resignation letters. If things continued like this, sooner or later, everyone would leave. He might as well give up on the business altogether and close shop for good. Brother Wu, this is tough to handle. A malicious force has targeted you, evil or calamity. It's a destined trial in your fate. Chun swayed his head, muttering mysteriously. He immediately pointed out that Fatty Wu was having career problems, just to give him reassurance and make him believe in his credibility, proving he wasn't a fraud. The more difficult he pretended the situation was, the higher the price Fatty Wu would offer. This was his tried and tested trick. Luo Yin had always looked down on Chun calling him a fraud and a charlatan, which, in a sense, was entirely justified. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Fatty Wu immediately panicked. He jumped up from his little stool and said, Brother Chun, you can't just walk away. Name your price, whatever you want, and I promise I won't haggle. Whether in everyday bargaining, business negotiations, or any other contest, the worst thing is letting the other party know your bottom line. Once they know it, they won't stop until they've pressed you right to that boundary. Now Fatty Wu has made this exact mistake. But right now, with fire practically licking his backside, how could he afford to care about such details? Brother Wu, let me be straight with you. My standard fee for a single feng shui reading is 400,000. Truth be told, those gold bars I sold recently were actually commissioned from a client. Chun Yi's eyes narrowed into slits, making him look like a sly old fox. 400,000, and that's the honest bottom line? Go lie to the ghosts. 400,000 is enough to buy a house in Spring City. This is practically a lion opening its jaws wide. Wu the fatty cursed inwardly, but didn't dare show it on his face. All he could do was grit his teeth and say, 400,000 is fine, but you'd better guarantee results. Deal. If it doesn't work, I won't take a single cent. Chun Yi was overjoyed. He'd expected Wu the fatty to haggle, but the man had been unexpectedly generous. Brother Chun, do you have a moment? The shop was already in complete chaos, and Fatty Wu couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Certainly. Of course it's convenient. What's so inconvenient about making money? He also wanted to quickly see what exactly went wrong to cause such immediate and dramatic effects. Feng Shui emphasizes the accumulation of wind energy and the presence of water as the highest principle, with a certain degree of delay. When Feng Shui is disrupted, accidents usually don't occur immediately, but manifest gradually over a long period, like water grinding away at stone. For Fatty Wu's jewelry store, so many incidents happened in such a short time. First, a robbery that left one dead, then the ceiling lamp falling and injuring a customer, followed immediately by an employee fainting for no reason. Just how dire the feng shui had become was evident. If this drags on, who knows what else might happen? Taking payment means solving problems. That much professional integrity Chun Yi still possessed. Half an hour later, Chun Yi arrived at the commercial street with Fatty Wu in tow. The moment Chun Yi stepped into the shop, a chill of dread shot through him. The density of malevolent energy inside surpassed even his expectations. Having entered the divine intent realm, his spiritual awareness had grown stronger, his perception sharper. Within this miasma of malign energy, he could scarcely draw breath. No wonder the employees here kept encountering mishaps one after another. Working amid such potent negative energy, if nothing went wrong, that would truly be supernatural. They merely lacked Chun Yi's formidable spiritual perception, rendered oblivious even amidst perilous circumstances. The commercial street teemed with endless streams of pedestrians, yet his shop stood deserted. Every passerby seemed subconsciously diverted by some invisible force, steering clear of its vicinity. This is what people call the sixth sense. Though incapable of consciously perceiving the malignant aura, their primal instinct for self-preservation warned them. This place reeked of danger, best avoided. The shop employees were gathered in small groups of 3 or 5, chatting animatedly. Chun Yi could hear their conversation involve topics about spirits, ghosts, and the supernatural. They had sensed something too, even if they didn't know exactly what. Their subconscious instinctively linked the ominous aura to ghostly phenomena. Since there are no customers in the shop anyway, they might as well enjoy a few days of relaxation. Fatty Wu awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Brother Chun Yi, have you noticed anything? Is there a problem with the feng shui? Though spoken softly, his words were loud enough for the chatting employees to hear. One by one, they looked up and turned their curious gazes toward Chun Yi. Isn't this the young fellow who used a sack to carry gold that day? Could he really be a feng shui master? Probably so. He must have some skills. Otherwise, how could he have carried gold in a sack? I doubt it. So young, what could he possibly know? Don't be so sure. Appearances can be deceiving, just as the sea can't be measured by a scoop. Chun Yi listened to their chatter, smiled slightly without paying much attention, and said to Fatty Wu, Brother Wu, the malevolent aura in your shop is overflowing, at least twice as strong as last time I visited. Have you acquired anything new recently, especially antique items? This was a situation Chun Yi had never encountered before, and for the moment, he couldn't discern the underlying cause. In his opinion, the most likely explanation for this phenomenon was an ancient artifact with an overwhelming concentration of malevolent energy, especially those relics nurtured for millennia in sinister, heavy locations. Antiques? No. We mainly deal in jewelry, no antiques. We haven't added anything to the store recently. Fatso Wu shook his head. Chun Yi frowned, his expression turning grave. If it wasn't an issue inside the store, then the cause must be outside. Brother Wu, Let's go out and take a look. The commercial street was bustling with people as the sun tilted westward, slightly cooling Jinan's sweltering air. Stepping out of the shop, Chun immediately felt a wave of relief and couldn't help but say to Fat Wu, "Old Wu, don't you feel like breathing seems easier now?" Upon hearing this, Fat Wu took a deep breath and looked at Chun with surprise, saying, "You're right, it really does feel much lighter now. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. The shop is just a few steps away and even has air conditioning, so why did it feel so stifling inside?" Air conditioning? Forget that. Even if you placed a 12 horsepower ultra-powerful fan in the shop, it wouldn't have changed the situation. Just a few steps away, the killing aura was incomparable. Chun pondered briefly and explained simply, "The commercial street is a straight road with bustling crowds, like a flowing river. It carries spiritual and killing energy, so the malevolent aura seeping from your store gets swept away quickly. How could it be the same? Then can you fix it?" Wu the fatty half understood, but he didn't need to grasp it fully. What concerned him most was whether Chun could actually remedy the feng shui. "Can't say for sure yet," Chun said while the two were talking, glancing around but finding nothing out of the ordinary. "But the problem definitely lies in the back." Hearing these words, Fatty Wu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked back, only to find towering buildings everywhere. Puzzled, he asked, "Brother Chun, why can't I see anything at all?" "I can't figure it out either." "You can't see it either? Then how did you know something was wrong there?" "Just a guess." "A guess? Are you kidding me?" Fatty Wu broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if he'd gotten the wrong person. Could anyone be this unreliable? This wasn't some multiple choice question. How could you just guess your way through this? Chun, he said it was a guess, and that wasn't entirely false, because he really did guess, just that this guess was an educated one. His gaze swept over the area, but failed to pinpoint the source of the sinister aura. The back of the shop was blocked by tall buildings, making it impossible to see anything, hence his remark. "Hey, Brother Chun, wait for me." Seeing Chun, he had already walked quite a distance. Fatty Wu hurriedly wheezed as he caught up, grumbling all the while, "Bro, don't mess with me like this. My heart can't take it." The two walked together to the southern end of the commercial street, then twisted and turned through several alleys before arriving at the back of Fatty Wu's shop, where they saw a construction site in progress. The site was nearing completion, clearly destined to become a large residential complex, though no one had moved in yet. At the center of the site stood a small plaza, where a fiery red metal statue immediately caught the eye. The statue resembled a soaring flame, its top adorned with 8 small, flickering tongues of fire, one of which pointed directly at the rear wall of Fatty Wu's gold shop. Beneath the 8 small flames, 8 cobblestone paths echoed their glow, stretching far into the distance. Chun Yi's pupils constricted instantly at the sight, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. An overwhelming, nearly tangible aura of malevolence coiled around the flames statue like a python, splitting into 8 smaller serpents at the top that slithered along the 8 flickering flames. These 8 serpents were uncanny. After escaping the flames, they didn't scatter chaotically, but solidified into straight lines, shooting straight into the sky. And the cause of all this was likely those 8 cobblestone-paved paths. But at the end of those paths, the 8 Snake Sha formations lost control and scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, Fatty Wu's shop got caught in the crossfire. Masterstroke. Absolutely a masterstroke. Chun-Yi admitted to himself that he absolutely didn't possess such capability. Chapter 18. Dragon Vein Dispels Calamity. "What do you do?" 2 burly security guards rushed over and stopped Chun-Yi, who had intended to take a closer look. "Gentlemen, we noticed that a property is being developed here and came to check it out. If it suits us, we're considering buying a unit." Chun-Yi replied without a hint of panic. For him, lying was as natural as breathing, ingrained in his very bones. That's why he was known in the trade as the master con artist. Trading hasn't started yet. No outsiders are allowed in. So when does trading begin? How should I know? Which developer built this property? Are you done yet? I told you I don't know. Hurry up and leave. Stop pestering me. The security guard showed none of the professional dedication expected from real estate sales staff. His tone downright hostile. He might as well have physically shoved them out the door. Chun-Yi apologized and quickly left with Fatty Wu. On the way back, Chun-Yi secretly cast a divination hexagram. To his surprise, the reading was extremely chaotic, revealing nothing discernible. Someone's obscuring the heavenly signs. Not only that, but the property development felt strangely off in every way. Normally, real estate developers would paint a grand vision for consumers and start selling properties in advance, even before construction begins, in order to recoup funds. Yet this property is nearly completed, yet hasn't been officially launched for sale, and outsiders aren't even allowed to visit. This is rather intriguing. Moreover, the two security guards behaved with extreme arrogance. No legitimate business would employ staff of such poor caliber. Chun-Yi noticed that they walked with a powerful, steady gait, like a dragon striding or a tiger prowling, indicating their legs were exceptionally strong. With his broad, bear-like frame, it wasn't hard for Chun-Yi to tell the man was a trained fighter, someone who could easily handle 5 or 6 street punks without breaking a sweat. With such impressive skills, Chun-Yi couldn't understand why they would choose to work as security guards. Chun-Yi frowned the whole way, not even hearing Wu Pengzi's repeated attempts to talk to him. Wu Pengzi could only sulk and close his mouth unhappily. "Handsome, has there been a problem with the shop's feng shui?" When Chun-Yi and Wu Pengzi returned to the shop, a fair-skinned, delicate-looking girl approached them curiously and asked. Chun-Yi took a closer look and realized it was the same clerk who had attended to him that day. "Lu Hua, don't ask questions you shouldn't." Fatty Wu scowled and rebuked her sternly. Such matters were best kept from outsiders. If word got out, it would surely damage the shop's reputation. If Chun-Yi failed to deliver, even transferring ownership would become problematic. The girl named Lu Hua pouted her petite mouth and let out a delicate huff, almost like she was sulking. Brother Wu, it doesn't hurt for them to know. We'll solve the problem anyway. Prevention is better than cure." Chun-Yi waved his hand with a laugh. "You wouldn't say anything when I asked earlier, but now you're suddenly talkative." Fatty Wu grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with Chun-Yi for abandoning loyalty at the sight of beauty. Chun-Yi chuckled, paying no mind, and proceeded to give a brief explanation. The metal statue they had just seen was positioned at the southeastern Sun gate of the gold shop. Sun represents wind, carrying the meaning of ceaseless flow, a symbol of wealth. Sun, the wind trigram, also belongs to the wood element, and that statue is made of metal. Wood is suppressed by metal, naturally resulting in sluggish business. That metal statue takes the form of fire, a flame directly suppressing the jewelry store. Even without that peculiar baleful aura, accidents would easily befall the shop. Like that robbery, for instance. Of course, Chun-Yi didn't mention that strange, baleful serpent. It was too mystical, and no one would believe him. "Handsome guy, can you really help me with this?" Lu Hua couldn't help but ask after hearing this. "It should work. What are you going to do? Conduct some kind of mystic ritual? I've never actually seen a shaman dance before." Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel forehead wrinkles forming. How had ancient geomancy arts degraded to this level nowadays? Jumping like a shaman? Hell, I might as well summon immortals too. Ignoring the young girl's ignorance, Chun-Yi walked to the rest area's table. He took out his portable tools, a small bowl, a packet of cinnabar powder, a sheet of yellow paper, and a fine-haired calligraphy brush. After asking Fatty Wu for some hot water, he mixed the cinnabar powder in the bowl. What's he doing? Drawing talismans? It should be. Will it actually work? Who knows? Seeing Chun-Yi take out so many tools of the trade, the employees in the shop cast curious glances his way and began whispering among themselves. Chun-Yi really was going to draw a talisman. The name given by the dragon taming scripture in his mind was Talisman of Divine Treasure, Transforming Evil. He picked up the small wolf hair brush, took several deep breaths to clear his mind, and when his heart became as still as water, he began to draw the talisman. As soon as he dipped the brush, a warm current surged from Chun-Yi's lower abdomen to his arm, and with its support, his wrist gained agility and vigor, guiding the brush with serpentine fluidity. Before long, every inch of the palm-sized yellow paper was covered in intricate vermilion seal script characters. Chun-Yi then bellowed, "Heaven's essence, Earth's spirit, boundless transformations, where my ink touches, treasures manifest to dispel calamity. The moment the incantation concluded, the crimson lines on the yellow paper erupted into a dazzling golden radiance. Wherever this light reached, it carried the comforting warmth of winter sunlight. Seconds later, the brilliance faded, and the treasure manifestation talisman to neutralize misfortune appeared as ordinary as any common charm. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could this be the legendary talisman they heard of? In their eyes, these ghostly scribbles were nothing but scams, utterly useless and firmly categorized as feudal superstition. Yet now they had witnessed their power firsthand. "Master, what kind of talisman are you drawing?" The young girl named Lu Huang mustered her courage to ask, this time addressing him as Master instead of handsome guy. "This is called the Ling Bao Evil Dispelling Talisman, specifically designed to counteract malignant energies and improve the shop's feng shui," Chun Yi said with a cheerful grin. "How do I use this Ling Bao talisman?" Wu the fatty asked timidly. He now felt reassured, certain he hadn't approached the wrong person. With just this demonstration of talisman crafting skill, he doubted there were more than a handful in Quancheng City capable of such work. His gaze toward Chun Yi couldn't help but fill with newfound reverence. Chun Yi said, "Just stick on the back wall." Fatty Wu beamed happily. "Hey, someone, go get some glue quick." "No need. Glue isn't necessary." "No glue? Then what are we supposed to use?" Fatty Wu was baffled. Could this talisman be made of adhesive? That made sense. Modern convenience at its finest. What a progressive era we live in. Chun Yi chuckled without replying, walked to the back wall of the jewelry store, then raised his hand in a sword finger gesture and formed a seal with his fingers. Swift, the Ling Bao Evil Dispelling Talisman seemed to grow wings. It flew straight to the wall and clung there, unmoving. "Ah!" The people in the shop gasped in unison. One unusually eventful day. Something they'd only ever seen in movies and TV shows was unfolding right before their eyes. Some of the female staff couldn't help but gaze with admiration and burning enthusiasm in their eyes. Chun Yi thoroughly enjoyed this kind of gaze, feeling his image instantly grow taller and more heroic. He wondered if any young girl might start secretly batting her eyelashes at him now. Regardless of whether the boss was present or if it was work hours, the shop staff couldn't help but rush out from behind the counter, gathering beneath that talisman to examine it closely. "It's flying. It's really flying on its own. Holy shit, an immortal descended to Earth. Look, it's glowing again. It's glowing again." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Ling Bao Evil Warding Talisman once again emitted a golden glow brighter than before, so intense it was almost blinding. "Master, you're so handsome," a female clerk squealed like a love-struck fan. "Can you read my love fortune?" someone else asked, thinking more practically. "Oh no." Ignoring their enthusiasm, Chun Yi shouted. Pfft. With a faint sound, the spiritual treasure Evil Warding Talisman spontaneously burst into flames, instantly turning into a pile of ashes that fluttered into the air. The spiritual treasure Evil Warding Talisman had failed to suppress the baleful aura. Chun Yi's face was grim. Too many things had unfolded beyond expectation. The spirit treasure Evil Warding Talisman was a highly advanced charm, fully capable of dispelling ordinary malignant energies without issue. Yet at this moment, it had failed. There could only be one reason. These malignant energies were dragon's baleful aura, the ominous energy born from a dragon vein. As is well known, when dragons traverse the earth, they carry spiritual energy and fortune, though a very few may also generate baleful energy instead, such as dead dragons or aggrieved dragons. Chapter 19. The Fortune Teller versus the Scammer. "Brother Chun, what's going on here? You gotta lend me a hand here. I'll write you a check right now, no? Cash in hand." Wu's face turned pale, terrified that Chun Yi might abandon the job halfway. If Chun Yi were to drop the task midway, where would he ever find another such unconventional master again? Even if he found someone, they might not be as skilled as Chun Yi. "No need. Since I've taken this on, I won't back down just because it's difficult." Chun Yi waved his hand, giving him a reassuring guarantee. That's good, that's good. I knew Brother Chun was a righteous man. You wouldn't leave an old friend in the lurch. Fatty Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile onto his face. Yet his grin looked even more pitiful than a frown. Chun Yi proceeded to draw 3 spiritual treasure evil warding talismans in succession, then affixed them to the wall in the arrangement of the Heaven-Earth Man triad formation. The evil aura has been suppressed for now, but this is only a temporary solution. At most, it'll hold for about a week, Chun Yi said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Creating 4 spirit treasure evil dispelling talismans in a row was still quite a burden for him at his current level. What should we do then? Wu Fatty looked nervous. Even though Chun Yi had given him assurances, he still felt uneasy. If he couldn't dispel the ominous aura, his jewelry store would have no choice but to be sold. The news of the jewelry store incident had already spread like wildfire throughout the pedestrian street. Even if anyone were willing to take over, the price would be driven down drastically, and the losses would be immense by then. It's not easy to restrain the hostile energy here. We'll need to find some ritual objects to set up a feng shui arrangement. Ritual objects? What kind? Where can we find them? Don't you have any? Fatty Wu's questions came out rapid fire, one after another. How would I have any? I'm not an immortal who can just conjure them up at will. Go take a look at the Medicine King Temple. You might find some there. Chun Yi said impatiently. Why go to Yaowang Temple instead of Feng Shui Street? Fatty Wu was full of confusion. Logically speaking, feng shui tools should be bought at Feng Shui Street. Moreover, Chun Yi was like a local bully there, making things twice as effective with half the effort. Feng Shui Street, if there were any good items there, they'd be kept for personal use rather than sold. Besides, to solve the issues with your shop, ordinary mass-produced tools won't cut it. You need something with age. That's why we're heading to Yaowang Temple to try our luck. Yaowang Temple was the hub of antiques and curios in Quancheng. If Chun Yi wanted something with real age, that was undoubtedly the place to go. But the sellers at the Medicine King Hall are greedier than the bottom of a wok. They peddle far more fakes than genuine goods, and even many so-called experts have been fooled. Even if you find something decent, the seller will ask for an exorbitant price, fleecing you down to your last penny. But isn't that place full of fakes? Won't we get swindled? Although Fatty Wu deals in jewelry and jade, he doesn't know much about antiques. When faced with sellers specializing in counterfeits, he'd be completely at their mercy. Shit, they should be thanking their lucky stars I'm not the one taking them down, and they dare to mess with me? Just watch, Chun Yi declared with pride. Fatty Wu recalled how skilled Chun Yi had been when swindling him, which slightly eased his mind. Even so, he still found it hard to believe. Could someone so young truly understand antiques? With such profound mastery of feng shui and divination, if he were also well-versed in antiques, that would truly be extraordinary, unless he had been learning these skills from the womb. Although Fatty Wu was skeptical, he had no other choice but to drive Chun Yi to Yaowang Temple to try their luck. Yaowang Temple was packed with crowds, resembling a rural marketplace. Vendors set up stalls everywhere, and the air buzzed with the sound of haggling. Don't underestimate these vendors. They may seem unremarkable, no different from sweet potato sellers at a vegetable market, but pick anyone at random, and they'd easily be worth millions. Some even had fortunes far surpassing Fatty Wu's. Boss, see anything you like? Take your pick. The price will be right for you. As soon as Chun Yi and Fatty Wu stepped inside, a vendor immediately approached them. Chun Yi looked just like an ordinary person, but Wu Pongzi was different. Not to mention the thick gold rings on his fingers and the heavy gold chains around his neck. Even his designer outfit from head to toe alone was worth a small fortune. Though even the finest clothes couldn't do much for his looks, he certainly had money to spare. As for whether he was foolish or not, well, that remained to be seen. Chun Yi shook his head. There was scarcely anything worthwhile at this stall. The two walked straight ahead, stopping to inspect each stall along the way. Chun Yi occasionally picked up items to feel them, but no matter how eloquently or persuasively the vendors pitched their wares, he never made a purchase. The two walked and stopped intermittently, and before long, they had wandered through most of the Temple of the Medicine King, finding nothing all the while. Brother Chun, do you have any magical artifacts or not? At least say something. Wu Fatty was clearly beside himself with anxiety. I told you, old Wu, what's the rush? In business, you got to stay unflappable. Even if you're anxious inside, you can't let it show on your face. Chen Yi grumbled in annoyance. This guy had been yapping non-stop the whole way, irritating him to no end. Meanwhile, the sellers here were all eyeing them like a couple of fat sheep, making Chen Yi feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Yes, you're absolutely right, Brother Chen. This old man got too impatient. Fatty Wu nodded repeatedly. He realized he had been somewhat inappropriate, but his facial expressions always betrayed his true feelings. Could he afford not to be anxious? Every day, delayed, meant losses of at least tens of thousands at a jewelry store. Though wealthy, this money didn't simply blow in with the wind. It was painstakingly earned through his own diligent efforts. As the two men walked and talked, Wu Pengzi's foot struck something with a crash. A porcelain bowl shattered into pieces beside him. My God, my Qianlong Imperial Kiln piece. A voice as grief-stricken as if mourning a dead father suddenly cried out, startling Wu Pengzi into jumping aside. You broke my Qianlong Imperial Kilnware. You'll pay for this. The person who spoke appeared to be around 30 years old, with a sharp, pointed face, sly triangular eyes, and a bulbous nose, as ugly as could be. He quickly jumped out from behind the stall, grabbing hold of Fatty Wu's clothes. Pay up. Pay for my Qianlong Imperial Kiln bowl. I didn't even touch your damn bowl. It rolled down on its own. Fell down by itself. Since when do bowls in your house roll off on their own? The stall owner, seeing he had the upper hand, yelled out, Everyone, come judge for yourselves. This man broke my Qianlong-era Imperial Kiln piece and won't admit it, claiming the bowl rolled down by itself. Have you ever heard such nonsense? That little bastard is scamming people again. These two are clearly easy marks. That little weasel has sharp eyes. He'll ruin the reputation of our Medicine King temple sooner or later. This man was named Ho Dong, nicknamed Monkey Brat, who had been running a stall at the Medicine King Hall for several years, specializing in fraudulent extortion schemes. All the stall owners and regulars here knew this guy was shady, so they tried to steer clear of him as much as possible. As the saying goes, when you're down on your luck, even a fart can break your heel. Fat Wu came to the Medicine King Temple with Chen Yi and ended up catching Monkey Brat's eye. The little monkey-faced kid paid no attention to what others were saying, simply taking it all as praise, and continued, Hear that? Everyone says you're in the wrong. Don't even think about denying it. Fatty Wu's face flushed red with anger as he tried to shake off the kid's grip. Despite the kid's scrawny appearance, his grip was surprisingly strong. After several failed attempts, Fatty Wu erupted, You little punk, got a death wish, or what? Trying to scam your granddad? Believe me, I'll make you disappear from Quanchang City for good. Fatty Wu, after all, was no ordinary fellow. Once the initial shock wore off, it dawned on him he'd run into one of those legendary con artists. If it really were an authentic Qianlong Imperial Kiln piece, he'd be treasuring it like gold. There was no way he'd leave it on the edge where it could so easily get broken. Ouch, you break something and won't pay for it. And now you're threatening people? The little monkey wasn't fazed by these words. Instead, he sneered and shouted, Brother Second, someone trying to weasel out of paying their debt? As soon as his voice fell, a towering, burly bald man strode over and growled menacingly. Trying to weasel out of paying? Deadbeat Fatty, did you really think you could smash things and walk away scot-free? As he spoke, Second Brother grabbed Fatty Wu by the collar, choking him until his face turned bright red. Let go, or I'm calling the police. Wu the Fat finally got scared. Call the police? Even when the officers come, you'll still have to pay. Second Brother wasn't lying. When it came to these kinds of business disputes, without proof, the officers couldn't really do anything about it. In the end, Wu the Fat would still be the one at a disadvantage. Brother, let's talk this through. We're all in business for harmony and prosperity. There's no need to escalate things. Chen Yi picked up a piece of broken porcelain, examined it, and said, You're the only sensible one here. The little monkey's eyes lit up, suddenly perking up. Tell you what, since I take a liking to you, how about a bargain price? 18,000, what do you say? 18,000 for this piece of junk bowl? I wouldn't even pay 180 for it. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Fat Wu lost his temper. If Second Brother hadn't held him back tightly, he would have rushed over to give that little monkey bastard a couple of punches. Brother Fatty, You're showing your amateur side here. This bowl is from the official kiln of the Qianlong era. 18,000 is actually a steal, the little monkey bastard gloated. See that piece? It's from an official kiln of the Ming dynasty, even more expensive. I advise you to be careful. Don't break it again. Otherwise, you couldn't buy it even if you added a zero to the price. The little monkey bastard sneered, his threatening tone unmistakable. All right, Brother Wu, it's just our bad luck. Since we're caught up in this, we gotta take it, Chun Yi said with a chuckle to Fat Wu, then turned to Little Monkey. But 18,000 is really too much. How about this? I'll pay 3,000, and let's call it even. We're all just trying to make a living here. No way. 3,000 is way too low. I'd lose big time. 15,000. 15,000 is too much. 6,000. 10,000. 6,000. That's my final offer. 10,000. Not a cent less, or nobody's leaving. Listen, if you two keep haggling like this, we'll still be here by nightfall wasting everyone's time. Why don't you both compromise? Meet halfway at 8,000. Neither side loses nor gains unfairly. As their deadlock continued, someone finally intervened. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped forward to mediate. Let's do as you say, old man. Taking a small loss is still acceptable. The monkey-faced kid put on a pained expression and agreed. 8,000? That's a bit steep. The monkey-faced kid was pleased, but Chun Yi wasn't happy. That broken bowl is clearly a recent handicraft piece, worth no more than a few dozen bucks elsewhere. Young man, you're being unreasonable here. Compromise by 2,000 each, and neither side loses out. Even the seller agreed. What's holding you back? Seeing Chun Yi still unwilling to yield, the old man's expression darkened with displeasure. Fine, but Chun Yi glanced at the old man and seemed genuinely persuaded by his words. But what? The little monkey-faced boy asked eagerly. You have to give me this bronze gourd along with it. Chun Yi pointed towards a bronze gourd beside the monkey brat's stall. The gourd was about the size of a palm, mottled with patina, clearly weathered by wind and sun for many years. It bore intermittent etched lines that formed some indiscernible pattern. All right, consider my good deed for today. Take them both. Monkey Brat exhaled deeply in relief and handed the bronze gourd to Chun Yi. This thing's appearance is too shabby. It's been sitting here unsold for over a year. Throwing it away feels like a waste, but keeping it around just makes it an eyesore. Since Chun Yi likes it, might as well give it to him as a little bonus. Chun Yi took the gourd and played with it for a while. At first, his face showed delight, but before long it turned into a bitter smile. I thought I'd found a real bargain. Turns out it's just worthless junk. The monkey-faced kid observed Chun Yi's every move with contempt. Does this punk think spotting bargains is as easy as picking cabbages? He sneered inwardly. That treasures just fall into your lap whenever you please? All right, pay up. He couldn't care less whether Chun Yi was disappointed or upset. What did that have to do with him anyway? All he wanted was the money. No way. I'm still getting the short end of the stick. This thing isn't worth a dime. Chun Yi was getting anxious. Nonsense. Would valuables be given to you for free? Are you stupid or am I stupid? The little monkey looked smug with pride. Chun Yi was so angry that he looked ready to throw a punch. Chapter 20. Too ruthless, too shady. This young man got scammed all right. 8 grand for such worthless junk. Who wouldn't say the same? Thank goodness for that old man, or he would have had to fork over another 2,000. That old man? Can't you tell they're in this together? Partners? No way. Didn't he just help that young man knock off 2,000? How is that impossible? You think everyone these days is a lay foam? Saving 2,000 while earning 8 is still a tidy profit. The onlookers were right. These three were indeed working together. The little runt was in charge of scamming people. Second brother handled the intimidation, while the old man played the role of mediator. What appears to be a series of coincidences is in fact meticulously planned, each step interlocking with the next, leaving no room for defense. Brother Chun, guess we're out of luck. No point arguing with him. 8,000 yuan isn't that much anyway. At this moment, Fat Wu, already released by second brother, noticed Chun Yi's grim expression and the impending violence. Fearing he might stir up trouble, he quickly stepped in to restrain him. You want to fight, but you need to pick the right time. What if you end up at the police station, detained for 10 days or half a month? What'll happen to the jewelry store then? Even if Fatty Wu has some connections and can get Chen out, it'd still be a hassle, and the money spent would definitely be no less than 8,000. Brother Wu, hold on. We can't just take this loss for nothing. Chen pressed down on Fatty Wu's hand as he reached for the money, then said to the punk, 8,000 isn't out of the question, but I want to pick one more thing. What's with you, huh? You picked one, and now you want another? The punk snapped angrily. Young man, one should know contentment to find joy in life. Don't be too greedy. The peacemaking old man was also displeased. Chun Yi's behavior clearly showed no respect for his authority, prompting him to openly scold him. Let me pick one more item and I'll pay. Otherwise, no one will leave here happy. Chun Yi seemed genuinely worked up now, starting to throw his weight around. The damn kid was both furious and scornful towards Chen Yi. He thought he was dealing with an easy mark, but it turned out to be some idiot who'd lost his mind trying to scoop up bargains. It must be said, Chen Yi's acting was truly masterful. Right now, he genuinely looked the part of that idiot. Neck stiff, teeth clenched, face flushed red. But he resembled more a gambler who'd lost everything on his first casino visit, yet still desperately wanted to win it back. Ah, youth, sighed the veteran observer. Fat Wu watched Chun Yi's expression and sighed inwardly. He had originally thought Chun Yi had genuinely stumbled upon a bargain, which is why he'd kept silent, never imagining they'd been fooled. Being fooled isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is failing to learn from the lesson. Once, twice, keep going like this, and sooner or later, trouble will come knocking. All right, you pick one first, then we'll talk. The young monkey suppressed his temper and spoke patiently. Chun Yi circled around the goods laid out by the young monkey, examined them for a while, and finally settled on a bracelet placed next to a copper gourd. Truth be told, the young monkey did have some decent items, at least a few genuine pieces from the Qing dynasty, but Chen Yi wasn't particularly interested in those. The bracelet he eventually chose was simply a thin cord strung with one oval-shaped bead. It was greasy and grimy, the cord's original color indistinguishable, the bead itself coated in a layer of dirt. Chun Yi picked up the bracelet and was just about to wipe it when the little monkey snatched it away from him. This one won't do. Why not? We had a deal. What deal? I said we'd discuss it after looking, not that you could have whatever caught your eye. If you jumped at this late Ming Dynasty inkstone worth 50 grand, should I give it to you too? The little runt said disdainfully. Hey, I've taken a fancy to this one. So are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'll go find a constable to settle this. Chun Yi simply decided to play the rogue. He could tell that the reason the little runt wouldn't give it to him wasn't because the bracelet was particularly valuable. If it were, it wouldn't be so filthy, but because he was trying to inflate the price outrageously. Kid, this bracelet is called, what's it called? Dragon Holding Pearl. It's an antique. Can't just hand it over to you like that. Sure enough, the little runt started spouting nonsense, setting the stage to jack up the price later. What bloody dragon holding pearl? It was just some junk he dug out from under the wardrobe while cleaning his old family home. On impulse, he brought it along to see if he could con some sucker into buying it. Only a complete idiot would buy this crap. To Monkey Boy, Chun Yi was no different from a sucker at that moment. The two worst items on his stall? No. Counting that shattered Qianlong Imperial Kiln piece, it would be three. The three absolute worst pieces had all been snatched up by him in one go. What do you plan to do? The dim-witted Chun Yi, seeing that Monkey Boy hadn't entirely shut him down, couldn't help but eagerly ask with an expectant look on his face. 2,000 plus that 8,000, 10 grand total. Take all three together. 2,000? 2,000 is too expensive. You just scammed me out of 8 grand. Do you really think I'm some easy mark? Chun Yi laid his cards on the table, his voice tinged with exasperation. Kid, you can eat crap if you want, but don't talk crap, said second brother, who'd been standing idly by. He stepped forward, his palm as big as a willow leaf fan clapping down on Chen Yi's shoulder. Either pay 10,000 and walk away with both items, or fork over 8 grand and leave empty-handed. WH, what are you doing? Chun Yi twisted desperately but couldn't budge an inch, his face paling in alarm. 1,000, 1,000, and we've got a deal, he blurted out. Fine, 1,000 it is. The brat shot a glance at his second brother, signaling him to let Chen Yi go. Brother Chun, let me take the money. It's me thereafter in the first place. Wu Pengzi still had some sense of camaraderie after all. Without making Chun Yi pay, He took out his wallet, ready to settle the bill. Chun Yi's complexion seemed to improve slightly, but he reached out to stop Fatty Wu. "I'll cover the cost." These two items caught my eye. Then, ignoring Fatty Wu's objection, he pulled out the money from his inner pocket, counted out exactly 9,000 yuan, and handed it to the brat. The monkey-faced kid beamed with joy, took the money, counted it again to confirm the amount was correct, and only then handed him that string of beads which looked no different from junk. "Bro, we're square now. No takebacks." All these people saw it. A grown man can't go back on his word any more than shit can crawl back up an ass. Fearful that Chun Yi might change his mind again, the monkey-faced kid hastily stuffed the money into his pocket and couldn't resist adding another warning. "That's right. Whoever goes back on their word is a turtle's bastard." Chun Yi didn't look dejected as Monkey Boy had imagined. Instead, his face was beaming with joy. This inevitably made Monkey Boy wonder, could this kid have actually stumbled upon a hidden treasure? But seeing the beaded bracelet and gourd that Chun Yi was holding like prized possessions, he shook his head again, thinking, this kid's gone stupid, and here I am being stupid too. That broken gourd was bought from a scrap recycling station, and as for the bracelet, that wasn't even worth mentioning. If this could still count as finding a hidden gem, he'd switch careers right away and buy himself a tricycle to collect scrap metal. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed as the matter finally came to an end. That little brat is truly heartless, fleecing people to the bone without fearing any consequences. That young man got completely played. Finding a bargain here isn't that easy. How many of these Medicine King Temple vendors are pushovers? Even if something's fake, they'll sell it at a premium. Trying to profit from them is like plucking feathers from an iron rooster. Can't really blame them either. Who told this kid to be so greedy for a cheap deal? Ended up throwing away another grand for nothing. Yes, still too young with too little experience. They chattered away, but the focus of their discussion was none other than how Chun Yi had suffered a great loss, while that monkey brat had made a killing. "Please hold on, young man." Chun Yi and Fatty Wu had just turned around to leave when a voice stopped him. The man who called out to Chun was a middle-aged fellow with a square face, unkempt beard, and disheveled hair, his overall appearance slovenly. Yet the sharp intensity in his gaze commanded immediate respect. Chun Yi halted mid-step, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was something familiar about the bearded man, a faint trace of dragon aura. This dragon aura was muted, nothing like the towering presence Chun Yi had witnessed before. It hovered at the edges of perception, almost imperceptible. Chun Yi also had it on him, but the bearded man's was even fainter. If it weren't for his own presence, Chun Yi might not have noticed. He had only interacted with Long Sha once, yet the middle-aged man's aura of Long Sha was far denser than what Chun Yi carried. "What do you want? I've already suffered a huge loss and won't be buying anything else. Don't even think about pitching anything to me again." Chun Yi's expression flickered momentarily before immediately reverting to that of a frustrated fool, speaking bluntly and rudely to the bearded man. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. Then a bitter smile emerged on his face. Who would have thought that Zhao Xianan would one day be guarded against like a pushy salesman? "Young man, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to sell you anything." Zhao Xianan shook his head and continued, "I rather like what you're holding there. Would you consider parting with it?" "Huh?" Before one wave settles, another rises. Those who'd finished watching the spectacle and were about to leave all stopped in their tracks again, baffled by what this middle-aged man was up to. Though they hadn't handled them personally, it was obvious the bronze gourd and bracelet weren't particularly valuable items. Why on earth would this man want to buy them? Too much money to burn? But no matter how you look at it, Zhao Xiantan doesn't seem like the type who'd do something so frivolous. "You want to buy it?" Chun Yi hesitated as he glanced at Zhao Xiantan, then looked back at the still ecstatic monkey-headed brothers and the gray-haired old man who couldn't hide his delight. "How much are you offering? I don't make a habit of taking advantage of people. Since the young man here paid 9,000, I'll just round it up with a little extra, 10,000 flat. What do you think?" 10,000. Chun Yi chuckled wryly, still insisting he wasn't one to take advantage of others. Yet here he was milking this opportunity for all it was worth. He declared resolutely, "Not for sale." "Oh." Zhao Xiantan was momentarily taken aback. though his expression swiftly returned to its usual unruffled calm. And how much would our young friend here like to ask for? Fat Wu opened his mouth, then wisely clamped it shut. Though he had no idea what Chun Yi was scheming, his gut told him it was wiser to stay silent for now. Sure enough, Chun Yi's next words nearly knocked him off his feet. Adding 2 more zeros to that will be more like it. The moment these words left Chun Yi's mouth, the entire group gasped in unison, cursing the kid for being so outrageously greedy. Add 2 zeros? How much is adding 2 zeros? Dumbass. 10,000 with 2 zeros added is 1,000,000. Damn, this kid's got no bottom. Blacker than that monkey bastard's heart. The monkey kid and second brother gaped, their mouths hanging open, while the white-haired old man trembled and shook, all of them staring at Chun Yi as if he were an idiot. If you can actually sell this, I'll take your last name. Chapter 21. Hitting the Jackpot. Even though Fat Wong had long known about Chun the great charlatan's boldness in asking for outrageous sums, he was still stunned speechless for a long while, staring blankly at Chun Yi with bulging eyes like a dead fish. The surrounding crowd also joined in cursing Chun Yi for being unethical and too greedy, their earlier sympathy and pity vanishing instantly. What's wrong, scared stiff? Chun Yi found the bearded man's shocked expression amusing as he watched him. A little, Zhao Xiantan, the bearded one, admitted honestly. Actually, 1,000,000 isn't entirely out of the question. Hiss. Yet another collective gasp of shock sounded, like a car tire being punctured. 1,000,000 isn't out of the question? Could this kid have stumbled upon a real find? Everyone was thrown into complete confusion. The white-haired old man, second brother monkey boy, looked utterly despondent, as if he'd just lost his own father. Their gazes fixed uniformly on the bearded man's face, hoping to detect even a hint that he might be joking. To their dismay, not only was the bearded man clearly serious, he followed up with a statement that dashed their hopes entirely. If you're selling, let's go transfer the payment now. The bearded man said nonchalantly. That casually uttered sentence instantly made the 3 young toughs' hearts turn completely icy. 1,000,000 yuan item sold for just 9,000? $1,000,000, more than all the dirty money they've scammed over 10 years of screwing people over. Damn it, if I'd known I was holding on to something worth 1,000,000, why would I still be running these damn crash-for-cash scams? Who wouldn't want to run a legit business? It's not like I chose this. I was broke as hell. Running any business requires capital, and the antique trade is no exception. Acquiring inventory means you might end up holding onto items for 2 or 3 years if luck isn't on your side. This is what people mean by the saying, 3 years without a sale, but 1 sale feeds you for 3 years. Absolutely not selling. Chun Yi delivered yet another jaw-dropping statement. $1,000,000 isn't enough to sell it? Everyone had just witnessed how utterly desperate the kid had appeared moments ago. Could it be that he's playing dumb to eat the tiger, having had his eyes on these 2 items all along, and was just putting on an act? If that's really the case, this kid could easily make it in Hollywood. Bringing home an Oscar to win honors for his country would be more than achievable for him. Chun Yi. Fatty Wu swallowed hard and pulled Chun Yi aside, whispering conspiratorially, 1,000,000. Shouldn't you think it over properly before bidding higher? If this gets out of hand, it'll be hard to fix. Fatty Wu meant well for Chun Yi, fearing he might overplay his hand and provoke the bearded man, leaving both sides worse off. Sell? Are you sure? Chun Yi said with a mocking smile. What do you mean, am I sure? You're the one who paid for this. Fatty Wu wasn't having it. Here he was trying to give a kind reminder, but fine, consider his kindness wasted like pearls before swine. All right then, I'll sell it. But your shop's feng shui will have to wait for a while. Ritual implements like this are rare finds. You might have the money, but not the luck to buy one when you need it. Chun Yi shrugged, putting on an indifferent expression. Wait, what are you saying? You mean this thing is a magical artifact? Fatty Wu's eyes filled with disbelief, as if he'd just seen a pig climb a tree. Chun Yi rolled his eyes. If it wasn't a magical artifact, why would I waste my breath arguing with them? Do I look that bored to you? I won't sell it. Absolutely not. Fatty Wu's expression changed faster than flipping a book at the mention of the word ritual implement, as if his previous words had nothing to do with him. Zhao Xiantian saw the two of them chattering endlessly, and he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. What are you discussing? I don't have time to waste with you. Chun Yi clasped his hands together and said to the bearded man, Big bro, I honestly didn't intend to sell these two pieces. My sincere apologies. Zhao Xuantan's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. Oomph. You don't intend to make a move? Yet you kept bidding against me. Were you just trying to amuse yourself at my expense? The burly man with the beard clearly held a position of authority for quite some time, his tone effortlessly commanding with an unspoken intensity and a naturally sharp presence. I just wanted to please those three fellas for a bit. Certainly wasn't mocking you. I acted without thinking it through properly. Hope you'll forgive me. Chun Yi also realized his behavior had been improper and gestured toward the three thieves who looked utterly bereaved, as if mourning their parents' death. Zhao Xiantian was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. This reasoning was truly bizarre. Zhao Xiantian had clearly seen how boisterously those little bastards were hopping around earlier, and he held nothing but contempt for such folk deep in his heart. Just one thing caught him off guard. He'd originally thought Chun Yi was just a lucky kid, never expecting him to be a hidden tiger that even managed to fool him. Zhao Xiantian had also let his guard down and ended up being used by Chun Yi. Not many could exploit him, and even fewer could do it while leaving him completely willing. This kid's got something special. Do you know what these two items are? Zhao Xiantian found himself growing somewhat interested in Chun Yi without even realizing it. I know a bit about them. This bronze gourd has only been around for a little over 100 years. Ordinary craftsmanship, terribly poor condition, and no connection to any famous figures. Normally, it shouldn't be worth much. But in feng shui, gourds hold significant meaning. They dissolve misfortune, gather wealth, ward off evil, and attract treasure. That's why they're called feng shui gourds. Everyone around was staring at Chun Yi, eagerly waiting for him to get to the point. But this guy, being a born charlatan, thrived on attention. The more people watched, the more he liked to show off. His professional instincts as a fortune teller made it impossible for him to stop once he opened his mouth. So what exactly makes this gourd special? First, it's an antique. Though only over 100 years old, among feng shui artifacts, it's considered quite ancient. Second, this gourd has weathered wind and rain from the north for over a century. One could say it's absorbed the very essence of the sun and moon. Third, and most importantly, it was crafted by a master's hand, undoubtedly a feng shui practitioner. Look at these engravings here. Seeing Chun Yi finally getting to the crux of the matter, everyone craned their necks to see where he was pointing. Don't underestimate these engravings. This is where its true value lies. There's a feng shui array carved into this gourd. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Just like how we see talismans drawn on yellow paper with miniature arrays, this feng shui master inscribed the array onto the gourd, making it vastly superior to any paper talisman. Humph, even if what you're saying is true, this so-called array must have deteriorated long ago. How could it still be functional? The little brat couldn't stand Chun Yi's show off and butted in. Boss, this just shows how clueless you are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tossed this in as a freebie. Chun Yi ruthlessly mocked the weasel-faced man, who rolled his eyes in fury. He continued, though the feng shui gourd's array patterns are broken, it doesn't affect its function. The magic array, after being tempered by wind and sun and nourished by the essence of the moon, has long seeped into the copper gourd's core. As long as you don't smash it, its power to dissipate negative energy and gather wealth won't fade. Fatty Wu's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Can this thing really neutralize the sinister energy in my shop? Of course. Hang it up, and within 3 days, your business will bounce back, maybe even better than before. Chun Yi gave him a firm answer. Then what is this bracelet? Could it really be the dragon's pearl? Nonsense about the dragon's pearl. This is a string of Zi beads, handmade by Tibetan Rinpoche no less, and blessed with sacred rites too. Zi beads? Are you serious? The action star Jet Li wears a Zi bead bracelet. Rumor has it it's worth tens of millions. The moment Fatty Wu heard the words Zi beads, it was as if someone had jabbed his backside with a hot poker. He practically leaped out of his skin. Jet Li's is a nine-eyed Z bead, completely natural. This one here is only six-eyed, handmade, not as valuable, probably worth around 6 or 700,000 at most. Chun, he made it sound insignificant, but the people around him certainly didn't hear it that way. After all, this was a Z bead, something blessed by living Buddhas with immense benefits for its owner. Not only could it calm a mind and nurture one's character, but also had the power to alter fate and shift fortunes. Even martial arts superstar Jet Li had to pay a hefty price to obtain something from a bet, yet this brat sold it for just $1,000, thinking he struck gold. The white-haired old man faintly recalled that one of his ancestors had once possessed a Z bead, only for it to be lost during the invasion by the Little Island Devils. Could this be the very one? The white-haired old man could no longer stay composed. This item had been dug out from the brat's old family home and nearly discarded. Who knew it could be worth so much? Even if he pooled his entire life savings, including funeral money, he still wouldn't have this kind of cash. Alas, it's all fate. How did you know this was the Z bead? The old man could no longer maintain his composure, hopping on his feet as he asked, "Does anyone here have water? Whether it's a Z bead or not, I'll know once I wash it clean." Many people around also wanted to see what the Heaven Pearl looked like, and someone immediately handed over a half-full, unopened bottle of mineral water. Chun-Yi thanked them and poured it over the dust-covered, mud-stained pearl to begin cleaning. The once filthy bracelet finally revealed its true appearance at this moment. Layer upon layer of eye-like patterns emerged on the beads, appearing both beautiful and mysterious. Is it really a Z bead? The surrounding crowd erupted in a deafening uproar. If they couldn't tell the authenticity of the earlier feng shui gourd due to inexperience, then this Z bead was undeniably a treasure of considerable worth. "Hey, young man, could you read this old man's fortune for me?" An old man walked out, asking somewhat excitedly. "Of course you can." Chun-Yi wasn't a stingy person. Taking a look wouldn't cost him tens of thousands of dollars. The old man took out a pair of reading glasses from his front pocket and held the Z bead before his eyes, examining it carefully. "It's real, absolutely real. Though unworthy, this old man has some insight into antiques, and I can say with certainty that this Z bead is genuine. Elder Lu's judgment is undoubtedly correct. Young man, how about I offer you 600,000 for it?" The old man was named Lu Changchun, a long-standing vendor at the Medicine King Temple Market known for his discerning eye and honorable character. He commanded great respect in these parts. Since he had spoken with such conviction, there could be no doubt about its authenticity. Soon someone made an offer, wanting to buy it. "Boss Li, you think you can buy it for 600,000? I'll offer 880,000. Someone snorted dismissively and immediately offered a high price. 1 million. Chun-Yi's heart trembled. The offer was too tempting. If he didn't still need this string of Z beads, he would absolutely sell them without hesitation. Not daring to stay another moment, he grabbed Fatty Wu and started to leave, terrified he'd succumb to temptation and change his mind. "Kid, I offered 1 million for these Z beads, and you think you can walk away after just giving me 1,000? The tall, burly, bear-like Ergo blocked Chun-Yi's path and spoke fiercely. Chapter 22. Don't look at me. Watch the road. Failed at scamming. So now you're resorting to robbery? I advise you not to lay a hand on me, or you'll regret it, Chun-Yi said with a chuckle. Who's robbing? It's clearly you who took things without paying. Second brother's face twisted into a vicious snarl as he raised his palm and brutishly lunged toward Chun-Yi's hands. You refuse a face-saving offer when given one. Chun-Yi's expression shifted rapidly. He struck first, seizing second brother's wrist just before the man could grab him. Seeing how effortlessly Chun-Yi had restrained him, second brother looked momentarily stunned before violently wrenching his arm free. The scene seemed to revert to how it was when he had grabbed Fatty Wu and Chun-Yi. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge them an inch. Kid, you're looking for death. Second brother sneered viciously and raised his leg, delivering a powerful knee strike aimed squarely at Chun-Yi's chest. Seeing the ferocity of the attack, Chun-Yi knew the man hadn't held back in the slightest. Had it been anyone else, they might have ended up with broken ribs and a hospital stay lasting weeks. Since you're merciless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he seized the man's palm, abruptly twisted it with full force, wrenching it inward toward his wrist. The excruciating pain sent second brother screaming to his knees as if his wrist had been snapped in half. His knee jab abruptly cut short mid-motion. Chen Yi showed no mercy. With equal ferocity, he delivered a knee strike square to the man's face, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground, utterly incapable of rising. Not far away, seeing the sudden turn of events with second brother and utterly furious with Chen Yi, the monkey-faced kid wasted no time in grabbing a bronze incense burner from the stall and hurling it at Chen Yi with all his might. Bang! The incense burner didn't even get close to Chen Yi before the thief was sent flying with a single kick, crashing with a loud clang onto his own stall, likely smashing countless Qing Dynasty imperial kiln, items supposedly worth 8,000 each. Chen Yi stood up, dusted off his hands, and smirked at the white-haired old man. Old man, you're planning to join in too? The old man had raised his cane, poised to help, but froze in terror at the sight of Chen Yi effortlessly taking down both his sons. Now, his cane remained awkwardly suspended, too scared to lower it, yet too paralyzed to swing it, leaving him rooted to the spot in hesitation. The three of them were running their crash for cash scam here, which naturally involved physical confrontations. They usually came out on top, and scathed. How could they be taken down so quickly this time? The onlookers erupted into a clamor of chatter. This guy had hidden his skills so well. Everyone had been sweating bullets for him earlier, but who knew he was such a master? With a few swift moves, he'd cleaned up the two reckless troublemakers, worrying for nothing. Serves them right. Finally ran into someone they couldn't mess with, thinking they could scam just anyone. Someone should have put them in their place ages ago. They've been turning the entire Medicine King Temple into a complete circus. There wasn't a single person offering help in times of need, but a whole crowd ready to kick someone when they're down. They looked at the two lying on the ground, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Such people deserved to be dealt with long ago. Not only did they pull off those disgusting crash-for-cash scams, but they also secretly poached other sellers' customers behind the scenes, stirring up resentment throughout the place. Though those greedy little bastards were ruthless, they knew better than to touch the businesses of the powerful bosses. They only preyed on the small businessmen. A classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. So, this time Chen Yi taught them a stern lesson, letting those bosses whose clients had been poached and buyers who had fallen victim to scams finally vent their resentment. I am Zhao Xuantan. May I ask your name, young man? The middle-aged man with a full beard wasn't as surprised as the others, rarely showing a smile on his face. Chen Yi, the dragon aura emanating from him, made Chen Yi instinctively wary, hence his brief self-introduction, hoping to avoid further entanglement. Though uncertain how that dragon aura had formed, Chen Yi remained deeply unsettled by it. After all, resentful and slain dragons bearing such auras usually emerged when human geomancers disrupted natural dragon veins. Feng Shui masters spend their lives working with dragon veins, the Earth's energy lines, holding them in profound reverence no less sacred than totemic worship. Unless utterly deranged or compelled by extraordinary circumstances, they would never dream of damaging them. To disrupt a dragon vein is to shatter the qi and fortune of that land, bringing calamity upon all who dwell there. Not only would it cause rampant epidemics, incessant warfare, and rampant banditry, but their descendants would struggle to produce individuals of great accomplishment. This is nothing short of an act of complete annihilation, pulling up weeds by the roots. Therefore, those who recklessly destroy dragon veins would be regarded as public enemies by the entire Feng Shui community, with everyone having the right to eliminate them. From ancient times to the present, only emperors dared to defy universal condemnation by destroying dragon veins, such as Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, and Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. Moreover, those capable of destroying dragon veins were invariably great masters or extraordinarily powerful organizations, like the qi refiners nurtured by Qin Shi Huang or Zhu Yuanzhang's favored minister Lu Bowen. They were simply adversaries Chun Yi couldn't hope to contend against. Although unsure what connection Zhao Xianan had with that sinister dragon, Chun Yi decided it was better to be cautious. He didn't want to get pulled into this whirlpool. If he got involved, given his current strength, he'd probably be devoured without even crumbs left. Here's my business card. Feel free to contact me if needed. Seeming to notice Chun Yi's guarded expression, Zhao Xiantan smiled faintly, handed him the card, and then turned to leave. Thank you. Chun Yi took the business card and glanced at it. There was nothing but a name and an ordinary phone number printed on it. No other details about identity or anything else. Let's go. Chun Yi didn't want to waste any more time here. Who knew whether those monkey-faced punks had accomplices lurking around? Not that he was afraid for himself, but if Wu the Fatty got ambushed from behind, that'd be unfortunate. Given the jewelry store's feng shui issues, the likelihood of Wu encountering an accident had significantly increased. Brother Chun, you're so damn cool. Never thought you'd be this skilled in feng shui and martial arts. If I were a woman, I'd totally fall for you. They walked quite a distance, but Fatty Wu still couldn't contain his excitement, wildly mimicking Chun Yi's movements from earlier with exaggerated gestures. Chun Yi glanced at Fatty Wu's trembling rolls of fat and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, thank goodness you're not a woman, otherwise I'd have to run for my life. It wasn't until they got in the car that Fatty Wu finally settled down and focused on driving properly. Not long after, the guy asked anxiously again, Brother Chun, how much are you planning to charge for this feng shui gourd? I'm treating you like a brother. Don't rip me off too hard. He'd already been swindled out a whopping 400,000 yuan by Chun Yi in one go. Compared to that little monkey scammer was downright amateurish. Now seeing him constantly fiddling with the feng shui gourd, looking utterly enamored with it, an ominous warning suddenly surged in his heart. This guy must be scheming how to screw him over in his mind. Old Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly fleece you? Chun Yi said with a beaming smile, his eyes gleaming sharply like a cat spotting fish. Just pay what you think is fair, old Wu, as long as the price is right. Wu Fatty's face immediately fell at these words. Was this at cost or market rate pricing for the feng shui gourd? Seeing Wu Fatty's chubby face twist into a bitter melon expression, Chun Yi couldn't help laughing. All right, enough teasing. Just give me cost price. 9,000. Not a penny more. He'd never intended to fleece Wu Fatty here anyway. Having already made 400,000, going in for another ruthless cut would have been unreasonable. 9 grand? For real? Brother Chun, you're not pulling my leg? Fat Wu's bulky body trembled violently, as if he had seen a dinosaur escaped from the Cretaceous period. It's utterly unbelievable, absolutely mind-boggling. Could fortune teller Chen actually refrain from going for the kill? Had his conscience awakened, or was he suddenly out of his mind? In just one short day of interaction, Fat Wu had already witnessed how money-grubbing Chun Yi truly was. First, he swindled 400,000 out of them. Then at Yawang Temple, he got into a heated argument over a mere $1,000. The kicker is the guy could have made $1 million. Compared to $1 million, does that 1,000 even count as money? What kind of pinch penny would stoop to something like this? Classic case of penny wise and pound foolish to the extreme. Fuck, quit staring at me and watch the damn road. Just as Fatty Wu was gaping at Chun Yi like he'd seen a ghost, a loud shout snapped him back to reality. Watch the road. Right, ah shit. Fatty Wu's Mercedes-Benz twisted through Qianqing's crowded streets like it was performing a chaotic Yanko dance before finally straightening out, leaving behind its battle scars of honor as it sped away. Luckily, fate was kind. There were no cars nearby. Only a section of guardrail got scraped. The consequences could have been unimaginable otherwise. You're worth tens of millions at the very least. Was it really worth risking your life for such petty cash? A tycoon should carry themselves with dignity. Just imagine if you died over this trifling amount. How shameful would that be? How shameful! The near miss had scared Chun Yi half to death, leaving his face drained of color. He couldn't help but curse at Fatty Wu, the instigator of it all. Fatty Wu was also terrified, sweat cascading down his cheeks as if it cost nothing, while he kept apologizing profusely to Chun Yi. Even after getting out of the car and entering Fatty Wu's shop, Chun Yi was still simmering with anger. Xiaohua, hurry up and pour a glass of water. Brother Chun has worked hard all morning. Bring out my finest ahong pao tea. Wu almost blurted out, calling Chun grandpa. Seeing Wu's wretched state and the shocked expressions of the jewelry store staff, Chun finally cooled down a bit. All right, quit fussing. Hang this gourd on the right side of the entrance with its mouth facing toward the statue. Chun instructed Wu. Statue? What statue? There's no statue here. Fat Wu looked utterly bewildered. You've got scrambled eggs for brains. Remember the one we saw at that housing development? Chun Yi's barely subsided temper flared up again with a whoosh. Right. I'll go hang it up right now. Wu the fatty felt terribly wrong by the scolding. How was he supposed to know which statue you meant if you didn't specify? This is our ancestral spirit we're talking about. We absolutely cannot afford to upset him right now. If he storms off, who's going to maintain the shop's feng shui? Wrong direction. Move a bit further south. Now a little more to the north. Brother Chun, I really can't remember the exact location. Don't you geomancers all have compasses? Why don't you just take yours out and have a look? Wu Pengzi fiddled with it back and forth, unable to satisfy Chun Yi's wishes, and couldn't help but complain. A compass? Damn it, why would I need that? Mine is a heart compass. Compass or heart compass. Just a single word apart, but world apart in meaning. Feng Shui masters typically use a compass to determine directions and detect negative energies. But Chun Yi has reached such a level that he visualizes landscapes in his mind and perceives spiritual forces with his intuition, completely rendering the compass unnecessary. This statement once again left Fatty Wu utterly astonished. Though he had no clue what a mental compass was, whatever it was had to be way cooler than a regular compass. Chapter 23. More money than sense. In the end, it was Chun Yi who stepped forward to adjust the feng shui gourd to its correct position. Brother Chun, is that all? Don't you need to perform any more rituals? Having witnessed Chun Yi's flying talisman supernatural ability, Fatty Wu couldn't help feeling this time's procedure was far too anticlimactic, lacking the grandeur of their previous encounter. In his view, the more spectacular the scene, the better the effects would surely be. What kind of method is that? That's a talisman. This feng shui gourd's efficacy is much stronger than any talisman. As long as you don't move it, I guarantee your business will return to normal within 3 days. Chun Yi could already see the feng shui gourd beginning to take effect, absorbing the incoming negative energy like a whale gulping down water. The negative energy in the shop stopped increasing. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 3 full days for the remaining negative energy to dissipate on its own. By that time, Fat Wu's jewelry store would do even better business than before, never worse. That's good. With Chun Yi's words, the big stone hanging in Fatty Wu's heart finally settled. All right then, since I'm helping, I'll see it through to the end. Send Buddha all the way to the Western Paradise. I'll take action one more time, free of charge, to solve your problem completely. No need to wait 3 more days. Adopting the demeanor of a grandmaster, Chun Yi made a big show of crafting another spirit treasure illusion-dispelling talisman. With the feng shui gourd taking the lead, the Lingbao evil-dispelling talisman didn't let Chun Yi down this time, clearing away the remaining sinister energy in less than 20 minutes. Normally, neither sinister energy nor spiritual energy is visible to ordinary people, but the evil chi here was simply too dense, and the dragon-shaped malice was exceptionally domineering, causing the shop's business to plummet and employees to faint inexplicably. Now that the malignant energy had been purged, everyone present felt a wave of warmth envelop them. Their bodies relaxed and comfortable, their breathing noticeably easier. Unconsciously, their gazes toward Chun Yi carried a newfound reverence. This is the kind of person you only see in novels, TV shows, or myths. They saw him in the flesh today, wanting to approach for a closer look, yet somehow their feet wouldn't move. Even the bolder girls in the shop found themselves unconsciously hesitating. Wu Pengzi was overjoyed. This time the matter was truly and thoroughly resolved. Without wasting words, he immediately took Chun Yi to the bank to transfer the money. Seeing the money secured, Chun Yi repeatedly declined Wu Pengzi's relentless invitations to celebratory banquets. He still had business to attend to. He grew up in an orphanage and learned his craft on Fortune Teller Street. If Li Haoran and his wife were like his birth parents, then Old Man Han was his mentor in the trade. He had originally thought that with the mystical abilities of the dragon taming scripture, he could establish himself firmly on Feng Shui Street. Little did he expect that once he actually arrived there, he would realize things weren't as simple as he had imagined. He possessed a wealth of skills, yet had no opportunity to use them. For an entire month, not a single person came to him for fortune-telling or geomancy. Even those who were outright charlatans babbling nonsense fared far better than him. At that time, he was like an outsider, completely out of place among the people on Feng Shui Street. This only made his youthful arrogance boil over with increasing impatience. He frequently clashed with those people, sometimes quarreling, sometimes coming to blows, even to the point where one time, a group pursued him through Quan City brandishing steel pipes. Just as he felt he wasn't cut out for this line of work and was about to seek another livelihood, Old Han extended a helping hand to him. Chen Yi first learned the industry's rules under his guidance. Later, Old Han began taking Chen Yi on Feng Shui consultations, promoting him as his true disciple. This helped Chen Yi gain a foothold on Feng Shui Street and establish some reputation in Quanqing. Though Old Han didn't teach Chen Yi any actual Feng Shui divination techniques, he imparted the principles of being a good person and the skills needed to establish oneself in this profession, such as how to read people, how to understand human psychology, and tailoring one's words to different types of clients. A year ago, while Master Han was out performing a Feng Shui consultation, he suddenly suffered a stroke. To this day, he still hasn't fully recovered and can barely take care of himself. Truth be told, fortune tellers and Feng Shui masters often meet with misfortunes in their later years. Some develop sores in their mouths and lose the ability to speak, while others suffer diseases that impair their vision, as if heaven itself were punishing them. Master Han's life has been particularly tragic. Not only did he fall ill suddenly in his old age, but his youth was also marked by loneliness and solitude. His wife passed away early, forcing him to play both father and mother as he struggled to raise 3 children. Yet, 2 of those 3 children died young, one after another. It was only then that he learned he bore 2 of the 5 lacks and 3 deficiencies, widower and solitary, destined to live a lonely life, deprived of familial affection. When his youngest son was still in high school, he pulled strings to send the child abroad, where he continued to live. The boy could only return to visit him once every 2 or 3 years. Thus, like Li Haoran and his wife, he regarded Chen Yi as his own son. Chen Yi bought 2 jin of spiced beef, a roasted chicken, and a bottle of Nulichen Erwo liquor along the way before arriving at Old Man Han's place. Unlike before, the old man wasn't alone this time. There were 2 young people in their 20s at home. The girl was youthful and beautiful, the boy handsome and dashing, truly a perfect pair. Chen Yi, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter Han Wenxue, just returned from England, and this is her friend. The old gentleman was in high spirits and clearly delighted to see Chen Yi arrive as he made the cheerful introductions. Hello, my name is Chen. Chen Yi eyed the 2 of them for a moment, studying the girl with particular attentiveness, almost to the point of rudeness. The man beside the girl subtly furrowed his brows, his expression complex, as if he were looking at a clumsy amateur thief coveting his most prized treasure. Both wary and disdainful. I know you. Grandpa often talked about you. When he was in England, every time he called, he'd urge me to come back quickly to meet his little apprentice. He even told me that if I was satisfied, I could bring you back to England. Ha! Little junior brother, what do you say? The girl spoke Mandarin fluently, with a pleasant voice, none of the awkwardness typical of banana people, who are yellow on the outside but white on the inside. Huh? What do you want to go to Britain with her for? Are all the girls in Britain that open and wild? Chen Yi was at a loss for words. No matter how he responded, it felt inappropriate, and he didn't even notice Han Wenxue had gotten the familial hierarchy wrong. Huh, you didn't actually believe me, did you? Han Wenxue doubled over with laughter, making Chen Yi flush crimson with embarrassment. No, I mean not really. Han Wenxue's mischievous antics left Chen Yi utterly flustered. Recently, Feng Shui Street's smoothest talker seemed to have offended some deity. These days he kept losing his composure whenever women were around. Haha, little junior brother, you're so adorable. Han Wenxue laughed even more happily. I really have half a mind to take you back with me. Girl, you're messing up the seniority, the old Han master interjected. He's my disciple, and you're my granddaughter. By rights, you should call him junior uncle. There's no reason for a junior niece to tease her uncle. Old Master Han timely smoothed things over for Chun Yi, easing the awkwardness. No way, Grandpa. Where's there ever such a young junior uncle? Younger than me even. And you wanted to call him uncle? That's taking advantage of me. I insist on calling him little junior brother. Han Wenxue immediately looked displeased after hearing this, clinging to her grandfather's arm and whining incessantly. All right, do whatever you want, as long as it makes you happy. Ah, you youngsters these days. Old Master Han shook his head with a smile, making it clear how dearly he cherished his granddaughter. Hello, my name is Feng Kuan. I'm Wenxue's friend. She's always like this, but she's genuinely kind-hearted. You'll understand once you get to know her better. Fang Yishuan shook hands with Chun Yi and explained with a smile, appearing quite familiar with Han Wenxue. Oh, no problem. Just joking around. Big brother Feng, where do you work these days? Can't call it a high position, really. Just working at the family company as a marketing director, learning the ropes first. Wow, Chun Yi exclaimed as if startled. Real estate has been booming these past few years. For Brother Feng to become marketing director at such a young age, what a capable man. Not at all. When it comes to skilled individuals, Brother Chin here is truly exceptional. I've heard your abilities in feng shui and fortune-telling are among the finest in all of Quancheng City. Feng Kuan spoke with unruffled composure, every gesture reflecting impeccable personal refinement. The moment they shook hands, Chun Yi's sharp eyes caught sight of the watch on the man's wrist. Unmistakably the latest Patek Philippe model, worth well over $1 million. Young, wealthy, and dashingly handsome, with looks good enough to live off a wealthy woman. How are other men supposed to compete? He's practically every man's nemesis. Chun Yi's shifting expression was almost identical to what Feng Kuan often displayed, burning with an extreme intensity, yet within that fervor lingered a trace of unreachable helplessness, the kind he believed to be an impotence toward life itself. A somewhat worldly country bumpkin, Feng Kuan had already formed his judgment about Chun Yi in his mind. His face wore its usual spring-like warmth, yet mingled within that warmth was a faint trace of lofty arrogance. This arrogance is innate to them, ingrained in their very bones. No matter how much they try to appear approachable, what lies beneath the surface remains unchanged. At this moment, Chun Yi truly felt both restless and powerless, but these emotions were entirely different from what Feng Kuan had perceived. Rich, young, and loves to show off. This was what Chun Yi had gleaned from his brief moment of contact. What does this mean? This means lots of money, stupid people, and zero experience. It's the perfect fat sheep to slaughter, a sure hit every time. Chun Yi's eyes seemed to behold a moving gold mine, one that promised continuous exploitation. But when he spotted Han Wenxue standing beside Fang Yishuan, an involuntary sense of helplessness, even frustration, welled up inside him. Of course, it wasn't the kind of helplessness Feng Kuan imagined. That feeling of gazing longingly at the upper echelons of society, yet finding them forever out of reach. He's just a money-grubbing charlatan with no education. How could he possibly ponder such profound philosophies of life? He was thinking, if this fat sheep were to become old Han's grandson-in-law, and then he himself laid a hand on him, wouldn't old Han break his legs? He was exasperated by his helplessness, like seeing a juicy piece of meat right in front of him, yet all he could do was drool without being able to take a bite. It felt like a notorious womanizer who had abstained for 10 years, suddenly encountering a defenseless, peerless beauty, yet all he could do was look, not touch. This is so torturous. Two hypocrites, each harboring ulterior motives, behaved like long-lost bosom friends during their first meeting, exchanging warm greetings and lavish compliments. Even they themselves found it nauseating. 'Why don't 你们两个出去说话会儿，等吃完饭再回来? Han Wenxue, seeing these hypocrites endlessly flattering each other, couldn't help but offer some well-intentioned advice. The two men's expressions showed a hint of embarrassment, but they quickly returned to normal, laughing heartily as if nothing had happened, and sat down together. Chapter 24. The Bored Charlatan. It's been a while since you last came to see me, kid. I thought you'd forgotten about this old man. After Chun-Yi sat down, the old man pretended to look angry. Chun-Yi knew old man Han was teasing him, but recalling that he hadn't visited him in a long time, he felt guilty and said, "I've been so busy lately that I couldn't find the time. But look, as soon as I got my hands on this fine piece, I immediately thought of you and brought it over." The moment he'd laid eyes on that string of Z beads, old man Han had come to mind. Destined to suffer loneliness and solitude in old age, with a frail body besides, old man Han stood to gain much from those Z beads. Not only would they help restore his physical vitality, but they'd also help free him from suffering through the 6 realms of existence, gradually accumulate the 6 Permethas, and ward off calamities. Feng Kuan sat to one side and couldn't help scoffing when he saw what Chun-Yi pulled out. His family was in real estate and had ridden the tailwinds of the property market's boom in recent years to rapidly expand, becoming one of Jincheng's leading family-run enterprises. Such rapidly rising nouveau riche families were often saddled with a suitably grandiose moniker, the upstart. To shed the label of a nouveau riche, he went to great lengths to present himself as an erudite and capable elite in front of others. Engaging in philanthropy, dabbling in culture, and even occasionally attending highbrow gem exhibition events, he fancied himself a man of some discernment. A black string threaded through a single bead. The bead was neither translucent nor brightly colored, falling even below the grade of common jade. Barely worth a few coins, and without any packaging to speak of, it was clearly just a street vendor trinket. Han Wenxue, however, looked at the string of bracelets with keen curiosity. Back in England, she had heard her grandfather mention Chun-Yi several times, how extraordinary and formidable he was. Naturally, anything he gifted couldn't possibly be ordinary. She trusted her grandfather's discerning judgment and integrity. He wouldn't deliberately exaggerate. But as for what was so special about this bracelet, she truly couldn't see it. "Grandpa, can I take a look?" "Oh, Xiao Xue is interested too. Why don't you take a closer look and see if you can recognize what this is?" Old Master Han handed the prayer beads to Han Wenxue with a faint smile. Han Wenxue received it in her hand and, for some unknown reason, instantly felt a refreshing clarity throughout her body. The restlessness in her heart quieted down in an instant. But as for what exactly this thing was, she truly had no idea. "Brother Chun, where did you fish this thing out? There's so many fakes around nowadays. You can't listen to those shady vendors' sweet talk. They're ruthless. They'd swear a rotten rock is imperial jade if it meant making a sale." Feng Kuan looked at Chun-Yi with an expression that seemed to say, "I'm doing this for your own good." Chun-Yi shot a sidelong glance at the guy, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, what the hell did I ever do to you? Like only you're allowed to have money, and I can't make a fortune, asterisk." However, it's unclear what relationship this guy has with Han Wenxue, so it's better not to provoke him. If he gets angry and causes a scene, even the old man won't look good. Suppressing his displeasure, he could only say, "Brother Feng is right. I'll be more careful in the future. When buying things in the future, especially for elderly people, don't be too frugal. Make sure to go to big department stores or brand outlets. Otherwise, if you accidentally buy counterfeit goods, that would be terrible." Feng Kuan, seeing Chun-Yi's meek and submissive demeanor, spoke even more bluntly. His words practically spat directly into Chun-Yi's face. "You shouldn't skimp on money when buying things for the elderly, and you must go to a big department store to buy. Just say you bought some cheap stuff from a street stall to fool the old man." Was all this beating around the bush really necessary? Chun-Yi felt utterly aggrieved. He couldn't recall ever offending this guy. So why was he being targeted at every turn? Dressed all prim and proper, yet spouting such unreliable nonsense. It's not the price, but the thought that counts. Some things simply can't be bought with money. "I think this bracelet is quite lovely," Han Wenxue interjected disapprovingly, having heard enough. She simply couldn't stand Feng Kuen's constant pretentious display of "I'm rich, I'm awesome." Having grown up abroad, her values were completely different from those of domestic nouveau riche. She didn't believe that only expensive things were worthwhile as long as the thought counted. Wen Shui, that's not what I meant. I was genuinely concerned for Chen Yi, trying to warn him against being scammed in the future. Feng Kuan hurried to explain, though he still insisted Chen Yi's bracelet was worthless street stall merchandise. Chen Yi, my apologies for being impetuous earlier. Wen Shui is right. The value lies in the sentiment, not the price. I'm sure Grandpa Han would appreciate it. Chen Yi looked at the hypocritical young Master Feng and nearly jumped up right then to beat him into a pig's head. But for the sake of the old master's face, he could only say politely, "No problem. Brother Feng is just looking out for me." "Little brother, where did you get this bracelet? I really like it. For some reason, the moment I saw it, my heart felt so peaceful, as if all those annoying troubles had never existed. Could you help me find another one? I'll pay you for it." Han Wenxue took the bracelet and was immediately captivated by the strange, eye-like patterns adorning it. "Wenxue, if you like this kind of thing, you could have told me. Last time I gave you that jade bracelet, you refused it, so I thought you didn't like wearing jewelry." Feng Kuen's expression darkened. He had sent Han Wenxue many gifts these past few days, only for her to reject them all bluntly. A knot of resentment had long been tightening in his chest. Now Han Wenxue was demanding it from others right in front of him. Wasn't this just slapping him in the face? In Quanqing City, what woman could young Master Feng not possibly obtain? How could a mere designer like you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for his Chinese-American identity being too sensitive and likely to cause unnecessary trouble, he would have taken her by force long ago without all this troublesome effort. He showered her with gifts and bought her clothes, but the woman refused to accept any of it. No matter what he gave her, she returned everything untouched. Young Master Feng's failure in wooing a girl somehow spread through their circle, making him lose face entirely. Xiao Xue. Don't make it hard on Chen Yi. These things aren't something you can just stumble upon easily. With bad luck, sometimes even money can't buy them. Old man Han, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his smile tinged with affection. Is this thing really worth that much?" Han Wenxue was astonished. Although she quite liked this bracelet, deep down she shared Feng Kuen's belief that it was just a cheap trinket worth at most a few $1,000s. It's not so much about monetary value, because it's beyond price. This six-eyed Zi bead blessed by a Tibetan living Buddha is truly rare and priceless. If encountered by the right collector, they wouldn't hesitate to pay $1 million for it. 1 million. Han Wenxue's small hand holding the Tianju trembled as if scalded, nearly dropping it in shock. Feng Kuen's expression grew even more vivid, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Just moments ago, he had taken the opportunity to mock and sarcastically taunt Chen Yi, feeling quite pleased with himself. Little did he expect karma would strike back so swiftly. This damn black bead is actually worth $1 million. Looking at Chen Yi's silly grin, he felt mocked no matter how he looked at it, boiling with rage inside. Ding-ling-ling. A phone ringtone chimed, saving him from embarrassment. He apologized and stepped out to take the call, returning shortly with visible excitement. "Wen Shui, I've got great news for you. Representatives from Sunshine Real Estate and Three Arrows Group will be attending your birthday party tomorrow. I hear they're even bringing projects to discuss with you." "What birthday party?" "Oh," Feng Kuan slapped his forehead. "Tomorrow is your birthday, isn't it? I arranged a party for you at Tang Dynasty Clubhouse. Meant to be a surprise, but I got too excited and forgot. Now you'll have more time to prepare properly." "Mr. Feng, this isn't appropriate. Did you get my permission?" Han Wenxue was furious. This man was like a stubborn patch of dogskin plaster, once stuck on, impossible to peel off. She had made it clear several times that they weren't suited, that she had no feelings for him, and that he should stop wasting his effort. But he wouldn't listen, still doing things he thought were clever, but were actually worn-out cliches. "I only want what's best for you. Your design won the gold medal, and some of my friends really want to get to know you. A few even came with projects. They'd like you to do the overall design for their properties. This could really boost your career." Feng Kuan seemed to have given Han Wenxue a reason she couldn't refuse. Han Wenxue indeed hesitated. She had just graduated when she won the national gold medal for the landscape design of a certain residential project, instantly catapulting her to fame. Yet, this achievement contained an element of luck. As a result, professionals in the industry weren't entirely convinced. After all, she was just a fresh graduate. Now is the perfect opportunity for her to take over the new project and make her mark. She cannot afford to miss it. Xiao Xue, you should still focus on your work. Didn't you say that one of the reasons you came back to China was to take on more projects and gain some experience? Old man Han sat on the sofa, puffing rings of smoke as he chain-smoked. Seeing the old man speak up, Feng Kuan quickly added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Grandpa's right. You should prioritize your career now. There'll be plenty of time for fun later, and I can arrange things for you whenever you want. All right, I'll listen to Grandpa. Han Wenxue pondered for a moment before the clouds finally parted across her face, revealing an enchanting smile. She turned her head to look at Chun Yi again and said, Junior brother, tomorrow is my birthday. You must definitely come, or else your senior sister won't be happy. Oh, and don't forget to bring a gift. Why was he involved in this? And he had to prepare a gift too. Chun Yi inwardly groaned. But before he could say anything, Feng Kuan had already answered for Chun Yi. Wenxue, don't make things difficult for Chun Yi. Don't waste his time. Besides, it'll just be people from our circle at the event. He'd probably feel out of place. Feng Kuan wouldn't let Chun Yi go for anything. He had planned it all out. That day, he was determined to take down that woman no matter what. If Chun Yi went along, he'd just ruin everything. Then he turned to Chun Yi and said, Brother Chun, if you have things to attend to, go ahead. I'll take care of Wenxue here. Chun Yi was furious, absolutely livid with this nouveau riche offspring of a filthy, rich family. It's my own business if I don't fucking want to go. Who the hell are you to make decisions for me? He decided to mess with Feng Kuan a bit and put on his classic clueless act again, saying, Brother Feng, I've got time. Even if I had something else going on, I'd cancel it for Wenshue's birthday. Besides, your circle's full of big shots. I might as well bask in some reflected glory. Feng Kuan was speechless. He had spoken so plainly. How could this idiot still not get it? Are you really free? I really have the time. We're all in the real estate business in this circle. What's a fortune teller and feng shui master like you doing here? Isn't it boring? Not boring at all. If it gets dull, I'll just snack. Tang Dynasty Club is the kind of place only the wealthy can afford, so the food must be top-notch. Chun Yi swallowed hard, looking as foolish as could be. Feng Kuan suppressed his anger with great difficulty, found an excuse, and hurriedly left. He feared staying any longer would make him incapable of resisting the urge to smack this bastard. Chapter 25, Old Fox and Young Rascal. He's so annoying. I already told him I don't have feelings for him, but he just won't listen. After Feng Kuan left, Han Wenxue pouted her little mouth unhappily. Haha, isn't this proof that our little Xue is charming? Old man Han always wore that cheerful expression. It deepened into even more pronounced laugh lines whenever his granddaughter was by his side. Good heavens! Chun Yi suddenly let out a shriek, slapped his thigh, and sprang to his feet. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Chun Yi's insane-like movements startled Han Wenxue and his grandfather. As if oblivious to Han Wenshue's displeasure, he asked in surprise, You mean you have no feelings for him? Exactly. Han Wenxue looked at Chun Yi in bewilderment. How could I be so foolish? Chun Yi's actions were utterly baffling, and his words left everyone completely bewildered. As soon as he walked in and saw the two together, he naturally assumed they were a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Little did he know that Feng Kuan was the only one burning with passion, while Han Wenxue felt absolutely nothing for him. Empiricism can be the death of you. If only I had done a divination earlier. This fat prize slipped right through my fingers. Chun Yi's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. What a rare fat sheep. Damn it, if you're not a couple. Feng Kuan, why are you putting on such a show and constantly targeting me? Otherwise, you'd have been dealt with long ago. Watching Chun Yi's expression flicker uncertainly, Han Wenxue said with a hint of wariness, Just so you know, I'm not interested in kids. Don't even think about hitting on me. One Feng Kuan was already more than enough for her to handle. Adding Chun Yi into the mix, she might as well flee straight back to Eagle Country and be done with it. No, not you at all. Chun, he shook his head like a rattle drum. About my sights set on Feng Kuan. I thought you two were a couple, so I didn't dare make a move. I'll definitely come to your birthday party tomorrow. You've got to put in a good word for me. This time, I absolutely can't let him slip away. What? Han Wenxue seemed startled. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she gazed at Chun Yi in disbelief. What's wrong? I'm just asking you to put in a good word for me. Don't tell me you actually have feelings for him. What's wrong with this woman? She just said she had no feelings for Feng Kuan, and now she suddenly changes her mind. Chun Yi couldn't understand it. You mean to tell me you're targeting Feng Kuan? Of course, is there a problem? He's a loaded rich kid, pretty rare catch. If you're interested in him, I won't make a move. We're all family here. I know better than to cross that line. No, that's not what I meant. Han Wenxue hurriedly denied, her gaze towards Chun Yi growing more complex and inscrutable. Chun Yi rubbed his head, seeming to understand something. He felt he'd been too blunt. Someone educated in Britain's higher institutions might not accept his fortune-teller behavior. So he said, if this puts you in an awkward position, don't feel obliged to help me. After all, I'm not one of you. My world is very different from yours. I don't want to make things difficult for you. No, I support you. You're very brave to pursue your true love. Han Wenxue's tone was resolute, her eyes filled with encouragement. Chun Yi was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on here? Old man Han, who was drinking water nearby, spat it out in shock upon hearing this, his aged face crinkling with laughter like an old chrysanthemum. Same-sex love is quite common in Britain. Several of my classmates are like that. I won't discriminate against you. Chun Yi, I know this kind of love is hard to accept in China, but don't care about what others think. Be brave and pursue your true love. Han Wenxue clenched her small fist and made a cheering gesture. She felt truly noble for having helped a lost and confused young man. It's over, completely over. My image as a wise and mighty figure is utterly ruined. No matter how much he tried to explain, he couldn't erase the knowing smirk on Han Wenxue's face. Chun Yi was on the verge of tears and couldn't even remember how he ended up leaving old man Han's house in the end. Grandpa, this Chun Yi you mentioned isn't all that impressive. He couldn't even handle Feng Kuan, let alone the family forces behind him. After Chun Yi left, Han Wenxue expressed her concerns. You still don't understand, Chun, old man Han said unhurriedly, taking a sip of tea. That little rascal's specialty is playing dumb to outsmart the tiger. Don't let his bumbling fool act fool you. Deep down, he's sharper than anyone else. Grandpa speaks so highly of him, yet I don't see it. He couldn't even string a sentence together when facing Feng Kuan, enduring the ridicule without retorting a word. Han Wenxue was curious. From beginning to end, she had been observing Chun Yi, but aside from that string of Z beads, she hadn't spotted anything particularly remarkable about him. Moreover, without Grandpa pointing it out, it seemed he wouldn't have explained anything about this string of Z beads either. In the end, it would likely have been dismissed as some cheap trinket from a street stall. The old man didn't take it to heart. His granddaughter was growing up, and it was rare for her to have her own opinions. Whether right or wrong, it was a good thing. What he had to do now was refine the parts of her thinking that weren't yet seasoned. That's why he explained everything so thoroughly. If it's that kid Chun Yi, then there's no need. It's a mix of natural talent and the urgency of the situation. I've been with him for over 3 years. I taught him many things. I understand him, and he understands me. There's no need to spell it out so plainly. Han Wenxue was very nervous. This concerned her life and death, so she couldn't afford to be careless. She said, could he have figured it out? If so, would he be angry, considering we're using him? You still underestimate him. The moment he walked in, he saw through your situation, guessed the reason for your return home at this time, and even discerned my thoughts. It's just that we're so in sync. Some things go without saying between us. Besides, he has no reason to be upset. Whether or not to involve himself in this mess is entirely his choice. Grandpa, aren't you giving him too much credit? Back then, you used the ancestral divination disc and spent a whole day and night calculating with the Qimen Dunjia method before you could see clearly. Could he possibly be better than you? In terms of feng shui divination alone, he long surpassed me. That's why all these years, I only taught him the various rules of this trade, how to walk steadily. It's not that I'm selfishly guarding worthless things. There's simply nothing left I could teach him about feng shui divination. so I haven't been a very competent master. Han Wenxue curled her lips in skepticism, unconvinced. At the time of her birth, Elder Han had already analyzed her 8 characters of birth and predicted she would suffer an early calamity. Originally, she didn't believe in these things that ran counter to science. But after Elder Han's several uncannily accurate premonitions helped her calmly avoid dangers, she came to realize her grandfather's abilities were beyond her imagination. To put in their Eagle Country's terms, only God could accomplish such a thing. From then on, she developed a deep fascination for the ancient and mysterious Eastern culture. Gradually, she came to understand that divination and feng shui weren't just flourishing in China. They were thriving in Britain too. Bill Gates and some Wall Street tycoons even had their own personal feng shui consultants. The reason she returned to China this time was because Old Man Han said that this year the ominous stars shone upon her, with the greedy wolf and the 7 killer stars dominating the heavens, marking the most perilous year of her life. Only by returning to China could this calamity be averted. After returning home, to her surprise, Master Han had no intention of handling the matter personally. Instead, he entrusted it to his apprentice, Chen Yi, a decision that left her feeling somewhat unsettled, especially when she heard Elder Han repeatedly praising Chen Yi. Her indignation only grew. This young man was even younger than her. If what Grandpa said was true, then not even the word genius would suffice to describe him. Moreover, according to Grandpa, he was an orphan, not born into a family of feng shui masters. He didn't receive such education from childhood, but only began learning at the age of 16. Could Chen Yi really have become a great prophet in just 3 or 4 short years? You must know Mozart, the musical prodigy, was exactly at this level, composing at 4 and touring at 6. In terms of the duration of their exposure, Chen Yi and Mozart were quite similar. Both achieved modest success after just 3 or 4 years of practice, and Mozart even had the advantage of being personally trained by his father. You said the choice is his, but what if he refuses? Han Wenxue suddenly remembered old Master Han's earlier words about the power of choice lying with him, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Absolutely, I'm saying the choice is ultimately his, but I assure you he'll definitely agree. Old Man Han grinned like a crafty fox. I'll just stoke the fire a bit more to let this lad walk right into the trap himself. Short life is not a blessing. Fear great misfortune, many disasters at 24, hardships abound. Without a lucky star shining from above, like an ephemeral bloom, all will fade without a sound. After leaving Old Man Han's house, Chen Yi kept muttering these cryptic verses to himself. Old Han truly has a hard life. He lost his wife and child early on, and now even his remaining son, Wan Yin, can't stay by his side. Now his granddaughter is about to face misfortune too. Could this be the price of peering into the secrets of heaven? Chen Yi muttered to himself. Indeed, revealing the secrets of heaven invites retribution. It seems no one can escape it. Old Man Han suffered from the dual vices of widowerhood and solitude, while he fell prey to the affliction of loneliness alone. Before he could even form memories, he was abandoned by his parents, leaving him nothing but a jade pendant engraved with the character Chen. Could this be retribution coming early? Retribution or not, this time he had to help the old man no matter what. There might still be a chance for the old man's fate to turn, but the old fellow didn't have much time left to wait. He could also tell that Old Man Han wanted him to step in and help, but the crafty old fox was too shrewd. No matter how much he played dumb, the old man just wouldn't speak up. He and the old man had a relationship that was both Minterman and friendly. Their daily interactions were full of wit and strategy, with him winning more often than losing, but the stubborn old man would always find excuses to refuse admitting defeat. This time, he finally seized the opportunity to leave him speechless. All the old coot had to do was speak first and admit he'd lost this round. But the old man simply wouldn't open his mouth, leaving Chen Yi like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, completely at a loss on how to proceed. Chen Yi pulled out his screechy second-hand Nokia. On the tiny screen, barely larger than a fingernail, a notification appeared, a text message from Old Man Han. Humph! The old fox couldn't hold back any longer. A smile appeared on Chen Yi's face, But the moment he opened the text message, his grin froze, even turning somewhat clenched with gritted teeth. The text message was brief, just 8 short words, but it left Chun-Yi speechless. To overcome shortcomings and flaws, practice more good deeds. The old man was too cunning. Clearly he needed my help, yet he pretended in the end that it was all for my own good. Is it really so hard for you to just admit defeat? Chun-Yi smiled bitterly. Yet he understood that while he was slightly superior in the arts of geomancy and divination, he fell far short when it came to navigating human relationships and grasping people's hearts. However, thoughts aside, just like old man Han, admitting defeat was absolutely out of the question. After pondering for a while, Chun-Yi sent a text message in reply. Take a guess. Old man Han responded swiftly. Give me a straight answer. Chun-Yi was taken aback. Could it be that the old bastard had changed his mind and was about to admit defeat? He quickly fired back another message, pressing his advantage to thoroughly crush a defeated opponent. Care to keep guessing? You little bastard, fine, you win this time. Chun-Yi felt a great sense of accomplishment when he saw the text message, especially the 6 furious exclamation marks at the end. Little did he know, old Master Han was sitting leisurely on the sofa at that moment, his aged face brimming with amusement. The message had been dictated by him and sent by Han Wenxue on his behalf. How utterly childish. Han Wenxue couldn't make heads or tails of their complicated relationship. If someone could gift you a heavenly pearl worth $1 million, why fuss over such trivial matters? Not boring at all. The old man drained his teacup in one gulp, flashing a cunning grin of triumphant scheme. Let him taste some sweetness first. Only then will that little rascal show off with all his might. Old fox. Han Wenxue stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Chapter 26. The Trials of Being a Boyfriend. The next day, Chun-Yi first went to the hospital, buying Xiao Nanan some toys and snacks before handing over the freshly acquired 900,000 yuan to Annie Lu. Xiao Nanan was in good health, undergoing final preparations before her surgery scheduled for next Wednesday. Between this and the 100,000 yuan Chun-Yi had previously provided, the orphanage now had a total of 1 million yuan, 800,000 remaining after Xiao Nanan's medical expenses. If nothing unexpected happened, these funds should last them a year or two. However, Chun-Yi was still unsatisfied and felt it wasn't enough. Since childhood, due to both material and emotional deprivation, he had an extremely low sense of security. 1 million might be a fortune to ordinary people, but for Chun-Yi, it was far from sufficient. His goal was to ensure the orphanage would at least be financially secure forever. Only after leaving the hospital did Chun-Yi leisurely make his way to Han Wenxue's birthday celebration. Han Wenxue arrived at the banquet early, but there was no sign of Chun-Yi for a long time. Surrounded by a crowd of so-called business elites, she endured their flattery and compliments until her face stiffened from forced smiling. Han Wenxue wasn't the only one looking for Chun-Yi. Feng Kuan was doing the same. Unlike Han Wenxue's expectant expression, Feng Kuan's face was extremely sullen. Earlier that day, Feng Kuan had hoped Han Wenxue would take his arm as part of etiquette, but had been flatly refused. The argument between them had escalated bitterly. At the time, Feng Kuan asked her why she refused, and Han Wenxue's answer was that Chun-Yi would misunderstand. This nearly made Feng Kuan explode with rage. How could he, a distinguished young master from a wealthy family, compare unfavorably to some fortune-telling charlatan who reads feng shui? Now, seeing her repeatedly crane her neck toward the door in anticipation, Feng Kuan naturally understood she was looking for Chun-Yi, which made him thoroughly detest the man. He knew perfectly well that Han Wenxue was merely using Chun-Yi as a shield, but this only angered him further. If you're going to find a shield, at least pick a decent one. What's the point of choosing some damn fortune teller? While furious at Han Wenxue, he also nurtured hatred for that oblivious fool, Chun-Yi. Master Feng, you've got great taste. This chick's got the looks and the figure. When you've had your fill, pass her over to me for a few days, eh? A man with a severe middle-part hairstyle, standing beside Feng Kuan, spoke up. This man was named Ji Hao, Feng Kuan's closest ally. They've been partners in crime since childhood, having pulled plenty of shady stunts together over the years. Although Feng Kuan had become somewhat more restrained in recent years, operating under the radar. Jihao remained as brazen as ever, throwing his weight around recklessly thanks to his family's influence. Now that's what I call brotherhood. Real brothers share fortunes and misfortunes alike. Feng Kuen's face revealed a hint of cruel smile. If someone had said this before that argument, Jihao would have definitely lost his temper on the spot. He had played with many women, but none had ever captivated him like Han Wenxue, maddeningly tantalizing, always just out of reach, leaving him restless and itching with frustration. If Han Wenxue had been obedient, he might have actually considered making her his primary wife. But now, their earlier quarrel had completely shattered that idea. Who cared if she was an overseas Chinese? At worst, he'd endure another scolding from his family and be exiled to some provincial backwater for a while. Jihao, that kid's here. It'll be your turn soon. Chun-Yi finally appeared at the banquet, wearing the same clothes as yesterday, so Feng Kun recognized him at a glance. This punk doesn't even know his place, daring to offend my brother. I'll go settle him now to stop him from ruining young Master Feng's plans, said Jihao, looking at Chun-Yi with disdain. Be careful. This kid is no pushover. Don't end up getting bitten by the dog you're trying to beat. Just watch me. He's just some fortune-telling Feng Shui charlatan. If I can't even handle such lowlifes, I shouldn't bother staying in Quanchang anymore. Although Feng Kun thoroughly despised him, he had never shown it openly. He had always believed that all kinds of people could be befriended and used. It just depended on whether you could draw the line properly and find the right person for the right job. In this regard, he'd always been quite pleased with himself. He had connections in all walks of life, high and low. Many tasks he couldn't handle personally were delegated to them. This time, he specifically summoned Jihao for one purpose alone, to deal with Chun-Yi. Wait, let me go greet them first. I can't be too obvious in front of Wenxue, or it'll be hard to execute our plan later. Feng Kun stopped the eager Jihao and walked towards Chun-Yi. Just as he approached Chun-Yi, ready to greet him, a figure stepped in front of him, reaching Chun-Yi first. Han Wenxue was clad in a flowing white evening gown, as radiant as a lotus blossoms emerging from water, fresh, elegant, yet undeniably alluring. Like a beautiful white butterfly, she flitted gracefully through the bustling crowd and, in full view of everyone, looped her arm through Chun-Yi's, saying, I thought something might have delayed you. Chun-Yi was no fool who would lose his head at the sight of a woman. When he noticed the astonished gazes of those around him, he instantly realized Han Wenxue was using him as a shield. Though he was seething inside, the thought that she was Elder Han's granddaughter made him suppress the impulse to storm off. Instead, he played along with her act, saying, How could I miss your birthday today? It must be said that Chun-Yi has honed remarkable skills during his years of struggling in Feng Shui Street. His acting is absolutely top-notch. The bystanders, oblivious to the truth, saw Chun-Yi's tender gaze and genuinely believed the two were deeply in love. Their glances toward Feng Kun unconsciously carried a hint of knowing implication. Slut! Feng Kun let out a low, furious curse, his heart burning with rage. If there hadn't been so many people present, he would have beaten this wretched couple half to death on the spot. The sole purpose of hosting this birthday party had been to proclaim his sovereignty over Han Wenxue. To everyone's surprise, Han Wenxue actually pulled such a stunt, slapping him right in front of the crowd. Some who were familiar with Feng Kun couldn't help but sigh at the scene, thinking to themselves that these two had thoroughly offended him. Feng Kun, the young Master Feng, was notoriously petty in their circles, especially when it came to women. Once, he had kept a college girl as his mistress, but after growing tired of her, he discarded her. Later, the girl found a new boyfriend, and by sheer misfortune, they happened to bump into young Master Feng while out shopping together. Young Master Feng didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately ordered his bodyguards to take the couple away. The man had his legs broken, while the woman's face was slashed. They were then dumped at the gates of Quancheng University in the dead of night, nearly causing a fatal incident. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and young Master Feng was sent away by his family to reflect on his actions for 3 months. After those 3 months of gilding himself, young Master Feng returned indeed more restrained in all aspects, no longer as openly arrogant as before. But this was merely superficial. The only difference from before was that he stopped being so overt. Now he dealt with everything behind the scenes. It can be said that he is more dangerous now than he was before. They all knew that Feng Kuan had put considerable effort into winning Han Wenshue's favor, and today's banquet was arranged precisely to please her. Yet the current situation had taken everyone by surprise, and it was developing in an increasingly intriguing direction. Let me introduce everyone. This is my boyfriend, Chen, a renowned Feng Shui master in Quancheng. Since you're all in the real estate business, if you ever encounter any Feng Shui concerns, you can turn to him. I assure you, he is absolutely a master of his craft. Han Wenshue seized the moment to add fuel to the fire, directly presenting Chun Yi as her boyfriend. Chun Yi had gained some reputation in Quancheng, and many who had heard of his name came over to greet him right away. Yet there were others who kept their distance, knowing full well that Feng Kuan would not swallow such humiliation quietly. A storm of retaliation was sure to follow. No matter how skilled a Feng Shui master he was, how could he possibly stand against someone like Feng Kuan, a scion of a powerful family? In the end, it could only end in tragedy. Haha, Master Chen, hello. I've long heard of your great reputation. Why not show us a couple of your tricks today? A voice as shrill as a duck's quack rang out. The visitor sported a center-parted trader's haircut, wore a checkered shirt, and had a thick gold chain around his neck. None other than Ji Hao, Feng Kuan's loyal comrade in crime. Watching the two of them acting as intimate as lovers, Feng Kuan ground his teeth so hard they creaked. Dispensing with greetings, he directly signaled Ji how to proceed with their original plan. He wanted to completely ruin Chun Yi's reputation, ensuring he could never hold his head high in Quancheng City again. Show us your skills? And you are? Chun Yi asked with a puzzled expression. My name is Ji Hao. Though the master doesn't know me, I've heard that Master Chen's geomancy and divination skills are unmatched in Quancheng. I hope Master Chen can demonstrate some of his signature techniques to enlighten us all. Ji Hao's words were quite skillful. He first elevated Chun Yi to a lofty status, then made his request, making it difficult for Chun Yi to refuse without losing face. I've heard that fortune tellers like you know everything, even the secrets of heaven. How about we play a guessing game? He pulled out an opaque teacup that he had prepared in advance, waved it in front of him, and continued, I'll put something inside this cup later, and Master Chun, you can use your divination to guess what it is. I hear you call this game shooting the cover, something you supposedly play often. Feng Kuan and Ji Hao had clearly prepared in advance. They must have done some research, otherwise they wouldn't have known about this shooting the cover game. They simply didn't believe anyone could actually guess it out of thin air, thinking it was merely the fortune teller's trick to appear mystical. Ji Hao's words made the people around them brighten up. They'd only heard that some fortune tellers were incredibly skilled, omniscient, and all-knowing, yet had never truly witnessed such abilities themselves. Now they finally had a chance to widen their horizons. How could they not be curious? Every one of them widened their eyes and stared at Chun Yi. Mr. Ji, it seems you have quite an interest in divination techniques. Even the shooting the cover game is familiar to you. Indeed, this is a little game we often play. Not at all. Compared to Master Chun, I'm nothing. You are the true master, far beyond anything I could ever be, Ji Hao said humbly, though his face wore a triumphant expression. So, does that mean Master Chen agrees? Why should I agree with you? Chun Yi's words left everyone stunned. No one had expected him to refuse. You're saying no? That's right, I won't agree. My divination exists to avert misfortune, helping people follow auspicious paths and avoid calamity. It's not some cheap street performance. Chun Yi's declaration rang out with definitive clarity, striking like a thunderclap. If you can't do it, just say so. Stop hiding behind such noble excuses. You might as well crack your own signboard now and spare us the embarrassment. Is this the level of a so-called master? Chun Yi's reaction had long been anticipated by Feng Kuan and Ji Hao. Chapter 27, The Charlatan Tricks the Fool, Second Update. So this is the famous Master Chun of Quancheng. Looks like a complete fraud to me. Better take a good look, everyone, so you don't fall for his tricks in the future. Ji Hao finally revealed his sinister true colors. Even with his usual deep scheming and cunning, Chen Yi couldn't help showing anger on his face. Destroying someone's livelihood is akin to killing their father and stealing their wife. A person living in this world may pursue many dreams, love, or career, but regardless of the dream pursued, all rely on material support. To ruin a man's livelihood is to drive him to desperation. Chen Yi sneered, "My skills are beyond the comprehension of a fool like you. If Master Chen truly has such skills, then enlighten this fool of mine. Don't just talk like a coward, prove it." Ji Hao and his crew had only accomplished half their plan. They couldn't let go so easily now. What they wanted was to utterly ruin Chen Yi's reputation. The most vicious tactic isn't killing a person, but denying them any chance of redemption, keeping them forever trampled underfoot with no hope of rising again. "I told you, my divination skills aren't for show." "Haha, I get it. It's all about the money, isn't it?" Putting on such noble airs, Ji Hao said while pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, slapping them against his palm. "Here's 10,000. That's a month's income for you. Buy me one reading. How about it?" 10,000? You dare offer that? Flashing 10 grand to play the big shot in front of me. You really think everyone's as money-starved as you are? Anyone who knew Chen Yi would recognize this moment. The kid was about to make an outrageous demand. How much would it cost to get a reading from Master Chen? We may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. Ji Hao had no idea that the roles had reversed. He was now the plump sheep being fleeced. Divination starts at 100,000 yuan. Feng Shui consultations at 500,000. Small business, no credit allowed. 100,000? Why not just rob someone yourself? Ji Hao was utterly stunned by Chen Yi. This kid really dares to ask. The average person's annual income is only about 100,000 yuan. And he want 100,000 just for flapping his lips? So ruthless. Right now, he felt even their unscrupulous merchant group paled in comparison to Chen Yi's level of cutthroat greed. "What's the matter, Mr. Ji? Can't afford to play? If you can't handle it, then don't bother pretending to be all high and mighty. Just a broke loser, yet still bragging about having money." Chen Yi's words were laced with venom, his sarcasm cutting sharper than a knife. Every merchant must learn to read their audience when speaking, especially during negotiations where understanding human psychology becomes crucial. It's like cooking over a fire, too low and the rice stays half raw, failing to suss out the client's true limits. Too high and it burns, scaring the customer away. There are many tricks to persuasion. For clients who prioritize results, you need to exaggerate and inflate the product's benefits. For those who cherish their dignity, flattery is key. Lift them sky high until they feel embarrassed not to spend the money. Then there's one type of person who just begs for humiliation. No amount of gentle coaxing works. You have to mock and provoke them relentlessly. Only then will they obediently fork over their cash. This type of person has one defining trait. They love mocking and ridiculing others, but the moment someone retaliates even slightly, they can't handle it. Ji Hao happened to be the quintessential example of this kind of person. "It's just a measly 100 grand. Hardly worth my concern," he scoffed. Ji Hao let out a cold snort, unwittingly falling into Chen Yi's trap. "I want cash, not IOUs, and definitely not empty promises." Chen Yi poured fuel on the fire. "Otherwise, I might as well claim I got 10 million. You think I'm dumb, kid? Banks are already closed. Where the hell am I supposed to get 100,000 in cash at this hour? Guess there's nothing to be done then. If our supposedly loaded Mr. G can't produce the money, what else can I do?" Chen Yi wore an expression of exaggerated innocence that was downright begging for a punch, deliberately needling the guy even further. "Don't bother trying to provoke me, kid. If I say something, I don't back out. Though I don't have cash on hand, I do have this 100,000 yuan card here." After saying that, Ji Hao fetched a staff member from the Tang Dynasty Club and had them bring over a POS machine for card transactions. The balance displayed in the POS machine indeed showed 100,000 yuan in the card. Ji Hao hadn't been lying. In fact, there was no need for him to lie in such a situation. Everyone present was from the same circle. If word got out that Ji Hao had resorted to trickery over a mere 100,000 yuan, the humiliation would be unbearable. These nouveau riche second-generation kids have nothing else but plenty of money. Thus, Chen Yi and his comrades affectionately refer to these people as fat sheep. So, is this acceptable now, Master Chani? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ji Hao fiddled with the bank card in his hand, wearing a smug and confident smile. Of course, absolutely. Chun Yi also wore a smile, though it seemed somewhat forced. He was deeply frustrated at having failed to outmaneuver Feng Kuan. After all, that guy was the real mastermind behind this mess. He could guess that this punk had been instructed by Feng Kuan. Otherwise, since they had no enmity between them, why would he push him to the brink like this? Wait a moment, playing like this isn't fun. Just as Ji Hao Chun Yi was about to begin, Feng Kuan suddenly spoke up. Just now, he had been standing not far away, observing every move the two made. Especially that forced expression on Chun Yi's face. To him, it reeked of unmistakable guilt. Brother Feng, anything else you'd like to add? Seeing Feng Kuan finally make his entrance, Chun Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The kid finally couldn't hold back anymore. Young Master Feng, this is a matter between him and me. I hope you won't interfere. Ji Hao's expression kept shifting between dark and uncertain. Chun Yi is one Shue's junior brother, and also my friend. Don't you think you're going too far by acting like this? The two had grown up together since childhood, and their seamless double act was truly flawless. Except it couldn't deceive Chun Yi. Keep pretending, go on. Chun Yi remained impassive, but inwardly he was bursting with joy. I don't fear your intelligence. I fear your belief in your own cleverness. So, young Master Feng, what do you suggest we do? Ji Hao's words are like water spilled from a bowl. Once spoken, they cannot be taken back halfway. How about this? I'll add another 100,000 to Chun Yi's share. That way, no one loses out. What do you think? Feng Kuan ultimately made a decision that seemed like a handout to Chun Yi. Fair enough. Ji Hao pondered for a while before agreeing to Feng Kuan's proposal. But these 200,000 can't come freely. Otherwise, people might take us for fools. What do you want? My demand is simple. If Master Chun truly has real ability and can guess what object I place later, then he can take this 200,000 yuan and I, Ji Hao, will apologize and admit defeat. If he can't guess it, then he'd better stop swindling people from now on and find some quiet place to stay. Otherwise, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Fine, it's settled then. If Chun Yi can't guess it, that'll prove his reputation is undeserved. Feng Kuan here has no use for such friends. Not only you, I'll also beat him up every time I see him. The two villains colluded shamelessly. Without even waiting for Chun Yi's reaction, they had already pronounced his death sentence. What a masterful move, young Master Feng. Although Han Wenxue had long anticipated that they would target Chun Yi, she never expected the two to be so shameless. Wenxue, what do you mean by that? They're all my friends. I can't show favoritism to anyone, can I? Quite the claim of impartiality. Does smashing someone's rice bowl also count as not taking sides? You've misunderstood, Wenxue. I'm just being fair. If Chun Yi is truly unworthy of his reputation, then he's a fraud who's even deceived you. Are you really going to abandon all sense of right and wrong just to protect him? Feng Kuan was growing increasingly impatient. Han Wenxue had been clinging to Chun Yi's arm in front of everyone, which had already made him seethe with jealousy. Now, she kept undermining him repeatedly, deepening his resentment. At the same time, this only heightened his anticipation for tonight's plan. One would be crippled, and the other, he couldn't wait to see what this woman, who had always put on a virtuous act, would look like sobbing beneath him. Enough, let's begin. Ji Hao interrupted the two of them, then turned to Chun Yi with a smirk. Are you ready, Master Chun? This might just be the last fortune-telling you'll ever do in your life. Don't speak too soon. Perhaps Mr. Ji will end up losing money and apologizing to me. Stubborn as a dead duck. Turn around, I need to place something, Ji Hao said with a cruel smirk. Sorry, Miss Han. Forgive me for judging a gentleman's heart with my own petty standards. You should also turn around. In case you break the rules for your junior brother, it wouldn't look good for anyone. Han Wenxue knew words would be useless now, so she simply turned around with Chun Yi, their backs facing the others. Grandfather Han had performed fortune-telling in front of her several times, always using tools, most commonly an astrological disc and tortoise shell. Yet she saw no such tools on Chun Yi, and her anxiety grew unconsciously. Her grip on his arm tightened, almost pulling him into an embrace. Chun Yi's lips curled slightly with an almost imperceptible smile, as if he wasn't too worried, which eased Han Wenxue's anxious mood somewhat. Now she suddenly realized that Chun Yi's face was quite handsome, possessing a distinctive charm, a maturity and resolute quality that seemed beyond his years. Unlike those delicate pretty boys, whether in looks or demeanor, Chun Yi leaned more toward masculine ruggedness. His bronze skin and calm, steady gaze gave people a reassuring sense of dependability. In truth, Chun Yi wasn't as perfectly composed as she imagined. His mind had long begun to wander. His arm tightly enveloped by a top-tier beauty like Han Wenxue, the teasing softness of her chest pressing against him, the maidenly fragrance lingering at his nose. How could a young virgin like Chun Yi remain composed? Even the gambling match behind him slipped from his mind. Old Master Han had always taught Chun Yi that no matter the situation, one must remain as firm as a boulder, unshaken by all winds, at least on the surface. If he knew the skills he'd imparted had even deceived his own granddaughter, one might wonder if he'd regret it. All right, how much longer are you two going to keep making eyes at each other? Ji Hao grumbled discontentedly. What kind of place do these two think this is? He called out to them 2 or 3 times from behind, but neither responded. Feng Kuan angrily glared at Ji Hao. Wasn't this kid mocking him by saying such things? P.S. There's one more update coming around 10 p.m. Correction from last chapter. Today, tomorrow, and the day after will each have an extra update, not just today and tomorrow. Since you brothers think highly of Dai Yefeng, then Dai Yefeng must not let you down. For the first 3 monthly votes on this new book, I'll add 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to bookmark this book, dear readers. Just click Add to Favorites under the cover image. Consider it your support for Dai Yefeng. Thank you. Chapter 28. Trick you without a second thought. 3rd update. Han Wenxue also turned back. Though raised in England from childhood, she had received a strictly traditional Eastern education. Naturally, she was far more reserved compared to those golden-haired girls. Flustered by Ji Hao's teasing, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she quickly released Chun Yi's arm. Ahem, are you two done yet? Chun Yi quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. It was true enough that he was thick-skinned and shameless, and equally true that he had a natural talent for the unscrupulous arts, but theory could never quite keep pace with practice. Chun Yi was, to this day, a certified virgin. Suddenly finding himself in such close quarters with a beautiful woman, it was only natural for him to react in some way. These instinctive impulses were something he still struggled to overcome. Everything's been set up ages ago. We're just waiting for the master to show us something amazing. Ji Hao chuckled darkly. Chun Yi glanced at the positioning of the teacup and subtly nudged it closer to the center of the table. It seemed Ji Hao had already placed the item inside. Tang Dynasty Club was one of Chuanqing's premier high-end establishments, boasting naturally opulent furnishings throughout its premises. Uniformly crafted from rosewood, the tables and chairs stood upon premium ceramic floor tiles, each exquisitely engraved with intricate patterns. Observing this, Chun Yi had a sudden realization and immediately began casting his divination based on the surrounding objects. At his level, he had largely transcended the constraints of tools. Divination and casting hexagrams came to him effortlessly, guided purely by instinct. Even the most inconspicuous objects could serve as vessels for his divination. The red tables and chairs, along with the exquisite flooring, formed a divinatory symbol in Chun Yi's mind. Red represents Li fire. The floor is ceramic, representing Gen Mountain. Above is Li fire. Below is Gen Mountain, yielding the hexagram fire on the mountain, travel. The substance in the cup must be related to fire. Chun Yi was already somewhat confident in his heart. Ji Hao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, saying, I asked you to deduce what's in the cup, not spout this kind of ambiguous nonsense. I haven't finished yet. Why such impatience? Surely Mr. G's temperament isn't so poor he can't wait for a few sentences? Chun Yi gave him a roundabout scolding, then without waiting for the guy to flare up, added, above fire, below earth. Earth drains the fire's energy. That means this blaze won't grow large. It'll be a small fire. Of course it's nonsense. How could a fire big enough to burn fiercely fit inside a cup? Let me make this clear up front. You must describe the exact characteristics of the item. Otherwise, you lose. Ji Hao abruptly added another condition, drawing a torrent of jeers from the onlookers. Just now, when Ji Hao was putting things away, he made Chun Yi and Han Wenxue turn their backs, without hiding it from the others. From Chun Yi's words, everyone present could tell that he was already very close to the answer. But could Chun Yi really guess correctly? Everyone around him was sweating bullets for him. Ji Hao is a sneaky little devil who planted something extremely easy to confuse, all just to set him up. Jin represents the mountain, and mountains are inanimate objects. Given that Earth drains fire's energy, this means the object doesn't ignite when stationary. The mutual hexagram shows Sun and Dui. Sun represents wind, which is produced by gas, while Dui symbolizes mouth and speech. Fire used with the mouth should be for lighting cigarettes. So logically I should guess the object inside is a lighter, but what? Ji Hao grew somewhat nervous. But if I guessed it was a lighter, I'd be falling right into your trap. Can't you hurry it up a bit, kid? Dragging your feet like some timid woman. Ji Hao disliked Chun Yi's smug, all-knowing demeanor immensely. It meant he'd already lost. Mr. Ji seems to have a poor memory. Weren't you just saying you wanted to learn something? I'm merely interpreting the divination symbols for you, so you'll understand, and to prevent anyone from accusing me of cheating later. Chun Yi put on an expression of, I'm only doing this for your own good. But in truth, he was just giving him a heads up. Too many people love to gamble, but can't handle losing. Though he didn't know if Ji Hao would make a scene and deny everything in public, Chun Yi had to be prepared for it. If you've got something to say, spit it out quickly. I originally thought there was just a lighter inside, but then I realized you'd never hide something so obvious. That would be downright stupid. Besides, while lighters rely on gas combustion, all flames need oxygen to burn. This is clearly misleading and, to some extent, mirrors human thought. The divination symbols can indeed reveal what's in a person's heart, but that requires casting the hexagrams with a specific purpose in mind. Chun Yi's current divination had no such effect. The reason he said so was purely out of mischief, simply to mess with the guy. Picking a verbal fight with a fortune teller. Aren't you just asking for trouble? So, I employed my family's secret technique. Starting from the Jin hexagram, I deduced its complementary counterpart, which turned out to be Zhen. Zhen corresponds to wood. A lighter obviously doesn't align with this attribute. Jin also symbolizes earth, and only through motion does fire arise. Matches, with their wooden sticks and phosphorus tips, require friction against the phosphorus strip on the matchbox to ignite, making them a far more fitting choice than lighters. As soon as Chun Yi finished speaking, a round of applause broke out around him. You don't even need to look to know what's inside the teacup. It's a box of matches. Chun Yi won the bet with his extraordinary divination skills, earning everyone's respect in the process. Mr. Ji, Brother Feng, I'll gladly accept this 100,000, but you two certainly have some tricks up your sleeves. I almost lost. Who even uses matches to light cigarettes these days? Chun Yi enthusiastically threw an arm around Ji Hao, roaring with laughter. Ji Hao was seething with anger. Not only had this kid won 100,000 yuan from him, but he also openly and subtly mocked him, leaving Ji Hao simmering yet unable to explode. His frustration was unbearable. Suddenly, he felt utterly duped. Throughout their earlier exchange, Chun Yi had been in complete control, clearly capable, yet pretending to hesitate. When Ji offered 10,000, he demanded 100,000, all to lure him into the trap. At last, he realized this kid had played him for a fool. Played, and yet he could say nothing about it. With so many witnesses, he couldn't even back out shamelessly. Worse, the kid had already set up the perfect ambush, cutting off every escape route. Damn it. This is what he most wants to say right now. Feng Kuan wasn't much better off than the others either, except his acting skills were slightly superior to Ji Hao's. He didn't wear that unmistakable expression of someone who just swallowed a dead fly. His frustration was all buried inside. But that only made things worse. While Ji Hao could at least vent his discontent, Feng Kuan had to keep it bottled up, forced to savor it all by himself. Han Wenxue's expression was utterly priceless. Her lips pressed tightly together in a suppressed amusement she couldn't quite release. She was thrilled that Chun Yi had won the bet, and she also applauded his knack for playing the clown. She was clearly furious, yet you had to hug her, pretending to be affectionate and thankful. That's nothing but adding insult to injury. She now realized how right her grandfather had been. You couldn't judge this kid by appearances alone, or you'd end up getting swindled by him while still counting his money for him. Will he deceive me in the future? Han Wenxiu silently questioned herself, but quickly dismissed the doubt. After all, she thought, she was so beautiful. He'd surely cherish her too much to ever bear tricking her. TSK, what am I thinking? We're just pretending to be a couple. How did I get so addicted to this idea? But honestly, finding a man like him wouldn't be bad. Handsome, witty, capable, and able to give a woman a sense of security. Practically perfect. It's just that a man like this probably doesn't lack female attention. She watched Chun Yi wrapping his arm around Ji Hao with a mischievous grin, momentarily forgetting their surroundings. Wenxue, your junior here is quite impressive. Our newly developed property project on the pedestrian street hasn't even gone on sale yet, and we're in dire need of a feng shui consultant. Just as Han Wenxue's mind wandered through these messy thoughts, Feng Kuan suddenly spoke up. He was currently seething with hatred for Chun Yi, grinding his teeth in frustration. How could he possibly have any genuine intention of hiring him as a feng shui consultant? It was merely an act to display his magnanimity. That property near the pedestrian street, could it be the one that's already built but not yet on sale, with a flame sculpture in the plaza? Chun Yi was stunned. The world was truly too small. That property, built on a dragon's malevolent aura, actually belonged to Feng Kuan's family? Right, so you've heard of Warengyuan too? Han Wenxue picked up the thread. I know a bit about it. A while ago, I passed by there while doing a feng shui reading for a client near the pedestrian street. Chun Yi replied briefly before asking, what's your connection to Warengyuan? The landscape design of Warengyuan was my doing. What does the great feng shui master think? A hint of self-satisfaction flashed across Han Wenxue's delicate face. It was thanks to the landscape design of this residential complex that she won the national gold medal. Moreover, this was her very first post-graduation design that was actually realized, so naturally, she took great pride in it. Was that flame sculpture in the square also placed there by you? Ignoring Han Wenxue's childlike expression of seeking praise, Chun Yi voiced the doubt in his mind instead. Of course not. Why would I put something so ugly there? The developers insisted on placing it, and, well, never mind, forget I mentioned it. Han Wenxue abruptly stopped herself mid-sentence, as if she knew something she shouldn't disclose. China isn't like Eagle Country, where designers hold significant authority. Here, whoever pays the bills calls the shots. If they insist, you'll have to endure it, whether it's a statue the designer hates, or even a pile of stinking dog shit. Han Wenxue deeply disliked this sculpture. Her design philosophy focused on finding tranquility within bustle and returning to nature. This overtly industrial style sculpture severely clashed with her vision. Moreover, she noticed something particularly unsettling about it. Logically, as an experienced designer, she shouldn't have voiced such thoughts carelessly, especially in public where competitors might have ears everywhere. But the words had slipped out before she could stop herself. Wenxue, you mustn't say such things. That statue was ultimately approved with your consent. You're sabotaging your own professional reputation. Feng Kuan made a joke to defuse the awkwardness. Chun-Yi, if you have time, go take a look at Warengyuan and give us some advice on the feng shui there. Chun-Yi said, no need, I've already checked the feng shui there. Feng Kuan's face showed a flicker of surprise as he said, you've seen it? Not bad, right? Once we launch the project, we'll advertise it under the banner of Master Chen of Quancheng. I bet a lot of your regular clients will come by properties. No, absolutely do not use my name. I can't bring harm to people. The feng shui there is critically inauspicious, utterly unfit for human habitation. At best, it's only suitable for use as a landfill. Chun-Yi spoke the truth. His intention wasn't to undermine Feng Kuan. Even common feng shui flaws like gunshot, linear hostility, or sharp angle sha, pointed intrusion, could unsettle residents' lives, let alone the lethally potent dragon sha. Only a place as impure as a landfill would counteract such malevolence. What did you say? Don't push your luck thinking you're some kind of living deity. Phong Kuan finally couldn't hold back his fury any longer. Chun Yi's words earlier were equivalent to smearing mud on Weiran Homeland's reputation. If word got out, who would still buy properties here? Poor housing sales, failure to fetch high prices, or delays, no matter which problem arose. As the marketing director, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. Chapter 29. What went wrong? First update. Phong Kuan, I'm giving you a well-intentioned reminder. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you think there's no problem, you're absolutely free to start sales tomorrow, Chun Yi said bluntly, no longer bothering with formalities as he directly addressed him by name. Though he wanted no part in this messy affair, he couldn't bear to stand by and watch him harm others. A single apartment costs hundreds of thousands, even millions. How many homes could an ordinary family afford after a lifetime of dual income struggle? Forget multiple properties. Even a down payment for one apartment would stretch their finances to the breaking point. As the marketing director, while you're not directly responsible for the construction projects, you must surely be aware that the development of Weiran Homes hasn't been smooth sailing. There have definitely been accidents, major ones at that. Chun Yi hadn't paid much attention to Weiran Homes before, but he could say with certainty that its construction was far from problem-free. Fat Wu's jewelry store suffered less than 1% of the impact and already experienced a streak of misfortunes, let alone Weiran Homes, which bore the brunt of it all. That's right, they hired an expert to set up a feng shui arrangement to trap the dragon's malevolent energy, dispersing it into the air. But the dragon's malevolence is immensely powerful. Even if just a trace of it leaks out, incidents like what happened at Fatty Wu's jewelry store will occur. Given time, it would inevitably lead to the ruin of a household. Moreover, this would only treat the symptoms, not eradicate the root cause. Within 3 years at most, this dragon's malevolence will surely turn the tables completely. By then, the feng shui arrangement will lose all efficacy, causing extremely severe consequences for those nearby. Enough. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Phong Kuan's face suddenly twisted into an ugly expression. He nearly shouted in rudeness before turning on his heel and storming off. How could he not know about the incident at Weiran Jiyuan? If he'd been aware earlier, would he have waited until now, when all the buildings were topped out, the community landscaping completed, yet still unsold? But precisely for this reason, he needed to maintain complete composure. Otherwise, this billion-dollar project would end up completely worthless in their hands. Moreover, from what he understood, the primary investor in Weiran Jiyuan wasn't even their family. It was a foreign consortium. This represented the Feng family's first foray into overseas collaboration, crucial for realizing their decade-long development plan. This time, no matter what, it must be a resounding success. Chun Yi, is everything you just said true? Han Wenxue had recently returned from England and was only introduced to the project when the construction was nearing completion, so she wasn't aware of what had happened earlier. I have no reason to joke about my craft. Otherwise, who would come to me in the future? Chun Yi didn't deny it. Master Chun is truly a young talent with extraordinary abilities at such a youthful age. A brilliant young man paired with a beauty like a flower. What a divinely perfect match. As soon as Phong Kuan left, the surrounding crowd immediately swarmed forward. Not to mention how Chun Yi had just displayed his prowess by effortlessly winning 200,000 in gambling money. But today's main attraction, Han Wenxue alone, was enough to make these people flock eagerly. Beautiful and charming, not to mention a national gold medal winner in community landscape design. Who wouldn't want to get close to such a person? After half-heartedly clinking glasses with them for a while, Chun Yi found the whole affair thoroughly uninteresting and excused himself to leave. Yet no matter where he went, a crowd of people followed, all eager to invite Chun Yi to help them assess their feng shui. In the past, Chun Yi would have jumped at such opportunities, but now he simply couldn't spare the time. Han Wenxue's situation was already giving him enough of a headache. How could he possibly find the leisure to deal with these people now? Left with no other choice, he hurried to the restroom, lit a cigarette inside, and stubbornly killed time. He planned to leave with Han Wenxue as soon as the banquet ended. Just as he finished one cigarette and hadn't yet lit a second, the restroom door was kicked open with a loud bang. "Ah, Master Chun, hiding here, huh? No wonder I couldn't find you." The intruder was Ji Hao, flanked by two burly bodyguards in black suits. "So it's Mr. Ji. What brings you here? Want me to divine your fortune again? My consultation fee isn't cheap. I wonder if you can still afford it." Seeing the hostility in the other man's expression, Chun Yi abandoned any pretense of politeness. Ji Hao was indeed infuriated by Chun Yi's words. With a vicious grin, he snarled, "Still running your mouth even when death's at your door? We'll deal with you first, then take care of that bitch Han Wenxue. Though I wonder how far you've gone with her. Today's going to be our lucky day. Huh, beat him. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." At his command, the two black-suited bodyguards flanking him rushed toward Chun Yi. Ji Hao lit a cigar, looking as relaxed as if he were watching a performance. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches and kicks. Surprisingly, Chun Yi did not beg for mercy as planned. Instead, it was his two bodyguards who ended up lying on the ground. Chun Yi took less than 2 minutes to swiftly and neatly take down both of his bodyguards. Ji Hao's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, the cigar dangling from his mouth, falling unnoticed. It all felt surreal to him, as if he were dreaming. Both of them were ex-military, one even a former Special Forces soldier. And just like that, this kid took them down? But the next second, the intense pain in his nasal bridge snapped him back to reality. What are you doing? I'm warning you. If you dare lay another finger on me, I'll call the police." Ji Hao panicked, his words tumbling out incoherently. Bang. "Damn kid, you've got guts." Bang. "Stop, it hurts. I won't hold you responsible. Let's bury the hatchet. Friends after fighting, right?" Bam, bam, bam. Chun Yi had long disliked this nouveau riche brat. Now that he had the upper hand, he wasn't about to let up. Fierce punches flew until the guy's face was swollen beyond recognition. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Seeing that threats weren't working, and Chun Yi was only hitting him harder, Ji Hao quickly changed tactics and began begging for mercy. At this point, he no longer cared about saving face. Anything to make Chun Yi stop. "What did you do wrong?" Chun Yi, seemingly exhausted from the beating, finally stopped. I. What do you mean, what? Speak up, what did you do wrong?" Chun Yi was very displeased with his apologetic attitude and raised his fist as if to strike. "Stop hitting me, stop. I shouldn't have targeted you, shouldn't have pressured you, shouldn't have schemed against Han Wenxue with Feng Kuan. And what else? Anything else? No more." Bang. Chun Yi delivered a punch that turned his eye into a panda's black eye, saying, "Continue confessing. I shouldn't have oppressed the common people, shouldn't have framed the virtuous, shouldn't have brought harm to the region." Ji Hao was almost in tears. He genuinely couldn't think of anything else he might have done to offend this guy. He ended up regurgitating lines from the villains in Water Margin that he'd read a few days earlier. "Stop messing around. Do you want another beating? Think again. Master Chun, Grandfather Chun, I truly don't know what I did wrong. Please spare me. If you could just point it out, I promise I'll change." Ji Hao was utterly aggrieved inside. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out where else he'd gone wrong, leaving him no choice but to seek help. "Fine, I'll tell you." Chun Yi wiped the blood from his hands on Ji Hao's checkered shirt. "You shouldn't have flaunted that thick gold chain everywhere, and you definitely shouldn't have kept that disgusting center-parted trader's hairstyle." With just one utterance, Chun Yi listed out 7 or 8 crimes that Ji Hao himself hadn't even realized, leaving Ji Hao on the verge of tears. Pop, pop, pop. Another round of beating ensued. Change or not? Change, change, change. Yes, that's right. Making mistakes isn't a big deal. Correcting them is what matters. From now on, you must become someone who improves upon recognizing faults, understand? I understand. I'll completely reform myself, turn over a new leaf, lay down the butcher's knife, and attain instant enlightenment. Ji Hao hastily nodded like a pecking chick, offering profound self-criticism and repentance. He simply couldn't endure Chun Yi's fist the size of a sandpot. The pain was unbearable. In all his grown years, he'd never suffered such torment before. "All right, I'll forgive you this time, kid. Get some rest." "Huh? Sleep for a bit? All right, I'll sleep right away. Right here in the bathroom." Ji Hao saw that Chun Yi seemed ready to stop, feeling as if he had finally escaped the devil's grasp. At that point, who cared whether the bathroom was suitable for sleeping? Even if Chun-Yi had told him to sleep in a cesspit right then, he would have agreed. Bang! Chun-Yi delivered a swift chop to the back of Ji Hao's neck. Before he could even utter a sound, Ji Hao collapsed unconscious. Damn it, this little bastard is so tough. My hand hurts from hitting him. Chun-Yi looked at his slightly swollen hand and muttered to himself through gritted teeth. If Ji Hao, who had passed out, heard this, he'd cry more grievously than Do-Yi. Did I ask you to hit me? Did I hold a knife to your throat and force you to hit me? This is just bullying. He had been away for nearly 20 minutes. Upon hearing Ji Hao's words, he couldn't help but worry about Han Wenxue's safety and hurried back to the hall. The crowd in the grand hall continued toasting and chatting with laughter, completely unaware that a scene of a bully oppressing the innocent had just unfolded in the restroom. Chun-Yi scanned the room for Han Wenxue's figure, but couldn't find her. After asking several people, he finally learned from someone that Han Wenxue had gone upstairs with Feng Kuan. No one knew exactly what they were doing there, only that he had promised to give her a surprise. Damn it, this guy couldn't even wait until the party ended before making his move. A bad feeling settled in Chun-Yi's chest as he hurriedly rushed upstairs. Huh, Wenxue, you've finally fallen into my hands. Your little junior brother is playing a game with Ji Hao right now. Huh, he's receiving no worse treatment than you. Feng Kuan held his phone in hand, switching to video mode as he aimed it at Han Wenxue, shouting hysterically. Han Wenxue lay on the bed, her face flushed with an unnatural rosy hue, her eyes dazed. Her body twisted involuntarily, her entire being trapped in a state of utter unconsciousness. Such a slut, always acting so virtuous. What happened to your pride now, huh? Let me tell you, I spike your drink with something special, imported from Zhulan. They say even nuns turn into harlots after a dose. Missing a man, aren't you? Take off your clothes. Do it yourself. Feng Kuan pressed the phone against Han Wenxue's body, and as if truly obeying its command, she began tearing at her own clothes. The luxurious evening gown, which had once adorned her figure, now felt like an unbearable weight. She struggled desperately to free herself from it, as though she wanted to rip it to shreds. Riot. The long gown was torn open by Han Wenxue, revealing a stretch of snow-white skin. Yes, that's more like it. If you'd been this obedient earlier, we wouldn't have needed today. Keep taking it off. That's not enough yet. Feng Kuan watched Han Wenxue's performance, while simultaneously keeping his eyes on his phone screen. He was quite pleased with his handiwork. In his view, the directors of those Japanese adult films weren't much better than this. With this thing in hand, he wasn't afraid that Han Wenxue would disobey him in the future. Whatever he told her to do, she would have no choice but to obey. P.S. Sorry for the late reply. I coded all night yesterday and just woke up. Chapter 2 Never Late. Around 6 o'clock. One more thing. Please add to your favorites. Chapter 30. Bewitching Charm. Second update. Plop. Just as he was having a great time, the bedroom door was violently kicked open. Chun-Yi. Feng Kuan was startled to see Chun-Yi and couldn't help but blurt out, "Why are you here? Where's Ji Hao?" The moment Chun-Yi entered, he took in the scene inside and immediately flew into a rage. With a cold laugh, he said, "Ji Hao, he's sleeping in the bathroom." Chun-Yi said it lightly, but to Feng Kuan's ears, it was anything but. He noticed the swelling on Chun-Yi's hand and the barely wiped bloodstains, and understood partially. Ji Hao had failed, yet he still clung to a sliver of hope deep down. Everyone has their weaknesses. This was where he had always been confident. The reason Han Wenxue had followed him upstairs and obediently drunk the drug red wine wasn't because she was foolish, but because Ji Hao had grasped her vulnerabilities. He said just one sentence to Han Wenxue, "If you want to know the truth about that flame sculpture, follow me." And Han Wenxue actually followed him up. Feng Kuan had long known that Han Wenxue was deeply dissatisfied with that flame-shaped sculpture, holding a grudge over it, unable to understand why the developers would place such an ugly thing there. Moreover, from what he knew, Han Wenxue had sneaked over several times to study that flame statue. Feng Kuan wasn't a complete fool like Ji Hao. He had received higher education and had some background in psychology, particularly in criminal psychology and negotiation psychology. He knew the flaming statue had already become a psychological knot in Han Wenshua's heart. The more perfectionist someone is, the more they fixate on imperfect things. Han Wenshue was precisely such a perfectionist woman, and since this was her first artistic creation, how could she not be curious about this obviously disruptive element that ruined the neighborhood's overall aesthetic? So, Feng Kuan didn't need much persuasion to trick her into drinking the drug beverage. As for Chun Yi, he was even more confident in his control over him. In his eyes, Chun Yi was just a money-grubbing fraud. Aren't all fortune tellers in it for the money? As long as he was offered the right price, the charlatan would have no choice but to comply. Moreover, he planned to record the entire process with his phone. When he showed the footage to Han Wenshue later, it would absolutely eradicate any hope this woman might still cling to regarding Chun Yi. Nothing is more dismal than the despair of the heart, and this was exactly the scene he wanted to see. Name your price. Name my price. Chun Yi froze upon hearing these words. This guy is too full of himself. Does he really think everything can be bought with money? Although Chun Yi loves money and might use some tricks to earn it, that doesn't mean he has no principles when it comes to wealth. All the money he earns is for the children at the orphanage, so they can live better lives and receive better education. But how could he use such dirty money for the children? Weren't the children afraid of facing divine retribution for using this money? If word got out, how would Chun Yi ever have the face to see Li Haoran and his wife again? How could he look into those innocent, trusting little faces that adored him? Finding it hard to speak up, seeing the fluctuating expressions on Chun Yi's face, Feng Kuan mistook his hesitation as uncertainty and immediately offered what he believed to be an irresistible price. How about 1 million? Take $1 million now, leave immediately, forget today ever happened, and never show your face before me again. 1 million. Chun Yi laughed in exasperation at the guy. You think you can buy me off with just 1 million? So you think it's too little? Ji Hao was right about you. Born to be a swindler with a black heart. Go on, how much do you want? Feng Kuan glanced at Chun Yi with a hint of derision in his eyes. To him, Chun Yi was already tempted, just too greedy, unwilling to settle for a mere million. But what did it matter? So what if it cost a little more? Sooner or later, he'd make Chun Yi cough up every cent with interest. I want your mother. Chun Yi grew angrier with every word, abruptly delivering a merciless kick straight to the man's solar plexus. Feng Kuan was sent flying, crashing into a wall 2 or 3 meters away. Ignoring the pain, his face registered pure astonishment. No way. This was the loudest voice in his heart. How could this money-grubbing charlatan possibly resist such temptation? Whether he believed it or not, Chun Yi had already given his answer with that kick moments ago. True to Chun Yi's consistent style of beating a drowning dog, he naturally didn't stop there, not letting this guy who insulted his character off so easily. He rushed forward, raised his big foot, and kicked fiercely at Feng Kuan's handsome face. You bastard, think you're hot shit just because you're rich? That'll teach you to insult my dignity. You think you can tempt me? Do you believe anyone could resist 1 million so easily? Damn it, clearly you've done plenty of such shady deeds before. Who the hell do you think I am? Do you think I can be tempted by this capitalist decadence? Does it look like a revolutionary comrade like me would waver in my unyielding resolve or abandon my original aspirations over poverty and hardship? Chun, he was like a frenzied dog in heat, his eyes bloodshot as he kicked wildly and cursed. No matter how righteous his words sounded, there was always a sour, jealous undertone to them. This kid is seriously tempted. For him, seeing money was like an alcoholic spotting fine wine, or an addict encountering drugs. Wasn't this deliberately provoking him? Thus, he vented all his pent-up resentment directly onto Feng Kuan's face. Finally, the resentment in his heart, deeper than that of a lonely, neglected wife of 3 years, was mostly dispelled. Exhausted from kicking, he finally stopped. Fortunately, the feet were much sturdier than the hands, not aching as badly as when he used his hands earlier. Poor Feng Kuan, kicked unconscious by Chun Yi, lay there like a limp rag, completely unaware of anything. He turned around to check on Han Wenxue, but the sight instantly sent blood gushing from his nose. This is just unfair temptation. I'm still a virgin. What if things get out of hand? Are you going to take responsibility for me? At this moment, Han Wenxue was left with nothing but barely their lingerie on her scorching body. She writhed and tangled like a serpent, her mouth releasing soul-melting moans from time to time. The sight set Chun Yi's heart hammering wildly in his chest, threatening to leap right out of his throat any second. Lady, please wake up quickly. Miss, you can't take that off. I saw everything. Chun Yi didn't dare to look any longer, fearing he might impulsively commit a beastly act, so he hastily wrapped her in the bedsheet. Han Wenxue, completely unconscious, wouldn't obey so easily. Her jade-like arms, delicate as tender lotus roots, groped around until they found Chun Yi's neck and tightly encircled it, while her fiery lips unhesitatingly pressed against his. Chun Yi felt his head buzz as if countless beasts were roaring in frenzied excitement simultaneously, while the part of his heart representing righteousness completely surrendered, hiding in some corner to watch the spectacle. Soft, warm, carrying a faint fragrance mixed with the scent of alcohol, it was irresistibly tempting, luring him to sink completely, to drown in this gentle paradise. Finally, Chun Yi pushed Han Wenxue away with self-admired persistence, hastily dressing her in a fluster. In his extreme panic, he merely draped a coat over her, then found her shoulder bag and haphazardly stuffed some criminally alluring little garments inside. While gathering the clothes, Chun Yi caught sight of Feng Kuen's phone lying on the floor from the corner of his eye. Recalling Feng Kuen's movements when they first entered, understanding dawned on him. How could such a thing be left behind? How could that despicable man profit from it? If anyone were to benefit, it should be himself. He picked up the phone and stuffed it into Han Wenxue's shoulder bag before scooping her up in his arms and hurriedly departing. As soon as he went downstairs, Chun Yi instantly became the center of attention. Originally, he had already drawn considerable attention due to the divination game, and Han Wenxue was today's main character. Now, with Chun Yi holding Han Wenxue in his arms and her face flushed as if drunk, how could they not attract everyone's gaze? Grandmaster Chun, what happened here? Wenxue is drunk. I'll take her home first. You guys carry on. Really sorry about this. No worries, we understand. The night is young after all. That's not what's happening at all. All right, stop talking. We all understand beauty in your arms and all that. But young man, you ought to know moderation. No matter how Chun Yi tried to explain, these shameless people all wore expressions that said, I get it, their gazes oozing with insinuation as they looked at him. Chun Yi couldn't over-explain without risking more trouble, so he had no choice but to endure the misunderstanding. He thought to himself that his reputation was utterly ruined. When Chun Yi left the Tang Dynasty Club, he realized he'd encountered a dilemma. Where exactly should he take Han Wenxue now? At this moment, Han Wenxue's clothes were disheveled as she lay restlessly in Chun Yi's arms. The torn garments mischievously parted again, revealing that deep cleavage that leaped vividly into view. Deliver her to Grandpa Han's house? Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, the old man would surely break Chun Yi's legs without hesitation. Taking her home wasn't an option either. That would only make things even harder to explain. Left with no alternatives, Chun Yi had no choice but to book a hotel room instead. Chun Yi was attracting quite a lot of attention as he walked down the street. It was almost 10 at night, and a young man carrying a dazed woman in his arms, with her clothes visibly torn. No one would mistake him for a good guy. A few elderly ladies returning from their square, dancing, nearly called the cops on him, ready to report a pervert. Finally managing to hail a taxi, the driver gave Chun Yi a lecherous, knowing look and immediately struck up a conversation, steering the topic toward how to pick up girls and engage in promiscuous relationships. Arriving at the hotel at last, Chun Yi barely escaped the sleazy driver only to be met with the disdainful gaze of the front desk clerk, her cold sneer making it clear she reluctantly checked him into a room. He originally planned to leave Han Wenxue at the hotel and return alone, but he didn't feel comfortable leaving her by herself. This only confirmed the front desk girl's suspicion that he was a sleazy guy. After considerable effort, He finally settled Han Wenxue down and got her comfortable before going to wash up and sleep. Though confident in his self-control, he still didn't dare sleep on the bed. Instead, he took a quilt from the room's closet, laid it on the floor as a makeshift bed, and resigned himself to spending the night like that. No matter how strong his self-discipline was, he couldn't withstand Han Wenxue's fiery allure. He never expected Han Wenxue to have such a curvaceous and alluring figure, radiating such bewitching charm. Sharing a bed with her without doing anything felt like pure torment. Therefore, to spare himself this agony, Chun Yi silently recited, "I am not a beast," several times, then proceeded to act even worse than a beast by choosing to sleep on the floor. Chapter 31. The Hypocritical Charlatan, Third Update. Han Wenxue sleepily had no idea how long she'd been out. Her most pressing sensations now were unbearable thirst and a foggy, heavy head, exactly like having a fever. When she opened her eyes, she realized with a start that she was lying in an unfamiliar room. Finally, she remembered what had happened before she fell asleep. Back then, Feng Kun had given her a glass of wine, and soon after, her mind had grown hazier by the second. Her legs felt like sinking into cotton, her body weightless, followed by an overwhelming heat coursing through her, especially in certain sensitive areas. She also vaguely recalled involuntarily tearing off her own clothes. There had been shouting between two people. One was Han Kun, but the other, she couldn't quite place the other voice anymore. At this thought, she was instantly horrified, not daring to imagine what might have followed next. She hastily checked her clothes and body for any signs. The discovery filled her with sheer panic. Her coat had been torn open in several places, exposing large patches of skin. Her proud bosom was nearly spilling out, and worst of all, her undergarments were completely missing. Clearly, someone had draped this coat over her after the fact. She seemed to have realized something, her face turning ashen. Han Wenxue had indeed grown up in Eagle Country, but she wasn't as open-minded as those Eagle Country girls. Her upbringing had been deeply rooted in traditional Eastern values, not the antiquated 3 obediences and 4 virtues, but still requiring her to maintain chastity and integrity. For over 20 years, partly due to her upbringing and partly because she had never met anyone who truly moved her, she had never been intimately involved with any man. Until last night, she had even kept her first kiss intact. The world can be so cruel. The more you cherish something, the more mercilessly fate will snatch it away. After preserving my virginity for over 20 years, I lost it just like that, and it was taken by someone I utterly despise, completely without my knowledge. The morning light was faint as the sun had just risen, clearly signaling today would be exceptionally fine weather. However, Han Wenxue's mood couldn't mirror the brightness outside. Instead, it was clouded with gloom. Slowly sitting up, she suddenly noticed a man sound asleep on the floor. Chun-Yi? How could it be him? Han Wenxue suddenly felt deceived, tricked by this young man she had trusted like a boy. No wonder her grandfather had warned her not to underestimate Chun-Yi. He wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. It's not just complicated, it's downright beastly. She paid no heed to her exposed body, lunging at Chun-Yi with claws bared. Even if she realized her current disheveled state, she wouldn't care. In her mind, Chun-Yi had already seen it all, even touched her. Chun-Yi had indeed seen and touched part of her, just not in the way she imagined. Han Wenxue was usually a very intelligent and rational person, but after all, she was still a woman. Having suddenly faced a drastic change and lost her most important possession, her mind became a complete mess. There was no way she could calm down and think things through. It was only natural for her to instinctively assume the first person she saw upon waking up was the culprit. Han Wenxue didn't pick up any bad habits while studying in England, but she did learn many good things. For example, regularly participating in sports to stay fit, and even taking taekwondo lessons for several months. Like a deranged tigress, she clawed and struck at the sleeping Chun-Yi. Still consumed by rage, she even bit him. Chun-Yi was immersed in a vivid daydream, where Han Wenxue reappeared in last night's scenario, irresistibly seductive and enchanting, while Feng Kun had mysteriously vanished, replaced by himself. Just as he was about to embrace his inner beast in earnest, a sharp pain shattered his delightful fantasy. Chun-Yi opened his eyes to find Han Wenxue straddling him, half exposed, but this was nothing like his dream. The woman was acting completely crazed, clutching his hair as she rained down slap after furious slap. Smack! 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 Dazed and utterly confused, Chun-Yi barely registered what was happening before she'd already struck him 4 or 5 relentless blows. Han Wenxue truly showed no mercy, putting all her strength into the deadly blows. Just a few slaps were enough to leave Chun-Yi's face swollen. Fuck, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Chun-Yi's drowsiness was completely slapped away by Han Wenxue's actions. He hastily grabbed both her hands to stop her from continuing whatever she was about to do. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. Han Wenxue's eyes were red and brimming with tears. Why are you hitting me if you're not crazy? Beat you? I'll kill you. You damn woman can't tell good from bad. If it weren't for me yesterday, you'd... Ouch. Shit, why are you biting me? Han Wenxue's hands were firmly grasped by Chun-Yi, leaving her unable to move, but that wouldn't stop a highly intelligent woman from pursuing revenge. Without a second thought, she resorted to the most primitive, instinctive, and powerful weapon at her disposal. Her teeth. Ow. Ow. Crazy woman, stop biting. You're killing me. Han Wenxue fully embodied the great spirit of clinging to the mountain with relentless determination. Like a turtle provoked into a frenzy, once it bites down, it refuses to let go. By the looks of it, she wouldn't quit until she had torn off a chunk of flesh. Chun-Yi was torn between fighting back and holding his punches. Hit her. Clearly this woman had misunderstood him, but hitting women wasn't his style. Most importantly, she was old Han's granddaughter. If he laid a hand on her, would he ever have peace again? Old Han would surely kill him. Not hit her, but the pain was unbearable. He'd been bitten by the big wolf dog next to the orphanage as a child, yet he didn't remember it hurting this badly. This woman goes crazier than a rabid wolfhound when she loses her temper. Chun-Yi could only push against her head with one hand while desperately squeezing her jaw shut with the other. Chun-Yi's tactic worked. That piece of flesh-bitten bloody finally escaped the tiger's jaws. But it wasn't over yet. No sooner had Han Wenxue's hands regained their freedom than they began stirring up trouble again. She grabbed, scratched, tore, and struck, sparing no effort in her assault. Every weapon in a woman's arsenal was unleashed by her with terrifying precision. Han Wenxue shouldn't just settle for being a landscape designer. It's a waste of her talents. She ought to join the Women's Rights Association as a kung fu instructor, teaching women how to use their natural advantages to beat up their husbands. Beat them until their brains turn to mush. Too brutal, too unexpected, too hard to defend against, and goddamn it hurts like hell. Fortunately, Chun-Yi still had some skills up his sleeve. Fortunately, he had just learned a life-saving trick from Wang Wu recently, and fortunately, he was clever enough to apply what he'd learned in the heat of the moment. All these strokes of luck combined allowed him to seize the perfect moment, with an ungainly donkey roll, to break free from the scuffle, grab his shoes nearby, and bolt barefoot. Only when he reached the hotel lobby downstairs and confirmed the crazy woman wasn't chasing him did he dare stop to put on his shoes. The front desk girl who had checked him in yesterday was still on shift. Seeing Chun-Yi's disheveled state, she couldn't contain her gleeful, schadenfreude-laced laughter. After putting on his shoes and noticing the bewildered stares from early rising hotel guests, Chun-Yi didn't dare utter a sound. He swiftly fled the scene in disgrace. Having walked 3 or 4 miles until the hotel's signage disappeared from view, Chun-Yi finally exhaled in relief. He found a street vendor stall and ordered a bowl of soy milk with half a pound of fried dough sticks. The piping hot fried dough sticks and freshly made soy milk were extraordinarily tempting, yet Chun-Yi couldn't savor their flavors at all. His lips, recently scratched by Han Wenxue, stung with every bite of the dough stick and sip of soy milk, making him grimace in pain. Damn it, I'm never getting involved with that crazy woman again. After Chun-Yi left, Han Wenxue collapsed on her bed crying. She wept until exhaustion overtook her, slept deeply, and didn't wake until noon. After waking up, She searched her handbag for her phone, wanted to call her grandfather to tell him she was returning to Eagle Country. But halfway through dialing the number, she hung up. She couldn't let Chun-Yi off so easily. She would stay, remain by Chun-Yi's side, and torment him until he cracked. She packed the clothes from her handbag. Her usual favorite set of lingerie now filled her with disgust. Just looking at them made her imagine Chun-Yi's filthy hands unfastening them. The clothes even seemed to carry Chun-Yi's lingering scent. She grabbed the clothes with disgust and threw them into the trash. Thud! Among the discarded clothes, a black phone peeked out. Han Wenxue felt the phone looked familiar. It seemed to be Feng Kuan's. Why would his phone be in her bag? Han Wenxue was puzzled, trying hard to recall what had happened the previous night, but no matter how hard she tried, the memory eluded her. After hesitating for a moment, she eventually picked up the phone, intending to check who it belonged to, only to find it was out of battery. Without giving it much thought, she put it back in her bag. Perhaps she had been too drunk at the time. When Chun-Yi came to find her, he might have simply snatched Feng Kuan's phone and, in a rush, slipped it into her handbag. And after taking her away, he must have gotten lustful along the way, bringing her to a hotel, and then... As for why he woke up wearing clothes, that was even simpler. After finishing his tasks, Chun-Yi had felt frightened in his heart and frantically put his clothes back on before lying down to sleep. He had also been drinking alcohol at the time. Presumably, just like himself, he had drunk too much and barely managed to throw on his outer garments. This explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. Why were her undergarments placed in the bag? Could Chun-Yi have some strange fetish, wanting to take her underwear along with Feng Kuan's phone? At this thought, Han Wenxue couldn't help feeling nauseous, goosebumps rising all over her skin. A woman's imagination knows no bounds, so she quickly pieced together various scenarios in her mind. Yet prejudiced by her assumption that Chun-Yi had stolen her virtue, it never occurred to her that the truth was entirely different, that the Chun-Yi she now loathed was actually the one who'd ultimately saved her from Feng Kuan's grasp. Chapter 32. Luo Yan's Thoughts. First update. Chun-Yi finished his breakfast, paid the bill, and had barely taken 2 steps when his phone rang. He took out his phone and shuddered so violently he almost dropped it. It was Luo Yan calling. Could it be that Han Wenxue actually called the police? Chun-Yi cautiously answered the phone, asking, "Officer Luo, may I ask why you're calling?" "Where are you?" Luo Yan's voice on the other end sounded urgent. Chun-Yi shuddered again. Why is she asking my location? Could she be coming to arrest me? Am I about to help her secure another major achievement? Will tomorrow morning's news say this? Luo Yan, captain of the Quancheng Public Security Bureau, swiftly apprehended a rapist. Chun-Yi grew increasingly terrified. He suspected that Feng Kuan's phone might contain video evidence, but didn't dare confirm. If it didn't, his troubles would multiply. Even without direct proof of criminal activity, a charge of sexual misconduct would be inescapable. If word got out that Chun-Yi, the master of Feng Shui Street, was detained for investigating women with indecent intent, his reputation would be ruined. Who would dare consult him for fortune-telling or Feng Shui advice anymore? Could he even continue working? What are you going to do? Chun-Yi didn't dare disclose the location directly. He'd rather become a fugitive from justice than be locked up in prison, let alone share a cell with a bunch of death row perverts convicted of rape. Why are you dragging this out? I've got a case here and need your help. Tell me where you are. I'll come get you. Luo Yan's impatient voice crackled through the phone, her tone downright rude. But to Chun-Yi, her words sounded like celestial music. Holy shit, they're not after me. The bitch nearly scared me to death. But what if she was lying? This female officer wasn't your ordinary cop. She'd do anything to get what she wanted. Their first encounter had nearly been Chun-Yi's downfall when he fell for her femme fatale act. Chun-Yi really wondered if he was cursed with a peach blossom hex this year. Every woman he encountered was formidable, each pinning him down effortlessly. Where the hell are you? Just as Chun-Yi was lost in his thoughts, Luo Yan's furious roar erupted from his phone. Fortune or misfortune, it's unavoidable when it comes. Chun-Yi hardened his heart. Even if it were a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would charge right in. Isn't there a saying on TV, you must have the spirit to draw your sword? When you encounter an enemy, even if you know you're no match, you must dare to unsheathe your sword and charge. In a narrow path, the brave wins. People weren't afraid of losing their heads fighting the Japanese devils back then. How could a grown man like me be scared by these two little wenches? Are you at the public safety office? I'm coming to find you right now. All right, hurry up then. Luo Yin heard Chun-Yi agree and promptly hung up the phone. Chun-Yi looked at his phone with a bitter smile, truly being treated as one of their own. Was there anyone who bullied people like this? What was he to her anyway? At that thought, Chun-Yi couldn't help but recall the last time they'd met, when he'd gotten the upper hand in their verbal sparring, and his heart wavered once more. Damn it, who told me to shoot my mouth off? Serves me right. God only knew what outrage this woman might commit upon seeing him. But fortunately, he had saved her life once, helped her earn several merits, and even helped her vent her anger. No matter how you looked at it, his merits outweighed his faults. Thinking of these, Chun-Yi finally felt at ease. What reassured him most was that Luo Yin didn't insist on coming to fetch him personally. This meant she didn't see him as a criminal who needed to be captured or guarded against escape. At this moment, Chun-Yi completely relaxed, the tension in his heart dissipating entirely. He even forgot about the finger marks on his face left by Han Wenshui's slap. He hailed a taxi and, humming a cheerful tune, headed straight for the Municipal Security Bureau. Upon arriving at the bureau, just as Chun-Yi had guessed, Luo Yin didn't deliberately give him a hard time. It seemed she had already forgotten about the incident. Only the big dark-skinned fellow Zhang Fei beside her kept grinning foolishly at him, leaving Chun-Yi utterly baffled about what exactly was going on. Luo Yin led Chun-Yi into the conference room. Unlike the place where Chun-Yi had previously displayed his prowess at the Public Security Bureau, there were no leather chairs around a round table here, just rows of ordinary seats, neatly arranged and tightly packed. There was another man in the conference room, in his 20s, wearing jeans and a floral shirt adorned with a dangling, jingling assortment of trinkets. His left ear sported a large black earring. His hair was long, and with an added pair of oversized sunglasses, he looked like the quintessential street thug. Moreover, his appearance was rather unfortunate. A long face, small eyes, and a bulbous nose. Chun-Yi genuinely wondered if this guy stood a chance at finding a wife. This is Gung Bo, Zhang Fei introduced. He's here to assist with the investigation. And this is Chun-Yi, a renowned feng shui master in Quancheng who has helped us crack several major cases. Hello. Though astonished that the dispatched martial artist looked like this, he still politely extended his hand first. Perhaps this person truly was a master after all. Judging people by appearances is inadvisable, especially in the provincial capital of East China. On the streets, those unremarkable-looking elderly folks dressed even somewhat shabbily. Any one of them might turn out to have been a legendary figure reigning supreme just 10 years prior. Since they're experts sent down from above, they must have some real skills. Chun-Yi thought the man looked shabby and dressed too casually, while Gung Bo also took an instant dislike to Chun-Yi. It showed plainly on his face. They exchanged the most perfunctory of handshakes before Gung Bo returned to his seat. And here I thought he'd be some kind of master. After sitting down, Gung Bo muttered these words just loud enough for Chun-Yi to hear. Then what kind of person do you consider a true master? Chun-Yi stopped in his tracks. Gung Bo lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and cast a disdainful glance at Chun-Yi. Well, at least I don't look like I just got beaten up by my wife, he scoffed. Just got an earful from the wife? Chun-Yi suddenly realized why this guy had such a problem with him. It was all because of that crazy woman Han Wenshue. Without looking in the mirror, Chun-Yi knew his face must be covered in bruises. Boss, you went too far. Zhang Fei chuckled foolishly again, unable to resist teasing Luo Yin as he looked at her. Ever since Chun-Yi had shouted that "don't hurt yourself" last time, Zhang Fei had been convinced there was absolutely something going on between these two. While admiring Luo Yin for being an old cow eating tender grass, he was also in awe of Chun-Yi. Even managing to charm a woman like Big Sister truly lived up to his reputation as the great swindler. But now it seems that wasn't the case. Rather than Chun-Yi subduing the elder sister, he had been thoroughly dealt with by her instead, with the scars on his face serving as undeniable proof. He had some understanding of Chun-Yi's fighting skills, and the only person who could beat him up like this was that elder sister. That's why he had been grinning foolishly ever since laying eyes on Chun-Yi. Though fearful of Luo Yan's intimidating presence, he had to hold it in, quite the ordeal indeed. Finally, someone had pierced through that thin layer of pretense, allowing the burly dark fellow Zhang Fei to vent his pent-up amusement at last. "It's none of my business. Beating someone like him would dirty my hands." Luo Yan's voice was icy as she walked straight to the conference room computer without even glancing at Chen Yi. Chen Yi felt so frustrated he nearly coughed up blood. Who had he offended? Why did he suddenly feel like public enemy number one? Zhang Fei's beady eyes darted shrewdly, immediately conjuring up the kind of soap opera drama only seen in primetime evening shows. Leaning in conspiratorially with a sly grin, he gave Chen Yi a thumbs up and whispered, "Damn bro, you've got guts. Cheating on big sis like this, impressive." Chen Yi was on the verge of tears. He had done nothing wrong. It was all the misdeeds of that wolf in sheep's clothing, Feng Kuan. So why was he left carrying the can for him? The wheel of karma turns unerringly. Retribution comes without fail. He was reflecting whether he had deceived others too much in the past, and was now finally reaping what he sowed. "All right, let me brief you on the case. Anyone who can provide leads stands to receive a reward of 500,000. Luo Yan's voice was icy as she stared at the empty chair ahead, as if Chen Yi didn't exist at all. Chen Yi watched Luo Yan's demeanor, feeling deeply unsettled in his heart. Even the 500,000 yuan bounty couldn't distract him from it. If he'd actually done that beastly deed he'd been accused of, fine, but the crux was he hadn't done anything at all. The scars on his face were clearly made by a woman's hands. Only a combination of clawing and tearing could create such a cartographic masterpiece. After years in the force, Luo Yan could recognize those marks at a glance. Luo Yan felt terrible, a kind of indescribable, inexplicable discomfort. Since they last parted ways, several days had passed without them seeing each other. Yet his figure kept flashing through Luo Yan's mind. That not particularly broad, yet seemingly impenetrable back remained lingering in her thoughts. She really wanted to call Chen Yi, but had no idea what to say if he answered. She also wanted very much to visit Chen Yi, but what reason could she give? She thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't find an answer. Facing cunning rebels, Luo Yan had never shown fear or nervousness. Yet whenever she thought of Chen Yi, her heart would pound uncontrollably. It wasn't until she took over this case and found no results despite her efforts that a strange sense of secret delight emerged in Luo Yan's heart. Previously, Zhang Fei had mentioned bringing in Chen Yi, but she rejected the idea. Her emotions were conflicted. She both longed to see Chen Yi soon and dreaded meeting him under these circumstances. So she kept delaying until now, when multiple factors combined forced her to finally call for Chen Yi. She knew Chen Yi needed money and that he was supporting an orphanage, so she applied to the bureau for a 500,000 yuan reward before calling him. Only after the call connected, out of nervousness, Luo Yan managed to utter just 2 sentences before hurriedly hanging up. After hanging up, she found herself ridiculous. Why would she be so nervous facing a mere charlatan? Yet deep down, she desperately longed to see Chen Yi, so she brought Zhang Fei along to meet him downstairs. For no other reason than she simply couldn't bear the torment of her overwhelming eagerness to see him. She, who had never paid much attention to her appearance, was worrying about her image for the first time in her life. Did I stay up too late last night? Might there be dark circles under my eyes? Has my skin worsened? Would wearing this security uniform when meeting him make him feel pressured? The half hour spent waiting for Chen Yi felt like the longest half hour Luo Yan had ever experienced. Even when she was waiting for her interview at the Municipal Security Bureau, she hadn't felt such an agonizing stretch of time. Finally, she saw Chen Yi stepping out of a taxi and slowly walking toward her. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to run over. But when she got a clear look at Chen Yi, it was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. His face and neck were covered in wounds, finger marks, scratches, and his hair clearly showed signs of having been pulled. Even without thinking, anyone could tell these were undoubtedly a woman's handiwork. Moreover, she caught a faint whiff of perfume and a trace of alcohol on Chen Yi. Her intuition told her it belonged to a young woman, one who had been intimately close to him. A young woman who'd been drinking, who'd shared intimacy with Chun Yi, had left a trail of scratches on his face upon waking. As an adept security officer, deductive reasoning was second nature to her, as instinctive as breathing. The evidence before her eyes led her, reluctantly, to deduce what must have transpired with Chun Yi. She wanted to ask for clarity, yet found herself at a loss for where to even begin. Why do I have to meddle in so much, and in what capacity? Just because I'm a public security officer? Luo Yin suddenly felt like that abandoned little girl again. Lonely, helpless, disappointed. Countless emotions surged through her in an instant. Why did she feel so frustrated and angry? Was she jealous? She shook her head, refusing to entertain the thought. Impossible. They had only met a few times, barely acquaintances, really. She simply didn't want him to stray down the wrong path, and certainly didn't want to one day be the one to slap the cuffs on him herself. Luo Yin finally pinpointed the reason for her frustration and dejection. Chun Yi was merely a friend to her. P.S. Please add to your favorites, dear readers. Adding this book to your favorites will make it easier for you to find later. The bookmark button is right below the cover image. Thank you. The climax is coming soon, and the foreshadowing from earlier will be gradually resolved. Your support is greatly appreciated. But she forgot one thing. When had she ever had a male friend? Chapter 33. Brandishing a Sword Before Guan Yu, Part 2. Recently, a series of disappearances involving young girls has occurred in Quancheng. The earliest case happened 2 months ago, and the most recent one was 3 days prior. In total, 9 girls have gone missing. The manner of these disappearances is bizarre. Through fieldwork investigations, it was learned that these girls were all well-behaved individuals. Most came from ordinary families, with no known connections to troublemakers in society. They had no conflicts with their families and showed no signs of having made enemies. It can be said that the possibilities of kidnapping, running away from home, and revenge killing have been essentially ruled out. Among these 9 missing girls, 2 are 26 years old, while the other 7 are only 14. From the photos displayed on a large screen, it was visible that most of these girls had ordinary appearances, essentially ruling out the possibility of a maniac driven by lust. At this point in the case briefing, Chun Yi somewhat understood why Luo Yin had sought him out. 26 and 14 share the same zodiac sign of the tiger, though they're a 12-year cycle apart. Chun Yi found it somewhat intriguing now, instinctively sensing that this case of missing teenage girls wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yes, you're right, they were all born the year of the tiger. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. She felt she had found the right person. Being able to spot the flaws in the case in such a short time proved that Chun Yi truly had some skill. Though she currently disliked him, she couldn't help but admit it. Before Luo Yin took over the case, the city police's Criminal Investigation Division had already conducted extensive inquiries, attempting multiple investigative approaches, yet they made no progress whatsoever. Instead, the number of missing persons continued to rise. It wasn't until the 6th disappearance that they realized all the missing shared one common characteristic. Every single one was born in the year of the tiger. Luo Yin took on the case and only tried using the Chinese zodiac signs as a lead when she had absolutely no other options left. But just what kind of person would target girls born in the year of the tiger? Luo Yin went through piles of documents, consulted veteran detectives, and even sought advice from criminal psychology experts at China University of Public Security, yet she was still left without any leads. According to a criminal psychology expert from the Public Security University, he has handled hundreds of cases of varying scales, but has never encountered a missing persons case linked to Chinese zodiac signs, thus unable to provide any advice. A string of young women disappearing has left the whole of Quancheng on edge. Families with daughters don't dare let them go out after dark anymore. The Provincial Bureau is taking the matter very seriously. After reviewing Luo Yan's report, they endorsed her approach and sent personnel to assist with the investigation. This person was Gung Bo, who had a mutual dislike with Chun Yi. After Gung Bo arrived, the first thing he did was have Luo Yin find some of Spring City's more renowned geomancers or fortune tellers to seek clues from them. After some hesitation, Luo Yin ultimately called Chun Yi over. Do you know of any folk rituals that require the use of a woman born in the year of the tiger? Luo Yin knew she was on duty, so she suppressed the urge to kick Chunyi out and patiently asked. After thinking for a moment, Chunyi replied, "No, I've never heard of such things, at least not in or around Huadong province. Besides, the sacrificial offerings in Chinese rituals are mainly livestock, poultry, fruits, and pastries. Human sacrifices are extremely rare. Rituals are meant to pray for the ancestors' peace and the gods' blessings. Using humans would be a grave violation of heavenly principles." The most widespread religions in China are Buddhism and Taoism, both of which preach kindness and the accumulation of merit. As for other smaller religions, most are offshoots of these two major faiths, so their doctrines are more or less the same. As for imported religions like Christianity, they also encourage good deeds to atone for sins and gain entry to heaven. If a religion were malicious, the state wouldn't allow it to spread harm within a country. Then you haven't heard of any other rituals that require women born in the year of the tiger? According to our investigation, those two missing 26-year-olds had never had boyfriends. They were almost certainly virgins. And these 14-year-old girls. Luo Yin didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was perfectly clear. All the missing women were virgins, born in the year of the tiger, and virgins. The missing girls carried distinct religious connotations. Chunyi's words had just invalidated a major investigative direction for them. Although the scope had narrowed, the case became even more perplexing. They no longer even had a target. Luo Yin gazed expectantly at Chunyi, hoping he would provide some surprising answers. Nothing, at least not within East China province. Chunyi shook his head. However, you might want to investigate the floating population in Quanchang City. People engaged in freight logistics, for example. They'd have the most means to transport someone out unnoticed. Chunyi grew up in Quanchang and has been practicing feng shui and fortune-telling for 3 or 4 years. He knows every blade of grass and every tree in the city like the back of his hand. One thing he's certain of is that Quanchang has no precedent of using living humans as sacrificial offerings thus far. Thus, he turned his attention to those from out of town. 9 people, not too many, yet not too few either. But if criminals could operate with such ease under the police's dragnet, they must be extremely well organized. Freight logistics can provide them with the greatest convenience in transporting populations. Chunyi's words left Luo Yin somewhat disappointed, mixed with a hint of surprise. She had initially thought Chunyi was only skilled in feng shui and divination, never expecting his reasoning to be so exceptionally agile and meticulous. His bold yet logical deductions had just aligned perfectly with the police's next steps in mere moments. Don't forget, Chunyi had only learned about the case for half an hour, while they'd spent days brainstorming as a team to reach the same conclusion. Buddy, saying all that is the same as saying nothing. It's no different from what we already knew. What's the point of bringing you here? Gung Bo, sitting nearby, curled his lips in disdain after listening to Chunyi's words. Luo Yin furrowed her brows slightly and said angrily, "Gung Bo, do you have any good suggestions? If so, why don't you share them so we can all discuss?" "Officer Luo, why are you taking the outsider's side?" "Fine, consider me talking too much." Ever since Chunyi and Luo Yin walked in, Gung Bo had noticed something off about their interaction. Thinking they had some conflict between them, he saw an opportunity to curry favor with his local colleagues for smoother cooperation in the future. Little did he know that in Luo Yin's heart, only she was allowed to scold Chun. Nobody else could lay a finger on him. "Hey, Brother Chun, aren't you good at fortune-telling? Isn't that how you found them last time? Just shake those copper coins, and we'll get the answer." Zhang Fei quickly interjected, fearing the situation might become too awkward. This was also his genuine thought. After arresting the third thief, he'd heard Luo Yin recount the whole story and became immensely curious about Chunyi. He wanted to witness it firsthand, if possible, even learn a trick or two. That would make cracking cases so much easier in the future, sparing him the agony of scratching his head in frustration without leads. When he first took over this case, he'd suggested bringing Chunyi on board, applying for a bounty reward to have him cast a divination. It would save everyone trouble, but Luo Yin had disagreed. He asked Luo Yin why, but Luo Yin only said something utterly baffling and then refused to discuss the matter further. I can't rely on him for everything. What kind of talk is that? Who else should a woman lean on, if not her own man? The burly, dark-skinned man couldn't make sense of it, but since she was the team leader, he swallowed his objections to avoid getting sidelined. Yet in the end, Luo Yin still invited him along, which left the big dark man muttering to himself for quite a while. Don't play coy. You call yourself the little fortune teller of Spring City. Is there anything you don't know? And with that 500,000 bounty, you'll have enough to live it up for quite some time once you get your hands on it. Luo Yin emphasized the words lead a dissipated life with extra weight, as if Chun Yi's face was the best proof of such debauchery in her eyes. Chun Yi was so frustrated it left him with internal anguish. Explaining wouldn't help, yet staying silent wouldn't resolve anything either. To explain it would be like proclaiming one's innocence too loudly. Under such circumstances, who would believe he could be like Lu Xiaohui, able to sit unmoved with a woman in his lap? Moreover, where did the injuries on his face come from? He surely couldn't have inflicted them on himself. He must have done something shady, and the girl refused to play along when she woke up. Not explaining means admitting by default that you've done something beastly, willingly smearing shit on your own head. Fuck. Right now, only these two words could express Chun Yi's complicated feelings. Hey buddy, what are you dawdling for? The bounty is 500,000. If you can't do it, don't waste time. Plenty of people would jump at this money. At that very moment, the punk-like Gung Bo spoke up with utter lack of tact. Chun Yi, who was already in a foul mood, vented all his frustrations on him upon hearing this. What are you shouting about? I was just getting somewhere with my deductions when you interrupted. Is this the so-called professionalism of provincial bureau comrades? Is this what passes for patience among provincial bureau staff? Gung Bo hadn't expected Chun Yi to react so vehemently. He stood frozen for a good while before snapping out of it, then retorted angrily, "Fine, go ahead then. I like to see what your quanching little immortal is capable of. If you're just spinning nonsense like some charlatan, don't blame me for tossing you out." Gung Bo was truly furious now. Strictly speaking, his department ranked far above the provincial bureau. It was only because higher-ups feared causing too big a stir that he'd been deployed under the provincial bureau's name. Anyone in the know, even Municipal Public Security Bureau Chief Liu Siming, would treat him with utmost deference. In his eyes, Chun Yi was nothing but a charlatan, a young and inexperienced con artist. Yet against all expectations, he ended up being thoroughly schooled himself. And they taught him a lesson so thoroughly that he didn't even dare show a hint of temper. With the weighty accusation pressed firmly over his head, each mention of provincial bureau comrade, like a branding iron, he couldn't muster the will to refute it. It was as if he'd truly become the black sheep among these so-called provincial bureau comrades. Chun Yi shot him a glare, dismissing his words as she focused on casting the divination. The missing girl is born in the year of the tiger, represented by the DUI trigram. The tiger corresponds to wood in the Chinese zodiac, and as tigers move with the wind, it also symbolizes the Sun trigram. Thus, with DUI above and Sun below, the hexagram formed is the great exceeding. Hexagram of great excess? Haha, you really are a charlatan, barely grasping the surface and already daring to deceive others. Gung Bo couldn't sit still before Chun Yi could finish. He stood up, pointing at Chun. Let me enlighten you then. The hexagram of great excess has the body trigram as DUI and the function trigram as Sun, with both interlocking trigrams being Qian. 9 girls went missing. The third line is active, and the transformed trigram is also Qian. DUI represents metal, and both interlocking and transformed trigrams are metal, generating and harmonizing with each other. This is simply the most auspicious sign imaginable. Nothing could be better. Where does it indicate disappearance? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Today, you've truly shown off your amateur skills in front of a master. Chapter 34. A Swan Fancies a Toad, third update. After finishing his speech, Gung Bo looked at Chun Yi smugly. However, Chun Yi wasn't the least bit embarrassed as Gung Bo had imagined. Instead, he looked at Gung Bo with an expression as if he were an idiot. Luo Yin and the burly man Zhang Fei both looked at him with mockery in their eyes, not finding his words the least bit amusing. What, did I say something wrong? Do you all understand divination too? Gung Bo felt utterly baffled by the strangely synchronized gazes of the three. He checked himself up and down, half expecting to find flowers blooming somewhere on his body, before finally blurting out the question. Truth be told, Luo Yin and Zhang Fei knew nothing about divination, but they trusted Chun Yi implicitly. Earlier, Chun Yi's divination had already helped them crack 2 cold cases, and when Wang Wu assaulted Luo Yin, Chun Yi had arrived just in the nick of time. Undoubtedly, divination had played its part there too. Seeing Chun Yi's unruffled expression, the two of them knew this show-off had blundered. Since he'd targeted Chun Yi, Luo Yin had already taken a dislike to him and wasn't about to give him favorable treatment. Meanwhile, the brawny Zhang Fei never had opinions of his own. He simply followed Luo Yin's lead and was happy to kick a man when he was down. Poor Gung Bo had no idea his fawning efforts had backfired completely. You interpreted the hexagram incorrectly, wildly so. You got the key points entirely backward. Chun Yi chuckled. So this kid knew a bit of divination too? No wonder he acted like the cock of the walk. Turns out he had some skills, just not enough yet. Fine then, let's hear your interpretation. I'd love to see where exactly I went wrong. Gung Bo wasn't the type to persist until all hope was lost. He simply never believed he was wrong in the first place, nor would he ever concede that Chun Yi was more capable than him. From childhood, the education he received within their organization was all about these esoteric mystic arts, knowledge the common folk could never access. That's why he never regarded Chun Yi as anything noteworthy. Though divination wasn't his forte, he still knew enough about it to win a few dozen yuan now and then from scratch-off lottery tickets. As for that nonsense about hidden masters among the populace, he never bought into such ghost stories for a second. Chun Yi coughed lightly, adopting the air of an otherworldly sage, then spoke slowly. The secrets of heaven are inherently mysterious. Those lacking sufficient skill who recklessly attempt divination only bring harm to themselves and others. Young man, you mustn't aim too high too soon. Keep your feet firmly on the ground and build a solid foundation first. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to irreparable mistakes. Gung Bo nearly spat out blood in frustration. This guy was ridiculously full of mystical nonsense. He was several years younger than himself, yet had the audacity to lecture him like some aged mentor. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, he snapped, "Stop rambling with useless talk. Hurry up and spill it, then I can reflect on where I went wrong. Since you're so earnestly seeking knowledge, I'll generously educate you for free." This punk had repeatedly provoked Chun Yi after all. If he let him off too easily, it wouldn't be Chun Yi's style. Gung Bo clenched his fists, teeth grinding audibly. He genuinely wanted to pick up a chair and smash Chun Yi into an idiot. He's just too hateful. Gung Bo was just being modest, but Chun Yi took the opportunity to climb over the wall after him. Seeing the moment was right, but knowing that pushing too far would backfire, Chun Yi stopped teasing him and said seriously, "These aspects do correspond to the girl, but their common denominator is that they're all born in the year of the tiger. Therefore, the host hexagram should be Sun, while DUI serves as the active hexagram. This makes the mutual hexagrams Zhen and Zhun. Subtract 6 from 9 leaves 3, with the third line changing, resulting in the transformed hexagram Kansas." After listening, Gung Bo didn't argue. He pondered quietly for a while before responding. Zhen represents earth, Zhun represents wood, and Kan represents water, all still in harmonious generation. Where in these signs does it suggest they're in danger? If this were an ordinary matter, your interpretation of the hexagram would be beyond reproach. But since we're basing our discussion on the Chinese zodiac this time, it naturally can't be equated with ordinary divination. Then how should it be interpreted? Divination starting with the zodiac must be interpreted through the zodiac. Zhun carries the meaning of thunder and lightning, corresponding precisely to the dragon that commands wind and rain. When dragon and tiger clash, one must perish. Add to that a dog aiding from the side. How could this tiger, already in dire straits, possibly stand as a match? The tiger out of its element is bullied by dogs. But where did this dog come from? After Chun Yi pointed out his mistake in using the body and function hexagrams, he truly felt he had underestimated this young man. Now, hearing him interpret the hexagrams in such an unconventional manner, all traces of disdain vanished from his heart. The reason he spoke up to ask again was out of genuine seeking of knowledge, not with any intention to deliberately challenge him. The Da belongs to the earth element and is a yang creature. In a mutual hexagram, Jin represents the mountain, which is yang earth, naturally corresponding to the zodiac sign of the dog. Thus, this tiger fallen into a vulnerable position is not only entwined by the dragon, but also bullied by the dog. Fine, I admit my divination skills aren't as good as yours, but I'm not a professional in this field, so losing isn't embarrassing, Gung Bo said, still maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, but his words had already conceded defeat. His words actually caught Chun Yi off guard. He hadn't expected this petty, hoodlum-like figure to be so capable of letting things go so effortlessly. What kind of riddle are you two playing at? How are those girls doing now? Seeing them reconcile, Luo Yin also felt relieved. Though she'd been dissatisfied with Gong Hao's earlier attitude toward Chen, it was best not to antagonize someone sent from above, especially since the two would have to work together for a long time. At Luo Yan's repeated inquiry, Chun Yi revealed the final divination result. To determine their current situation, we must examine the changing hexagram. The changing hexagram is Kin, corresponding to the zodiac sign of the water rat. Rats naturally burrow and dwell underground. Here it carries the implication of a tomb. This means the missing girls are in grave danger. It's highly likely they've already met with misfortune. As soon as Chun Yi finished speaking, the meeting room plunged into complete silence. No one doubted his words. Everyone felt profound sorrow and heartache for these 9 young girls. At the most beautiful, flowering age of their lives, they had been brutally kidnapped and murdered. Luo Yin couldn't bear to imagine how the families of these missing girls would react upon hearing this news. Can you divine where their bodies are located? Even if they couldn't find the girls alive, recovering their remains would provide some measure of solace to their grieving families. It remained the greatest comfort they could offer. Luo Yin had witnessed life and death countless times in her role as a public security officer, yet never before had she felt such anguish and fury as she did at this moment. The hexagram changes to Can, which represents water in the north. In the north by the waters, Spring City has many springs and small rivers, but large lakes and rivers are rare. If they wanted to dispose of these 9 girls smoothly without being noticed, there's only one place they could do it, the Yellow River. Chun Yi also felt deeply disturbed. These people were too cruel. Even without the 500,000 yuan reward, he would have helped the officers find them. Luo Yin suddenly stood up and commanded, Zhang Fei, assemble the team. We're heading to the Yellow River. Yes. Zhang Fei saluted sharply before swiftly turning to run off. Before long, the chaotic yet urgent sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chun Yi and the others split into 4 patrol cars, sirens blaring as they sped northward toward the Yellow River at the edge of Quanqing. Chun Yi's patrol car carried only him and Luo Yin. Throughout the journey, he noticed her lips pressed tightly together, eyes reddened, hands slightly trembling on the steering wheel. Thinking she was distressed over the tragic fate of those girls, he offered comfort. Don't take it too hard. You've already done more than enough. At least we've learned their whereabouts now. He originally intended to comfort Luo Yin, but never expected that as soon as these words left his mouth, the tears welled up in her eyes. The same Luo Yin who had always seemed untouchably demonic in his eyes. Pearl-like teardrops slid down her breathtakingly beautiful face, falling onto the hand gripping the steering wheel and splashing into tiny teardrop flowers. Chun Yi panicked, not knowing what he had said wrong to actually make the she-devil cry. Did I say something wrong? Don't cry. Tell me what's bothering you. I'll help. Problems aren't scary. What's scary is not thinking of solution. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. I should have listened to Zhang Fei and come to you as soon as I took on this case. Then that last girl wouldn't have. Luo Yin replied through choked sobs. Every person has their destined fate, whether long or short, joyous or sorrowful, is all decreed by heaven. There are times when human effort cannot change it. Chun-Yi felt that Luo Yin seemed particularly fragile, helpless, and beautiful at this moment. As if guided by some unseen force, he reached out and gently grasped one of her small hands. Aside from combat training, this was the first time Luo Yin had her hand held by a man. In that instant, she reacted as if shocked by electricity, suddenly pulling away, withdrawing her hand and placing it back on the steering wheel. Her body instinctively tensed, pulling away from the seat back as she sat up straight. "I'm so sorry." Chun-Yi stammered out the apology, feeling like utter scum for taking advantage when the young woman was at her most vulnerable. But he truly hadn't meant to in that moment when he saw the overwhelming guilt etched on Luo Yan's face. His heart shattered completely. All he'd wanted was to offer her some warmth, some sense of stability. Damn it, will she react like Han Wenxue and slap me silly? Chun-Yi's heart pounded with apprehension. Thankfully, it had been Han Wenxue who went berserk this morning rather than Luo Yin. Otherwise, Chun-Yi seriously doubted whether he'd have walked out of there alive. Luo Yin was far more formidable than Han Wenxue, whether in skills or temperament, and the crucial point was that she carried a gun. Public security officers killing people wasn't even illegal. To Chun-Yi's great relief, apart from her pretty face blushing slightly, Luo Yin showed no other extreme reactions. "I am driving right now." Luo Yin stopped her tears, and her voice was nearly inaudible over the roar of the patrol car's engine. Is she blushing? Could she actually fancy me? Chun-Yi shook his head, thinking it impossible. She was the flower of the police force, outstanding in her job, and stunningly beautiful. She wouldn't even give handsome, wealthy real estate tycoons a second glance. So why would she take a fancy to a street fortune teller like him? If not, then why had she acted secretly displeased when she saw him today? Why was her face flushing now instead of slapping him outright like he expected? Chun-Yi had navigated the world of feng shui vendors with ease, charming everyone from jaded housewives cheating on their husbands to middle-aged women rediscovering romance and love-struck schoolgirls. He prided himself on understanding the intricacies of attraction, yet now, he couldn't figure out what Luo Yin was playing at. Seeing others' experiences is completely different from experiencing it yourself. No matter how many people he's observed, he's still just a 20-year-old boy, and a virgin at that. When it comes to the unfathomable intricacies of a woman's mind, how could he possibly grasp them? Though he wasn't sure what Luo Yin saw in him, one thing he could be certain of was that she seemed genuinely smitten. And he quite liked the feeling too, harboring a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Could this be the legendary case of the swan falling for a toad? P.S. Third update delivered. By the way, who was the jerk who threw the rotten egg? Wah, I want flowers, not rotten eggs. Chapter 35, The Burial Site. While Chun-Yi's mind wandered aimlessly, the police car sped toward the Yellow River's edge. The Yellow River by Spring City's border bore little resemblance to the majestic, roaring torrent described in books. It was merely a large, gently flowing river with turbid waters. Just like last time when they were searching for Thief San, Luo Yin drove slowly, while Chun-Yi sat in the car, deducing the hexagram principles and observing the flow of feng shui. The officers following behind no longer grew impatient. They knew Chun-Yi had real skills. His ability to detect issues through geomancy was far quicker than their method of combing through each location one by one. After traveling for half a day, Chun-Yi finally noticed something unusual. There was a small hill standing by the Yellow River's bank. Logically speaking, since the Yellow River carries vast amounts of sediment from the Lus Plateau, by the time it reaches near Quancheng, the water flow slows down, causing sediment deposition that forms relatively flat plains in the surrounding area. There shouldn't be any hills here at all. But here stands just this little hill, solitary and peculiar in its presence. He had Luo Yin drive to the foot of the hill. After disembarking, Gung Bo, adorned with a collection of jangling trinkets, stepped up to Chun-Yi and said, "The water flows so slowly here. Could criminals possibly dispose of bodies in this spot? The water current is too sluggish here. If they simply dumped a body without concealment, it would definitely be noticed before being carried far downstream. There's no way this could have left the authorities clueless for over 2 months. It probably wasn't thrown into the Yellow River, but disposed of near its banks. He had originally assumed the criminals would dump the missing girl's body into the Yellow River, letting the current carry it away. But after seeing the force of the water, he abandoned that notion. Pointing at the small hill ahead, he asked Gung Bo, "What does this mountain resemble to you? What does it resemble?" Gung Bo shot Chun Yi a glance, annoyed by his deliberately mysterious demeanor. However, lacking comparable abilities, he suppressed his impatience and said, "What could it resemble? It looks like a giant burial mound." Would criminals really go all this way just to find such a huge grave? They killed someone. Why would they care about burial arrangements? Unless they're sick in the head, why would they bother with such thankless work? The big dark-skinned man, Zhang Fei, also looked puzzled. Everyone else also looked at Chun Yi, hoping he would provide an explanation. Though they had witnessed Chun Yi's abilities firsthand, there was still no guarantee he wouldn't fail. Besides, the criminals had no real need to act this way. In a city as vast as Quancheng, they could have simply buried their loot in any obscure corner. Take a look at the trees on this mountain. Don't they seem oddly shaped? The more they wanted to know, the more mysterious Chun Yi became, pointing at the trees on the mountain and saying. Everyone had no choice but to patiently look in the direction he pointed. Yeah, it's really strange. That hill looks just like a burial mound, standing alone and barren. And the trees growing on it are just eerie, their branches twisting wildly like they've gone insane. Luo Yin, being a woman, had the most meticulous mind and was the first to comprehend Chun Yi's words. "You're right," she said. "The trees here are quite different from what we usually see. It's as if they're struggling to break free from some kind of bondage." Frowning slightly, Luo Yin found Chun Yi's words perplexing. Do trees have feelings too? What exactly is making these trees so uncomfortable? Chun Yi explained effortlessly. Of course trees have sensations. I've heard that in bioelectric experiments conducted by scientists abroad, plants were found to genuinely respond to external stimuli. It's just that due to the limitations of their form, they can't react as intensely as animals do. What are they trying to break free from anyway? Unknowingly, the crowd found themselves falling into step with Chun Yi's rhythm of thought. This was one of Chun Yi's greatest skills as a scammer. He could babble on with his nonsensical talk, leaving people utterly bewildered while obediently following his train of thought. In the end, they'd willingly hand over their money without a second thought. Only the little punk Gung Bo showed the greatest impatience, finding a rock to plop down on. He now felt Chun Yi was just like those old farts in their department, acting all mystical and cryptic, rambling on without end, always showing off his knowledge. Why couldn't he just get to the point cleanly? If not for the fact that he couldn't beat them up, Gung Bo would have long since smashed those smug old faces in. They're trying to break free from the baleful qi. Baleful qi? You're saying there's baleful qi here? Yes, there's not just evil energy here, but concentrated sinister energy. To be more precise, it's actually Yin energy. North of the river is Yang, south is Yin. This area lies on the southern bank of the Yellow River, so naturally, the Yin energy is heavier. This isolated hill is where the accumulated Yin energy carried by the roaring dragon of the Yellow River gathers, like a tumor growing on the dragon's back. Then why would they choose this place to bury the bodies? Luo Yin finally broke free from Chun Yi's rhythm and returned to the original question. Because this terrain has another name, the corpse burial ground. It doesn't mean bodies can be buried here, but rather that people living here are prone to becoming corpses. If bodies were truly buried here, it would undoubtedly bring disaster to descendants. This is an extremely ominous and dangerous feng shui site. Look around. There are no households nearby, which shows people instinctively sense this isn't a good place, what we now commonly call a sixth sense. Corpse burial ground? You're saying this is the corpse burial ground? No wonder. Then it's definitely here. No doubt about it. Gung Bo sprang up from the ground like a monkey, clapping his hands. Man, you're a genius. You could even spot a corpse burial ground. Chun Yi couldn't tell whether the guy was insulting or complimenting him. Was the burial site really that hard to recognize? In his current vision, the entire hill was covered in dense black, ominous qi, swirling like mist among the tree branches, clearly visible from afar. Nothing difficult about it all. Having never encountered a feng shui master more skilled than himself, he naturally didn't realize how rare this kind of spiritual perception truly was. Even before his breakthrough to the spirit intent realm, when he couldn't see these ominous chi or spiritual energies, the pictograms in the Imperial Dragon Canon had provided clear answers. It was just slightly more troublesome than now, but hardly considered truly difficult to identify. An ordinary feng shui master would need to do extensive preliminary work before confirming a burial site, studying the dragon vein's path, the resting yin dragon, wind direction, vegetation growth, and using a Luopan compass to pinpoint the location. How could someone like him just glance around and immediately know? But if people naturally avoid this place, why would they choose to bury bodies here? Luo Yin voiced the doubt on everyone's mind. Being ordinary people, they naturally couldn't grasp the meaning behind Chun Yi and Gung Bo's conversation. It's different. Those carrying corpses are tainted with death energy. They'd be unconsciously drawn here and end up burying the bodies in this spot. Feeling his explanation might sound unconvincing, Chun Yi added, "That's the mystery of feng shui. What appears coincidental is actually inevitable. It's just difficult for us to recognize." After saying this, Chun Yi began walking up the mountain. The crowd listened in bewilderment, half believing as they followed behind Chun Yi with skepticism. Gung Bo, meanwhile, darted about like a giant monkey, leaping here one moment, scurrying there the next, his gaze darting left and right as if searching for something. When they reached the mountainside, Chun Yi suddenly stopped and then began heading toward an area thick with trees. From his own eyes, he could clearly see a dense, blood-red aura emanating from the spot, likely blood miasma, indicating the presence of buried corpses. Chun Yi pushed aside the wildly overgrown branches blocking his path. After walking a short distance, he spotted several patches where the turf and vegetation had been dug up. Clearly, someone had been active here. The security officers following him also noticed these signs, their excitement tinged with sorrow. It seemed this was where the young girls in the prime of their lives had been buried. Damn it, these criminals are so damn cunning, burying them here. Who the hell would come in? Zhang Fei spat and cursed. The grove was thick with shrubs and dense foliage, without even a assembled path. Few people frequented such a remote spot, and with the bodies buried deep in the woods, who could have discovered them? No wonder the officers had made no progress despite 2 months of relentless effort. Before long, the first pit was unearthed. As the corpse was hauled out, a pungent stench of decay filled the air. Though the corpse was already heavily decomposed, those present couldn't help but gasp in shock. The body belonged to a woman, likely one of the missing 14-year-old girls, completely naked, covered in wounds with obvious signs of broken limbs. The agonized, terrified expression frozen on her face clearly indicated unbearable torture before death. Who could be so cruel as to inflict such brutality on a mere 14-year-old girl in the bloom of youth? Luo Yan's eyes reddened. She had always blamed herself for failing to prevent the last girl's disappearance, and witnessing this horrific scene now deepened her guilt and remorse even further. She blamed herself for not bringing Chun Yi in sooner, and hated even more that she hadn't been able to solve the case earlier. To be precise, it wasn't entirely her fault. When she took on the case, the 8th girl had only just gone missing a few days earlier. Based on past patterns, these few days should have been the criminals' cooling-off period. No one expected them to strike again so quickly. What no one expected was that in just 2 short days, the incident would happen again. At this moment, Chun Yi couldn't resist taking her hand once more, and Luo Yin didn't pull away either. She grasped back so tightly that Chun Yi actually felt pain from her grip. The bodies were being excavated one by one, with field workers bustling about in tense activity. Forensic experts had already arrived and begun conducting on-site autopsies. When all the bodies had been exhumed, those present discovered there were only 8. 9 people were missing, yet only 8 bodies had been found. This meant one person might still be alive. Luo Yan's guilt-ridden face flickered with excitement and nervousness as she tightly grasped Chun Yi's hand, pleading, "Help me find that girl. Please help me find her, I beg you." Chun Yi, looking at Luo Yan's hopeful expression, replied, "All right, I'll do my best. No, you must help me find her. I'll agree to any condition." Luo Yan clenched Chun Yi's hand tighter, her gaze straight forward as she spoke. When Chun Yi performs fortune-telling or feng shui consultations, he often receives various requests from people. He never makes absolute promises in his responses, as those who live by the river will eventually get their feet wet. If he fails to deliver, not only would it tarnish his reputation, but could also bring false hope and unnecessary trouble to others. Therefore, "I'll do my best" is the strongest assurance he ever gives. However, Luo Yin, now clinging to her last shred of hope, misunderstood Chun Yi's words. Chun Yi also sensed that his phrasing wasn't ideal and was about to rephrase when he suddenly heard two sharp whistling sounds cutting through the air. Chapter 36. The Trickster Who Betrays His Allies. "Be careful!" Chun Yi let out a loud shout, lunged forward, and swiftly pinned Luo Yin beneath him. Two pitch-black arrows grazed past Chun Yi's ears and embedded themselves several centimeters deep into a nearby tree trunk, their arrowheads still quivering with a persistent buzzing tremor. A crossbow. Seeing these arrowheads made of high molecular composite materials, Chun Yi instantly deduced what had launched them. In China, firearms are strictly controlled equipment, but crossbows are not as heavily regulated. On one hand, their lethality falls short of firearms, and on the other, the craftsmanship required for crossbows is far less stringent and complex than that for guns and ammunition. With a bit of research and some basic cutting and welding tools, almost anyone can manufacture one. Thus, whether out of hobby or personal safety concerns, obtaining a high-precision, high-strength crossbow is not difficult. Moreover, well-crafted crossbows remain highly lethal within 50 meters. If modified by skilled hands, their effective range can easily reach 100 meters. And the weapon that launched these two deadly arrows is none other than the finest among all crossbows, the crossbow. The crossbow, compared to traditional bows, whether recurve bows or large compound bows, holds significant advantages in both firing speed and accuracy. Special operations forces in many countries are equipped with crossbows to compensate for firearms weaknesses. The two lethal arrows were unmistakably aimed at him and Luo Yin. After tackling Luo Yin to the ground, Chun Yi instantly sprang up and charged toward the assassin's direction. At the same time, about 70 or 80 meters away, two figures were rapidly fleeing downhill. While Chun Yi was chasing, many officers had already drawn their pistols and fired. However, the dense trees in this area severely obstructed their view, and the two killers zigzagged as they fled, causing all the bullets to miss their targets. They could only holster their pistols and follow behind Chun Yi in pursuit. But in those 6 or 7 seconds, Chun Yi had already pulled 40 or 50 meters ahead of them, falling even further behind the killers. All except one person, Gung Bo. His position was quite close to Chun Yi, just 1 or 2 paces behind. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Gung Bo wasn't overly concerned about losing to Chun Yi in the art of divination. After all, that wasn't his forte. His strengths lay in speed and pursuit. Yet now, in terms of speed, Chun Yi was actually keeping up with him effortlessly, leaving Gung Bo feeling thoroughly frustrated. Is this kid a freak? He's better at everything than me. Through the corner of his eye, he noticed Chun Yi moved with peculiar grace, leaping like a hare and swooping like a falcon through the woods. His steps were light, swift, and impeccably placed, with an extraordinary degree of body control. This meant if they were on level ground, this kid would be even faster. What a monster! Gung Bo cursed silently and sped up even more. He couldn't afford to lose at everything. That would be too embarrassing. Suddenly, Chun Yi lunged forward in a roll, coming to an abrupt stop, and was instantly overtaken by Gung Bo. Gung Bo secretly rejoiced. The kid was fast, all right, but he'd still messed up, must have tripped over a rock or shrub. Still, he had potential. With a bit more training, he'd definitely make an excellent pursuer. Just as he was basking in his private triumph, a chilling sensation shot through his scalp. A sharp, whistling gust of wind swept over his head, instantly scattering his straw-like long hair in all directions. Damn it, an ambush! This was Gung Bo's first thought. He immediately executed a tactical dive-and-roll maneuver to evade. Whoosh! Another sharp, whistling sound pierced through the air. This shot seemed to have missed its mark, landing over a meter away from him. No, those 2 arrows seemed to have been shot from behind him. Could someone have been lying in ambush along the path he just took without his notice? Gung Bo's heart leapt in alarm. When he set out, the god of wealth had warned him this mission wasn't straightforward, that he should exercise extra caution. At the time, he hadn't paid it much mind. After all, he'd weathered countless storms before. What were the odds he'd capsize now? Back home in what should be calm waters, and those self-styled experts from the civilian world? In his eyes, they were hardly more than clay chickens and straw dogs, far beneath his level, with the sole exception of this Chun Yi, who had earned a modicum of his respect. But how could someone of such skill appear here, slipping unseen into his proximity? Gung Bo, fearing further sneak attacks from behind, immediately performed several tactical evasive maneuvers in succession, taking cover behind a protruding rock. After ensuring he was safe from assault, he cautiously peeked out from the side of the rock, attempting to gauge the position of the ambusher and assess Chun Yi's condition. In his view, Chun Yi's earlier dive was most likely a reaction to being ambushed. When he fully caught sight of the ambusher, he nearly flew into a murderous rage. Bloody bastard! The sneak attacker was none other than Chun Yi. Chun Yi crouched halfway, with a camouflage-painted crossbow shouldered, swiftly reloading for another shot. While running midway, Chun Yi suddenly spotted this crossbow abandoned in the grass by the killer. He immediately dove to grab it, loaded scattered hunting arrows, and took aim. He was quite familiar with these weapons. Back in the orphanage, he frequently used homemade bows to hunt birds and rabbits in the mountains, saving the orphanage money on meat. After becoming a feng shui master, he joined some archery clubs. From childhood, he had solid foundations, and his physique was beastly exceptional. He quickly mastered these modern, precision-engineered crossbows, becoming veritably an expert archer. The visibility here was noticeably better than in the woods, with no obstructions in sight. Chun Yi was highly confident he could hit his target. The only drawback was that between Chun Yi and the 2 assassins stood Gung Bo. From Chun Yi's perspective, Gung Bo was positioned squarely in the line of fire between him and the assassins. He hesitated for just a moment, then immediately seized the opportunity as Gung Bo's body dropped back, decisively drawing his bow and firing. And the shot was excellent. The hunting arrow whizzed past Gung Bo's head, flying straight and true, striking one of the assassins squarely in the back. Gung Bo, startled, ducked for cover, inadvertently clearing Chun Yi's line of sight. The assassin who had been hit earlier lay on the ground, motionless. Whether dead or alive was unclear. Chun Yi wanted to leave at least one survivor, but now only one assassin remained. He couldn't risk another shot to the back. Heaven knew if another unlucky strike might pierce the heart and kill the man outright. So Chun Yi had no choice but to aim for a less vital area. He crouched down, swiftly regulating his breathing and heartbeat to steady himself, measured the distance in advance, and then loosed a steady arrow straight into the fleeing killer's backside. After landing that shot, seeing the assassin fleeing with the tail sticking out of his buttocks only fueled his anger. I gave you face by aiming for your ass, yet you don't know what's good for you. So he fired 3 more arrows into the other cheek of the killer's backside, not stopping until the poor assassin collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. Quite pleased with his archery skills, Chun Yi couldn't help but feel smug. Shouting towards Gung Bo, who was hiding behind a rock with only his head peeking out, he boasted, "Hey buddy, how do you like my archery? Pretty impressive, huh? How'd I like it? Pretty impressive? I'll fucking kill you." Gung Bo, already seething with pent-up rage and finding no outlet for it, nearly exploded with anger upon hearing this. He leaped out and delivered a flying kick straight at him. "What are you doing? I'm telling you, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Damn it, if you hit me again, I'll fight back." Gung Bo cried, weeping with genuine grievance. Moments ago, this bastard had almost blown his head off with an arrow. All he'd wanted was to vent his frustration, but who knew the guy was so skilled? Before he knew it, he'd been pinned firmly to the ground, unable to move an inch. And that wasn't all. After pressing him down, the guy had the audacity to lean close to his ear and start lecturing him like some political instructor. "I'm saying, we're teammates now. How would you lay hands on me? My fortune-telling skills are better than yours, And I'm handsomer too, but you shouldn't be jealous. We shouldn't create discord among our own people, giving the enemy an opening. Here, I must issue a solemn criticism and hope you'll reflect deeply on this, holding yourself to stricter standards. To ease tensions among our people, I'll take the lead by deciding to forgive your earlier impulsive actions. How is anyone supposed to live with this? Can't beat him in a fight, can't out-talk him either. The crux is, clearly I'm the victim here. How come in his version, it sounds like he's the one who got shortchanged? Damn it. Gung Bo let out a furious howl to the heavens, feeling like the whole world had turned utterly bleak. What are you banging your head against the ground for? Have you been moved by my virtue and now want to perform the grand ritual of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations? We're teammates. No need to be so courteous. Besides, your posture is all wrong. Next time someone in the neighborhood dies, and I go to inspect the burial site, you can follow me and learn properly. Finally, Chun-Yi, who had been pinning Gung Bo down while lecturing him on the specifics of the 3 kneels and 9 prostrations ritual, was pulled up by the public security officers who arrived afterward. Gung Bo stood up, glaring at Chun-Yi, with eyes glowing green like a wolf spotting its mortal enemy. This feud was officially sealed. He swore to himself that unless he avenged this humiliation, he wouldn't be worthy of being called human. But this thought lasted only 10 minutes before he dismissed it himself. He swore again in his heart that he would never make an enemy of this damned charlatan in this lifetime, only an ally. The assassin whose backside Chun-Yi had blasted open was tight-lipped. No matter what tricks the officers on site tried, they couldn't get anything out of him. Time was running short. If no results came soon, they'd realize the assassin had failed and would surely relocate. Gung Bo was the most vigorous among those conducting the torture interrogation, venting all his pent-up resentment on this killer. His hands ached from the beating, but he still couldn't pry open the man's mouth. In the end, it was Chun-Yi who took matters into his own hands, making the killer desperate to spill everything within a single minute. Chun-Yi had somehow caught a snake about 30 to 40 centimeters long. He walked up to the killer, pried his mouth open, and without a word, started shoving it inside while saying, "Hey, someone go grab a few more. I've always wondered how many snakes a person's stomach can hold. Just make sure they're not venomous. Poisoning him to death would ruin the fun. Fetch 8 more. There were 9 girls they murdered, right? 1 snake per girl. Shove them all into his stomach. Woo-woo. I confess, I'll talk. There's still one alive. She's still alive. Don't fucking lie to me. I don't believe a word you're saying. Not a single one. Can be missing. It's true. There's still one alive. I'll tell you where they are right now. Officers, I'll talk. Save me." The hitman showed no backbone and lacked professional ethics. Ignoring Chun-Yi's strong objections, he stubbornly betrayed his employer, even fervently demanding that the officers immediately lock him up in prison, far away from this damn fortune-telling fraud. It was at this moment that hoodlum Gung Bo realized, compared to Chun-Yi, he really was just a small-time punk who couldn't even make it onto the main stage. Look at this guy. When he doesn't want to listen, the killer insists on talking. Now that's true skill. P.S. Sorry about this. Got blackout drunk yesterday and missed posting Chapter 2. Making it up today. Chapter 37, Denial. From the killer's confession, Chun-Yi and the others learned there was another captive girl, and they planned to make their move tonight. They've been hanging around this small mountain for days, determined to stop anyone from going up and discovering the mountain's secret. For over 2 months now, the 2 of them have been stuck in this godforsaken place. There's no entertainment here, nothing to do, just guarding the mountain. A day or 2 might be tolerable, but 2 whole months have driven them half-mad with boredom. With nothing better to do, and since barely anyone ever comes up this mountain anyway, they'd sneak in some drinks and snacks at noon, down a few, then find a sheltered spot for an afternoon nap, living the easy life in its own way. Still, they kept themselves in check, never daring to overdo the drinking. After all, if anything went wrong, neither of them could bear the responsibility. Today they suddenly received notice that they could leave after tonight, which thrilled them beyond measure. Having had nothing eventful happen for so long, both had grown lax, and in their toasts and drinks, they unwittingly drank themselves into a stupor. When the 2 awoke, they were startled to find a group of security officers had arrived on the mountain. They didn't need to think to know something had gone wrong. The most terrifying part was that they hadn't even noticed when the officers had shown up. If they were ordinary hired killers, in such a situation, they would have immediately reported to their superiors and fled. But they weren't just ordinary mercenaries. They were the lowest, most powerless fodder in the organization. If their superiors were to find out they messed up due to drinking, they'd face the harshest punishment. Their tendons would be severed, and they'd be tossed into the Yellow River to fend for themselves. Who in their right mind would want to die? Even if they somehow survived, they'd become utterly useless. After discussing it, the two decided that since they were doomed either way, they might as well take a gamble and redeem themselves by serving justice. Stealthily moving closer, they observed the patrol officers for a long time and realized their key figure was Chun-Yi. They also heard that Chun-Yi was the one who had uncovered their hideout, and that he'd pinpointed this location through divination. This young man is a divination master. A divination master would be extremely detrimental to the smooth execution of the organization's plans, bringing countless unnecessary troubles. But if they could eliminate Chun-Yi, it would be like removing a major hidden threat to the organization. Not only would they avoid punishment, but also earn merit. So they took the risk to approach Chun-Yi, then simultaneously fired their hidden arrows. One arrow was aimed at Chun-Yi, the other at Luo Yan. Their immediate target was Chun-Yi, but their ultimate goal was self-preservation. Killing Chun-Yi would mean nothing if they were caught by the constables afterward. Thus, while eliminating Chun-Yi, they also needed to disrupt the constables' formation. Just 5 minutes of chaos among the officers would give them enough time to escape swiftly. But Chun-Yi's reaction was beyond their expectations. His speed was inhumanly fast. What they least anticipated was that he happened to be an exceptionally skilled archer. Thus, both men fell into Chun-Yi's hands. One died instantly, while the other suffered a severely wounded backside. As for why they were abducting these girls, they had no idea. They only knew that a mysterious mastermind was directing them from behind the scenes to carry out a grand scheme. Luo Yan and Chun-Yi drove straight to the location the assassin had confessed. This place was about a dozen kilometers from Quanchang City Center, an abandoned factory. Chun-Yi had always considered himself quite capable, but after witnessing this arrest operation, he changed his mind. No matter how powerful an individual is, they can never stand against an entire nation. Forget about the military. Just these heavily armed special security officers with live ammunition are enough to make one tremble with fear. There were 7 people hiding in this abandoned factory, and without exception, all of them were killed. The kidnapped girl was successfully rescued, her body covered in whip marks and knife wounds, her spirit on the verge of collapse. The arrest operation could be described as a success, and Luo Yan's face finally broke into a smile as she looked at Chun-Yi with deep gratitude in her eyes. The only shortcoming was that no one was left alive. Chun-Yi was also quite curious about their intentions, for he had never heard of any use for a girl born in the year of the tiger. Unfortunately, all of them had been shot dead, and the dead could not speak. The trail ended there, leaving them both pleased and slightly regretful. But no matter what, this is still something worth celebrating. With the Public Security Department successfully solving the case, Luo Yan let go of her self-reproach, while Chun-Yi became eligible to receive the 500,000 bounty. When Luo Yan personally handed over the 500,000 to Chun-Yi, the two stood in silence, both wearing faint smiles. Chun-Yi still remembered their first encounter here hadn't been pleasant. Back then, Luo Yan was still a fierce she-devil who had made his life miserable. In Luo Yan's mind, Chun-Yi was nothing more than a fame-seeking fraud who needed to be put in his place. Neither could stand the sight of the other. Yet the unfolding of events was far too swift and unforeseen. No one could have anticipated that the two of them would end up where they are now. Though it couldn't be described as pledging their lives to each other, in each other's eyes, they both glimpsed their reflections. Chun-Yi had quietly found his way into Luo Yan's heart without her even realizing it, becoming someone she could lean on. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi grew to understand Luo Yan better, realizing that the person she had been at that time wasn't truly herself. While relieved that the incident hadn't caused them to become estranged forever, he also felt deeply pained for Luo Yin. A woman bearing such immense pressure not only has to face the responsibilities imposed by the Security Bureau, endure the weight from victims and their families, but also engage in deadly battles of wits with ruthless criminals. For her, gunfire and bullets have become part of daily life. In less than a month, Chun Yi had already witnessed her narrowly escaping death several times. During the first jewelry store robbery, she was nearly killed by the criminal's gunfire after being set up by Chun Yi. The second time, when facing Wang Wu's retaliation, she would have died on the spot if Chun Yi hadn't arrived in time. The third time was during this hostage rescue operation. First, a sudden ambush by those two assassins, followed by facing 7 armed criminals at the abandoned factory, 3 with guns and 4 wielding crossbows whose lethality at close range was in no way inferior to firearms. If possible, Chun Yi would much prefer Luo Yin not engage in such a dangerous profession. With his current abilities, he could easily earn enough to support both of them, and Luo Yin wouldn't necessarily perform poorly in other jobs either. He suddenly realized that during each of Luo Yan's recent brushes with danger, he had been by her side. Could this be fate? Or is he just a jinx, and it's because of him that she keeps encountering danger? The latter explanation seems more accurate. After all, Chun Yi's presence, whether direct or indirect, has been behind every incident. He can't escape responsibility. He knows he lost his parents young, cursed with a lonely fate. Does the heavens still refuse to spare him, destined to drive away every woman by his side? Revealing divine secrets will incur heaven's wrath. His actions over these past years had already revealed far too many heavenly secrets. Could this truly be retribution? Chun Yi recalled Old Master's words from 2 days prior. To mend flaws of fate, perform more good deeds. Damn it, it's not like he's done anything wicked. Why was he doomed to be an orphan from birth? Was he committing sins while still in his mother's womb? All these years, though he'd played the charlatan, telling fortunes and reading feng shui while fleecing the wealthy, every penny he made went to orphanages. Even if the orphanage children were like his own siblings and it didn't count as charity, he hadn't squandered that money. Damn it, I'm robbing the rich to help the poor, contributing to reducing wealth inequality. How can this be called wrongdoing? It must be something from a past life. Debts unsettled by death, carrying over into this lifetime. He figured it must be the reason, though deep down he didn't believe in such nonsense. Because otherwise, he truly couldn't explain why his fate had been so persistently unlucky. Thank you for saving that girl, and for saving me again. Just as Chun Yi's thoughts were spiraling, Luo Yin spoke softly to him, her face flushed. Chun Yi was taken aback. It was rare to see Luo Yin so tender, and even rarer to catch her flustered. His heart leaped with delight, though he kept a composed expression, as if this were all just natural. Straightening his back, he struck a gallant pose, thumping his chest. What's there to thank? Between us, that's just how it is. Helping you is the same as helping myself. Hearing this, Luo Yin felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This big boy, several years her junior, seemed truly dependable. Could she really be the older cow eating tender grass for once? Who's the old cow eating tender grass here? If he's the tender grass, then I'm certainly no old cow. No matter what the outcome between the two of them might be in the future, there was no way they'd let this punk off easy now. Otherwise, wouldn't his tail end up wagging so high it'd brush the clouds? A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as a stolen lover. And a stolen lover is not as good as one you can't steal at all. It shows just how deeply ingrained men's base instincts are. That's why you must never let him obtain you too easily. Otherwise, he'll never cherish you afterward. Luo Yin had this rather improper idea firmly in mind, then deliberately pretended not to understand as she asked, "Our relationship? What relationship do we have between us?" "You said it yourself. An officer must keep their word." Chun Yi was genuinely anxious. This woman showed signs of backing out. He had finally found a policewoman's sister to pin his hopes on. He couldn't let her slip away. He had fantasized countless times about handcuffs, whips, and uniform allure. There was no way he'd give up so easily. What did I say? I don't remember a thing. Little brother, you must have misheard. Luo Yin smiled coyly, her eyes brimming with playful mockery. You said it. You promised to agree to any condition. Did I say that? You'll have to show me the proof. Chun-Yi was dumbstruck. This woman had no principles at all. How could she go back on her word? Suddenly, he remembered someone saying, "You'd rather believe in ghosts in this world than trust the nonsense that comes out of a woman's mouth." Chapter 38. A Man Should Take Responsibility. After leaving the hotel, Han Wenxue went straight home, rushed into the bathroom, and scrubbed her body over and over until her skin was nearly raw. But the creepy, maddening feeling that made her skin crawl didn't fade one bit. She has a mild case of mysophobia. Even coming back from a simple shopping trip requires changing clothes. How could she possibly tolerate being touched by a man's grubby hands? Mysophobia isn't a good thing. Just look at the sickness radical in the Chinese character for phobia, and you'll know it's an illness, more precisely a psychological disorder. Of course, mild mysophobia doesn't quite qualify as a psychological disorder, just a psychological issue. Disgust toward filth is the outward manifestation of mysophobia, but the deeper reason lies in never giving oneself any slack. No one enjoys dirty environments. Some people simply adapt and don't mind, while others impose strict standards on themselves, refusing to tolerate any dirt on their person or surroundings. When these standards become excessively rigid, crossing reasonable boundaries, they start interfering with normal life, turning into full-blown mysophobia. So, generally speaking, people with mysophobia tend to have some obsessive tendencies. They rarely let go of things they've set their minds on, and the things they detest will be etched deeply in their hearts. At this moment, Han Wenxue wished she could find a knife and kill Chun-Yi, that beast, outright to end it all. "Xiaoxue, what's wrong?" When Han Wenxue returned, Old Man Han was sitting there enjoying gongfu tea, taking in her disheveled appearance, but she rushed into the bathroom without giving him a chance to ask questions. She spent over an hour thoroughly washing in the bathroom, while Old Man Han quietly sipped 2 infusions of gongfu tea in the living room. Only when she emerged, her emotions slightly calmer, did he finally speak up. "That damn beast Chun-Yi." Han Wenxue's heart burned with hatred for Chun-Yi. She wanted to curse him vehemently, but when the words reached her lips, nothing came out, leaving only silent tears streaming down her face. Old Master Han poured out the already oversteeped pale tea, then said calmly, "Chun-Yi wouldn't do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding." "No misunderstanding," Han Wenxue shrieked angrily. "When I woke up, he was right beside me. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be?" Old Man Han closed his eyes, pondered for a long while, and still spoke as peacefully as before. "So, you yourself don't know what exactly happened either. All these are just your own imagination." "My own imagination?" Han Wenxue couldn't believe her ears, nor could she believe that her doting grandfather would say such things. She stared at her grandfather in disbelief, as though seeing him for the first time. Old Master Han recognized Han Wenxue's distress and waved his hand to explain, "It's not that I'm taking sides with outsiders or ignoring what's right. The truth is, you weren't actually violated. And if Chun-Yi had really done this, he wouldn't have left any clues. Not for me, not for the police, and certainly not for you yourself to notice." "I wasn't violated?" Han Wenxue was stunned for a moment before being overcome with wild joy at recovering what she thought was lost. She'd already had this doubt while in the bathroom, but couldn't believe Chun-Yi would stop halfway. Now hearing her grandfather say this confirmed it must be true. Then why were my clothes in this state? "I'm not so sure about that." Old Man Han didn't want to discuss this issue too deeply with his granddaughter, partly because it wasn't appropriate, and partly because he wasn't present at the time and truly didn't know the specifics. "But you can verify it yourself." "How can I verify it?" Han Wenxue was puzzled. She wasn't a police officer or an FBI agent. "It's simple. Spend more time with Chun-Yi, and you'll naturally understand what kind of person he is." "Impossible. I'd rather kill him." Han Wenxue shrieked in refusal. The old man wasn't dissatisfied with his granddaughter, his expression as calm and steady as ever. "But if it wasn't Chun-Yi who did it, wouldn't you be letting your allies suffer while your enemies rejoice? And what if it was him? Then find some dirt on him and call the cops. Get that little bastard locked up for a few years." Old man Han's words carried great persuasiveness, at least for present-day Han Wenxue. If she could truly have Chen Yi thrown in a prison, she'd count it as settling a score. But would Chen Yi really let himself be pinned down like that? Having just cracked a major case, Luo Yin still had piles of work on her plate. The two barely exchanged a few words before someone urgently summoned her away. Chen Yi could only leave in frustration, abandoning his plan to strike while the iron was hot. After leaving the police station, Chen Yi quickly deposited the 500,000 yuan reward into the bank. He didn't want any more unexpected trouble. While there, he also transferred the 200,000 yuan he'd won at Han Wenxue's birthday banquet earlier, combining the funds. Now his bank account held 700,000 yuan. Once he saved up $1 million, he'd donate it to the orphanage. Only then could he breathe a little easier and start making plans for himself. Though he'd been tricked by the forest sprite, Chen Yi was in remarkably good spirits. Not just because of the 500,000 yuan, but for something even more delightful that money couldn't easily buy. From his pocket, he retrieved a palm-sized tree root, something he'd incidentally dug up near the hillside while excavating the corpse earlier. That mountain was a burial ground, saturated with an exceptionally dense concentration of Yin energy accumulated from hundreds of miles along the Yellow River's expanse. Yet just as solitary yang cannot thrive, nor alone persist, all things must maintain a balance of forces. Even in places thick with Yin energy, yang objects exist, and paradoxically, the heavier the yin, the more fiercely yang elements flourish. Just like the yin-yang taiji diagram, where each fish has an eye within it rather than being purely yin or yang. The small tree root in Chen Yi's hand was the eye of the burial site. He had stumbled upon it by chance and secretly dug it out while everyone else was busy excavating the bodies, making sure no one noticed. Though the timing was indeed inappropriate, who could blame him for happening to come across it at that exact moment? After searching 1,000 times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, I found the root amidst the dimming lights. All Chen Yi could do was try to keep the commotion minimal, ensuring others wouldn't find out, otherwise he'd truly become the target of public criticism. Don't underestimate its size. This thing contains no small amount of yang energy. Chen Yi had recently planned to set up a 4-symbol spirit gathering array for himself, but a series of events delayed him. Today, stumbling upon this root unexpectedly, it turned out to be perfect for crafting into the magical artifact, Azure Dragon. The dragon, associated with what element, is positioned in the true east when the first yang energy of the day arises, and this perfectly matches the requirements for crafting the Azure Dragon from these tree roots. As for the other 3 sacred tools, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise, those would depend on fate. It might take months to find them, or perhaps, like this tree root, he might stumble upon one tomorrow by sheer chance. He understood that these things couldn't be rushed, so he wasn't overly anxious about it. Moreover, he could make do with just this one artifact to set up a scaled-down 4 symbols spirit gathering array. Though its effects would be considerably weaker, it was still better than nothing. Frugality had always been Chen Yi's way. Even with a hefty 700,000 yuan in his pocket, he still refused to splurge. Just like when he'd been broke, he squeezed onto the bus for his journey home. He pondered along the way how to maximize the potential of this tree root. Just as a vague idea took shape in his mind, and he was feeling pleased about it, someone he didn't want to see appear before him. Han Wenxue, dressed in a pristine white dress, stood gracefully at his doorstep with a small suitcase by her side. After returning home, Han Wenxue washed herself thoroughly several times and spent some time researching online. Various signs indicated that she likely hadn't been violated after all. But then how should she explain the disheveled clothing? Did that damned fortune teller suddenly discover his conscience at the critical moment? Or did he lack the nerve to go through with it and backed off halfway? But no matter what, she couldn't get over that mental hurdle. The only way past, it was to seek out Chen Yi. "What are you doing here?" Chen Yi stopped in his tracks, eyeing her warily. He was terrified this woman might fly into another rage and pummel him with her mother tiger fists, leaving him half paralyzed. As the saying goes, the soft fear the tough fear the reckless fear those who court death, And those who court death fear the downright insane. Han Wenxue at that moment was precisely the pinnacle insane on this food chain, making Chun Yi suffer plenty. Master Chun, you must take responsibility as a man. How can you just walk away after taking liberties with a young lady? Han Wenxue wore a cold and resentful smile, her expression eerily similar to that of a jilted woman torn between love and hate for the scoundrel who abandoned her. Before Chun Yi could say anything, the landlady walked out and said to him, "Xiao Chun, a man needs to take responsibility. You can't just shirk your duties. Since you've taken the girl's virtue, you should cherish her properly." Chun Yi was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he was being framed like this. Clearly, she was the one who took off her own clothes. How could she pin all the blame on him? If she turned out to be pregnant, would he have to rush into becoming an unwitting father? Xiao Han told me everything earlier, but she didn't say anything bad about you. Don't misunderstand her. You're a good kid. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young, but you have to make amends. Listen to me this once and have a proper talk with Xiao Han. Don't let this create resentment. The landlady was a kind-hearted soul who couldn't bear to see others wronged. When Chun Yi had no money to pay rent in the past, she never pressed him for it, even helping him find work. But now her kindness was entirely misplaced. The one being wronged wasn't Xiao Han, it was Xiao Chun. "Auntie, things aren't what you think. I didn't do anything," Chun Yi hastily explained. He couldn't let his hard-earned good reputation over these past years be ruined in an instant. If Han Wenxue kept this up until she'd had enough and fled back to England, where would he ever find himself a wife? Besides, he'd finally managed to woo his police officer crush. This turmoil was the last thing he needed. If Luo Ying got really angry, she might actually shoot him dead. "Auntie, look how he's denying it again. What should I do? I can't go on living like this." Han Wenxue's voice was heart-wrenching, like a cuckoo crying blood, enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes with its sheer misery. "Chun Yi, I don't care about your other business, but you must give this girl an explanation. Look at little Han. Where does she fall short? She's beautiful, a college graduate, and utterly devoted to you. What heavenly fortune have you cultivated over lifetimes to deserve this?" The landlady's anger was evident as she scolded him. By now, all the tenants on Chun Yi's floor had come out to see the commotion. Even the reclusive gamer who lived across from him, the one who never left his apartment all week, earning money by power leveling other people's online characters, came out to watch the spectacle. The bearded, disheveled otaku guy sternly lectured Chun. "Listen, bro, I gotta say you're not handling this right. Real men act like real men. Take Xiao Han to the hospital now. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some." Everyone has sympathy, and women Joy Rungid evoke it. In an instant, Chun Yi became public enemy number one, the target of everyone's shiva. For the first time, Chun Yi learned how it felt to be framed. After years of scamming others, today Han Wenxue had turned the tables on him. As he observed these neighbors overflowing with both misplaced sympathy and wild imagination, Chun Yi wanted to cry, but had no tears left. "Can't you see this little vixen is putting on an act? If they can't tell, Annie landlord, how come some of your age can't spot it either?" Little did Chun Yi know that this entire tears, tantrums, and threats of suicide routine was none other than the landlord aunt's handiwork. At this moment, her heart swelled with pride, proud that she had rescued another wayward youth. Chapter 39. Grandfather and grandson team up to swindle the charlatan. Well aware that discretion is the better part of valor, the charlatan Chun Yi had no choice but to lead this unexpected wife through his door. Shutting the door and pressing his ear against it for a long while, Chun Yi only began gritting his teeth to interrogate Han Wenxue after confirming the furious crowd of neighbors had dispersed. "And just what are you trying to do? Listen here, I didn't harass you. You're the one who took your clothes off. I shouldn't have been kind enough to save you in the first place." Han Wenxue, seeing that the effect had been achieved, dropped the act and said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Chun Yi was taken aback, unsure of her meaning, and said, "No, you're not stupid." Han Wenxue glanced at Chun Yi, her eyes filled with disdain, and said, "Since I'm not stupid, why would I take off my own clothes? Why would I believe your nonsense? Damn it, it was Feng Kuan who did it. He drugged you." Chun Yi finally had the chance to speak the truth, thinking the matter could end there. "Feng Kuan drugged me?" Han Wenxue momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained her scornful expression. You stole his phone, and now you're trying to pin it on him? Did I steal his phone? When did I ever steal his phone? Chun-Yi was outraged beyond words. I saw him secretly filming you with his phone, so I took it from him. I was just looking out for you. Or does that make me a thief? Could it be you who filmed this? Han Wenxue accused Chun-Yi outright, convinced he was the pervert. Han Wenxue was also puzzled in her heart. It was Feng Kuan who had given her the wine, so why had she woken up beside Chun-Yi? She had also wondered whether Chun-Yi had saved her, since she hadn't actually been assaulted, but why were Feng Kuan's phone and her underwear together? If he really had done it, would he leave such obvious evidence behind? She charged Feng Kuan's phone, but it was password protected, leaving her unable to see what was inside. Moreover, she didn't believe Chun-Yi could rescue her from Feng Kuan's grasp. After all, Feng Kuan was constantly guarded by 2 bodyguards. Chun-Yi's fortune-telling skills might be formidable, but could he really take on those 2 trained professionals? She had no idea that these 2 bodyguards had already been dealt with by Chun-Yi together with Ji Hao in the restroom. She called and asked a few people who had attended the party at the time, and they all unanimously said they had been drunk and carried away by Chun-Yi. Due to her lack of understanding of Chun-Yi, coupled with numerous coincidences, she directly pointed the finger at Chun-Yi. Although Old Master Han trusted Chun-Yi, Han Wenxue didn't see it that way. She came here specifically to find evidence or any other incriminating proof against Chun-Yi. As for moving into Chun-Yi's place, that was also her grandfather's idea. Worried she might be taken advantage of, he even specially prepared a 360V high-voltage anti-wolf stun baton for her, capable of completely incapacitating anyone in an instant. Chun-Yi nearly wanted to bang his head against the wall in frustration. He felt Han Wenxue's head must be filled with water, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. He'd save her from Feng Kuan's clutches, yet somehow he became the villain, while Feng Kuan ended up the good guy. Damn it, trying to reason with women truly is pointless. Who knows how their brains are wired? They seem clever enough, but when it comes to serious matters, it's all mush. If you won't listen to my explanation, then fine, what do you want? Chun-Yi was utterly defeated by this woman and stopped wasting his breath, surrendering to fate as he spoke. Hee, Master Chun, you haven't fulfilled your promise to me yet. I'm not asking for much. Just save me from this great calamity, and we'll talk about the rest later. Han Wenxue leaned against the wall and said calmly, Aren't you afraid I might tamper with it and make your calamity even worse? Wouldn't that solve everything once and for all? Hee, of course I'm scared. That's why I made a will in advance. If anything happens to me, it was definitely your doing. Han Wenxue smiled coyly, as if discussing something trivial. Initially resistant to her grandfather's arrangements, Han Wenxue readily agreed after he explained his entire plan. Moreover, Chun-Yi's every reaction had been anticipated by her grandfather. Ginger is hottest when old. Even the Monkey King couldn't escape Buddha's palm, no matter how high he somersaulted. Now it's up to me to see if I can sniff out any clues. Let me tell you one more time, it wasn't me. I'm not interested in you. I have a girlfriend. With your twig-like figure, you're not even on my radar. Chun-Yi was getting angry. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. You have a girlfriend? Well then, I'd love to see how she reacts when she finds out you try to mess with a plain Jane like me. Han Wenxue's mind was made up, as unshakable as a tortoise biting a scale weight. She was dead set on a mutual destruction showdown with Chun-Yi. Believe it or not, this tactic actually worked, leaving Chun-Yi utterly powerless with nothing to do but stew in his own frustration. Fine, have it your way. I'll help you through this ordeal. No tricks, you have my word. I'm not that despicable. Go home now. I'll come for you when the time comes. He suddenly remembered a saying old man Han often repeated. Never argue with a fool. He'll drag you down to his level and then beat you with experience. Looking at the situation now, Chun-Yi realized the old man was clearly talking about his granddaughter. She had way too much experience. I've decided to stay at your place. Han Wenxue's announcement left Chun-Yi thoroughly stunned. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Have you lost your mind? A moment ago, you were accusing me of that, and now you're volunteering to jump into the wolf's den? Wolf's den? What a vivid metaphor. Chun-Yi frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. There must be something fishy about this unusual situation, he thought. Who knew what this crazy woman had in mind? He refused outright. I only have one bed here. There's no. Han Wenxue looked around Chen Yi's place. Aside from being a bit small, everything else was quite satisfactory. She wasn't afraid of living with Chen Yi, but she was afraid of dirt. She had a slight case of cleanliness obsession. How clean can a man's place really be? She mused. Dirty clothes and smelly socks were probably scattered everywhere. Living in such conditions would be pure torture for her. She'd even mentally prepared to give the place a free deep clean for him. There's no place for you to sleep here. And besides, what will people think if rumors spread about a man and woman alone in one room? I'm not even scared. So what are you afraid of? Han Wenxue curled her lips in disdain. Now he's worried about his reputation? If that were the case, why did he commit such beastly acts in the first place? Ding ling ling. Chen Yi's old, beaten-up Nokia phone let out another piercing screech. Chen Yi, Xiao Shui, says she wants to stay at your place for a few days. Make the arrangements for her. Pay extra attention to her great calamity. If anything happens to my granddaughter, you'll have me to answer to. Old man Han spoke with crisp, no-nonsense brevity. Hanging up before Chen, he even had a chance to refuse. Her grandfather calling was part of the plan, though she hadn't expected it to happen so promptly. A tiny flicker of pride stirred in her heart. After looking around Chen Yi's house, she felt quite satisfied. It was much better than she had imagined. She had originally planned to give Chen Yi's home a thorough cleaning until it met her standards, only to realize upon entering that it was nothing like what she had expected. Chen Yi's house was clean and tidy, with everything arranged in perfect order, even better than some girls' rooms. Though there were no air fresheners or the like, the entire space carried a refreshing scent. She even found herself somewhat liking it here. Of course, aside from that biggest piece of trash, Chen Yi himself. Chen Yi naturally had no idea that Han Wenxue now regarded him as the most repulsive thing in the entire room, nor would he have cared even if he did. He was currently frustrated by old Master Han's unreliability, having so casually dumped his granddaughter on him like an absentee landlord. Wasn't this outright bullying? The two of them sat in a room just like that, neither speaking a word, as if the other person didn't exist at all. Han Wenxue picked up a copy of the I Ching from Chen Yi's makeshift bookshelf and began reading with apparent relish. Chen Yi shot her a glance, thinking the woman must be mental. What was so interesting about the I Ching? To the uninitiated, reading it was like deciphering celestial scriptures. Worse still, this edition was entirely in classical Chinese, devoid of the modern, superfluous vernacular translations. How could some foreign-raised girl possibly understand it? Chen Yi didn't dwell on verifying whether Han Wenxue was truly ill. He had his own matters to attend to. He sat down at the desk, took out the tree root intended as material for crafting the Azure Dragon, and repeatedly studied and calculated. Draft papers became densely covered with sketches and runic symbols until, 2 hours later, he finally prepared to begin the crafting process. I'm hungry, Han Wenxue suddenly announced. Go buy your own stuff, turn left outside, and there's a vegetable market, Chen Yi said without looking up. Vegetable market? Han Wenxue frowned. She'd been to a Chinese vegetable market once before, but had fled in panic just at the entrance. The place was simply too filthy, with mud everywhere and the air reeking of rotting stench. She refused. I won't go. Don't go, then go hungry. Chen Yi wasn't about to indulge her rotten temper. She was nobody to him anyway. The best outcome would be pissing her off enough to leave right now, granting him some peace and quiet. He was starting to sense a whiff of conspiracy in the air, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Old man Han grew more cunning with age. There was no guessing what schemes that man was brewing inside. Han Wenxue fumed, her ample chest heaving dramatically. A pity Chen Yi had his back turned to her, missing this magnificent spectacle entirely. She angrily retorted, "Humph, I won't listen to you unless I eat something." At her words, Chen Yi actually began to feel quite hungry. The Azure Dragon was only at the blueprint stage, requiring another 2 to 3 hours of work before final completion. Moreover, crafting the Azure Dragon demanded his complete focus, both mentally and physically, to be in peak condition. This gnarled tree root could fetch hundreds of thousands from the right buyer. A single careless mistake, however, would mean those hundreds of thousands disappearing without a trace. What would you like to eat? Chun-Yi set down what he was holding and stretched as he stood up. Steak, fruit salad. Han Wenxue grew up in the United States, so her lifestyle naturally followed American ways. Even after coming to China, she still preferred dining at Western restaurants. Chun-Yi smiled wryly. This woman truly thought of herself as a pampered young lady. She had come to the wrong place. Chun-Yi had always lived a simple life, especially when it came to food. Nutrition was enough, and taste was secondary. There was no way he'd have such fancy imported goods. Even if he had them, he wouldn't buy any for her. If she wanted to eat like that, she'd have to go herself. He certainly wasn't about to cater to her whims. No, bread and ham will do too. Not that either. Han Wenxue was on the verge of losing her temper. She finally saw through it. Chun-Yi was deliberately making things difficult for her. While the absence of steak and fruit salad might still be somewhat understandable, how could there possibly be no bread or ham? These were items sold in every convenience store. Her initial dislike for Chun-Yi intensified, and now she found him utterly detestable. What's there? If you don't want to eat stewed pork with cabbage stems, you can go out by yourself. That'll actually save me some money. Chapter 40. Pregnancy? Han Wenxue clenched her teeth for a long moment, feeling she couldn't let this charlatan have his way. How could she retreat at the first encounter? So she declared with martyr-like resolve, "Eat? Of course I'll eat." Truth be told, she just needed time to adjust. Chun-Yi had kept the place so tidy, with pots and pans all neatly arranged. Clearly the food couldn't be that bad. All right then. You wait here while I go buy some cabbage. I'll come with you. Why come with me? You won't be any help. I'm afraid you'd pick dirty vegetables. Fine, suit yourself. Chun-Yi was exasperated by her. The wet market wasn't like a supermarket. None of the produce came clean. Everything had just been harvested from the fields, still caked in dirt and mud, with wilted leaves attached. After the landlady went home, she couldn't stop worrying about the young couple, afraid they might fight again or fall out. Chun-Yi had always been such a sensible boy who'd endured hardships. How could he suddenly turn so unreasonable? Finding a wife like Xiao Han was like hitting the jackpot passed down through 8 generations of ancestors. Who was he to be picky? If Chun-Yi were her son, she'd immediately bring this daughter-in-law home and make sure he did what needed to be done. If the girl's family objected, then so be it. They should just have the baby first and discuss formalities later. She felt she couldn't let Chun-Yi have his way and lose such a good wife. He was still young and didn't understand some things. He'd surely regret it later otherwise. The landlady had been keeping an eye out and saw Chun-Yi and Han Wenxue come out together without any signs of conflict. Only then did she feel slightly reassured and greeted them. "Xiao Han, have you eaten? I happen to have made some food here. Would you like to join us?" "No, thank you, Annie. I'm going to buy some ingredients with Chun-Yi and cook together. I've never tasted his cooking before." Han Wenxue smiled sweetly and politely, genuinely looking like a blissful young bride. This made the landlady mutter to herself, wondering what kind of charm Chun-Yi had used on this girl. How could she be so devoted to him again in such a short time? From Han Wenxue's demeanor and attire, the landlady could tell she must be from a wealthy family. Yet, she was willing to cook and eat with Chun-Yi. She would undoubtedly make a good homemaker after marriage. "Hee, now everyone knows you're a heartbreaker. You'd better be nice to me from now on, or the neighbors won't let you off easy," Han Wenxue said to Chun-Yi, who wore a look of frustration, her smile tinged with the satisfaction of a scheme fulfilled. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes, utterly baffled by what this woman was thinking. The two of them arrived at the market together, with Han Wenxue covering her mouth and nose with a white handkerchief, clinging closely to Chun-Yi, her expression visibly uneasy. The place was simply too filthy. She felt every hair on her body standing on end. Only by staying close to Chun-Yi did she feel somewhat safe, though she'd never admit it. "Chun-Yi, is this your girlfriend? You lucky bastard. You actually managed to score such a pretty girl." "Pfft, you're lying again, aren't you? No way someone with your sorry ass could land such a beautiful wife. You must have tricked the poor girl." Chun-Yi was quite familiar with the vendors at the vegetable market, and they bantered with each other freely and casually. He looked gloomily at these old acquaintances who fancied themselves so clever when a mischievous idea suddenly sprang to mind. Raising his voice, he called out to them, My wife is pregnant, and we're not sure what foods would be good for her. You've all been through this. Any advice? Pregnant? Not only were these bosses stunned, but even Han Wenxue was dumbfounded. Why had she gotten pregnant, and with Chen Yi's child? I was wondering why you were covering your nose. So you're pregnant? Haha. Damn, brother, you're impressive. When the baby's due, you gotta let me know. I'll definitely come drink to celebrate. Chen Yi scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said, I'm not even married yet. How could I have a baby? What's the big deal? You've already hit the highway. Why worry about the driver's license now? Haha, normally you seem like such a dependable guy. Why so reckless this time? Getting the girl pregnant before even getting the marriage certificate. But I like it. Haha. Now that's what I call a real man. Listening to their unrestrained jokes, Han Wenxue's face turned so red it seemed about to drip blood. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chen Yi took Han Wenxue for a spin around the wet market, and without spending a single penny, their hands were soon too full to carry any more. Here, a burly brother tossed them a slab of pork. There, an elder sister-in-law gifted a handful of cabbages. The little girl minding her mother's stall even scooped up 2 pounds of fruit for them. At the news of Chen Yi's wife being pregnant, everyone responded with the same gesture, showering them with gifts. Chen Yi was immensely pleased with himself. Han Wenxue, however, was absolutely furious. She explained to people, and Chen Yi would say his wife was shy and easily embarrassed. Whenever she tried to run away mid-journey, Chen Yi would drag her back, pulling relentlessly. Is this okay with you? Back in Chen Yi's small house, Han Wenxue sat on a chair, arms crossed, pouting angrily as she asked. Chen Yi replied, Why wouldn't it be? Since you're so eager to be my wife, of course I should fulfill your dream. Besides, this is even more rewarding than just being my wife. We even have a child now. I'm not talking about this incident. I'm talking about how you shouldn't cheat the people in the market. Only those who trust you would fall for your tricks. She could tell that Chen Yi was quite popular and well-liked in this area, but that didn't justify him taking advantage of his own people. Han Wenxue, whose sense of justice was off the charts, had completely forgotten for the moment just how opposed she was to this damned fraudster. TCH, how is that cheating? Chen Yi scoffed. I read their feng shui for them, named their newborns, and never took a penny. They just wanted a chance to thank me. How could you call that cheating? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend might misunderstand? Scared? Of course I'm scared, but there's no way around it. Things have reached this point. I can't not admit it. Chen Yi said nonchalantly, as if he were completely a bystander with not a shred of connection to the matter himself. You're utterly shameless. Han Wenxue had decided that once she met his girlfriend, she would tell her exactly what kind of fraud this charlatan was and urge her to stay far away. My shamelessness blooms only to become even more shameless. After throwing out this line, Chen Yi turned around and began packing up his newly acquired spoils of war. It took Han Wenxue a moment to realize this guy was actually calling her even more shameless, just in a rather artistic way. She took several deep breaths to suppress the fury rising in her heart. At this moment, she realized the truth. Never argue with a charlatan. He's a professional smooth talker, and an amateur can never outplay a seasoned pro. Before long, Chen Yi had prepared a steaming pot of fragrant pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew. The glistening slabs of pork belly, translucent vermicelli, and tenderly stewed cabbage made Chen Yi's mouth water, but Han Wenxue could only frown at the sight. Not a single thought given to nutritional balance. Too much fat, overcooked cabbage. Not only are the vitamins destroyed, but it also produces nitrites. Eating meals like this regularly will surely wreck your figure. Chen Yi glanced at Han Wenxue's furrowed brows, recognizing the pampered woman's pickiness, but chose not to indulge her. Eat it or don't. It's your choice. If you dare, walk away now, and don't ever bother me again. To Chen Yi's surprise, Han Wenxue actually endured it. She took out a set of tableware from her suitcase, then used a spoon to push the fatty meat aside, scooping up only the cabbage and bean thread noodles. Chen Yi curled his lips and ignored her. Only girls raised in privilege since childhood would have such trivial worries. If she had to trek across mountains and rivers with him, reading feng shui for clients for a month straight, he guaranteed she'd be dragging her legs towards fatty meat upon sight. After a few bites, Han Wenxue discovered there was something uniquely delicious about Chen Yi's cooking. Her small bowl was soon emptied. Glancing at Chun-Yi, who was fully absorbed in his meal and not paying attention to her, she hesitated momentarily before disregarding his potential teasing later and went to serve herself another bowl. This time she didn't pick and choose to avoid the fatty pieces. She simply scooped half a bowl at random. It must be said that Chun-Yi's cooking was so delicious that she couldn't resist it, and her appetite had doubled. She now felt that compared to his braised pork with cabbage and glass noodles, her usual steak and fruit salad were like eating husks and swallowing weeds. After finishing the meal, Chun-Yi washed the pots, pans, and dishes clean, lit up a white General cigarette, and took a blissful puff. Han Wenxue was choked into a coughing fit and angrily rushed to the window, ignoring Chun-Yi. After finishing his smoke, Chun-Yi took out his tools and began crafting the magic artifact Azure Dragon. The draft was already prepared. What came next was a matter of craftsmanship. Entering a state of deep concentration, Chun-Yi not only gained enhanced physical stamina, but also achieved greater control over delicate details. Combined with the strengthening of his spiritual power, he no longer encountered disruptions in spiritual energy when drawing the runes. Han Wenxue had been curious about Chun-Yi toying with that ragged tree root and stood nearby to observe. Gradually, her eyes filled with deep astonishment, and her cherry-like lips parted slightly in amazement. She didn't even realize over an hour had passed as she stood there watching. That palm-sized, gnarly tree root, crooked and misshapen, had transformed under Chun-Yi's hands into a poised little dragon, its head held high as if howling at the heavens, all in less than half an hour. This guy's no charlatan. He's practically an artist. If Chun-Yi had such skills in Eagle Country, he could absolutely hold exhibitions. All those socialites pretending to be cultured without actually having any taste would be falling over themselves to buy his works. Chun-Yi's next move astonished her even more. A wolf hair brush saturated with cinnabar became alive in his hands, continuously tracing bizarre, talismanic patterns across Xiaolong's body. The runes were incredibly minute, as fine as needle tips or weed-ons. Had she not witnessed it herself, she'd never have believed such precision could come from human hands, let alone be executed with a brush. What kind of extraordinary control would this require? How much practice must one undergo to reach this level? She could clearly perceive that these mystical symbols were definitely not random scribbles by Chun-Yi. They were impeccably systematic, arranged according to some unfathomable sequence, appearing chaotic at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, each stroke interconnected with striking coherence. Han Wenxue, who studied landscape architecture, was well-versed in ancient structures. These sigils bore remarkable resemblance to the mysterious totemic cultures of antiquity, undoubtedly representing a distinct lineage within that tradition. When her grandfather had mentioned Chun-Yi's profound mastery of divination and feng shui, she'd been skeptical. But witnessing this spectacle now left her no room for disbelief. Chun-Yi was quite pleased with his finished work. During the carving and inscribing process, everything had flowed effortlessly as if divinely guided. For his first attempt at crafting such a complex magical artifact to go so smoothly, even he found it unbelievable. Noticing Han Wenxue's unconcealed astonishment from the corner of his eye, the peacock of a youth felt secretly smug, though he kept his face carefully composed to project an air of "this is just my usual standard." He then proceeded to set up the long-coveted 4 symbols spirit gathering array. With the Azure Dragon already completed, only the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise remained. But this posed no challenge for Chun-Yi. Cutting corners was a fine Chinese tradition, and he had thoroughly mastered its essence. If he couldn't manage the full version, who said he couldn't pull off a scaled-down edition? This was something he had planned long ago. The white tiger represents metal, the vermilion bird belongs to fire, and the black tortoise embodies water. Chun-Yi gathered objects symbolizing these 3 elements, all collected by him in the past. Though they couldn't be considered proper ritual artifacts, they would do in pinch. To use an imperfect analogy, these 4 ritual tools were like the 4 wheels of a Ferrari sports car. Only one was the original, while the other 3 were borrowed from a tractor. Their performance obviously couldn't match a full set of genuine ones, but at least they worked, and they were certainly faster than tractor. measuring the distance, aligning the positions precisely, and empowering the talismans. By the time he finished all this, another hour had passed. Chun-Yi was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. This stuff really wasn't for the faint of heart. If the spiritual energy within him were still at his previous level, it would undoubtedly be insufficient, depleted halfway through and requiring starting over from scratch, rendering all efforts futile. Han Wenxue watched Chun-Yi's mystical performance with puzzlement. Though she didn't understand what he was doing, when Chun-Yi stood up, she felt the air in the room had become noticeably fresher, incomparable to Jinan's ordinarily polluted atmosphere. Could this be a feng shui arrangement? Han Wenxue recalled her grandfather mentioning that powerful feng shui masters could create such arrangements, which greatly benefited people's health and fortune. Could it be that Chun-Yi was actually a feng shui master capable of arranging geometric layouts? Chun-Yi sensed the changes in the room and was quite satisfied with the effect. Though it was a scaled-down version, the small 20 square meter space happened to be perfectly covered. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy around him gradually increasing. The spiritual power circulating within his body also became more active, flowing at an accelerated pace. After all this effort, it was already quite late, time to sleep. Chun-Yi maintained a very regular schedule, going to bed at 10 every night and waking up promptly at 6 in the morning. He glanced at his watch. It was 10:15, 15 minutes later than usual. As he prepared to wash up, he suddenly realized a problem. How exactly should he sleep? Could it be that she shared a bed with Han Wenxue? Although his room wasn't large, the bed was a proper double bed big enough for two to tumble around on. But would Han Wenxue agree to that? Seeing Chun-Yi standing there stunned with his mouth hanging open, Han Wenxue realized what he was thinking, causing her delicate cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 41. A miscalculation? What are you staring at? Of course, you sleep on the floor, and I sleep in the bed. Why should I? This afternoon you told the landlady you were my wife. What kind of wife doesn't let her husband sleep on the bed? You know that's not true. There's nothing between us. If there's nothing between us, then why should I give way to you? Why shouldn't you be the one sleeping on the floor? Don't forget, you were the one who shamelessly followed me here. If you don't like it, you can leave. Han Wenxue was furious. The tiny bit of goodwill she had felt toward him earlier vanished completely, leaving only anger in its wake. How could this guy have no gentlemanly manners at all? Fighting with a girl over a bed. I can't believe he'd stoop to this. What should I do? Could I really end up sharing a bed with him? Han Wenxue truly wanted to grab her things and leave, never to see this charlatan again. Just as she stood there at a loss, she suddenly noticed a smug look of triumph flash across Chun-Yi's face, making her realize she'd fallen for his trap once again. He was deliberately trying to drive her away. If I leave now, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? Driven by the mentality of, even if I lose 1,000, I'll make sure my enemy loses 800. Han Wenxue jumped on the bed in one swift motion, then stood guard over her territory like a fierce little lioness. The speed of her movement genuinely startled Chun-Yi. He'd never seen a woman so eager to get into a man's bed before. That blood-rushing scene from that night involuntarily resurfaced in Chun-Yi's mind. Could it be she intended to reenact it again tonight? Han Wenxue noticed Chun-Yi staring at her intently. Her heart wavered between fear and excitement. She hadn't expected Chun-Yi to reveal his sly nature so quickly. Her grandfather must have misjudged him. She glanced at the shoulder bag beside her, feeling slightly reassured. The high-voltage anti-wolf baton was inside, and if Chun-Yi dared to force himself on her, she wouldn't hesitate to stun him with it before delivering him to the police station. Damn, what's your zodiac sign? Jumping around so much. Take off your shoes. Don't dirty my bed. Chun-Yi quickly dismissed the thought. Such an easy romantic encounter was unlikely. This woman had been up to no good from the moment she arrived. Did she really think he was as foolish as she was? Looks like I'm stuck sleeping on the floor again tonight. Chun-Yi turned around and continued washing up. Han Wenxue stood there dumbfounded, her mind momentarily blank. Just like that, he gave up. I even prepare my stun gun, and this is all he does? Faking it. Must be faking it. Just now, that hypocrite clearly had a flicker of lewdness in his eyes. Han Wenxue didn't believe he would give up so easily. By the time Chun-Yi finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom, His eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, this girl was downright hazardous to public morals. Han Wenxue had already changed into night clothes and was sitting by the bed, her dazzling legs swaying back and forth, making Chun Yi's heart flutter uncontrollably. Letting out a long sigh toward the sky, Chun Yi pounced tiger-like into his own blanket, burying his head and refusing to come out no matter what. He was terrified he might lose control and actually do the deed with this woman. Chun Yi kept his head covered, but his ears perked up intently. He could only hear Han Wenxue pacing around nearby, accompanied by the splashing sound from the bathroom faucet. Han Wenxue deliberately made loud noises while washing up and dragged it out for a long time, but still failed to lure out that pervert. Seeing that Chun Yi wasn't taking the bait, Han Wenxue had no choice but to turn off the light and crawl into bed. Lying in bed, she felt uneasy because Chun Yi seemed restless. Every time Chun Yi turned over, Han Wenxue would tightly grip her anti-wolf stun baton, ready to deliver a fatal blow to this guy. But until Han Wenxue's eyelids grew too heavy to stay open, Chun Yi still hadn't made a move. Instead, his steady breathing clearly showed he'd fallen asleep. Over the next few days, Han Wenxue was both irritated and impressed by Chun Yi. Several times, she took her flirtatious gestures to the extreme, but Chun Yi would only cast a fleeting glance her way before turning back to scribble those bizarre symbols of his that no one could decipher. Could it really be as Grandpa said, that Chun Yi is a true gentleman? While her convictions swayed, her dissatisfaction with Chun Yi also grew. Chun Yi grew increasingly distant towards her, eventually not even willing to speak a word. The look in his eyes when he glanced at her was filled with disdain and disgust, as if she were nothing more than a fly. He even stopped eating at the same table in the end, moving to his desk to scribble while chewing his food. Han Wenxue wanted to end her tests on Chun Yi, yet couldn't quite resign herself to it, deciding to try one final time. If successful, it would prove he's a lecher who deserves punishment. If not, she would stop pestering him and treat him as a complete stranger. Just as Han Wenxue was about to go out to buy herself a few sets of nice clothes, Chun Yi, who had been ignoring her for days, suddenly spoke up unprompted. "You'd better not go out today. It's dangerous." Dangerous? What kind of danger? Today marks your great calamity. You shouldn't wander around, though I really didn't want to tell you. Han Wenxue had been so preoccupied with her battles against Chun Yi these past few days that she nearly forgot her most important matter. But seeing Chun Yi sitting there with his back turned, not even bothering to look at her, she couldn't help feeling secretly annoyed. "I'm in greater danger precisely because I'm around you," she snapped. With that, she slammed the door and stormed off. On the road, Han Wenxue was still fuming. Who did this guy think he was, acting so high and mighty? "You better not go out today." What kind of nonsense was that? Even though I really don't want to tell you. Seriously, did he think he was some grand savior or something? She had been back from Eagle Country for over 2 months without encountering any danger, yet within just 1 day of meeting Chun Yi, danger arrived. Han Wenxue had every reason to suspect that Chun Yi was her jinx. Fuming with anger, Han Wenxue arrived at the shopping plaza. The shopping plaza was lined with stores of various sizes, each selling a wide array of goods, a fact evident from their signage. To attract customers, the billboards were made unreasonably oversized, making them impossible to miss. After browsing around, Han Wenxue found her destination, a lingerie store. The store was stocked with an overwhelming variety of lingerie, each piece more alluring than the last, making her heart race and cheeks flush just from looking. After picking out an extremely provocative lace set, she sneered inwardly, convinced that there was no way Chun Yi could keep up his indifferent act when she wore these tonight. The anti-wolf stun baton was fully charged and ready to unleash its power. Just as she finished paying and stepped out of the store, brimming with confidence to return home, her phone suddenly rang. Han Wenxue opened her phone. It was a text message from Chun Yi. "At the hour of Shun, 3 marks sharp, metal strikes the crown, death. Cling 3 feet to the ground, live." Han Wenxue glanced at the time. 3:45 p.m., precisely the 3rd quarter of the Shun hour. 3 feet above the ground? Did that mean she had to lie flat? Was this charlatan deliberately toying with her, trying to make her embarrass herself? Luo Yin hesitated as she looked at the bustling crowd in the shopping plaza. But what if he was telling the truth? She didn't want to die. It would be letting Chun-Yi off too easily. She thought of a compromise. 3 feet was just about 1 meter, so as long as she stayed within a meter of the ground, she'd be fine. Han Wenxue crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces while scanning for the source of danger from the corner of his eye, ready to flee at any moment. Click! A loud boom. The lingerie store signboard above her head, crackling with electric sparks, came loose and plummeted straight toward her. The sudden danger terrified Han Wenxue out of her wits. Her whole body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. She could only shut her eyes and wait for death. It's true. She's really in danger. Moreover, Chun-Yi had warned her in advance. But why did Chun-Yi tell her to press herself 3 feet into the ground instead of retreating 3 steps? Whether standing or lying down here, death awaits. The billboard's sharp weapon would pierce through her skull. Faced with danger, the human brain often works faster than usual. In that fleeting moment, Han Wenxue's thoughts raced through countless possibilities, as if she had suddenly understood everything. Chun-Yi had long been plotting, scheming with deliberate intent. Since he had divined this calamity awaiting him, why didn't he stop himself? Why not steer clear of danger instead of insisting on that 3 feet underground nonsense? Recalling the look in Chun-Yi's eyes when he gazed at her, filled with disgust and disdain. Remembering how he had been almost continuously calculating and deducing these past few days. He had known his plan all along. He's kept it hidden for so long, all just to wait for this moment. She believed Chun-Yi had deliberately left her to die there, so that the events of that day could be buried forever. With this text message in hand, he could easily claim it was a miscalculation in his divination. No one could possibly blame him for it. After grandfather's sorrow, he would still trust him as much as ever. His girlfriend would return to him, completely unaware that such a person had ever appeared in his life. All he had to do was move to a new home and find himself a whole new set of neighbors. The public security officer might see his own suicide note and go looking for him, but what could they really do to him? He wasn't at the scene, nor did he tamper with the billboard. What does any of this have to do with him? No wonder he dared to brazenly claim she was his wife, carrying his child, because he knew all of this would soon come to an end. While I will lie here forever, never to reveal his secret again. She also felt ridiculous, like a clown performing a poorly scripted soap opera, completely unaware that she had already fallen into his trap. As she lamented her own misfortune, she couldn't help but applaud Chun-Yi. Perfect calculation. Compared to him, I'm utterly outclassed, just a toddler still learning to walk. Everyone around watched in horror, staring at Han Wenxue beneath the billboard, her face etched with despair and unwillingness as she helplessly awaited death. Boom! Click! Creak! The billboard came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The tremendous impact upon landing bent and snapped the steel frame of the billboard, jutting out like razor-sharp blades. The still-live electrical wires lashed about wildly like whips. Shards of broken glass flew everywhere. Everyone fled in terror, whether it was steel bars, electrical wires, or the shards of shattered glass. Any of them could prove lethally dangerous at this moment. As for the girl trapped beneath the billboard, people could only sigh and lament how beautiful women have always been doomed to misfortune since ancient times. The deafening crash of the billboard collapsing, the nerve-grating screech of snapping steel bars, the piercing explosions tearing through the air as debris scattered. These sounds merged into a symphony of death, violently assaulting Han Wenxue's eardrums, gnawing at her nerves, and obliterating her last sliver of hope. Chapter 42: Punishing Evil and Rewarding Goodness. After what felt like an eternity, the ringing in Han Wenxue's ears faded slightly, restoring some of her hearing. "Miss, are you all right?" She heard someone calling out to her. Not dead? Yes, Han Wenxue was not dead. The billboard fell past Han Wenxue's body and crashed to the ground, while the other end was blocked by the wall, forming a hollow triangular space. Han Wenxue was incredibly fortunate to be right beneath it. Rebar, electrical wires, shards of glass, none of them harmed her in the slightest. "Quick, get out, it's dangerous." Han Wenxue opened her eyes and realized she wasn't dead after all. Had he saved her, or had his calculations been mistaken? Han Wenxue couldn't be sure. "Watch out above," someone reminded. She lifted her head and saw a steel reinforcement bar, snapped and jutting out from the tremendous impact, glinting coldly above her. Just a few centimeters lower, or if she had stood a few centimeters taller, that reinforcing bar would have pierced through her skull and killed her instantly. If she hadn't crouched down, if she hadn't collapsed in terror, there would certainly have been blood pooling on the ground by now, with her lying amidst it. Han Wenxue's face turned pale as a sheet. With the help of those nearby, she stumbled out in panic. "I need to know now. Can you love me again?" As soon as she stepped out, her phone rang. It was Chun-Yi calling. Han Wenxue steadied herself and answered the phone, saying coldly, "Are you calling to confirm I'm still alive?" There was silence on the other end of the line, and then the call ended abruptly. What is this, disdain or silent acquiescence? Han Wenxue didn't know whether Chun-Yi had genuinely saved her or had merely miscalculated and ended up saving her. If it had been genuine, then what did his silence on the phone mean? Given his personality, if she'd wronged him, he would have surely mocked her with biting remarks. But if it had only been a miscalculation, would she even dare to go back? This miscalculation won't happen next time, will it? After hanging up the phone, Chun-Yi's entire body convulsed, his face twisted in agony as he began coughing violently, as if trying to expel his lungs. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out, staining the A4 paper inscribed with "High Noon." Sharp weapon pierces the crown, 3 feet above ground, into a glaring blood red. After a long while, Chun-Yi finally caught his breath as the coughing gradually subsided. Fighting fate with divination, only to suffer backlash. Damn, what a bite. Chun-Yi's blood-stained lips curled into a faint smile. When Han Wenxue returned, she saw Chun-Yi sitting by the table, his face slightly pale, gazing at her with gloomy eyes. "Are you surprised I'm back? Or surprised I'm alive?" She tried to detect any telltale signs on Chun-Yi's face, whether good or bad. She was prepared to accept either. But the outcome disappointed her. Chun-Yi said nothing, merely turning away to enter the restroom. A muffled coughing fit echoed through the silence. "What is this? Does he not even want to say a single word to me?" After a long while, Chun-Yi finally emerged from the restroom, not even glancing at her before turning back to decipher his bizarre scribbles, this time not writing, just reading intently. "Hasn't it been like this all these days?" Han Wenxue smiled self-deprecatingly. She suddenly remembered that this had been the state of their relationship these past few days. Neither would engage with the other. She wouldn't speak, and he wouldn't either. When she did speak, he still wouldn't say a word. That evening, Chun-Yi didn't cook, and Han Wenxue didn't eat either. By 10 o'clock, they'd turned off the lights and gone to bed. Of course, I didn't wear the new lingerie I had just bought. In the darkness, Han Wenxue heard Chun-Yi making rustling sounds, like an old man moving slowly. At that moment, she was extremely nervous, gripping her anti-wolf baton tightly. These past days, she had never been so tense, unsure whether the stun baton would even work on Chun-Yi. Although she believed she'd done well by never revealing it in front of Chun-Yi, given his profound divination skills, he must have known all along. After a long while, when she heard Chun-Yi's steady snoring, she finally felt at ease. During these few days of cohabitation, Han Wenxue had never heard him snore before. She recalled reading a popular science article about snoring that explained when a non-snorer suddenly starts snoring, it's usually due to 2 reasons, either extreme fatigue or physical ailments like colds or qi blood imbalance. The sound waves produced by snoring serve as a form of self-repair mechanism for the body. He hadn't risen from his seat nearly the entire day. How could he possibly be tired? Perhaps seeing that he was still alive drove him to illness out of sheer frustration. Han Wenxue smirked coldly, then quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Chun-Yi got up early and quietly left while Han Wenxue was still asleep. He vomited blood twice yesterday, once right after finishing his calculations, and once during his trip to the bathroom. The severe depletion of qi and blood left him weak, prompting him to buy some Chinese herbs for replenishment. Chun Yi spent over 2,000 yuan, visiting 3 different pharmacies before gathering all the medicinal herbs he needed. As he stepped out from the last shop, a young man stopped him in his tracks. "Bro, you'd better not move." The young man lifted his shirt, revealing the dagger tucked at his waist. No sooner had these words been spoken than 5 or 6 more people emerged from the side, surrounding Chun Yi on all sides. When luck is bad, even cold water turns into a toothache. "Hey brothers, which street are you from?" Chun Yi pondered whether this could be resolved without violence, if the motive was indeed wealth. Under normal circumstances, Chun Yi wouldn't have been afraid of them, but the spiritual divination backlash from yesterday had been severe. He'd vomited blood twice in succession, leaving his body extremely weak. If he could avoid a fight, he absolutely would. "Enough with the nonsense. We're not here for money. Someone wants to see you." The young man finished speaking, then exchanged a meaningful glance with the others before they all crowded around Chun Yi and ushered him into the alley behind the traditional Chinese medicine shop. "Master Chun, didn't expect to see you again so soon, did you?" In the alley stood 3 people, 2 of whom were old acquaintances of Chun Yi. A pretty boy Feng Kuan, a trader with a center-parted hairstyle Ji Hao, and another man who was tall and burly with an extraordinary aura. Chun Yi had never seen him before. The speaker was none other than Feng Kuan. "Brother Feng, I really didn't expect this. I thought you'd be too busy recovering from your injuries to spare time for me. How's the wound on your face doing? I just heard about this folk remedy that promotes blood circulation and dissipates blood stasis. Works wonders." Chun Yi greeted them warmly, as if they were old friends. "Brother Ji is here too. How did you sleep that night? Didn't catch a cold, did you? It's all my fault for having urgent business and leaving in such a hurry. I should have at least covered you with a blanket. I failed as a brother, but I swear I won't forget next time." The great charlatan Chun, having just shown concern for the pretty boy, turned his attention to the nouveau riche with such touching sincerity. The pristine white bandages on Feng Kuan and Ji Hao's faces contrasted amusingly with their livid expressions. Their looks practically screamed that they'd love to skin the bastard alive. The tall man glanced at the 2 of them, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "This man before me doesn't resemble the villainous charlatan who supposedly preyed on innocent women, as the other 2 had described. These 3 clearly shared an extraordinarily close friendship. Chun Yi, I'm not here for anything else today. I was on my phone back. We're willing to write off those 200,000, but the phone must be returned to me. It contains a lot of my business information, which would be useless to you. If you like it, I can send you a brand new one as a gift." Feng Kuan spoke very reasonably. Feng Kuan said understandingly. Chun Yi was starting to understand. These 2 were still hung up on that phone. Now he could be certain that Feng Kuan's criminal evidence was inside it. That was why he pretended to be so generous earlier. "You're pretending to be generous, and now I'm the villain." "Haha. Feng Ji, that was your phone? I thought someone had tossed it into my pocket. Couldn't find the owner, so I handed it over to the security officer." Feng Kuan's face darkened. If the contents of his phone were leaked, he would truly be in deep trouble. "Chun Yi, we've already bent over backwards to accommodate you. What more do you want? Don't think we're scared of you, just because you're cozy with Luo Yan from the Public Security Bureau. Stop using her as leverage against us. I won't tolerate lawlessness anymore." Although Ji Hao also harbored a gnawing resentment toward Chun Yi in his heart, he had no concrete evidence against him. As a dispassionate observer, his mind worked quickly to recognize this. Is there no law and order left? Chun Yi was completely baffled. When did these 2 bastards go straight? How did I become those villains in dramas who oppressed the innocent and disregarded the law? I'm really getting the short end of the stick here, Brother Feng. You still owe me that million you promised. Chun Yi felt that he had really suffered a huge loss that night, losing $1 million, and to top it off, being mistaken for a pervert by that silly girl Han Wenxiu. Losing out on both ends. Chun Yi had lived this long, yet he'd never experienced anything quite this humiliating. He was planning to reclaim some interest from Feng Kuan, this fat sheep. "Charlatan, don't get too cocky. Ji Hao said with righteous indignation, his parted hair even seeming to take on an air of righteousness. Brother Guang, you saw it too. This guy is way out of line. You've got to teach him a lesson for us. So, did you take Feng Kuen's phone? Yes. Chun Yi glanced at the tall man, wondering whether this guy was here to pick a fight or settle things reasonably. Did you also beat Feng Kuen and Ji Hao? Yes. Was that girl Han Wenxue also taken away by you? Yes. That wound on your face, it wasn't the girl who scratched you, was it? Chun Yi was thoroughly exasperated. Why did everyone keep bringing this up? Look, he snapped. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of this holier-than-thou hypocrisy? Damn it, why am I surrounded by lunatics these days? If it weren't for the severe backlash from his divination yesterday, he'd seriously consider casting a hexagram to see if this guy was missing some screws. The traitorous-looking Ji Hao was bursting with excitement, hopping up and down like a spring. Brother Guangmang, you see he's already admitted it, acting so brazenly in his wrongdoing. He must be a repeat offender. You must teach him a thorough lesson so he dares not deceive people again in the future. Chun Yi suddenly understood. Damn it, got tricked. This big guy isn't with these two at all. He kept wondering why these two idiots, pretending to be cultured despite their lack of education, were mimicking scholarly language. It was all to make this big guy understand that he was a damned, utterly despicable swindler who deserved to be hacked to pieces. Damn it, after years of hunting geese, I ended up getting pecked in the eye by one. This man is named Li Guangmong, having just retired from the military. It said he was a combat instructor for the Snow Wolf Special Forces, with exceptionally formidable skills. A couple of days ago, while drinking with some buddies, he heard that Spring City had recently produced a charlatan, cheating, deceiving, committing every imaginable vice, and that he'd even hooked up with some woman from the Public Security Bureau. As a result, he'd been running free without anyone daring to rein him in. As it happened, two of the drinking buddies had been swindled out of money by this charlatan, had their phones stolen, endured beatings and threats, suffering all manner of humiliations. Li Guangmong was a man who abhorred evil, and under the influence of alcohol, he immediately flew into a rage. Though it was his first time meeting these two, he instantly declared that he would take charge of this matter and absolutely wouldn't allow such scoundrels to continue their wicked deeds. Only a day later, the two managed to track down the fortune teller's whereabouts and promptly brought Li Guangmong along to punish the evil and uphold the good. Chapter 43, The Armbar. Before Chun Yi could explain, Li Guangmong charged at him like a tank at full speed, his footsteps thundering across the room. Just moments ago, this guy had been blabbering endlessly. How could he suddenly attack without even a proper opening speech? So uncivilized. Li Guangmong's punch was utterly ordinary, devoid of any flourish, just a straightforward jab. Yet it moved like lightning and carried the force of thunder, the very hallmark of military-style combat. Chun Yi's expression was grave. With the same straight punch, he struck later but arrived first, meeting force with force in a head-on collision. Bang! A dull thud. The two simultaneously took 2 steps back. Li Guangmong was slightly surprised. Despite his advantages in height and weight, and even with momentum on his side, he had only managed to break even with the other man. Good, great, keep it coming. Li Guangmong cheered loudly, his eyes burning with fervor as he threw another punch. Chun Yi was also roused by a competitive spirit. He had never encountered anyone who could match his strength before. How could he pass up such a worthy opponent? Bang! 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 The continuous dull thuds made Feng Kuen, Ji Hao, and the bodyguard hearts race. How the hell could this not hurt? After exchanging a dozen hard punches, Li Guangmong's face gradually twisted in discomfort. Who said it didn't hurt? The pain penetrated straight to the marrow. He couldn't help but wonder if this punk's fists were carved from stone. How could they be so hard? That felt good. Li Guangmong swiftly retreated several steps, grinning widely as he taunted, "Brother, just having hard fists won't be enough to take me on. I'm done playing, you'd better watch out. Keep pretending, keep it up." Chun Yi didn't buy a word of his grandiose talk. Their fists were already battered and bleeding, the pain so intense it made them wince. How could this bastard still manage to laugh? Well acted and truly talented. Though inwardly despising this guy's hypocrisy, he didn't dare let his hands slow down. The two clashed again, no longer trading brute punches, but moving in a dazzling flurry of sparks and lightning, far more treacherous than before. Li Guangmong found the fight incredibly frustrating. Clearly sensing his opponent was self-taught with a mishmash of techniques, yet every move proved highly effective, meeting spears with shields and floods with earthworks, effortlessly neutralizing each of his killer strikes until he was left utterly deflated. Though Li Guangmong was thoroughly vexed, Chun Yi had never felt more exhilarated. This was hands down the most satisfying fight he'd ever experienced. Black Tiger snatches the heart. Monkey plucks the peach. Split kick. Groin kick. People from the military are truly different. Their resilience is astounding. Despite taking over a dozen punches and kicks from Chun Yi, Li Guangmong didn't utter a single groan and kept on fighting. Deep down, he was suffering in silence. After all, he wasn't made of iron. Those punches hurt like hell. This kid really has no martial ethics. Eyes, nose bridge, ribs, solar plexus, groin. Hit where it hurts. If he hadn't trained in Qigong techniques during his Special Forces days, he'd have been knocked flat on the ground by now. Watching Chun Yi grow increasingly frenzied with each strike, Li Guangmong's face turned ashen. As a combat instructor for the Special Forces, Li Guangmong wasn't without his skills. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, he immediately switched tactics. He endured a few punches from Chun Yi, suddenly closed the gap, grabbed the clothes at his waist, and prepared for a body slam. Chun Yi suddenly felt an immense force lifting him from his waist. Though not formally trained, as a devoted MMA fan, Chun Yi had seen this body slam move once or twice before. His legs quickly stepped back while his torso leaned forward, his chin pressing down on Li Guangmong's head, shifting his entire center of gravity onto him. Despite Li's Herculean effort, he couldn't budge an inch. Just as Li Guangmong was exerting all his strength, Chun Yi suddenly bent his knees, destabilizing Li's center of gravity. With a swift turn, Chun Yi sidestepped to his flank, grabbed one of Li's arms, and yanked it sharply, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Flung on the ground, Li Guangmong felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm. His body twisted involuntarily, flipping him from face down to back down against the earth. A surge of panic hit him as he seemed to anticipate Chun Yi's next move. Frantically, he clutched the arm Chun Yi controlled with his free hand. Chun Yi, of course, wouldn't indulge him. He raised his foot and aimed a vicious kick straight at Li's face. Li Guangmong, in desperation, could only use his free hand to block. But the expected heavy blow to the head never came. Instead, the arm controlled by Chun Yi sent another wave of excruciating pain shooting through him. Even more unbearable than the last time. It felt like it was being snapped in two. He turned his head and saw his arm pinned between Chun Yi's legs, who was desperately twisting it in the opposite direction. An armbar. A textbook armbar with minimal effort. By the time Li Guangmong realized what was happening, it was too late. He was completely at Chun Yi's mercy. As a special combat instructor, he knew the armbar all too well. The armbar is a common yet highly effective move in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Even if a burly man gets locked in an armbar by a woman, his only choice is to tap out, unless he wants his arm snapped. While effective, not everyone can master the armbar. It demands intricate techniques and precision. A poorly executed setup often lets opponents escape easily or even counterattack. Clearly, Chun Yi was an old hand at this, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. Even from Li Guangmong's perspective as a special combat instructor, it was flawless and practically perfect. After taking him down, Chun Yi hadn't rushed to apply the lock. Instead, he had subtly begun setting up his next move. By the time the other man realized and tried to break free, Chun Yi had already pivoted to kick at his head, forcing him to block hastily. But the kick was a feint. Its real purpose was to disrupt his focus and gain control of his arms. A textbook setup. Textbook level lockdown. Caught off guard, blending illusion with reality, utterly indefensible. Just surrender. Let me tell you, even if your arms were as thick as clubs, I could snap them. I yield. Li Guangmong was outmatched and had no choice but to slap the ground and surrender. Chun Yi had used the armbar technique on a whim, never truly intending to break his opponent's arm. Though Feng Kuan and Ji Hao were despicable, it was clear this guy had just been used as their pawn. What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Brother Guangmong is getting beaten? Feng Kuan and Ji Hao brought Li Guangmong on board precisely because they were afraid their own men couldn't cut it. That day in the restroom, Ji Hao had witnessed with his own eyes how Chun Yi took down 2 bodyguards in mere minutes, leaving them completely unconscious. Coincidentally, they'd heard rumors about a recently retired Special Forces instructor in their circles, an exceptionally formidable fighter who could take on a dozen thugs without breaking a sweat. So they arranged an introduction and casually mentioned this fellow named Chun Yi, effortlessly goading Li Guangmong into making his move. But the outcome took them completely by surprise. Chun Yi actually won. Judging by how things just unfolded, Chun Yi had maintained the upper hand throughout. Feng Kuan and Ji Hao were utterly terrified. With Li Guangmong already rendered useless, their only hope now was to order the 5 or 6 bodyguards by their side to swarm Chun, who while he was still finding his footing, joining forces with Li Guangmong to subdue him. The phone absolutely had to be retrieved. Otherwise, it would be like a ticking time bomb, poised to obliterate him at any moment, leaving not even ashes behind. Just as the bodyguards who had brought Chun Yi surged forward to intervene, Li Guangmong, freed from Chun Yi's grip, sprang up like a carp leaping out of water and bellowed, "Stop! Brother Guangmong, this fraud is too despicable. He must be taught a lesson." Ji Hao grew frantic when he saw Li Guangmong blocking his way. "If I lose, it's because my skills are inferior. But if I lose and we gang up on them, I'd be too ashamed to show my face." Li Guangmong's voice was stern, radiating an intimidating aura. The bodyguards halted mid-charge, unsure whose orders to follow. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Li Guangmong saw Ji Hao still hesitating and issued another cold reprimand. "Fine, whatever Brother Guangmong says goes." With no other choice, Ji Hao could only signal his bodyguards to step back. Only then did Li Guangmong's expression soften slightly. Turning to Chun Yi, he said, "Brother, with skills like yours, why stoop to deceit? Wouldn't it be better to find decent work? If you need connections, I can help." Hearing these words, Chun Yi felt a ripple of goodwill in his heart and couldn't help but take a fresh look at him. Li Guangmong, thinking Chun Yi might doubt his words, quickly added, "Be it the military or public security, as long as you fancy any position, I can put in a word. With skills like yours, being a deceitful charlatan is truly a waste." Chun Yi laughed. Those 2 bastards, Feng Kuan and Ji Hao, were probably bad-mouthing him behind his back anyway. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm living quite well now, free and unfettered. Why would I need to join the military for no reason?" Although Li Guangmong had left the military, his heart remained attached. When he departed back then, it wasn't by his own will, and he always felt he owed his old commander too much. Now that someone capable could perfectly fill the vacancy he left behind, he couldn't help but stir with thoughts. Still unwilling to give up, he added, "Brother, cheating people outside won't last forever. Sooner or later, trouble will find you. Why not join the military and walk the righteous path? With your skills, getting promoted would be no problem." I think you've misunderstood. Though I charge high fees for fortune-telling and feng shui, it's all based on real skill. I solve people's troubles and don't deliberately swindle anyone. Chun Yi knew there must be some misunderstanding, so he explained with a smile. Hearing this and seeing Chun Yi's sincere expression, Li Guangmong couldn't help but look at Feng Kuan and Ji Hao. Indeed, with such great capabilities, why would he need to take the crooked path? Who would choose deceit when honest roads are open? Only those without real skills who still crave luxury, or those forced into desperation with all other options cut off, would abandon the straight path. What's going on here? His gaze was ice cold. "Brother Guangmong, don't listen to his nonsense. The more deceitful someone is, the more believable their words sound. Otherwise, who'd believe them?" Feng Kuan said mildly. Chapter 44. From Friends to Foes. I reckon you've been having relationship troubles lately? And wasn't your return from military service also due to issues in that department? While many hands make light work is certainly true, changing the saying to maximum hands make maximum work doesn't necessarily hold water. Chun Yi disliked debating with others, because in his view, The power of words was too feeble. Facts were the most convincing evidence. No matter how silver-tongued or eloquent one might be, it could never match the seemingly dry yet potent force of reality. How did you know that? Li Guangmong stared at Chun Yi with suspicion. He rarely spoke about his personal affairs, especially this painful matter in his heart. Very few people knew about it. How could Chun Yi have found out? From Li Guangmong's fighting stance and the way he carried himself, Chun Yi could easily tell that he came from the military, and not just any ordinary unit either. Chun Yi had a few friends who were veterans, but their skills were far inferior to his. Most importantly, Chun Yi saw blood-killing aura on him, a sinister energy that only lingers after one has taken a life. As for why Chun Yi knew about his relationship troubles, it was written all over his face. A scar at the tail of the eye near the temples foretells discord with wives and concubines. There was a disruptive scar between his left temple and the corner of his eye. His complexion bore a dark, troubled hue, a sign of impending misfortune. Both his Palace of Fortune and Palace of Spouses showed the same ominous discoloration. Upon his return from military service, his troubles undoubtedly stemmed from the peach blossom calamity, the havoc of romantic misfortune. I'm a fortune teller, so naturally I could discern some things about you. There's nothing strange about that, Chun Yi said lightly. He initially wanted to cast another divination to gain clearer insights, but his physical exhaustion from yesterday was too severe. Attempting another reading now would likely worsen his condition, so he only relied on reading the man's facial features for clues. Not bad. Pretty much spot on. Li Guangmong nodded to Chun Yi. Seems you're a man with real skills. I acted rashly earlier and misunderstood you. My apologies. Ji Hao hadn't expected things to escalate to this extent and quickly interjected. Brother Feng, you can't listen to his nonsense. Shut up. Li Guangmong snapped furiously, cutting Ji Hao off mid-sentence. He'd finally realized he'd been used as a hired thug, and the realization made him burn with rage. Ji Hao, Feng Kuan, I don't care what grudges you have against Brother Chun. If you dare cause him any more trouble from now on, I won't go easy on you. Brother Guangming, those words are a bit excessive. I consider you a friend, which is why I sought your help. If you don't want to do it, you can't expect that from us either, can you? Originally, Feng Kuan hadn't planned on asking for help. In his view, no matter how capable someone is, they can't hold their own against superior numbers. But Ji Hao was scared out of his wits and insisted on bringing in reinforcements. After repeatedly yielding to Ji Hao's persistence, he finally agreed. If he acted alone, knives and guns would inevitably come into play. Should anything go wrong, it would spell serious trouble. Plus, there was the risk of exposing what was on the phone. But if someone else could subdue Chun Yi, especially through martial arts, things would become much simpler. So he partnered with Ji Hao to bring in the recently discharged Li Guangmong. Little did they expect that Chun Yi could actually defeat Li Guangmong. Now that their scheme was exposed, he simply stopped pretending. After being brutally kicked by Chun Yi that time, he harbored deep hatred for him, itching to tear him to pieces. Letting him off was absolutely out of the question, but first, he needed to retrieve his phone. Do you mean to say you disagree with me? Li Guangmong clenched his fists until they cracked. As for the men Feng Kuan and Ji Hao had brought along, he truly didn't see them as worthy opponents. Feng Kuan clapped his hands, and the 7 or 8 bodyguards standing behind him simultaneously drew sharp daggers from their waists. Brother Guangmong, we have no intention of opposing you. You can leave first. I just want my phone back, and to make him pay a little price. Feng Kuan, you think I just leave like this? Have you forgotten something? Li Guangmong remained completely unfazed by Feng Kuan's threats. You tricked me into coming here, used me as a pawn, yet you won't even give me an explanation? We can discuss this matter later. I'll give you a satisfactory answer, but today I must get my phone back. Feng Kuan's tone was firm, refusing to back down. Later, I prefer to settle things face to face. I don't like putting things off. What exactly do you want? Feng Kuan frowned deeply, his face darkening. Pow! Li Guangmong raised his hand and delivered a hard slap across Feng Kuan's face. You dare hit me? Feng Kuan didn't have time to react. Pow! Another slap landed. The force was so great it immediately made his mouth bleed. Kill him for me. Being slapped repeatedly sent Feng Kun into a complete frenzy. Are you deaf? What the hell are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me? Kill him. Before his bodyguards could react, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Too many want me dead, but you worthless scum don't get a turn. Feng Kun froze in utter terror. Gun? How does he have a gun? Don't doubt what you're seeing. I've taken enough lives already. One more won't make a difference. Li Guangmong's voice was calm, but to Feng Kun, it sounded like thunder crashing in his ears. Who could still carry guns after retirement? He had heard that in Quansheng, there was a group of people who could legally possess firearms and were permitted to shoot to kill under special circumstances. Who are you? Feng Kun's voice trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Pow! Another slap landed. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy to know. Get lost. Feng Kun clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. He was filled with resentment at being slapped, and even more resentment at being driven away like a stray dog. But what could he do, no matter how resentful he felt? Li Guangmong was holding a gun, pressing it tightly against his own head. Feng Kun's expression kept changing until, after a long pause, he finally snorted and led his men away. Brother Chun, I sincerely apologize. I acted rashly, influenced by a petty man's provocation. After Feng Kun left, Li Guangmong put away his pistol and sincerely apologized to Chen Yi. Chen Yi actually didn't blame him. Feng Kun and Ji Hao were in cahoots, and having just retired from the military, he still retained the decisive and swift working style from his army days. It was completely understandable that he had been deceived by those two. No harm done. There's no blame for those who don't know. I still have some matters to attend to. If Brother Guangmong has nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Seeing the matter was settled, he didn't want to linger any longer. The recent skirmish had left his qi and blood roiling violently. You really should consider it. If you join the military, you'd definitely do better than me. Within a few years, you might even reach my rank. Li Guangmong persisted, unwilling to give up. He really didn't want to waste such talent. Despite his young age, his skills were already extraordinary. With 2 years of military training, the possibilities would be unimaginable. He might even become the next legendary soldier. No need, Brother Guangmong. I'm used to being free and unfettered. I can't stand being tied down. I appreciate your kindness. Chen Yi truly didn't want to join the army. Having a free and easy life now was far better than serving amidst those military camps crawling with reckless monks. As the saying goes, 3 years in the army makes a sow look like a beauty, yet here he was being guarded by a police beauty at work and having an overseas Chinese compatriot at home who racked her brains trying to tempt him into wrongdoing. Why should he go suffer through military service when he was living such an enjoyable life? Moreover, after enlisting, he would become a guardian of the people. How could he possibly continue scamming unsuspecting victims on Feng Shui Street? But then what about the orphanage? He couldn't bear the thought of his younger brothers and sisters suffering the same fate as him, lacking basic necessities, struggling to receive a decent education, and enduring the scorn of others. Fine, since you're not interested in this, I won't force you, Li Guangmong said, his face showing disappointment but resignation. After all, different people have different ambitions. He certainly couldn't compel someone who didn't want to go. Brother Chun, is someone in your family unwell? I could help you get in touch with a hospital to make up for my mistake. Seeing Chen Yi pick up the traditional Chinese medicine he had thrown on the ground earlier, he couldn't help but say this. He didn't like owing favors, and after being swayed by Feng Kun and Ji Hao's instigation, nearly causing trouble for Chen Yi, he felt a pang of guilt. Watching Chen Yi carefully pick up the medicine and meticulously check for any damage, Li Guangmong assumed that someone in Chen Yi's family must be in poor health. He thought of lending a hand, at the same time repaying the favor. Hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Chen Yi's face. This Li Guangmong was truly kind-hearted. No wonder he'd been deceived by Feng Kun and Ji Hao. It was hard to get by in today's society, and in an era where everyone was money-minded, being a good person made it even harder. Because only good people believe others are good too. You've misunderstood. It's just that something's gone slightly wrong with my own body. Something's wrong with your body? Li Guangmong, eyed him suspiciously. How could someone who was supposedly ill remain so energetic and even defeat him? For a moment, the world felt utterly unreal to him. Yeah, I messed up while practicing yesterday, coughed up some blood, so I'm just buying some tonics to recover. Li Guangmong looked at Chun Yi as if he were some kind of freak. He himself practiced hard qigong, and after joining this new department, he knew that things like internal energy and superpowers truly existed. So he didn't doubt Chen Yi's words. This kid is just too damn abnormal. Practicing martial arts went wrong, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood and left himself powerless to fight back. Suddenly, he felt he couldn't give up. He had to recruit Chen Yi into the force, even into his own department, lest such talent go to waste. What is the most valuable thing in the 21st century? Talented people. Chun Yi watched the fiery intensity in Li Guangmong's eyes and shuddered all over, his goosebumps rising. Damn it, this kid's looking at me like a poor man spotting a gold bar. What's so interesting about a grown man? Chun Yi couldn't help but suspect that after being celibate in the military for so many years, this guy's gotten so desperate he'd chase anything that moves. After being pinned up for years, it wouldn't be impossible for even a straight guy to turn bent. He truly couldn't stand the man's nakedly covetous gaze, hastily finding an excuse to slip away from this scheming giant. Li Guangmong watched Chun Yi flee as if escaping disaster, scratching his head in puzzlement. Was he really that terrifying? Had he known what was going through Chen Yi's mind, he would have instantly had blood rush to his head and died from cerebral hemorrhage. Chapter 45, Car Crash. Chun Yi bought another chicken and some spring onions on his way, before heading back with his purchases. Han Wenxue hadn't left yet, and was sitting inside reading the Book of Changes with apparent relish. When she noticed his return, she merely glanced up before continuing her study of the ancient text, showing no inclination for conversation. Chun Yi didn't mind her behavior. He'd long since stopped bothering with this woman who couldn't distinguish good from bad, and even felt some aversion toward her. Truth be told, Chen Yi knew it wasn't really her fault. The candidate personally chosen by the King of Hell. How could he let go so easily? The conflict between them was largely driven by destiny. Chun Yi had calculated long ago that she would face yesterday's calamity, and without intervention, she would surely die by a sharp object piercing the crown. However, Chun Yi's intervention came with a great contradiction. It would only accelerate her death. Sharp object piercing the crown signifies metal calamity. Chun Yi is a young man. Young men correspond to Gen Earth. Earth gives rise to metal, intensifying the lethality of the metal calamity. So, Chun Yi could only keep his distance from her, even carefully considering every word he said, worrying whether it might alter her fateful disposition. Though he understood it was the mischief of divine will, human nature is inherently self-serving. Every time he saw Han Wenxue guarding against him, as if he were a wolf, his temper flared. He had saved her twice, yet was still treated like an enemy. Even the most magnanimous heart would inevitably bear resentment under such circumstances. Not to mention this woman persistently trying to seduce him only to hand him over to the authorities. The stun gun hidden in her bag, which she thought was well concealed, was as obvious to Chun Yi as if it were placed on the table. He could even divine the secrets of heaven, let alone such a small defensive weapon. Chun Yi set the items down, then fetched gauze and iodine. After carefully cleaning the wound on his fist, he bandaged it meticulously. Han Wenxue saw Chun Yi struggling to bandage his own wound and wanted to help, but when she noticed he didn't even glance her way, she abandoned the idea. "What happened to your hand?" After asking this question, even Han Wenxue herself felt surprised. I should hate him, so why do I still care about him? She didn't even understand her own feelings now. To her, Chun Yi was nothing but a deceitful charlatan who deserved to be hacked to pieces. Why did I hate him so much in the first place? Except for that vague and confusing night, Chun Yi had truly done nothing to wrong her. It had always been her who took advantage of him, schemed against him. Logically speaking, since Chun Yi hadn't laid a finger on her all these days, he could be considered a decent man. Besides, it was indeed him who saved her yesterday. Whether out of sincerity or miscalculation, the fact remained undeniable. Without his text message, she would have been dead by now. Han Wenxue couldn't figure out, but she kept feeling as though a voice was telling her, "This guy is no good. Get away from him quickly." Why then? Haven't I left yet? Was it her grandfather's request? She didn't think so. She had already done what her grandfather asked, completed the task with no results to speak of. Chen Yi's performance deserved full marks. According to the original plan, she should have retired triumphantly and never seen him again. It was Feng Kuan who did it. He wanted his phone back, but I wouldn't get it to him. She had grown accustomed to the Cold War between them. So hearing Chen Yi actually speak up suddenly felt strangely unfamiliar. Feng Kuan did this? Feng Kuan came looking for you. Han Wenxue's heart tightened. She remembered Feng Kuan's two tall, burly bodyguards vividly and couldn't imagine the somewhat slender Chen Yi standing a chance against them. Although she disliked Chen Yi, she didn't have a favorable impression of Feng Kuan either. Why'd you take his phone? Are you really that short on money? Even though she didn't expect Chen Yi to answer her, Han Wenxue still asked the question. Chen Yi glanced at her briefly before lowering his head to continue bandaging his wound. Han Wenxue gave a self-deprecating smile. She truly had been offering warmth only to meet with cold indifference. Take a look at the contents of his phone later. You might find what you're looking for, Chen Yi finally said after a long pause. What I'm looking for? Correct. Han Wenxue had to admit that Chen Yi's cooking skills were excellent. An ordinary old hen, when handled by Chen Yi, could produce such an incredible flavor. It was 100 times more delicious than the fried chicken legs from KFC. She hadn't even seen Chen Yi use any special seasonings, just common ingredients like ginger, fennel, and star anise. Yet the exquisite taste made her want to swallow her own tongue. Especially the partially cooked scallions scalded by the chicken broth. They lost their sharpness while absorbing a refreshing fragrance that completely masked the greasiness of the soup. If there was one thing Han Wenxue was most satisfied with here, it was undoubtedly the meals Chen Yi prepared. A while later, when Chen Yi boiled Chinese herbal medicine and filled the entire house with its pungent aroma, it made her grit her teeth in annoyance again. After drinking the herbal concoction, Chen Yi broke out in a heavy sweat. He felt a warm current rise from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, an indescribable sense of comfort that told him he'd likely replenish some of his depleted vitality. Over the next few days, the relationship between Chen Yi and Han Wenxue eased slightly, no longer as tense as before. At the very least, they could now exchange a few words peacefully. During these past few days, Chen Yi also received good news. Xiaonan surgery was completed and successful. She had already been discharged from the intensive care unit. While feeling relieved, Chen Yi also carried a sense of guilt in his heart. Xiaonan had undergone surgery, yet he wasn't even by her side. He truly wanted to visit her too. At the very least, he could have cheered her on before she entered the operating room. Han Wenxue's calamity was simply too ominous. He couldn't leave her side for even a moment now. According to his divination, this current calamity was one of fire. He represented Gen Earth, while Han Wenxue embodied DUI metal. Fire nurtures Earth. Earth generates metal. Earth would dissipate the fire's energy while bolstering metal's strength. Therefore, he absolutely had to remain by Han Wenxue's side without pause. Perhaps because the contrast in his demeanor was too stark, Han Wenxue found it extremely uncomfortable, sensing an indescribable strangeness. Chen Yi walked beside her, yet spoke very little, like a silent and almost wooden bodyguard. The wine-red Volkswagen Golf crawled along the highway, stopping and starting. Traffic jams, red lights, as if even the heavens were conspiring against her. A journey that normally took merely half an hour had, today, barely progressed a fraction of the distance after a torturous hour. The aftermath of the last cocktail party still lingered, but had nonetheless brought Han Wenxue a certain measure of opportunity. Today we just received an invitation from Sanjin Group. They have a landscape design project they'd like to assign to Han Wenxue and requested her to visit their company for detailed discussions. This was Han Wenxue's second project opportunity, and she took it very seriously. She left early by car in the morning, with Chen Yi unsurprisingly accompanying her, as usual. Whether this was a case of good things take time or due to other reasons, despite nearing the scheduled meeting time, Han Wenxue still found herself stuck in traffic. Finally, the queue of cars ahead began moving slowly, gradually picking up speed. Han Wenxue heaved a long sigh of relief. Following the traffic flow out of the bottleneck area, she turned onto the ring road and suddenly accelerated. Click! Just as the golf cart started moving, a withered tree branch as thick as an arm unexpectedly fell from the sky, landing right in front of the vehicle and splitting into two pieces with a crack. Ah! Han Wenxue was startled, but fortunately, the German car's build quality held up. The Volkswagen Golf just jolted a few times over the uneven surface before driving past and continuing on its way. She pulled out one hand and patted her chest, feeling a surge of fear as she thought about what could have gone wrong. Thankfully, nothing major had happened. The snapped branch falling just now might seem like nothing out of the ordinary to most people, uncommon yet perfectly natural. But for Chun Yi, it carried a deeper meaning. Chun Yi silently calculated the meaning of the hexagram, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Deadwood represents Li. Broken into two sections signifies DUI. Li and DUI form the hexagram Kue. Adding 2 DUI, 3 Li, and 5 for the time of the hour yields 10. Subtracting 6 leaves 4, indicating the fourth line in motion, transforming into the hexagram Sun, Sanjing. The mutual trigrams are Kan and Li, with the original hexagram DUI representing metal and the mutual hexagram Li representing fire. Fire overcomes metal, and the names of the Kue and Suan hexagrams both imply harm and injury. At Han Wenxue's intentional maneuvering, the golf cart sped rapidly southward, heading toward the meeting point with the Three Arrows group. Stop the car. Chun Yi spotted a large gas station about 100 meters ahead and suddenly shouted urgently. What? Stop the car. Han Wenxue was momentarily at a loss. They were currently in the middle of the road, having just escaped the gridlock, with vehicles still surrounding them on all sides. Moreover, Han Wenxue was already running late, and finding a place to pull over would waste several more precious minutes. Yes, stop the car right now. Chun Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. There's something urgent, but we can't stop now. Han Wenxue glanced at the surrounding speeding vehicles and hesitated before refusing. As they spoke, the Golf had already traveled another 50 or 60 meters, leaving only a few dozen meters to the gas station. A large oil tanker was pulling out of the station, swaying as it approached them head-on. The fire trigram represents the south, and gas stations are also associated with fire. Han Wenxue was highly likely to encounter an accident here. Time was running out, leaving no room for Chun Yi to further analyze the divination's meaning. Seated in the passenger seat, he suddenly leaned forward, grabbed the steering wheel, and yanked it hard. Bang! The Volkswagen Golf slammed straight into the guardrail in the middle of the road. The airbags deployed instantly, preventing both occupants from getting injured. Even so, the tremendous momentum from the car's high-speed impact left the two feeling thoroughly shaken up. Han Wenxue was terrified by Chun Yi's sudden action, her face instantly turning deathly pale as she stomped on the brakes in panic. Chun Yi, are you out of your mind? Han Wen's face drained of color in shock. She roughly shoved the airbag aside and twisted around to hurl curses at Chun Yi. Bang! The car body shook violently. A vehicle behind had rear-ended them. Fuck your mother. How the hell are you driving? Trying to get yourself killed? The car that rear-ended them was a black Toyota, and its owner cursed in furious exasperation. On such a wide and smooth road, that idiot driver ahead actually crashed without any warning. Chun Yi, you'd better give me an explanation. Han Wenxue's eyes burned with fury. It was too dangerous. This lunatic had abruptly yanked the steering wheel on a busy road. Thank goodness there were no large trucks nearby. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Get out of the car now. Chun Yi showed no intention of explaining. He quickly unbuckled his own seatbelt and then released Han Wenxue's as well. You owe me an explanation. Han Wenxue was truly furious. All the grievances she had endured these days erupted in this moment. Oh, what are you doing? Han Wenxue suddenly felt her body being lifted as a large hand slid beneath her armpit, pulling her directly into the passenger seat. Lu Jie, now frightened, realized Chun Yi's large hand was reaching under her armpit as well. What is he trying to do? Chapter 46. Irony. Let go of me, you perverted bastard. It all happened too suddenly, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, pushing Han Wenxue, who had been living in fear for days, over the edge. She lashed out like a crazed panther, clawing and hitting wildly. Hiss! Chun-Yi gasped sharply as Han Wenxue's nails raked deep, bloody trails across his arm, beads of blood slowly welling up. I'm saving your life. Han Wenxue, in her crazed state, wouldn't listen at all. Not only did she not stop kicking and punching, but she began screaming even louder. You disgusting pervert! Let go of me. Pervert! Help! Help MMPH! Once again, Chun-Yi realized just how terrifying Han Wenxue could be when she struggled. Left with no other choice, he clamped a hand over her mouth. Once he did, however, their position became even harder to explain. Han Wenxue was sprawled across Chun-Yi's lap now, his hand still covering her mouth. Somehow, in the struggle, her skirt had ridden all the way up her thighs. It really was easy to misunderstand. Woo-woo-woo. Pinned down tightly by Chun-Yi and unable to cause any more trouble, Han Wenxue stared with wide, terrified eyes, her mouth emitting frantic woo-woo sounds, half threat, half plea for mercy. Chun-Yi couldn't care less about what her muffled cries meant. His most urgent task was getting this woman out of here. Otherwise, he'd never escape this predicament. But how? Dragging her out tied up wasn't an option. That would only confirm his guilt. In that fleeting moment, 100 thoughts raced through his mind. Yet after turning it over endlessly, no good solution emerged. He was tempted to just dump her on the roadside and walk away. Let her fend for herself. Han Wenxue, listen to me carefully. This is the last time I'm helping you. After this, we go our separate ways and cut all ties. But before that, you must follow my lead. Otherwise, whether you'll survive today is up for debate. Do you hear me? Chun-Yi was furious, speaking bluntly and without holding back. Mum. She nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice, her mouth still covered as she let out another muffled whimper, seemingly agreeing to Chun-Yi's words. At this moment, Han Wenxue was straddling Chun-Yi's lap, so mortified she wished she could die. Her mind was already in complete turmoil, leaving no room to consider whether Chun-Yi's words were true or false. She just wanted to escape this suddenly crazed pervert as quickly as possible and rush to report him to the police. Seeing that she agreed, Chun-Yi loosened his grip and said, "Get off the car now, and you must stay close to me." Help! Help! Someone grab this Sithimong gangster. With her sudden freedom, Han Wenxue had no intention of listening to Chun-Yi's prompting. The first thing she did was scream at the top of her lungs for help. Damn it, I must be fucking stupid to save your ungrateful ass. Chun-Yi was so furious he nearly burst a lung. He flung the car door open, ready to storm off without another thought for this woman's fate. Bang, creak, crackle. At that very moment, another thunderous explosion erupted, mingled with the piercing sounds of collisions, grinding metal, and screams. The massive oil tanker approaching ahead suddenly veered through the guardrail, crushing an oncoming sedan into scrap metal. The sedan's driver didn't even have time to let out a groan before being reduced to a pulp of flesh. The tanker driver's eyes were bloodshot, his expression maniacal. Having killed someone, he didn't slow down. Instead, he stomped violently on the accelerator. "Ha, I'm gonna ram you to death. Ram you to death. None of you will survive." The tanker truck rumbled forward like a battle tank, crushing 2 cars in its path without slowing down as it barreled straight toward them. Han Wenxue stared as the car ahead was crushed and deformed, her mouth hanging open in utter silence, paralyzed by sheer terror. Needless to say, the person in the car was undoubtedly dead. If Chun-Yi hadn't turned the steering wheel just now, she might have met the same fate as that car, like the driver inside. She would have died tragically on the street. Could he really be trying to save me? What the hell are you waiting for? Get moving. Chun-Yi had already gotten out of the car. After a brief hesitation, he decided to continue being a pain in the ass, grabbing the terrified Han Wenxue and dragging her out with him before bolting toward the roadside at full speed. The east is an auspicious direction, and Chun-Yi was sprinting directly towards it, the due east. There was an entrance to an underground civil defense shopping mall by the roadside. Underground corresponds to the Kuan hexagram. Kuan represents Earth, and Earth dissipates fire energy. If they could get in time, the two of them might still have a slim chance of survival. Bang! Scratch, scratch. They had only taken a few steps when the oil tanker plowed into Han Wenshue's Volkswagen Golf, utterly crushing it into a pancake of metal. The speeding tanker truck swung its rear end around too quickly, slamming into several cars that couldn't get out of the way in time. Blocked by those several cars, and combined with its own momentum, the fuel tanker violently overturned, crashing headlong toward Chun-Yi and Han Wenshue, who hadn't managed to escape far enough. Han Wenshue, dragged along at a breakneck pace by Chun-Yi, let out a terrified scream. She watched as the tanker truck's massive body came crashing down toward them like a collapsing mountain, while her own figure seemed so insignificant, so fragile. He truly was saving her. Chun-Yi saved her time and again, yet she, blinded by delusions, misunderstood him over and over. Han Wenshue was filled with deep regret. If she could turn back time, she would never make such a foolish mistake again. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Her own willfulness had not only cost her own life, but also implicated Chun-Yi, the man who had always stood behind her, helping her no matter how she misunderstood or even framed him. The tanker truck cast a shadow of death in the air, firmly trapping Han Wenshue and Chun-Yi beneath it. Just as Han Wenshue was convinced she was doomed, she suddenly felt her body lighten. Chun-Yi had swept her into his arms. Chun-Yi picked up Han Wenshue and charged toward the oil tanker like a man intent on suicide. Just as they were about to collide with that iron curtain of death, his body suddenly dropped as if mounted on wheels, slipping beneath the rolling tanker with not a moment to spare. Still alive? Han Wenshue was being carried horizontally by Chun-Yi, clutching his neck tightly. Her tears, like a broken string of pearls, streamed down onto Chun-Yi's neck and chest. The two had narrowly escaped death, while the tanker truck, like the emissary of Yama, rolled onward to reap more lives. Fucka! The driver of the Toyota that had just rear-ended them only had time to let out a single wretched scream before falling utterly silent, crushed into a pulverized mass of blood and flesh by the overwhelming force. Blood and shredded flesh burst from the crushed seams of the Toyota, painting the surroundings into a living hell. Chun-Yi, having narrowly escaped disaster, didn't relax for a moment and kept running at full speed. The chariot represents Qian, which symbolizes metal, while what proves fatal is Li, representing fire. Chun-Yi was absolutely certain this couldn't be all there was. He suddenly hugged Lu Jie tightly against his chest and kept running forward. The entrance to the Civil Defense Mall was right in front of them. As long as they made it inside, even if planes bombed from the skies above, they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Just as the two were about to step into the Civil Defense Mall, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Boom! The fuel tanker overturned, and the high temperature generated by the friction of the crushed fuel tank ignited the leaking diesel, causing an explosion. An explosion from 300 to 400 liters of diesel fuel. Car windows dozens of meters away were shattered by the blast. The powerful shockwaves hit Chun-Yi like a sledgehammer, slamming into his back, throwing him straight into the wall of the nearby underground mall. Then he fell down, tumbling like a gourd down the staircase. Poof! The backlash from the spirit divination, the shockwave impact, and then tumbling down 2 floors of stairs. All of this ensured that Chun-Yi spat out a mouthful of blood without the slightest suspense before his vision darkened, and he fainted. The crimson blood splattered on Han Wenshue's pristine white dress, like bursts of plum blossoms blooming vibrantly on snow. Han Wenshue gazed at the dimming light in Chun-Yi's eyes, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. It was the look in Chun-Yi's eyes she saw upon returning, right after narrowly escaping death under that billboard. It wasn't gloom, but dimness. Han Wenshue had heard from her grandfather that revealing celestial secrets would surely invite punishment. He must have suffered more than one punishment for revealing divine secrets, not just once for his own sake. And I've been misunderstanding him all along. Even when he saved me and suffered punishment, I still believed he had ulterior motives. If only she hadn't been so willfully disobedient. If only she hadn't delayed them. Chun-Yi would never have gotten hurt. All because he tried to save her. That's why he was injured. Han Wenxue had never hated herself so much. Hated her own ingratitude. Hated her own blindness. Ignoring the pain that shot through her body, she clung tightly to Chun-Yi. Her voice choked with tears as she cried out, "Chun-Yi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." On the way to the hospital, Han Wenxue ignored the dissuasions of doctors and nurses, insisting on staying by Chun-Yi's side despite her own injuries, even though he was already completely unconscious and unaware at this point. Chun-Yi had done so much for her, yet she could do nothing in return. No, she wasn't helpless at all. She could witness the moment Chun-Yi remained unharmed. She refused the doctor's request to treat her, carrying Chun-Yi's blood on her body as she accompanied his unconscious form through every medical examination, then waited outside the emergency room for the doctor's news. Half an hour later, the doctor finally emerged, and 2 security officers arrived as well. They took Chun-Yi away immediately. Chun-Yi was unharmed, having only suffered a brief unconsciousness from the impact. Though currently fine, public security officers need to conduct an investigation. Until the results are finalized, he cannot meet with anyone. Han Wenxue told the officer that Chun-Yi was a good person and had no connection to the bombing incident. The reason he knew in advance was because Chun-Yi had accurately predicted the explosion through divination, which allowed him to stop the car and avoid it ahead of time. The security officer listened to her words, merely giving her a cold glance before leaving without a word. No matter how Han Wenxue tried to explain or vouch for herself, he never looked back. After the officer left, Han Wenxue slumped to the ground as if drained of strength, feeling utterly helpless and bitterly ironic. Previously, she had been racking her brains trying to get Chun-Yi sent to the Public Security Bureau, but lacked any concrete evidence. When she finally realized that Chun-Yi was a good man, the very person who had been saving her all along, he was taken away by the officers. Yet her testimony proved utterly feeble. Though every word was true, no one believed her. And the most ironic part was that Officer Chun-Yi was taken away precisely because of her, because of this person who had always been saved by Chun-Yi, yet kept trying to send him to prison. Chapter 47. Each minds their own business. In a mountainous villa located in the southern hills of Spring City, the villa was decorated with an elegant simplicity, understated yet refined. A root-carved tea table, blue and white porcelain vases, and mahogany furniture adorned the space. With just a few select ornaments, the expansive villa exuded an antique charm that brought a sense of peace and serenity to those within. 3 men sat around the carved root coffee table. The first was tall and burly, built like a tiger with an imposing presence. The second, elderly and short, wore a long black robe with a face like an ancient ghost. The last, occupying the humbler seat, was a handsome young man with refined manners, none other than Chun-Yi's old acquaintance, Feng Kuan. They sipped the exquisite Da Hong Pao tea, its rich fragrance wafting through the air, while watching the television mounted on the wall ahead. The images on the screen weren't particularly clear, and there was no sound, yet the 3 men watched with rapt attention. Feng Kuan especially clenched his fists tightly, utterly engrossed. The television showed a street in Quancheng, littered with over a dozen wrecked cars. Not far off lay an overturned black oil tanker, a chaotic scene of overturned vehicles and scattered debris. Police officers, doctors, and firefighters were busily working amidst countless onlookers gathering around. It was the exact scene of the car crash that Chun-Yi had just been involved in. These people were miraculously resourceful, even capable of retrieving surveillance footage and watching the live broadcast. During this time, Feng Kuan's gaze remained locked on Chun-Yi and Han Wenxue. When he saw Chun-Yi being carried onto a stretcher while Han Wenxue stayed beside him, clutching his hand, Feng Kuan's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted with fury. Unable to contain himself, he snarled loudly, "You bitch! Master Feng, don't get agitated. Have some tea." The short, thin old man glimpsed Feng Kuan's agitation, with a trace of sneer flashing across his face, quickly concealed. Picking up the sea blue crackle-glazed teapot from the table, He leisurely poured Feng Kuan a full cup of tea. Seeing this, Feng Kuan quickly picked up the teacup in front of him and said politely, "I apologize for my earlier outburst, Grandpa AI. Please don't take offense." After pouring the tea, Grandpa AI waved his hand dismissively and said, "Young people having a temper isn't necessarily a bad thing." Before coming, his father had warned him not to speak too much or upset these two men, as the Feng family's future development still depended on their help. Feng Kuan desperately wanted to confirm whether Chun Yi was alive or dead, but felt it might be inappropriate, afraid of seeming rude. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist the tormenting curiosity clawing at his heart and finally blurted out, "Grandpa AI, is that Chun Yi dead?" "No." The answer didn't come from Grandpa AI, but from a young man standing beside the two elders. A spiritual diviner who can decipher heavenly mysteries isn't so easily killed. Feng Kuan felt disappointed, and at the same time, he regarded this young man with considerable disdain. This young man is named AI Chu, the leader of the overseas financial group they've been dealing with. Normally reclusive and solemn, he barely acknowledges Feng Kuan, treating him with indifference. They had meticulously planned this car accident for a long time, lying in wait precisely for the two to pass by. Yet in the end, Chun Yi and Han Wenxue still managed to escape. Feng Kuan had already been irritated by the man's arrogant demeanor, but now, hearing him personally admit that Chun Yi was still alive, a trace of contempt rose in his heart, though he dared not show it on his face. "Master AI, does this mean our plan has failed? Will Chun Yi be safe?" Feng Kuan asked with concern. Compared to his own petty schemes, what he truly desired was for that damn pair Chun Yi and Han Wenxue to die on the spot, preferably torn limb from limb. Not a failure, but a success, a resounding success. AI Chu uttered a statement that utterly baffled Feng Kuan, but showed no intention to elaborate further, merely lowering his head to sip his tea. Feng Kuan suppressed his irritation but still asked patiently, "We put in so much effort to set this trap, yet neither of them died. How can this be called a success?" What do you know?" AI Chu let out a disdainful snort. Feng Kuan truly wanted to splash the tea in his face, but his father's warnings echoed incessantly in his ears, forcing him to prioritize the bigger picture. Swallowing his fury, he endured the torment in silence. "Aha, young Master Feng, please don't take offense. Our young master has this temperament." Elder AI interjected with an awkward chuckle to ease the tension. Yet, there wasn't a shred of apology in his demeanor. Instead, his expression suggested this was perfectly natural. "This young man named Chun Yi is no ordinary fellow. He nearly ruined our plans. We won't let him die so easily. That would be far too merciful. Moreover, that girl Han Wenxue is the linchpin of this operation's success. She must be kept alive." Feng Kuan was well aware these two possessed methods beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet even so, he found it all hard to believe. After going through such elaborate efforts, was it truly just to intimidate those two? "Old AI, let me ask one more question I shouldn't. Since you didn't want them dead, why set up this whole scheme?" Old AI lifted his head and gave him a peculiar look, saying, "Haven't you had any dealings with Chun Yi?" Feng Kuan's expression darkened. "Dealt with him? More like having his face thoroughly slapped, and not just once." Master AI noticed his resentment and dropped the cryptic act. "Since you've crossed paths before, you should know this kid calculates with terrifying precision. Ordinary schemes won't fool him. That's why we tailored this trap to Han Wenxue's destined calamity, specifically to separate them before picking them off one by one." Feng Kuan pondered for a moment before asking incredulously, "Could it be that even Elder AI has reservations about this kid, Chun Yi? It's not so much a matter of caution, but this kid is a bit uncanny. His divination is inexplicably accurate. Best to be extra careful," Old AI remarked. "I don't know if we can hand Chun Yi over to me if we catch him. The kid has some unfinished business with him and wants to settle it personally," Feng Kuan said bitterly. Old AI let out a sardonic laugh, his wrinkled face twisting into an even more sinister expression. "Why not? Locating Han Wenxue would count as a significant contribution on your part," he said. "Otherwise, who knows how long our plans might be delayed?" Feng Kuan felt relieved upon hearing this. Although he was very curious about why they were looking for Han Wenxue, he understood that some matters were better left unquestioned. Feng Xiao, go back and stick to the original plan. This concerns success or failure. You must succeed. Old AI's words were soft-spoken, but like steel pellets hitting the ground, resolute and forceful. Feng Kuan felt a sudden chill and hurriedly took his leave. After Feng Kuan left, the tall young man named AI Chu cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure and said, "That guy just happened to luck out by finding Han Wenxue. If it weren't for that phone incident alone would have been enough for me to make him wish he were dead. This can be considered heaven helping us. Although we lost the last girl born in the year of the tiger, we found an even more enoline Tansy. But first, young master, how do you plan to deal with that young man named Chen?" Hee. The precision of this man's divination is something I've never witnessed before. It would be best if he could be used for our purposes. Otherwise, we'll have to eliminate him to avoid endless future troubles. By the time he finished speaking, AI Chu's teacup shattered with a bang in his grip, his face revealing an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. Haha, with your young master handling it this way, I can rest assured. Once the matter of the dragon vein here is concluded, and your young master retires with merit, even the family head will surely regard you in new light. At Kanching Provincial Hospital, Han Wenxue's wounds were examined and treated, just some superficial injuries that hadn't reached the bones or tendons. Xiaoxue, take a look at this. The password is 563742. Old Master Han, sitting beside her, hesitated briefly before taking Feng Kuan's phone from his pocket and handing it to her upon confirming her injuries weren't serious. Han Wenxue took the phone and glanced at her grandfather. She didn't ask how he'd known the password. Cracking such things wasn't difficult when you found the right person, who could finish it within an hour or two. The password was correct. She steadied herself and went straight into the multimedia folder, finding a video recorded on her birthday. Taking a deep breath, she opened it. As the video played, Han Wenxue's face instantly turned ashen. There she was on the screen, leaning drunkenly against the bed with flushed cheeks, her whole body seemingly overcome with unbearable heat, moaning in ways that now made her blush with shame. Wenxue, you've finally fallen into my hands. Your little junior brother is playing a game with Ji Hao right now. He's receiving no worse treatment than you." Then came a familiar voice, Feng Kuan's voice. His voice was laced with excitement and sleaziness. "Slut, you always act so high and mighty, but now you can't take it anymore? Let me tell you, I spike your drink with a little something special, made in Julan. They say even a nun would turn into a whore after drinking it. Thinking about a man, aren't you? Take off your clothes. Do it yourself." She couldn't believe she'd actually followed Feng Kuan's words and undressed herself. And she'd done it with such desperate urgency. She didn't even bother unbuttoning her clothes, just tore them apart violently, exposing vast stretches of snow-white skin. Han Wenxue trembled all over, her fists clenched so tightly that she didn't even notice her nails digging in her own flesh. While inwardly cursing Feng Kuan's shamelessness, she was also worrying for herself. Once fallen into Feng Kuan's hands, could she possibly escape? And how had she ended up by Chun Yi's side when she woke up? Not long after, there was a loud bang, followed by the video footage shaking violently before a young face appeared, one that had made her grind her teeth in hatred just days earlier. Chen. Everything that happened next was faithfully recorded by the phone's camera. Feng Kuan offered Chun Yi a million to mind his own business, but Chen Yi not only refused, he even beat him up. After that, it was Chun Yi who carried her to the hotel. Though the video eventually stopped recording and only audio remained, Han Wenxue could still confirm that, just as Chun Yi had said, he was the one who saved her from Feng Kuan. He wasn't lying, he's been saving me all along, yet Suddenly she felt like an ungrateful, presumptuous fool of a woman. How could she have been so set on getting revenge against her own benefactor? "Where's Chun Yi? I want to meet him. Can we hurry?" Han Wenxue asked impatiently. She wanted to explain, to repent, to seek Chun Yi's forgiveness. "He's gone." Old man Han sighed, stood up, and left the ward, giving her the space she needed. "Gone?" Han Wenxue stood there in a daze. "He left just like that? Didn't even bother to come see me?" Han Wenxue, listen carefully. This is the last time I'll help you. From now on, we go our separate ways. No more ties between us. Yes, he had already made it clear on the car ride. They would go their separate ways from now on. He owed her nothing, so why would he bother visiting? Han Wenxue felt as though her entire heart had stopped beating. P.S. Sent late. These parts were really tough to write, my bad. I'll try my best to ensure tonight's chapter isn't delayed further. Chapter 48. Can you love me one more time? Han Wenxue completed the hospital discharge procedures but didn't return to Grandpa Han's house. Instead, she went alone to the love nest she shared with Chun-Yi. Xiao Han, why do you look so unwell? Are you sick? Has Chun-Yi been bullying you these past few days? If he dare to bully you, just tell me. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. The landlady was as warm-hearted as ever, holding Han Wenxue's hand and fussing over her well-being. No, Chun-Yi has been very good to me. He never bullied me. Han Wenxue's expression darkened as she forced a faint smile. Somewhat mechanically, she pulled away and slowly ascended the stairs. Chun-Yi hadn't bullied her in the slightest. It was her who kept making things difficult for Chun-Yi. She suddenly felt ashamed, having taken advantage of the landlady's sympathy to assist her in dealing with Chun-Yi. In stark contrast to her shamelessness, Chun-Yi never once explained anything to the landlady, nor did he ever tell her, she's a bad woman who took advantage of you. He probably wanted to avoid hurting himself, and even more so, to spare the landlady the pain of regretting her misplaced kindness. Before this, she hadn't understood didn't know his heart was so open and magnanimous, his nature so kind. By the time she finally grasped it all, it was too late. Everything had reached the point of no return. Should she really continue overstaying her welcome here? Should she keep taking advantage of the landlady's warm-heartedness? Han Wenxue shook her head. If she really did that, she'd despise even herself. Listlessly, she finished packing her things. After hesitating, she straightened Chun-Yi's room once more. Lugging her suitcase to the door, she remained rooted there, unable for the longest time to take that step outside. Once she had so eagerly longed to complete the mission and quickly leave this wretched place to return to her own life. Now, she had finally gotten her wish and could leave without worries. Yet her heart was filled with such reluctance and deep regret. How Han Wenxue wished that Chun-Yi would stay up all night again divining her fortune, that he would cook her another simple yet delicious meal. How she longed for him to glance her way once more, even if it were with eyes full of disgust and disdain. She could endure it. At least then, she'd still have a chance to make things right. But it was already too late. After leaving the hospital, Chun-Yi never returned. Perhaps he simply didn't want to see her, this woman whose nature he couldn't discern. Out of sight, out of mind. Unconsciously, Han Wenxue slowly walked toward Chun-Yi's desk. She sat on the chair and stared at the hundreds of draft papers covered in his handwriting. She gently touched every object on the table, as if she could still sense his presence lingering on them. When she slowly lifted one of the draft sheets filled with his bold, forceful strokes, a startling splash of crimson met her eyes. The draft paper bore 12 large characters. Between 3 to 5 p.m., sharp weapon pierces the crown, 1 foot above ground. Yet layered over these words was a shocking hue of red. Blood. This was fresh blood. Han Wenxue recalled once more the moment when Chun-Yi had answered the phone but remained silent, along with that gloomy look in his eyes when she returned. Chun-Yi is spitting up blood? Just like on the highway, had Chun-Yi leaked divine secrets to save his own life, suffering backlash that made him vomit blood? Han Wenxue felt her head buzz, her slender fingers clutching tightly at the blood-stained draft paper that seemed to chronicle her sins. In an instant, tears poured down like torrential rain. As if remembering something else, she hastily ran into the bathroom, only to discover traces of blood in the corner. Finally, she understood why Chun-Yi had remained silent when she questioned him back then. She also understood why Chun-Yi didn't cook that evening and why he only went to bed after 10 o'clock like an old man. He wasn't disappointed to see me return alive. He simply had no strength left, not even enough to stand up and walk a few steps. And yet, ridiculously, I was still misunderstanding him. Why had he never uttered a single word of complaint in front of me? After doing so much for me, why didn't he ever ask me to do even the simplest thing for him in return? Something as basic as cooking him a meal. Was it unwillingness or disdain? What kind of man can accomplish all this? Can this truly be achieved by just some fortune-telling charlatan working on a feng shui street? If the most perfect man in the world is a gentleman, then in Han Wenxue's eyes, Chun-Yi is infinitely more perfect than any gentleman. Now, what kind of person does he see her as in his eyes? Ignorant, rude, self-righteous. Perhaps that's exactly it. Otherwise, why would he refuse to even see her? Drip, drip. Han Wenxue's tears gushed out like a breached dam, dripping onto the blood-stained draft paper. The crimson hue on the paper slowly dissolved, as if melting in a pool of tears and blood. Crouched on the chair, she covered her mouth, forcing back any audible sobs. Yet the uncontrollable tears kept flowing, as though trying to expend a lifetime's worth at once. But no amount of weeping could wash away the sorrow, regret, and heartache that clung to her soul. Don't go out today. It's too dangerous. Danger? What kind of danger? Today marks your great calamity. You shouldn't wander around, though I really didn't want to tell you. I'm in the most danger when I'm with you. Let me go, you damn pervert. I'm saving your life. Han Wenxue, listen to me carefully. This is the last time I'll help you. After this, we go our separate ways and owe each other nothing. But before that, you have to do what I say. Otherwise, whether you'll live through today is still uncertain. Do you hear me? Every dialogue and encounter between the two flashed vividly through her mind, so vividly that she could see her own petulant act of slamming the door and clearly hear Chun-Yi's furious, clenched teeth anger. After what seemed like an eternity, the door creaked open softly. Han Wenxue quickly turned her head. Had Chun-Yi returned? How was she supposed to face him now? Would he kick me out? She made up her mind. No matter how Chun-Yi treated her, she wouldn't leave. She wanted to be Chun-Yi's wife, not as a pretense, not just to gather evidence at her grandfather's urging, but truly and genuinely become Chun-Yi's wife. But when she finally saw the face of the visitor clearly, Han Wenxue's heart instantly turned ice cold. Feng Kuan, what are you doing here? Han Wenxue immediately stood up, eyeing the person before him with a guarded expression. It was precisely him who made me misunderstand Chun-Yi and led me to harm Chun-Yi. Han Wenxue didn't blame him for drugging her, but she hated him for causing the conflict between her and Chun-Yi. What am I doing here? Wenxue, we're friends after all. Don't you think you're being a bit too formal with me? Feng Kuan wore a mocking smile on his face as he stepped into the room and casually glanced around. Wenxue, what's so great about this fortune-telling charlatan that has won your unwavering devotion? In what way am I inferior to him? Looks, family background, or romance? In every aspect, I'm 10,000 times better than him. Shut up. You're not even fit to tie Chun-Yi's shoelaces in this lifetime. Chun-Yi had clearly struck a nerve with Han Wenxue, as Feng Kuan's words provoked an unreasonable outburst of rage from her. Get out right now. You're not welcome here. Ha ha ha. Feng Kuan didn't leave. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed uproariously, rocking back and forth with unbridled arrogance. You want me to leave? You want me to leave? Ha! Do you even have the ability to make me leave? After laughing, Feng Kuan seemed as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in his life. Han Wenxue shrank back, slipping her hand into her bag as she warned, "Get out now, or I'll call the police." Pow! Feng Kuan suddenly strode forward, swinging his arm to deliver a sharp slap across Han Wenxue's face, sending her crashing onto the table. The stun gun she'd been clutching clattered to the ground. Haha, I haven't seen you in days. Wenxue, getting playful now, huh? Playing with toys. He laughed mockingly. Picking up the stun gun, Feng Kuan flicked it on and watched the crackling sparks with a sneer. What do you want to do? Han Wenxue was filled with extreme terror. Feng Kuan looked at Han Wenxue's reaction, his heart surging with excitement. If AI Zhu hadn't warned him to preserve Han Wenxue's virginity, he would have forcibly taken her right then and there, just to show this woman what he was capable of. Though it was regrettable, Han Wenxue's fate would soon become far more wretched, far more unbearable than death. Like those 8 other girls before her, she would suffer endless torment her eyes left wide open in death. Take her away, Fong Kuan said to the two bodyguards standing by the door. What are you doing? Let go of me. No matter how strong Han Wenxue was, how could she resist two burly men? They seized Han Wenxue as easily as catching a chick, then pulled out a syringe from the leather bag and mercilessly jabbed it into the nape of her neck, injecting the liquid inside. Han Wenxue's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, the world before her eyes turning into a riot of colors, her body no longer under her control, her limbs as if they belonged to someone else. Ini Tanano, can you love me again? Can you love me again? Just as she seemed about to sink into an endless abyss, her phone rang. To the melodious tune of the phone ringing, Han Wenxue gradually envisioned Chen Yi's image in her mind. That was the first time they met. I know about you. Grandpa often mentions you. When we were in England, every phone call would include him urging me to come back quickly to meet his little apprentice. He'd even joke about taking you back to England if I liked you. Ha, little junior, what do you say? Huh. You didn't actually believe me, did you? No, I mean, not really. Haha, little junior, you're just adorable. I really am considering taking you back with me. Those were such wonderful times when they got along so well, so harmoniously. Yet in just over 10 days, they had descended to such a state. Was it the will of heaven or a self-inflicted curse? Han Wenxue truly wanted to ask, could you love me one more time? But do I still have this chance?